Chapter 1. My Journey of Mastering Dragon Riding in the Fantasy Underworld. On Earth, the young recluse David nestled comfortably on his sofa, simultaneously operating 6 mobile phones, each displaying a distinct card game, while occasionally glancing at the television airing the endlessly replayed anime, Douluo. Such was the monotony, tedium, yet inexplicably joyful existence of a recluse. However, David was not merely a typical shootin'. In fact, he was a proficient freelance writer. Although his scripts and novels had not achieved mainstream acclaim, they were nonetheless recognized within the industry, garnering a modest reputation. He merely grappled with a hint of social anxiety, compounded by a touch of procrastination. Having binged 5 episodes of Douluo and noticing that 3 of the 6 phones displayed upgraded cards, David stretched contentedly, blissfully indifferent to the 8 missed calls from his editor urging for updates. Little did he realize that neglecting his duties would soon invoke dire consequences. As spring melded into summer, the thunder rumbled outside. Boom! A bolt of violet lightning surged through the window, striking the television. Sparks and electricity erupted, cascading onto the 6 mobile phones resting on the sofa. In an instant, the 7 electronic devices became interconnected by this electric surge, forming a radiant portal. In line between the phones and the television, David was engulfed by this portal, vanishing without a trace. In the imperial palace of the Dou Empire, within the 9-spirit palace, the night was anything but serene, as the residence of the empress. It should have been tranquil and solemn, yet it was filled with the clamor of organized footsteps and shouts. The empress is in labor. Quickly summon the physician. Fetch Master Luden. When David next opened his eyes, he found himself cradled in a warm embrace, seemingly transformed into an infant. The surroundings, the people, and their language were all alien to him, their communication incomprehensible. This unfamiliarity felt as though he had traversed an entire dimension, devoid of any logic. The socially anxious young man dared not move, opting instead to feign the demeanor of an ordinary baby crying, nursing, and relieving himself. After a full 6 months, through his own observations, learning, and the tentative guidance of those around him, he gradually mastered the language of this world. It was then that he discovered the name of this realm, Douluo. And in this new life, he was called Davis, the firstborn prince of the Douluo Empire. Indeed, he was the one endowed with an optimal start, riding dragons to victory, only to be thwarted by his 6-year younger brother and his formidable entourage. 5.5 years later, the royal family and the Zhu clan's offspring gathered for the awakening of their martial souls. As the legitimate heir, Davis was to awaken today, prompting the busy Emperor Dai Wei to grant himself a brief respite and personally oversee the ceremony. Typically imposing, the emperor now gazed upon Davis with warmth and expectation, beckoning him forward. First, Davis, step up. Hearing the familiar yet strange voice of his father, Davis squared his shoulders and advanced confidently. The surrounding audience could not help but nod in approval regardless of the outcome of the martial soul awakening. The demeanor of this royal scion was undeniably exceptional. Indeed, the union of the royal white tiger and the Zhu family's spectral cat martial spirits renders their offspring's martial abilities nearly unparalleled. White tiger, manifest, from behind the esteemed Douluo Emperor Dai Wei. A magnificent white tiger adorned with black stripes emerged, exuding an extraordinary presence. The 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black at its feet commanded a solemn atmosphere throughout the hall. This was the apex martial spirit, the white tiger, harmoniously fused with the prowess of an 80-tuned level soul Dou. While the Grand Soul Master Tao Gu required intricate formations and tools for awakening, the Douluo Emperor, as a soul Douluo, needed only to touch the center of Davis' brow. With his index finger, a radiant interplay of golden and white light erupted from behind Davis. Roar! The resounding roar reverberated through the venue, and a white tiger imbued with golden markings appeared behind Davis. Though it deviated slightly from the traditional black-striped variant of the Dai family, it seemed even more distinguished and formidable. The Douluo Emperor momentarily furrowed his brow, only to quickly relax, as if he had perceived nothing amiss. First Prince Davis, martial spirit, white tiger. In the voice of the Douluo Emperor, who had reigned for over 20 years with immense authority, there was an unmistakable air of certainty. Dai Wei had unequivocally declared Davis' martial spirit to be the inherited white tiger of the royal Dai family, disregarding the unusual golden markings. The assembled courtiers, aware of the gravity of the situation, remained silent, refraining from further commentary. Regardless of whether Davis' martial spirit was indeed the white tiger or whether it was superior or inferior, from this day forth, in the eyes of the public, it would solely be regarded as the white tiger. suggest otherwise would risk inciting scandal against the royal bloodline, which could lead to severe repercussions, including demotion and exile. Subsequently, Dai Zhen retrieved a soul power crystal ball and regarded Davis with a rare expression of affection, saying, "Vice, let's measure your soul power." Upon hearing this, Davis placed his hand upon the crystal ball, which swiftly illuminated, displaying the inherent soul power scale: 1/10, 3/10, 6/10, 9/10. In the span of merely 3 breaths, the scale within the crystal ball reached its utmost limit, leaving no room for doubt. Innate full soul power. Witnessing this outcome, many nobles and royals present exchanged glances filled with astonishment. The implications of this revelation for the empire were monumental. The eldest son of the empress, a white tiger martial spirit that subtly surpassed the royal lineage's traditional variant, combined with innate full soul power. From this day forth, the crown Prince Davis would emerge as the most captivating figure in the entire capital. Reflecting on the ruthless succession laws of the Luo Dai family, the wise among the attendees began to silently mourn for the other princes present. The Luo Emperor, equally elated, shed his usual stern demeanor. Even the typically austere Dai Zhen bent slightly, placing a hand on Davis' shoulder in commendation, exclaiming, "Well done. You truly embody the essence of my Dai family's firstborn. Vice, I am immensely pleased today. You may request one favor. As long as it does not contravene family rules or national law, your father can grant it." The attendees were filled with envy, particularly the younger members of the royal branches, fully aware of the immense value of a single request permitted by the Luo Emperor. Dai Zhen. Davis' eyes brightened at this prospect, and he promptly bowed in gratitude. "Your Majesty, I wish to request a treasure from the royal treasury." Dai Zhen boldly raised his hand and readily acquiesced. Most believed that Dai Wei's demand was for an exceedingly rare soul bone, perhaps one for the head or the torso, and certainly not less than 50,000 years old. However, Dai Wei's request left everyone utterly astounded that he merely sought an ancient soul-guiding device, not a precious vast storage soul-guiding tool, nor a defensive or offensive soul-guiding artifact for protection, but rather a piece that others deemed as merely a trifling accessory. The giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet. Its functionality seemed impressive, purporting to enhance the physical prowess of soul masters. Yet, the prerequisites for its usage would deter any soul master. During its operation, it would continuously deplete the user's soul power. The total soul power restored by a standard second-ring soul master meditating for 1 hour is merely sufficient for the giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet to function at its most. Minimal energy consumption for just 1 hour. Moreover, this guiding device lacks the ability to store soul power, meaning that all energy expenditure must be supplied entirely by the user. To squander soul power and training time merely to enhance one's physique is an approach that starkly contradicts the prevailing values of the Douluo continent. Thus, although the royal family recognizes this as a highly skilled ancient soul-guiding device, it has only been examined by a few royal artisans without ever being put to practical use. When the crown Prince Dai Wei requested this device from the emperor, was it a sign of youthful ignorance, or was there a deeper significance? Chapter 2. Did the Douluo card player make a mistake? The day of awakening swiftly passed. The exceptionally gifted crown prince's reputation resonated throughout Xing Luo City. Some exaggerated his innate talent as unparalleled, while others secretly mocked him for discarding a soul bone in favor of a seemingly useless soul-guiding device. Of course, such opinions held little weight in Dai Wei's mind. What mattered was that on the day he awakened his martial soul, another prince was born, third Prince Dai Mubai. This character, who in the original narrative clung to Tang San's coattails and ultimately defeated Dai Wei, became the second male lead of the Douluo continent. Yet he was also the brother who, despite achieving victory, refrained from harming Dai Wei or Zhu Juqing. Dai Wei remained uncertain regarding the attitude he should adopt towards him. One thing was certain: to exert his utmost effort and rapidly grow stronger was undoubtedly the correct path. Even in the fantastical realm of Douluo continent, the truth that strength reigns supreme remains an unchanging principle. If one day Dai Wei were to become an ultimate duo, or even ascend to divinity, then altering the family rules that have been passed down for centuries would merely require a word from him. Dai Wei shook off his wandering thoughts and activated the card system that had finally commenced. Indeed, he possessed a golden opportunity, a soulless card-dealing machine. Its function was straightforward. Each year on his birthday, he would receive a chance to draw a card. For every system achievement completed, including enhancing his strength, he would earn a fixed reward. Although the system had not officially activated prior to his martial soul awakening, the opportunities to draw cards had continued to accumulate as usual. Currently, the deck comprises only martial arts manuals, weapons, and herbs from the world of Jin Yong's Legends of the Condor Heroes. Perhaps certain conditions must be met to unlock cards from other realms. Additionally, completing special system achievements may yield extra rewards. As a seasoned aficionado of the anime card genre, the prospect of joyfully drawing cards in the Douluo continent was something Davis had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Were there Coca-Cola in the Douluo continent, he would have relished the thought of grabbing a large bottle and indulging in it heartily. Upon awakening his martial soul, Davis utilized all 6 lottery chances he acquired in one go. Such opportunities should not be squandered. Who would save them for the new year? The system, brimming with sentiment, lacks a safety net for 10 consecutive draws. From his 6 attempts, he garnered 2 martial arts cards, the complete Truth Heart Method and the mountain-shaking Iron Palm. 1 equipment card, Golden Silk Soft Armor. 3 resource cards, 10 pieces of deep-sea blue crystal iron, a Millennium Cold Jade Pendant, and a vial of small returning elixir containing 10 pills. The outcomes of the draws varied, yet despite the differing quality of the cards, each one proved to be practically useful. The complete Truth Heart Method, deserving of no further elaboration, is revered as the foundational scripture of gold-based martial arts and represents the most balanced and harmonious internal cultivation method of Taoism. Although its early cultivation speed is modest, mastering it to the level of being able to cultivate in all postures renders it more practical than over 90 of internal methods in the gold-based martial arts world. Through the card system's regulations in the Douluo world, the complete Truth Heart Method has evolved into a superior soul power cultivation technique. The mountain-shaking Iron Palm, a pinnacle of Wudang's palm techniques, boasts a ferocity that can rival the 18 dragon-subduing palms when harnessed with Taoist internal arts. Its power is further amplified, manifesting as a self-created soul skill in the Douluo realm. Naturally, the Golden Silk Soft Armor was donned immediately, as it serves as a life-saving artifact akin to Wei Xiaobeo's in the gold-based world, offering some resistance against soul power impacts in this realm. The deep-sea blue crystal iron is an exquisite material for weapon forging, while the small returning elixir not only serves as a miraculous healing medicine, but also aids in enhancing one's soul power cultivation. The Millennium Cold Jade Pendant, crafted from the jade of the cold jade bed, significantly contributes to soul power growth when carried close to one's person. These items constitute Davis' initial capital for navigating the unfamiliar terrain of the Douluo continent. It is precisely due to the presence of the complete Truth Heart Method that Davis was willing to forego the exquisite soul bones within the royal treasury, opting instead for the seemingly useless giant peak soul lock bracelet. Once he cultivates the complete Truth Heart Method to a certain level, he will acquire the ability to cultivate in all postures, thus rendering the continuous soul power consumption drawback of the giant peak soul lock bracelet negligible. Avoid delaying Davis' further training, who possesses a full innate soul power. The Star Luo royal family has devised a separate soul hunting plan for him, scheduled for 3 days hence. 3 days time. It is unrealistic to expect to enhance his physical attributes and extend the lifespan of his first soul ring through the complete Truth Heart Method and the giant peak soul lock bracelet. Moreover, Davis has never anticipated that his first soul ring could absorb at a higher level. The sooner he ascends to a wondering soul master, the better. Though Yu Xiaozhang's research indicates that once soul power reaches the threshold of each stage, any continued cultivation will culminate in a sudden release upon acquiring a soul ring. Can the training pace of a ring one soul master truly compare to that of a soul warrior, yet to obtain a soul ring? Advancing swiftly without leaving any room for regret is the ultimate path. What of being invincible at the same level or surpassing opponents? The title Dou always prevails over the soul Dou, akin to the adults bullying children. As for those like Tang San who rely on external advantages, forgive me, but Davis may wield even greater and more profound advantages that in the martial arts world. How can the Tang sect, which relies on concealed weapons, possibly compete with the vast expanse of the golden system in martial arts? The 9 layers of Xiantian skill, after being extensively modified by the rules of the Douluo continent, can be cultivated all the way to title Douluo. Thus, the innate skills of the golden system, such as the 9-Yin Manual, 9-Yang Manual, and Pure Yang Infinite Skill, after undergoing similar modifications, would only emerge stronger. Tang San, a dual martial soul? Who isn't? With his eyes slightly narrowed, Davis slowly unfurled his right hand, which had never opened during the awakening of his martial soul. A small sword with a greenish-blue hilt and a silvery blade quietly materialized in his palm, emanating a faint silver light that illuminated the dim room. Martial Soul, 7-star sword. With but a glance at its appearance, Davis recognized it as the exquisite 7-star sword from the game The Legend of the Swordsman on his previous phone. Why, despite the card system's expansion only reaching the Golden system, could this equipment, far exceeding the version, now become his second martial soul? Could it be that in the fleeting moment before his transmigration, the game on his second phone had just spawned this 7-star sword from the locking Demon Tower dungeon? Concerning the intricacies of transmigration and system, Davis felt unable to delve deeply. Yet he firmly believed one thing. His former self, a mere shootin, possessed nothing worthy of high-dimensional being schemes, thus rendering conspiracy theories about the system irrelevant to him. Davis could distinctly sense that the aura of the 7-star sword surpassed that of his own white tiger martial soul. Its potential undoubtedly exceeded that of the continent's foremost sword martial soul, the 7-killing sword. After reviewing all his information, Davis directly fused with the martial arts card, the complete truth heart method, the detailed foundations of Taoism, internal cultivation, and the essence of the complete truth heart method began to unfurl within his mind. The speed of information transmission was precisely calibrated to the maximum rate at which Davis could absorb it without hindrance. Approximately half an hour later, the transfer concluded, and guided by the card, Davis completed the first cycle of the complete truth heart method. Upon comparing it with the soul power cultivation methods of the Douluo royal family, even the early stage complete truth heart method, not particularly renowned for its cultivation speed, accumulated soul power about 10% faster than the royal family's method. Upon mastering the complete truth heart method, and even switching to other unparalleled internal cultivation techniques, Davis' training speed would surge dramatically. Moreover, considering the 6-year age gap, dear Dai Wei, my brother with fish lips, how will you ever catch up to me? However, one must never be reckless, even when riding the dragon's back. Seizing the opportunity while his meridians could still endure, Davis embarked upon the cultivation of the true heart technique. Achieving the realm of practicing regardless of whether he stands, sits, or lies down a day sooner would grant him greater mastery over his future. Chapter 3. The skills of the Davis ancestors have gone awry. 3 days later, a formidable assembly consisting of 1 8-ring soul Douluo and 3 7-ring soul saints, all acting under the covert command of the Dou Emperor, escorted Davis to the Star Dou forest for soul hunting. Among this quintet, the protagonist Davis harbored a touch of inner turmoil. The white tiger martial spirit of the Davis lineage, through the explorations of its ancestors, had established a clear advancement path. For each rank, there existed a specified soul beast to hunt and a corresponding soul skill to acquire, almost adhering to a fixed formula in the eyes of the esteemed elders of the Davis family. Only by following this formula could one harvest the most suitable and perfect soul skills. But this fixed formula, in Davis's eyes, is not suitable for him, because hidden within his white tiger martial soul is a rich metallic attribute, which is manifested in the golden inscriptions on the surface of the martial soul. In Chinese mythology, the white tiger is a divine beast of the West, belonging to the metal element and representing killing and warfare. In Davis's view, a soul beast with a keen hunting and killing metallic attribute is the most suitable choice for the white tiger martial soul. How can the white tiger of the magical world compare to the divine beast white tiger of the mythological world? Even if there's a world of difference between the white tiger of Douluo continent and that of Chinese mythology, striving in the direction of the known strongest is always a correct choice. Moreover, even in the other world of Douluo continent, the Shura god king, who specializes in killing, has a far superior strength and status compared to the god of war inherited by Dai Wei in the original work. Since he learned to read, Davis has been pestering his mother to show him various soul beast catalogs. Based on his searches over the past 3 to 4 years, Davis has only 2 choices for the most suitable first soul ring. First choice, Platinum Blade Mantis. Second choice, Steel Claw Saber-Toothed Tiger. The Platinum Blade Mantis is a nearly pure metallic predator with a pair of unmatched platinum blades and is almost unrivaled among soul beasts of the same age. Unfortunately, its natural lifespan is too short, with the highest age recorded being less than 1,000 years. On the other hand, while the Steel Claw Saber-Toothed Tiger falls far short of the Platinum Blade Mantis in terms of metallic purity, its compatibility as a tiger-type soul beast with Davis's white tiger martial soul is higher. However, as a 6-year-old child, Davis, a mere soul master without a soul ring, finds his opinions likely meaningless against the traditions of the royal family. Just as Davis was in a dilemma, a soul Douluo in the team spoke up. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, according to Her Majesty the Queen's decree, you have some degree of choice regarding your soul ring. but you must have sufficient reasons to persuade this old servant. It seems that the golden inscriptions on Davis's martial soul have indeed caught the attention of the elders. However, even the elders of the Dai family might not have much insight into the anomalies on Davis's martial soul and can only let him choose based on his feelings. The soul Douluo who spoke, Li Fu, is the protector of the Xingluo Zhu family and is the father of the queen, Zhu Zitong, who is also the sworn brother of the previous duke of the state, Zhu Zhenyu. In his youth, Li Fu made quite a name for himself in the Xingluo Empire with his innate soul power of level 8 and high-level Black Tiger, martial soul. Later, he was defeated by Zhu Zhenyu, the then young master of the Zhu family, in a one-on-one duel, and thus pledged to follow him. The two experienced countless life and death battles together in the military, such as bandit suppression, rectification, and border pacification, and their bond has long surpassed that of biological brothers. After Zhu Zhenyu stepped down from the position of family head due to worsening old injuries, Li Fu did not continue to stay at the Zhu family. Instead, through Zhu Zhenyu's introduction, he became a royal protector, with the purpose of protecting Queen Zhu Zitong and Crown Prince Davis. Over the past decade or so, although Li Fu is nominally serving the royal family, he primarily focuses on fulfilling the queen's entrusted tasks. This is because Davis possesses too dazzling a talent, and the queen worries that he may be targeted by some hidden forces. Otherwise, for Soul Master Prince to obtain a soul ring, it would not warrant the appearance of this top-level soul Douluo of level 89. One sentence from Li Fu, the protector, filled Davis with unexpected joy. Davis bowed to Li Fu and politely requested, "Grandpa Li, in my white tiger martial soul, there's a pure golden aura. I believe I need a soul beast with a very strong gold attribute to obtain the most suitable soul skill. My targets are the platinum blade mantis or the steel claw saber-toothed tiger." Li Fu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, saying, "That makes sense. Let's proceed as His Highness the Crown Prince suggested." He then instructed the auxiliary soul saint among the 3 soul saints who excelled in perception, vanquishing. Please do your best to search for century-old soul beasts within your sensing range. The targets are the platinum blade mantis or the steel claw saber-toothed tiger. Our activity range is only on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. General Luo, you are responsible for protecting vanquishing's safety. I'll take care of His Highness's safety. The 3 bowed to Li Fu and immediately began to carry out the task. With a soul, Douluo, and 3 soul saints on the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, they could move freely. Additionally, with the strong mobility of the 4, Davis was being carried by Li Fu and did not need to move on his own. Even though the platinum blade mantis and steel claw saber-toothed tiger were not particularly common, they found both soul beasts Li Fu wanted within a day. A 400-year-old platinum blade mantis and one each of 500-year and 300-year steel claw saber-toothed tigers. When Li Fu saw the 500-year-old steel claw saber-toothed tiger for the first time, he waved his hand to have it released, leaving only the 300-year-old one. Throughout Li Fu's decades-long career as a soul master, he had never heard of anyone with a first spirit ring reaching 500 years. Furthermore, the royal Dai family's offspring did not need to take risks. Thus, the only choice left for Davis was the 400-year-old platinum blade mantis. He was very satisfied, as this was his first choice for the spirit ring. He wouldn't be angry at Li Fu for taking the initiative to let go of the 500-year-old steel claw saber-toothed tiger, because his thoughts were exactly the same as Grandpa Li's. When it's time to be cautious, one must be cautious. Even when it's time to be daring, one must think carefully before acting. Those who cheat their way through may not always win in the end, but those who cheat and are steady will definitely laugh last. Davis felt pleased in his heart, but his hands moved swiftly. With a swipe of his right hand across the middle finger of his left hand, he drew out a golden long sword. As he infused a bit of soul power into it, the blade emitted a faint glow, causing the pupils of the 3 soul saints to constrict. Indeed, the Crown Prince was deeply favored by His Majesty. Even a long sword used to hunt soul beasts for rings turned out to be a rare soul tool. This sword, named Golden Ray, was an extremely precious top-tier attack-type soul tool. Just in terms of the sword itself, it was a sharp weapon capable of cutting through hair and severing strands. When infused with soul power, it also possessed the attribute of armor piercing. This was a birthday gift from his mother for his 6th birthday, just in time to help him obtain the perfect soul ring and return to seek praise from her. Davis was thinking about soft matters in his heart, but his hand showed no mercy. He thrust his sword down, piercing through the brain of the platinum blade mantis. A yellow soul ring immediately floated up from the corpse of the platinum blade mantis, flying towards him under the guidance of Davis's soul power. Although the 400-year soul ring was close to its limit, it posed no significant difficulty for Davis, a top-tier beast martial soul owner, to absorb it. In just half an hour, the yellow soul ring appeared on Davis's white tiger martial soul, raising his soul master level to level 11. Moreover, due to the abundant soul power within the platinum blade mantis soul ring, Davis was just one step away from breaking through to level 12. Naturally, there are no soul bones present, let alone external soul bones. The chance of such treasures appearing on a 1,000-year soul beast was already scarce, not to mention a 100-year soul beast. However, at this moment, Davis was already very satisfied because the soul skill he obtained was undeniably powerful. Chapter 4. Perfect First Soul Skill, White Tiger Pure Gold Aura. The soul skill brought to Davis by this 400-year Platinum Blade Mantis was named White Tiger Pure Gold Aura. This was not a traditional attack or defense technique, but rather an amplification-type soul skill, akin to the Armed Color Domineering in the Douluo version. When activated, Davis could consume soul power to condense a pure and unparalleled pure gold aura, which could be attached to his body, weapons, armor, bows, arrows, and hidden weapons. Objects attached with a white tiger pure gold aura would be indestructible for defense and unstoppable for attack. As a soul master with a system, Davis would undoubtedly acquire various self-created soul skills, martial techniques, in the future. With the enhancement of the white tiger pure gold aura, even an ordinary punch or kick could possess the power of soul skill. For Davis, this was undoubtedly the most perfect first soul skill. Of course, the enhancement effect of the aura was related to the techniques used. For example, ordinary punches and kicks, when enhanced by the white tiger pure gold aura, could increase their power by about 30. The earth-shattering iron palm that Davis had already acquired belonged to the masculine martial arts category, which was compatible with the white tiger pure gold aura, resulting in a power increase of over 40. If it were a martial art relying on the sharpness of weapons like swords and knives, the amplification ratio could reach an astonishing 60. However, if using a soft palm technique, which was a more feminine martial art, the compatibility with the white tiger pure gold aura would be poor, and the enhancement ratio would drop to around 20. At the same time that Davis obtained his first soul ring, the system prompted him that he had gained another card draw opportunity. After absorbing the soul ring and riding the wave of luck from obtaining the perfect first soul skill, Davis casually clicked to draw a card. He obtained the martial arts card 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield. This was the signature skill of Awoman from the world of the Metal Heroes, adapted from the Buddhist school's ultimate skill, the Golden Bell Shield. Combined with various martial arts like Iron Cloth Shirt, 13 Guardians Horizontal Training, and Iron Clothing Art. No longer restricted to the training of Buddhist disciples. It could significantly enhance bone strength. When fully mastered, it would leave only one vital point exposed. If perfected, there would be no flaws anywhere on the body. Upon drawing this card, Davis couldn't help but praise his good fortune. This was almost the most suitable physical training martial art for him in the world of the Metal Heroes. After all, renowned physical training techniques in the metal world, such as the Dragon Elephant Prajna technique and the Indestructible Body, required profound esoteric Buddhism and Buddhist cultivation. Only this 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield, which surpassed its predecessors, would allow Davis, who possessed the true self-heart method, to train with peace of mind. With this martial art, combined with the refinement of the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet, Davis was confident that he would meet the physical requirements to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring before reaching level 40. As for the soul impact of the 10,000-year soul ring, that would depend on the system's performance. If it didn't work out, he could settle for a 9,900-year one for the time being, and wait for future opportunities to ascend to a 10,000-year one. After completing all of this, Davis slowly opened his eyes. The attendant Li Fu did not ask Davis what kind of soul skill he had obtained. He only observed that Davis had rested well and immediately ordered the return journey. After returning to the palace, Davis followed the attendant Li Fu to report to Emperor Xing Luo. Daijin learned about the soul ring hunted by Davis and merely nodded slightly, not asking any further questions about the soul ring or soul skills. After offering a few words of encouragement, he signaled for Davis to report back to the queen. Davis knew that this was the emperor's indirect protection for him. By concealing the difference in his martial soul and acknowledging it as the traditional white tiger martial soul of the Dai family, he also helped him cover up his first soul skill. The purpose, of course, was to help Davis shield himself from the eyes of certain individuals. Perhaps it was the Spirit Hall, perhaps others from the royal family, perhaps the Zhu family, or perhaps other nobles. Davis understood in his heart. Perhaps this Emperor Daijin, who rules over a vast empire, is not as cold-hearted as he originally imagined. Watching his offspring fight and kill each other may not be intentional. It is just that, in the face of the strict clan regulations as imposing as mountains, even an emperor, without absolute power to suppress everything, cannot act freely. Davis kept this matter in mind, bowed to his father, and went to the queen's nine-spirit palace. Because in the Star Luo Empire, the queen is always the daughter of the Zhu family who possesses the nether spirit cat, and the palace is named Nine-Spirit Palace, signifying the 9 lives of the spirit cat. This has been the place where Davis has spent the longest time in the 6 years since his birth. In the Nine-Spirit Palace, the queen dismissed those around her, leaving only Davis. The mother of the Star Luo Empire looked at her son, who had returned from hunting souls, and for a moment, she was somewhat stunned. Queen Zhu Zitong is Davis's biological mother, the person in the world who loves him the most, and at the same time, the most strict. Maternal love is, of course, a mother's nature, but so is strictness. Because for the offspring of the Dai family, except for the heirs who were still young or not yet born when the crown prince was designated, other princes either succeeded in seizing the throne and were established as crown princes, or failed, losing their lives or being deposed. As the daughter of the duke's Zhu family, Zhu Zitong has experienced this firsthand. Back in the day, she and Dai Zhun had killed the second and third princes and severely injured their second and third sisters. It was only after that, together with Dai Zhun, that they reached the highest position in the Star Luo Empire today. However, the couple, Dai Zhun and Zhu Zitong, who were once ruthless towards their younger siblings, now deeply resent the distorted and backward clan rules of the Star Luo Empire. It is a pity that despite their hard work and cultivation for half their lives, due to limited talent and heavy governmental duties, they are still far from reaching the realm of title Douluo, with the power that Dai Zhun and Zhu Zitong currently possess. Even if they teamed up without any guard between the emperor and empress, they still have less than a 50 chance of suppressing the old stubbornness of the royal family and the Zhu family's collateral branches. The roots of the Star Luo tree are too lush and dark underground, not to mention that in the court, there are those who are happy to see the royal family engage in mutual slaughter and internal strife, and then use them to achieve their own goals of becoming nobles and ministers. Therefore, since the queen gave birth to Davis, there has not been a day when she did not worry about his future. Fortunately, her son is quite promising, with a top-tier martial soul and innate full soul power. Such talent will undoubtedly lead him to become a title Douluo, barring any accidents. The second prince, Dai Qinghong, who was born 2 years ago, has a mother who is merely a palace maid, and he was born with insufficient vitality. Dai Zhun, pitying his frail body, early on granted him a title of nobility, excluding him from the candidates for crown prince. The third prince, Dai Bai, although he was born with different colored eyes and clearly not an ordinary child, has a mother who is honored as a noble consort, and her family is a well-known marquis house. However, the 6-year age gap between him and Davis is an insurmountable chasm. It seems that as long as Davis can grow at a normal pace, at least the children of his family will be safe in the future. The usually calm and composed queen could not help but let her thoughts drift. "Mother, my son has come back." David stepped forward and bowed, waking the queen from her contemplation. Once she came to her senses, she immediately restored her usual aloof expression and asked, Was this soul-hunting trip successful? What soul skills did you obtain?" But Davis could hear the tension in her tone. Davis demonstrated the offensive and defensive effects of the White Tiger Golden Qi 1-by-1 for the Empress, and even at her request. He attacked Queen Zhu Zitong with 2 moves. Of course, even when using the full, true sword technique and expending all his soul power to condense it into a single sword of White Tiger Golden Qi, it only prompted Zhu Zitong, the 78th level Nethercat Soul Saint, to slightly raise a finger. Ding! A full-force strike from the One-Ring Soul Master Davis merely resulted in Zhu Zitong, the 7-ring Soul Saint, getting a nail trimmed. The trimming failed. Not that it mattered. In fact, it was more than just not matching. Davis's performance was simply astonishing to the Empress. His offensive and defensive abilities exceeded the limits of a One-Ring Soul Master, and his methods were versatile and fluid. Each of these abilities was enough to make other Soul Masters envious. Yet they were all encompassed within a single soul ring of Davis. How could this not amaze and delight the Empress? Indeed, her son was the strongest. In her heart, Empress Zhu Zitong praised her son to the heavens, but she refused to give him any more compliments verbally. The practicality of his soul skills was very high, but your level 11 soul power is too much of a hindrance. When you return, remember to practice diligently and not let your guard down for a moment. Do you understand, Davis? Davis certainly understood the queen's intentions. There was probably no one in the world who loved him more than the woman before him. Yes, mother. Hearing Davis refer to her as mother instead of empress, the queen slightly opened her mouth as if to say something. But after a moment of thought, she decided to stop. She simply waved her hand, signaling Davis to leave on his own. She also instructed him to find the palace maids, as the queen had prepared 2 gifts for him to celebrate his successful soul hunting. Chapter 5. The joy that the village chief's grandson could not understand. Davis was about to go find the maidservant when he noticed she had already been waiting outside the 9-Spirit Palace for quite some time. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, the Empress has instructed me that in celebration of your successful hunt for the first soul ring, she has prepared 2 gifts for you. The gifts are valuable, so please come with me to inspect them. This maidservant is a trusted confidant of the Empress, and all matters in the 9-Spirit Palace are handled by her. Davis followed the maid to the backyard of the 9-Spirit Palace, where 3 children, a boy and 2 girls, were waiting. The boy was empty-handed, while the 2 identical girls each held a tray containing an exquisite wooden box. Upon seeing Davis enter with the maid, they both bowed to him. Through the maid's introduction, Davis learned that the boy was named Li Yang, the adopted grandson of Li Fu, age 7.5, with a soul master level of 15. His martial soul was the reflection mirror, which possessed mysterious spatial abilities. He was sent by the queen to be Davis's companion in study and would later become his right-hand man on the path to claiming the throne. In fact, this reflection mirror Liang was also a member of the Star Luo Royal Academy's battle team in the original story. Unfortunately, in the original work, the Star Luo team seemed unable to utilize this BUG-level control type soul master's advantages. Otherwise, Shrek might not have one. Now, under the care of Davis, a homebody seasoned by the trials of a new era of gaming, Li Yang's reflection mirror martial soul would undoubtedly exhibit extraordinary effects. The 2 girls were twins. One was named Zhu with a martial soul of a pearl, and the other was Pei with a martial soul of a jade pendant. Zhu and Pei were merely 2 ordinary maids arranged by the queen, but the items on their trays were anything but simple. One was a spirit fruit, entirely golden with a semi-transparent flesh. The other was a stack of property deeds. The spirit fruit was called the Golden Source Fruit. Consuming it would enhance the soul power of gold attribute soul masters without causing instability. And while it could not compare to the legendary celestial great herbs, it was undoubtedly the most suitable spiritual medicine for Davis. The property deed was for a villa in the suburbs of the imperial capital, named Wanjin Villa, which sounded rather rustic. However, hidden within the villa was the top-tier gold attribute mimicry training ground, Wanjin Pavilion. According to the maid, this Wanjin Pavilion could be considered the best gold attribute mimicry training ground in the continent. These 2 gifts were simply a perfect match for Davis. After introducing the 2 gifts, the maid bowed to Davis and said, Your Highness, the Golden Source Fruit is exceptionally precious. Even the queen spent a great deal to obtain it. Please consume and refine it on the spot, just to be safe. Davis can understand the caution of the female officials. This heavenly material and earthly treasure, which can elevate low-ranked soul master soul power by several levels while ensuring no future repercussions, is something that cannot even be heard of outside. It would not be an exaggeration to say it is worth its weight in gold. Additionally, there are already palace maids packing your luggage. Once you finish refining the Golden Source Fruit, you will just be in time to set off for the Wanji Mountain Villa. Davis was full of questions. I can understand the need to relocate to refine the Golden Source Fruit, but why do I need to move without knowing it myself? Li Yang explained to Davis, Your Highness the Grand Prince, the Queen has commanded that starting today, you will move to the Wanjin Villa, and there is no need to come to the Jiuling Palace every day to pay your respects. Everything should focus on your cultivation. From today onward, Li Fu will be stationed at Wanjin Villa to ensure your safety until the end of the succession dispute. Hearing this, Davis felt deeply moved. A parent's love for their child is profound and far-reaching. Even if royal familial bonds are distant, the Queen's love for him is undoubtedly all-encompassing. Without needing to say more, Davis immediately consumed the Golden Source Fruit. He sat cross-legged on the spot, operating the Chuanjin heart method to absorb the wildly escaping golden source energy from his gastrointestinal tract, reaching every limb and bone in his body. The female official exchanged a glance and dismissed all the maids in the garden, leaving only Liang, who was destined to become Davis's trusted aide for life, standing quietly by to guard him. Of course, there were still many hidden guards in the shadows. As soon as the Golden Source Fruit entered his mouth, his soul power, which was already at level 11 and close to overflowing, immediately broke through its bottleneck like a flood and reached level 12. Subsequently, the operation of the Chuanjin heart method became increasingly proficient, and the speed of soul power growth accelerated. Level 13, level 14. When his soul power reached 14.5, the energy contained in the golden source fruit gradually depleted. After all, it was not a true immortal-grade herb. It could only elevate a soul master's soul power by 3 levels. However, for Davis, who was most pressed for time, this was already a tremendous help. Feeling that the soul power within him remained as solid as that cultivated through his own efforts. It was indeed, as the maid said, there was no sign of instability in his foundation. Given this, after some thought, Davis took out a small huandong from the system space, preparing to consume it. At the beginning of his cultivation, taking such soul power-enhancing medicine was the most time-efficient. Moreover, taking the small huandong at this time would allow him to attribute the increased soul power to the golden source fruit. After all, he couldn't explain how he came to possess such a miraculous elixir. After consuming the small huandong, his recently elevated soul power surged again. Level 15, level 16. Until Davis's soul power reached the peak of level 16, the speed of growth gradually slowed, halting just before the breakthrough to level 17. One golden source fruit and one small huandong allowed Davis's soul power to break through 5 levels, saving him at least a year of cultivation time. He could sense that after the medicinal effects of the golden source fruit were completely absorbed by his body, a pure and sharp aura quietly dispersed into his limbs and bones. The gold attribute in his martial soul became even purer after this baptism. Perhaps, after nurturing with a few gold attribute soul rings, there would be hope for his white tiger martial soul's gold attribute to be elevated to the ultimate gold. Davis gradually stopped the operation of the true heart technique and opened his eyes. He really didn't expect that the 10-level threshold for soul masters could be crossed so easily. Even with the advantage of the true heart technique, Davis originally estimated that it would take him 2 years to complete it. As a result, after one meditation session, he jumped up 5 levels in a row. This is the joy of being a royal offspring. Davis couldn't help but feel grateful for his identity as a time traveler. If he were just the god-grandson of village chief Jack from Holy Soul Village, would he be able to understand this joy? Although it was far inferior to the celestial herbs that the Shrek gang consumed, which could raise their soul power by 5 or 6 levels at levels 30 or 40. This result was enough to make Davis laugh in his dreams. He couldn't help but make a small comparison in his mind. Prince Davis of the Douluo Empire, the enfeebler, 6 years old, level 16. Prince Dai Wei of the Douluo Empire, a native, 0 years and 4 days old, martial soul not awakened. Look at the vast difference, my fish-lipped Budu. Come chase after me. Then, under the arrangement of the female attendant, Davis, along with Liang, Zhu and Pei a total of 4 little ones, moved out of the 9 spirit palace in large and small carts. In the carriage, Davis closed his eyes to rest, but in reality, he was continuing to practice his soul power using the all-true heart method, hoping to reach the state where he could practice anytime, anywhere. Zhu and Pei were quietly observing Davis, wanting to see more clearly the man their sister would serve for a lifetime. Mianwili, Li Yang, fulfilling the noble duty of guarding his lord for the first time, sat upright outside the carriage, seemingly ready for an assassin to leap out from the street to attack the prince at any moment. His tense appearance even amused the coachman. Of course, the coachman would never dare to laugh. Although this little adult was quite childish, he was a noble soul master and the personal guard of the prince. Angering him and getting a whipping would not be worth it. The other servants were taking care of the luggage in the dozens of carts. While on a luggage cart that followed closely behind the prince's carriage sat Li Fu, the once-renowned Black Tiger General of Douluo City. Until the convoy arrived at the suburban Wanjin villa, they encountered no setbacks along the way. Li Fu opened his eyes and sighed. Patience was indeed commendable. It seemed the old man would have to worry in the future. He then vanished in a flash, entering Wanjin villa without alerting anyone. This time, the prince's relocation was not only to facilitate Davis's cultivation, but also a trap designed by Queen Zhu Zitong and Li Fu against the influence of the third prince's maternal family. If concubine Lien and the forces behind her saw the prince's relocation and noticed there weren't many high-level soul master guards along the way, they might impulsively choose to assassinate him. After all, time was not on Dai Wei's side. Davis is not only exceptionally talented, but is also 6 years older than Dai Wei, and his maternal family is the Zhu family. Given the current situation, no one in the imperial capital is optimistic about the newly born third prince. If the third prince's faction wants to turn the tables, Almost the only way is through assassination. Thus, the queen provided them with this opportunity. In this plan, besides the 89th level soul, Douluo Fu, who is overseeing the convoy, there are also 4 soul saints, 2 from the queen's side and the other 2 from the Zhu family, with the remaining bodyguards all being soul kings or above. As for why the Zhu family is willing to help, although whoever becomes the crown prince will have a Zhu family woman as the empress. Don't forget that with one prince eliminated early, the Zhu family can save a daughter from being a burial companion. Unfortunately, the assassination plot laid out in haste was too simplistic, and the opponents are excellent hunters who did not fall for it at all. Chapter 6. The True Heart Method. After settling into the Wanjin Mountain Villa, Davis immediately dove into the Wanjin Pavilion. He wanted to experience just how much this top-tier simulated training ground could enhance his cultivation speed. The Wanjin Pavilion is a single-story building 20 meters high, approximately 30 meters long and wide. The entire structure is made up of various metals and alloys, particularly around the building's perimeter, where 33 massive metal pillars are arranged in a special formation. Each pillar is 1 meter in diameter. Each of these giant pillars is connected deep underground to a small mineral vein that has been relocated containing the essence of the mine. The 33 metal mineral veins, linked by hundreds of types of alloy building materials and wires, form a top-tier metallic simulation training ground in the style of ancient soul guiding formations recorded in ancient texts. Davis walked to the entrance of the Golden Pavilion and still did not sense anything unusual. However, the moment he stepped into the Golden Pavilion, he noticed that the metallic energy in the air was exceptionally active. He tried to operate the Chuanjin heart technique, and it turned out to be about 30% faster than before. With the boost from the Golden Pavilion, Davis would definitely reach level 20 in less than a year. Davis has 2 months of free training time. In 2 months, he needs to enroll in the Star Luo Royal Junior Soul Master Academy to study various knowledge related to soul masters, soul beasts, and soul fighting, as well as basic skills such as royal etiquette and history. Although Davis is solely focused on closed-door training, as a royal descendant, he has no choice in the matter. In the next 2 months, Davis spends over 8 hours a day in the Wanjin Pavilion, practicing the Chuanjin heart method. Fortunately, Davis has a high compatibility with this internal skill. In just 7 days, he completed the first level of the introductory training. After starting the internal skill, Davis fully experienced the joy of training. The meditation methods on the Douluo continent are mostly boring and tedious, but the Chuanjin heart method, a genuine Taoist internal skill, makes Davis feel warm all over, as if every pore is expanding. The Soul Master level corresponds to the first level of the Chuanjin heart method, and soon, 2 of the 12 meridians were connected by the pure soul power cultivated from the Chuanjin heart method. The training speed of the Chuanjin heart method increased again, surpassing the royal secret white tiger meditation method by 15 times. Don't underestimate this ratio. The white tiger meditation method itself is already one of the few superior meditation methods on the Douluo continent. As Davis continues to improve in the Chuanjin heart method, the gap between it and the white tiger meditation method will grow larger. Over time, it could potentially mean a crucial leap from level 95 to 96, or even from 98 to 99 in soul power. The Chuanjin heart method has a total of 7 levels. Each of the first 6 levels corresponds to 2 of the 12 meridians, while the 7th level connects all 12 meridians into a complete cycle, allowing true Qi to be self-generated and continuous. After reaching the 3rd level, one can master the ability to practice while walking, sitting, or lying down. This passive training can achieve about half the efficiency of actively running the skills. This means that with the same 8 hours of training time, combining Davis's passive training for 16 hours, his actual training time is double that of others. Of course, as the introductory internal skill of the Chuanjin sect, it has its limits. Once reaching the 7-ring Soul Sage level, this internal skill will basically reach its limit. Although it can still be used to cultivate soul power, it won't have much advantage compared to the local meditation methods of the Douluo continent. However, the time before reaching level 70 is enough for Davis to distance himself from his peers. Moreover, with Davis's luck, he isn't worried about not getting a good internal skill from the many sects in the Jinsei group world. After more than a month of training, Davis's soul power broke through the level 16 bottleneck and reached level 17. At this point, it has only been 2 months since Davis awakened his martial soul. Besides training, Davis also engaged in another activity during these 2 months, doing business. In the world of Douluo continent, money has a somewhat awkward status as currency. Things that are truly precious to high-level soul masters, such as soul bones, self-created soul skills, and high-grade spiritual herbs are difficult to buy with gold coins. However, for royal descendants, money can showcase its power in many aspects, such as nation-building, military training, and developing new weapons. As a transmigrator, Davis has countless money-making projects in mind. His identity as the Crown Prince means that even if he gets involved in some lucrative industries, as long as they're not banking, iron smelting, or weapon forging, which could undermine the country's foundation, no one can snatch food from his mouth. So, during his breaks, Davis devised 3 business plans for Uncle Fu to have trusted family members execute. These 3 business plans are a brewing plan, a new-style restaurant plan, and a boutique jewelry plan. Among them, the brewing plan largely references hundreds of types of wines from his previous life, improving the brewing process of the Douluo continent and combining the essence of the brewing industries of both Earth and Douluo. The other 2 plans only reference the management models and design styles from Earth. Even with just this brand new idea would bring unprecedented shock to the Douluo continent, which had been stagnant for thousands of years. Of course, Davis's task is to train, and he won't roll up his sleeves to do business himself. The person in charge of the brewing plan is named Dou Qi, a low-level food system soul master, whose martial soul is liquor. The person in charge of the new-style restaurant plan is named Guijin, also a low-level weapon system soul master, whose martial soul is a spatula. Surprisingly, the most suitable person to lead the boutique jewelry plan turn out to be the sisters Zhuer and Pierre. Their martial souls of pearls and jade pendants make them particularly sensitive when dealing with jewelry, jade, and various precious metals. Moreover, perhaps due to their talent, these 2 little girls have a thorough understanding of the new style of jewelry in Davis's plan. The jewelry designed by them even impressed Davis, a wealthy second generation who has seen many treasures from Earth. Thus, with a wave of his hand, Davis decided to let these 2 girls, who are under 10 years old, take charge of the boutique jewelry plan. Of course, he would forget to pair them with the most professional management talent. Professionals do professional things. This way, as the boss, Davis can maximize his profits. Once these 3 businesses were delegated, aside from the 4 responsible persons, the specific details would naturally be implemented with assistance from the Crown Prince's residence. Davis only needs to grasp the general direction and then enjoy the benefits. Initially, the Queen was somewhat dissatisfied with Davis's distraction with business matters. However, when the 2 months ended and Davis went to the Jilling Palace to pay his respects, revealing his soul power of level 17, the Queen had nothing more to say. Instead, she sent many of her own people to pave the way for Davis's business. In her words, if the Crown Prince is going to do business, he should either not do it all or do it to the best of his ability. With Davis's forward-thinking ideas and the Queen's strong support, Davis's business grew larger and larger, shining not only in the brewing, jewelry, and dining sectors, but also gradually penetrating other fields. Once Davis's several industries were on the right track, he prepared to go to elementary school, Douluo Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. Chapter 7. Smash Davis. Early the next morning, Davis, accompanied by his attendant Li Yang, arrived at the Douluo Royal Junior Soul Master Academy. After all, as a royal institution, even if it is a junior academy, it looks impressive from the outside. The entrance of the academy is bustling with elegantly dressed noble youths. A man in a teacher's uniform at the registration office is processing the enrollment of new students. Martial Soul, a refined iron spear, innate soul power level 7, rated excellent. Martial Soul, a refined steel chain, innate soul power level 6, rated good. Martial Soul, a gray sparrow, innate soul power level 4, rated average. Suddenly, the teacher frowned and asked loudly, which family sent this child? Doesn't the Royal Academy accept students rated below good? A noble student assisting him with the registration quietly reminded him in the teacher's ear, Teacher Luo, this is the legitimate grandson of the Marquis Wu family. The teacher hinted that they should give some face, even if they didn't allow him to enroll. They should create a deadly feud. Unexpectedly, this teacher Luo was straightforward and scolded without any hesitation. So what if he is the grandson of Lord Wu? As long as this child inherits the Wu family's Ashback Falcon martial soul, even if he only has a level 4 innate soul power, our academy would accept him. The Ash Sparrow martial soul is already one of the weakest flying beast martial souls, and with only level 4 soul power, this child will not be able to keep up with the teaching pace of our Royal Junior Academy. Forcing him to enter our school is not helping him, but harming him. After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling for someone from the parent waiting area not far away to take the child away. Seeing this scene at the enrollment office, Davis couldn't help but sigh. Although, what teacher Luo said was harsh, from the perspective of the Douluo continent's values. It made sense. In this world, whether a person's life is ordinary or extraordinary is almost determined from the day their martial soul awakens. This phenomenon cannot be changed even if one day Davis ascends to the throne. The saying that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, is simply a joke. Although the Marquis household was displeased, they had no way to deal with the teachers of the Xingluo Royal Junior Academy. Because those who work at the Xingluo Royal Academy, even in the Junior Academy, are generally retired soul masters from the military for various reasons. This is a very close-knit group. If the Marquis household troubles an ordinary teacher over enrollment today, then congratulations by tomorrow morning. The Soul Douluo Committee of the Royal Senior Academy might come to the Marquis residence with a large group of soul emperors or even soul saints to knock on the door. This is a glorious tradition of the Xingluo Royal Academy, something that many noble families have explored at the cost of their own face and the doors of their residences. After the Marquis household left, Davis brought Li Yang to the enrollment office. That teacher Luo didn't recognize Davis, but the students assisting him immediately recognized Davis. It was His Highness the Crown Prince. The students whispered among themselves, and teacher Luo approached, simply bowing slightly as a sign of respect, but without being overly flattering. Davis briefly talked with teacher Luo and learned that the information about him and Li Yang had already been registered by someone from the Crown Prince's residence. Davis chose to be a day student because he had access to a top-notch mimicry training ground. However, Li Yang had to live on campus. This was because next to the Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, there was the Royal Senior Soul Master Academy, which had a mimicry training ground suitable for auxiliary soul masters. Perfect for Li Yang's use. As a natural soul power level 9 and the owner of a space-type bizarre martial soul, especially as the future teammate chosen by the Crown Prince, there was no problem in applying for the training resources of the Royal Senior Soul Master Academy. But to make better use of the mimicry training ground, he had no choice but to live on campus. This made Li Yang, the newly appointed companion of the Crown Prince, feel very disappointed. His noble task of closely protecting the Crown Prince was unexpectedly cancelled after only a few days. Under Davis's encouraging gaze, Li Yang still chose to live on campus. Only by becoming stronger could he become the perfect companion and guard for the Crown Prince. Although Davis chose to be a day student, he still came to the elite class for freshmen for a while at the suggestion of teacher Luo. One reason was to familiarize himself with the surroundings, and the other was that he had heard about a new student during the previous enrollment who met his requirements for a teammate. Lu Yunying, with a martial soul red flame, overlord spear, and innate soul power at level 9. In Davis's expectation, the 7-member team needed 2 strong assault types. Among them, Davis himself, as the core of the team, needed to use a decisive killing move. He couldn't rush in carelessly. Otherwise, if Davis got surrounded, the entire team would easily fall into a passive state. This determined that he needed a brave warrior who could charge in a battle and make decisive strikes. The Red Flame Overlord Spear Martial Soul is a top-tier assault-type weapon martial soul. Perhaps in one-on-one combat, it might be slightly inferior to the 7 Killing Sword and Haotian Hammer, but in multi-person team battles, the power it can exert on the battlefield is still above the other 2. With innate soul power at level 9, second only to a fully powered young genius. And after some training from Davis, there was no need to worry about falling behind the team's development. This Lu Yunying perfectly met Davis's needs. The moment he stepped into the elite classroom, without anyone introducing her, Davis recognized her. The little girl in red standing on the podium. She had a noticeably taller figure than girls of the same age, wearing a training outfit with a red base and white patterns, and carrying a red tassel spear on her back, with a spearhead forged from red jade and red gold. Her delicate face was radiating the brightest smile. If only she didn't have a mouth, then our star Luo Genius Gang would be established today. Starting today, I am the leader of the Genius Gang. Brothers, follow me. In 6 years, we'll punch our way through the Junior Academy, and in 6 years, we'll kick our way through the Senior Academy, dominating the Star Luo City Academy scene. The girl's voice was full of confidence, seemingly a born leader, especially good at inspiring others. Even when she spoke such rebellious words, it surprisingly stirred up a wave of responses from the audience. Dominate Star Luo City. Dominate Star Luo City. Dominate Star Luo City. Li Yang had always considered himself Davis's personal guard, and seeing these little brats daring to act recklessly in front of his lord, he could hardly contain himself and was about to explode. However, he was stopped by Davis, who held back his hand that was about to summon his martial soul. At that moment, the enthusiastic and spirited little girl in red on the podium also noticed Davis and Leon. The awakening of the Liu family's martial soul had always been held within the family, and since Davis usually acted in a low-key manner, Liu Yunying did not recognize him. "Hey, you two brothers, do you want to join our genius gang?" The little girl's eyes lit up as she jumped off the desk and stood in front of Davis. Not noticing that most of the students from noble families in the classroom instantly widened their eyes. A few righteous ones were about to remind Liu Yunying, but they were suddenly met with a meaningful glance from Davis, causing them to choose to follow their instincts, close their mouths tightly. Davis raised his eyebrows at Liu Yunying and asked with a smile, "Joining is no problem, but can you tell me what our genius gang is all about?" Liu Yunying confidently patted Davis on the shoulder and replied, "Have you heard about the Royal Soul Awakening ceremony a few days ago? The Crown Prince Davis was just awakened a soul, and he was hailed as the greatest genius in Star Luo City in a century. We established the Genius Gang to let the people of Star Luo City know that besides the Crown Prince Davis, there are other young talents in this generation. Having a full innate soul power does not equate to absolute talent. We, the members of the Genius Gang, train hard and will definitely surpass the Crown Prince." Davis became increasingly interested in this so-called Genius Squad and then asked, "What are we supposed to do in the Genius Squad?" Liu Yunying made a fist with her right hand and gestured to her chest, answering, "Of course, we supervise each other, learn from each other, work hard to cultivate, and strive to win against Davis." Davis interrupted Liu Yunying and guessed, "No, it's to crush Davis." Chapter 8. Be careful playing with fire, little girl, or you might wet the bed. After Liu Yunying gave Davis a faceful of her sales pitch, the look of satisfaction in Davis's eyes grew even stronger. Enthusiastic and fearless. How could this not be a little girl in red? In Davis's eyes, she was an indispensable champion puzzle piece for his future team. She would be the bravest vanguard general under the next Emperor Xingluo. What do you think, bro? Have you thought it over? Join our genius squad. Davis's smile gradually faded, becoming serious as he opened his left hand in front of Liu Yunyao, revealing his white tiger martial soul with a golden pattern, prominently displaying a bright yellow soul ring. "Great. I'll join the genius gang. However, I'm not used to being someone else's little brother. How about you, the leader of this talented youth gang? Let me take the lead instead." The classroom fell silent, and even Liu Yunyao was stunned for a few seconds. At the age of 6, with a white tiger martial soul and being a one-ring soul master, there was only one person in the entire Star Luo Empire who met these 3 criteria: Prince Davis. It was quite embarrassing to have such behind-the-back talk exposed right in front of the person involved. However, being the daughter of a military family, Liu Yunyao quickly composed herself. "It's not impossible for you to be the leader, but you have to defeat me. No, you must defeat the 5 strongest members of our gang." Liu Yunyao initially thought that defeating her would suffice, but her innate battlefield intuition as a descendant of the Liu family warned her that this opponent might be stronger than she imagined. One-on-one, she was almost certain she would lose. A group attack would be too embarrassing. The only option left for her was a wheel battle. Yet, even knowing she had no other choice, when she actually suggested the wheel battle to Davis, as the only daughter of Liu Qinfeng, a first-class general of the Star Luo Empire, Liu Yunyao still felt a bit of shame. "All right, but 5 matches would take too long, and I'm in a hurry. How about all 5 of you come and me together?" Davis's response was so straightforward that Liu Yunying and the other students were left speechless. The other 4 were willing to agree to a group attack, but Liu Yunying firmly disagreed. A 5-on-1 round-robin battle was already a last resort. If they were to conduct a group attack, it would tarnish the reputation of the Liu family. In the end, it was decided that the competition would be a 1-on-5 round-robin battle led by Davis. Besides Liu Yunying, they also selected 2 defensive types, 1 control type, and 1 agile attacker. However, apart from Liu Yunying, the other students had yet to obtain their spirit rings, so they could only use the most basic abilities of their martial souls. The other 4 would go on the front lines with the sole purpose of exhausting Davis's soul power. But against Davis, whose combat power far exceeded that of a typical soul master, even the 2 defensive soul masters couldn't last more than 1 exchange with him. They couldn't even force out his soul skills. The 4 matches, akin to adults battling children, ended in just 1 minute. Liu Yunying's expression grew increasingly serious. However, the descendants of the Liu family had never retreated without a fight. Liu Yunying stepped forward and summoned her martial soul. Liu Yunying, a level 12 soul master, with the martial soul Crimson Flame Overlord Spear. A long spear wreathed in flames appeared in her hand, its body a dark red color, with the spear tip seemingly made of bright, red sharp crystals. The Crimson Flame Overlord Spear is the inherited martial soul of the Liu family from the Marquis of the Douluo Empire. Known for its powerful assault capabilities and its ability to inspire teammates and boost morale on the battlefield. It was under the influence of the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear that the other students in the classroom found the courage to join the Genius Youth Group and challenge the formidable Davis. Otherwise, how would ordinary minor nobles dare to challenge the royal offspring? Davis was very satisfied with the progress of events. He had originally considered whether to visit the humble abode 3 times or use some strategy to win over the genius soul master Liu Yunying. He did not expect her to come to him so willingly. Davis, a level 12 soul master with a white tiger martial soul. He had awakened his martial soul for 2 months, and level 12 was a suitable level to display publicly. As for why he could hide his soul power fluctuations, it was thanks to the ancient soul guide, the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet. Liu Yunying wanted to say something more, but Davis did not give her a chance to backtrack. In the state of martial soul possession, he crossed the distance between them in just 2 or 3 steps. His self-created soul skill, mountain-shaking iron palm, buzz. Liu Yunying was caught off guard by Davis's advance, but her diligent training in spear techniques allowed her to react just in time. She horizontally positioned her Scarlet Flame Overlord Spear to barely block Davis's palm strength. However, in addition to the unmatched strength of the palm, there was also a strong shockwave that forced Liu Yunying to retreat several steps, nearly losing her grip on the spear. In the exchange between the spear and the palm, it was actually Liu Yunying, the spear wielder, who suffered setback. Liu Yunying was startled and hurriedly retreated. Davis was ruthless in his advantage, delivering one palm strike after another, each hitting the weakest point of Liu Yunying's spear. Although Davis is not a cautious warrior, when faced with the unfamiliar opponent Liu Yunying, he immediately used his self-created soul skill. Since this was a measure of the future teammate's strength, he naturally couldn't hold back too much. However, the descendants of the Liu family are never ones to accept defeat easily. After being at a disadvantage with the first move, Liu Yunying activated her first soul skill right away. First soul skill, Crimson Flame Dragon. The flame light, originally wrapped around the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear, was instantly amplified several times when this soul skill was activated. With a dragon's roar, the flame light transformed into a fiery dragon. This soul ring comes from a 400-year-old magma lizard dragon, an extremely rare and powerful subdragon soul beast. The Crimson Flame Dragon first soul skill not only increases Liu Yunying's attack power, but also allows her to unleash the Flame Dragon at the end of the skill's duration, causing a burst of significant damage. The Liu family must have spent countless resources to find such a soul beast for Liu Yunying. Once this soul skill was activated, the lethality of the spear in Liu Yunying's hand and the intensity of the flames both saw a substantial increase. Assault formation, 1,000 armies break. The distance just retreated became Liu Yunying's charging distance. The Crimson Flame Overlord Spear in her hand, guided by a fire dragon, charged towards Davis. The will to fight to the death. This is the family motto of the Liu family's assault formation, and any Liu family member afraid of death would never master the assault spear technique. Even Liu Yunying, a girl who has never been on the battlefield, displayed a hint of the assault spear's life and death momentum at this moment. The Crimson Flame Overlord Spear truly deserves to be the first martial soul for charging into battle. Davis did not dare to underestimate his opponent at all, although he still only displayed a soul power of level 12. A golden light had already quietly gathered in his palm. First soul skill, White Tiger's Gold Grade Aura. Clang. Davis slammed his palm against the gun, producing a metallic collision sound that shouldn't have occurred. Buzz. With this strike, the vibration that Liu Yunying endured was nearly doubled compared to before. Visually, Liu Yunying, riding the fire dragon, seemed to hold a greater advantage. After all, in the eyes of the surrounding small soul warriors, the gun of the big sister Liu Yunying was engulfed in flames, with dragon roars echoing. Meanwhile, the great Prince Davis, under Liu Yunying's relentless pursuit, could only rely on the soul technique emanating from the light on his palm to defend himself. In fact, something that shocked everyone happened. A sharp metallic buzzing sound rang out as the long gun in Liu Yunying's hand was directly knocked away by Davis's palm. The outcome was clear, and it was over. The gun held by the soul master of the Liu family, who was entrenched in battle, was knocked away, while the opponent remained unharmed. So, of course, Liu Yunying lost. Both had the same level 12 soul power and were both strong attack types. Expecting a battle of top beast martial souls against top weapon martial souls to be evenly matched, but the fight ended in just 2 moves. Lu Yunying never imagined such an outcome. She was completely stunned, not even noticing the sound of the long gun falling to the ground behind her. Davis found that his blow to the other party was a bit too strong. He stepped forward and patted Lu Yunying's head, laughing. "Little girl, do you like playing with fire so much? Aren't you afraid of wetting the bed at night?" Lu Yunying immediately puffed up like a little cat, baring her teeth, and said, "You're the one who wets the bed. You wet the bed," and drew the entire map of the Star Luo Empire. Chapter 9. The Formation of the Team You Win. Lu Yunying came to her senses and decisively put away her martial soul, saying to Davis, "Now you are the boss of the genius gang." Davis glanced at Lu Yunying, shook his head, and said, "I'm not interested in this genius group. What I'm interested in is you." Lu Yunying's face instantly turned red, and she took a step back, even summoning the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear again to guard her chest. "You, what do you want? Even if you are a prince, you can't forcefully take a girl in the Royal Junior Academy and act recklessly. My father is a first-class general." Davis rolled his eyes. This girl was overthinking things. Where did her mind go? "My future princess can only be the daughter of the Zhu family. Everyone in the Starry Empire should know that, right? I mean, I'm not interested in your genius, but I want to invite you to join my battle team. Oh, by the way, thanks to the inspiration you just gave me, I named our team the Demon King Team. What do you think?" Lu Yunying's face turned even redder at his words, almost like steam was about to rise from her head. The students watching from the sidelines, including the 4 soul fighters who had just been defeated by Davis, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Angry and embarrassed, Lu Yunying thrust her spear into the ground, creating a hole in the school's floor. "What are you laughing at? Keep laughing, and I'll gouge out your eyes." Hearing this, everyone instantly vanished, all scurrying back to the classroom. Once the onlookers were gone, Lu Yunying finally had the courage to lift her head again and looked at Davis, asking, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, are you recruiting me for the future battle for the throne?" This question was a bit sharp, but Lu Yunying had to clarify. As the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, her choice could even affect the entire Lu family. Davis thought for a moment before answering Lu Yunying directly. "No." When answering this question, Davis became slightly more serious. "There are many purposes for forming a team, such as meeting a few close friends who can keep up with me, winning the championship of the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent, and changing some things in the Star Luo Empire that I don't like. All of these are important, but among them, the matter of seizing the throne is the one that requires the least effort in terms of calculation and scheming." If this statement came from another prince, Lu Yunying would probably not believe a word of it. But when it came from someone who calmly defeated peers like him, Lu Yunying felt that everything made so much sense, as if things should be as he said. Even someone as confident as Lu Yunying, if she put herself in the shoes of the second prince, the third prince, or some other yet-to-be-born prince, would feel that the battle for the throne seemed to have already drawn its curtain early. Thus, Lu Yunying joining Davis's team became a natural thing. A strong attack-type weapon soul master, a frontline attacker, has joined the team. Among the 7 core members that Davis envisioned for his team, there are currently 2 strong attack types and 1 control type. Core of the team, strong attack type. Davis, martial soul. White Tiger, second martial soul not revealed, attacker. Strong attack type. Lu Yunying, martial soul. Red Flame, Overlord Spear, control type. Liang, martial soul. Reflection Mirror, and the assassin in the team, who is a sensitive attack type soul master, will undoubtedly be Zhu Jian, the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family, currently has not awakened her martial soul. In addition, the team also needs 1 support type and 1 defense type. As for the last member, it would be best to have a sniper. Currently, there is no similar positioning in the classification of soul masters in Douluo continent, but in Davis's view, this position is extremely critical. A soul master with high-intensity long-range sniping capability, such as those with martial souls like bows, crossbows, or javelins, often possesses efficient and sustained long-range attack abilities. They can complete harassment, cover, and harvesting. However, the only flaw of this type of soul master is their insufficient self-protection ability. Once they are approached by melee soul masters, especially strong attack and sensitive attack types, it almost results in being taken down by a combo. Therefore, bow and crossbow type martial souls are often found in the military. Only under the protection of the army can these special soul masters unleash their offensive talents on the enemy. In competitive arenas, due to the limited battlefield area, bow and crossbow type soul masters often cannot achieve satisfactory output, unless teammates can create an environment for them. For example, if you have a teammate with a reflection mirror martial soul, with the assistance of such a bizarre spatial type soul master, as long as there is enough synergy, the survival ability of the team members will be qualitatively enhanced. In this case, the role of bow and crossbow-type soul masters will be infinitely amplified. Finding suitable control and defense types is not difficult. In Davis's future academy life, he believes he will soon encounter suitable candidates. As for bow and crossbow-type soul masters, Davis has already started looking among the descendants of the military system, and perhaps results will come soon. After Liu Yunying joined the team, Davis held a small banquet at Wanjin Mountain Villa. Only 3 members of the team participated in the banquet. During the banquet, Davis briefly described his thoughts and ideas about forming the team to Liu Yunying, receiving her full support. At the same time, Liu Yunying also had a significant change of heart regarding Liang, the little follower. Originally, Liu Yunying thought that Liang was just a lackey who followed Davis into the elite class, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be the control-type powerhouse in the team. Especially after hearing Davis's ideas for using the reflection mirror, this bizarre spatial-type martial soul could elevate her strong attack capabilities to several higher levels, if used well. Feeling somewhat guilty, Liu Yunying poured several cups of juice for Liang, leaving the shy little boy quite flustered. It was still Zhu Er and Pei Er serving dishes that helped Liang out of his predicament. Although Liu Yunying was just a 6-year-old girl, the enormous physical consumption from practicing her spear every day made her always hungry. The dishes showcased by Davis opened a new world for this food enthusiast. As several hearty dishes were served, Liu Yunying no longer paid attention to building rapport with Liang and instead focused on a long battle with the dishes on the table. The cuisine at Wanjin Villa was vastly different from the local dishes of Douluo continent, many of which have been improved under Davis's creative ideas and inspirations. Additionally, he had placed a high reward for discovering new spices and seasonings, with chefs who could find new seasoning receiving a substantial reward. In just 2 months, the variety of dishes at Wanjin Villa blossomed like 100 flowers, showcasing styles from Sichuan, Hunan, Shandong, Anhui, Cantonese, and Hui cuisine. The next step in Davis's plan was to conquer the dining industry of Xinglua City with gourmet food, thereby laying the groundwork for the entire Xinglua Empire. The increasingly refined recipe book would earn Davis's business empire its first pot of gold. However, unexpectedly, these earth delicacies first conquered the stomach of Davis's future top aide. After a hearty feast, Liu Yunying rubbed her round, nearly bursting belly, and let out her 17th belch before reluctantly stopping. Chapter 10. Kicking the kindergarten after the banquet. Davis returned to Wanjin Pavilion to complete his daily training. Before starting his training, he opened the sexy dealer system to check today's gains. Yes, after defeating Liu Yunying and others 5 times in a row, the system notified him that he had completed a hidden achievement, kicking the kindergarten. Reward: random card draw once. Davis felt a surge of joy in his heart and thought to himself, what kind of dark achievement is this? Is there a reward for beating up children? Is there also an achievement called punching the nursing home? Do I have to defeat those 3 old committee members from the Tiando Royal Advanced Soulmaster Academy? Davis shook his head with a smile and pressed the randomly selected button. In the random draw of the Jin Yong Heroes card game, the draw was successful. He obtained the martial arts card, Tiger Claw Deadly Hand. The character card's highest affinity spirit type, Feline Spirit. Wow, what you think is what you get. Could it be that in this lifetime, I truly am an enviable lucky dog? Although the Tiger Claw Deadly Hand isn't the top martial art in the Jin Yong Heroes card pool, in terms of lethality, it definitely ranks in the 2nd tier. The most important thing is that this card notes that the highest affinity spirit type is Feline Spirit. Dragon Rider face. Upon thinking of this term, Davis suddenly felt a jolt, realizing he might be getting a bit carried away, and immediately took a deep breath and slapped his face. Can't be reckless. Can't be reckless. Can't be reckless. After all, his 2 major opponents are the most powerful force on the continent, the Spirit Hall and Tang San, who hasn't even been born yet, but has countless wall-hopping traversers behind him. However, with this card, many currently impractical ideas can now be put on the agenda. Davis reviewed the general plot of Douluo continent in his mind. Among the milestones in Tang San's rise, there was one thing that could not be overlooked: the immortal herb. As the first significant turning point in the rise of the Shrek 7, the importance of the immortal herb is self-evident. If it could be intercepted in advance, the gap between both sides would only grow larger. However, the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the Sunset Forest had already fallen into the hands of the poisoned Douluo at this time. Although this individual is known as the gatekeeper with battle power equivalent to a title Douluo, their proficiency in poison allows them to suppress lower-level soul masters even more than other lower-ranked title Douluos. Originally, Davis, who could not possibly possess the battle power of a title Douluo, had temporarily set aside the matter of the immortal herb. Yet, looking at the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand martial arts card in front of him, Davis's thoughts became active. Did he have to use it himself? Or should he keep the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand martial arts card until Zhu Zhuyan could use it? Not necessarily. Li Fu, who had been loyal to the Zhu family and his mother Zhu Zitong for decades, was also a feline martial soul, right? Decades of unwavering protection were enough to prove Li Fu's loyalty to Zhu Zitong and her son, Davis. He had exhausted his potential, and his soul power had remained at the perfect level of 89 for a long time, yet he still could not break through to level 90. However, the martial arts cards produced by the system have the effect of enhancing qualifications. If Li Fu could fuse with the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand and then be given a small healing pill to mend his hidden injuries, not only would his potential be enhanced, but the numerous hidden injuries he had accumulated over half his life would also heal, making the breakthrough to level 90 a natural outcome. At that time, Davis would have an additional trump card in hand. Should he choose his fiancée, who has higher talent and is closer to him, or Li Fu, who has strong combat power and can continuously bring him benefits? As for himself, who also possesses a feline martial soul, Davis had never considered it. Mastering martial skills requires time and energy. Just one technique, the Tremor Mountain Iron Palm, would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Learning another technique like the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand would only distract him and not provide much of a combat power increase. Being well-rounded but lacking specialization is a major taboo in martial arts. Soon, Davis made his decision to let Li Fu use it. In Davis's view, the martial arts that would be more suitable for Zhu Zhiyun's 9 Nether Spirit Cat martial soul would be the Crushing Divine Claw from the 9-Yin Manual, which also has a more resounding name, the 9-Yin White Bone Claw. Zhu Zhiyun had not even awakened her martial soul yet, so preparing matching martial arts for her was not an urgent matter. This martial arts card, however, could play a greater role if used by the old man Li Fu. Li Fu, as Davis's guardian, was currently in the Golden Mountain Manor. Davis arrived at Li Fu's courtyard, using the excuse of seeking advice on soul cultivation to dismiss others and instructed Li Yang to wait outside, prohibiting anyone from entering. Subsequently, he selected the Tiger Claw Deadly Hand martial arts card from a system and attempted to use it on Li Fu. The system detected that the host was using a card on someone else for the first time. Favorability detection in progress. Loyalty, 95, loyal, already exceeded the standard. Compatibility detection in progress. Compatibility, 98, strongly recommended for fusion. As expected, Li Fu's favorability towards Davis reached the system's standard, and the compatibility with the Tiger Claw Deadly Hand martial arts card was also very high. After completing this series of preparations, Davis bowed to Li Fu and asked, "Grandpa Li, if you were to achieve the title of Douluo, could you defeat Douluo?" Li Fu was taken aback by Davis's sudden question and, after a moment of thought, replied seriously, "That old poison snake? What did he provoke you for, Your Highness? If I could become a Douluo, defeating him wouldn't be difficult." However, although Li Fu had never fought Douluo, they were both well-known soul Douluos on the continent and had some understanding of each other. This title, Douluo, known as the Poison Overlord, was skilled at overpowering the weak, and no amount of people using sea tactics could withstand his poison gas. But when it came to battles of the same level, as long as one could dodge his lethal 8th soul skill and soul bone technique combo, it would be easy to deal with him. However, Li Fu was well aware that there was no such thing as what if in this world. Even if he had a secret trump card that was far beyond an ordinary soul Douluo, relying solely on his 89 level Black Tiger martial soul to challenge the 91 level Green Phosphor Snake Emperor, the odds of winning were still below 20. The old man's innate soul power was only at level 8, and he had been injured on the battlefield in his youth. So he feared he would never have the chance to glimpse the world of Douluo in this lifetime. Li Fu made up his mind to dispel some of Davis's unrealistic thoughts, even at the cost of revealing his own scars. Perhaps the Crown Prince would become a top powerhouse on the continent in the future, and at that time, taking Douluo's life would surely be as easy as reaching into a pocket. But for now, Davis was still too young and too weak. Offending a Douluo, especially that old poison snake who kills without leaving a trace, was indeed too reckless. Davis, however, understood in his heart and smiled as he said, "Ordinary means may not help you break through, but what if it's a god? The existence of the system cannot be explained to anyone, but the existence of gods is something that strong individuals are somewhat aware of." Li Fu's pupils suddenly constricted, and he unconsciously grabbed with both hands, shattering the armrests of 2 chairs. Then, A violent aura that obscured the sky and covered the sun erupted, just enough to envelop a small space around the two, cleverly not putting any pressure on Davis within a range. Your Highness the Crown Prince. If this old man heard correctly, Li Fu's expression was extremely serious at this moment, staring into Davis's eyes as he spoke each word clearly. Did you just mention gods? Li Fu had once deeply experienced how much stir any news regarding gods could cause on this continent. So much so that the moment he heard this word, he immediately used his ultimate trump card, which had been hidden for over a decade and was known to no living person on the continent. The domain. If Davis hadn't mentioned gods, no one in the world would have known that a soul fighter from the Luo Empire, whose path was cut off, would possess such an extraordinary ability as a domain. This was precisely why Li Fu dared to claim a 2/3 chance of victory against Douluo. And after more than 10 years, Li Fu used the domain again, with the sole purpose of confirming that there were no third ears around, to avoid fabricating too much and exposing himself, and to give the old man some room for imagination. Davis did not provide further explanation, but planned to let Li Fu personally experience the arrival of the divine miracle, silently selecting to confirm the use within the system. The Tiger Claw Absolute Hand Martial Arts card transformed into a golden light and merged into the top of Li Fu's head. Chapter 11. Martial Soul Evolution. Cracking Wind Black Tiger. After the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand Martial Arts card fused with Li Fu, it began a comprehensive transformation from martial soul to body along with the medicinal power of the small returning pill. Half an hour later, the fusion was complete. Roar. A thunderous tiger roar echoed in the room, blocked by Li Fu's domain and making no sound outside. At this moment, Davis, as the original owner of the martial arts card, could already see Li Fu's status on the system panel. Li Fu relationship. Subject loyalty, 100, faithful, martial soul, cracking wind black tiger, innate soul power, level 9 soul power, level 90 merged soul card, Tiger Claw Absolute Hand. After merging with the Tiger Claw Absolute Hand martial arts card, Li Fu underwent earth-shattering changes. Not only did his soul power break through the shackles and reach level 90, but his innate soul power also increased from level 8 to level 9. What surprised Davis even more was that Li Fu's original martial soul, the Black Tiger, barely reached the threshold of a high-level martial soul, but after this fusion, it had been completely transformed, evolving into the top-level beast martial soul, cracking wind Black Tiger. Coupled with the newly acquired self-created soul skill, Tiger Claw Absolute Hand, Li Fu's close combat explosive damage was significantly increased. It can be anticipated that in the near future, Li Fu's strength would undergo a leap akin to a triple jump. After a short while, Li Fu's aura gradually retracted, and he slowly opened his eyes. Grandpa Li, how does it feel to receive the grace of the gods? Davis looked up at the elder with a smile and asked. Li Fu felt the powerful body filled with health, strength, and potential, a state he hadn't experienced in a long time. It was so miraculous. He had never felt this good before. Was this the power granted by the divine? Those eyes, which usually seemed dull and lifeless, now sparkled with energy, though deep down there was still a hint of disbelief. What had just happened felt like an illusion. Even the subordinates, partners, and family members who had merged with soul cards could not access the existence of the system. Thus, Davis took out the speech he had long prepared. Grandpa Li Fu. Actually, from the day I was born, I was chosen by a deity to be the divine child, the successor to the divine position. The divine grace, just now, was a blessing from the deity to you, the guardian. Li Fu Sudin Lianderstuv. Filling in the entire plot based on the framework of the story given by Davis. So he was already determined to be the successor to the divine position at birth? In that case, the early wisdom of His Highness the Crown Prince, the extraordinary golden tiger stripes of the white tiger martial soul, and the divine blessing just now all made sense. However, concerning the inheritance of the divine position, this news was too shocking. There was still a trace of disbelief in Li Fu's eyes, but he thought, how could His Highness the Crown Prince casually reveal such matters about the inheritance of the divine position to an outsider like me? If the wrong person was trusted, and if I had any ulterior motives in my Black Wind domain, the letter from Davis is certainly not entirely from Li Fu himself, but rather from the system. However, what it conveys to Li Fu is, this blessing from the divine represents my identity as a guardian, and the choice of the guardian is determined not by me, but by the deities of the divine realm. Once the statement was made, the final piece of logic that Li Fu was missing in his heart was finally complete. He himself was undoubtedly guilt-free, but his care and loyalty towards the queen and the crown prince were never overtly expressed. and this child, Davis, certainly could not perceive the human heart. However, the deities could. The hearts of mortals, of course, cannot obstruct the gaze of the divine. Thus, it was only natural that he became the most suitable guardian for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Having sorted out his thoughts, Li Fu finally no longer felt conflicted and bowed to Davis, saying, "Old servant Li Fu is willing to serve His Highness until death." This was the second time in his life that this elderly man had spoken these words, but they were sincere and simple enough that no one could doubt them. Davis had a serious expression as he raised his hand to tap Li Fu's arm, not tall enough to reach his shoulder, and said, "Li Qing, I, Davis, accept your loyalty." This might be the simplest loyalty ceremony on the Douluo continent, but its significance is enough to be recorded in the continent's history. Subsequently, the two began discussing their plans for the upcoming period. There were only two important matters. First, Li Fu needed to hunt for a sufficiently powerful ninth spirit ring. Second, after becoming a titled Douluo, Li Fu would, according to Davis's plan, plunder the fairy herbs from the ice and fire Yin-Yang well. Regarding Li Fu's ninth spirit ring, it was difficult to find a 100,000-year spirit beast, but there were quite a few between 80 and 90,000 years in the Dou forest. According to Li Fu's own recollection, when he hunted for his eighth spirit ring, he had encountered two tiger-type spirit beasts over 80,000 years old. As for whether he could defeat them, with Li Fu at level 90 possessing a domain, and spending a month or so familiarizing himself with his newly acquired self-created spirit skill, Tiger Claw Absolute Hand, his combat power could be further enhanced. With his strength, as long as he didn't recklessly confront those powerful 100,000-year spirit beasts, he should be able to roam freely in the Dou forest. Once Li Fu successfully hunted the spirit ring and officially advanced to title Douluo, he would head to the Dou Empire to retrieve the fairy herbs that Davis wanted from the ice and fire Yin-Yang well, which belonged to Douluo. As for the entire medicinal garden, since it was deeply embedded in enemy territory, they would wait until Davis's strength increased a bit more. If all went smoothly, by the time Li Fu returned from the Dou Empire, Davis would also be close to breaking through level 20. At that time, they would go to the Dou forest to hunt for the second spirit ring, making him the youngest Grand Soul Master in the history of the Douluo Empire. After that, Davis would add a series of training plans for himself. He would no longer be limited to simply cultivating soul power. His physical fitness, palm techniques, and practical combat abilities would all need to be honed. The ancient soul guide, the giant peak soul lock bracelet, obtained on the day his martial soul awakened, would also be put to use then. After the conversation between the master and servant ended, Davis left Li Fu's courtyard as if nothing had happened. That night, Li Fu sent someone to the palace to inform the queen, asking her to secretly send 2 soul saints and 8 soul emperors as guards to protect the Wanjin mountain villa. Meanwhile, before dawn, he quietly left the gates of Douluo City without alerting any city guards. The courtyard where Li Fu lived in Wanjin Mountain Villa was cleaned daily by his grandson, Li Yang. Meals were also regularly delivered by Li Yang, who would secretly eat inside the room without raising any suspicions from others. In this way, for a short period, no one would discover that the strongest soul Douluo in Wanjin Mountain Villa had quietly left. The upcoming period of life was dull and tedious for Davis, yet filled with joy. Other than attending school, practicing the true heart technique, and training the mountain-shaking iron palm, the challenges from Lu Yunying every few days provided him with some interest. It must be said that the teammate he chose was indeed a born warrior, or rather, the descendants of the Lu family, inheritors of the Crimson Flame, Overlord Gun, Martial Soul, were all born warriors. Every 3 to 5 days, Lu Yunying would challenge Davis. However, due to the vast difference in their hard power, Davis would always resolve the battle in just a few punches and kicks. Yet, Lu Yunying showed no signs of discouragement. Defeated repeatedly, yet she continued to fight. Although the results were still not optimistic, the techniques she could sustain under Davis's hands remained those few moves, which the other students in the Royal Junior Soul Master Academy could not comprehend her masochistic mentality. However, Davis understood and was deeply shocked. Only by constantly sparring with Lu Yunying did he realize how terrifying the talent of this repeatedly defeated girl was. It is worth noting that while Lu Yunying was making progress, Davis was also improving every day, even though his training time was not long. After integrating the martial arts card, practicing the mountain-shaking iron palm was significantly smoother than for others. Under these circumstances, Lu Yunying's progress in her family's spear techniques could barely keep pace with him. If it weren't for the fact that weapon martial souls could not be spirit beasts taking shape, Davis might even suspect that she was perhaps a 100,000-year Crimson Flame, Overlord Gun Spirit Beast in disguise. Chapter 12. The Night Banquet at the Marquis's Residence, the Crossbow Attack. 2 months after Li Fu's departure, Davis has reached level 18 and will soon obtain his second soul ring. At this point, Lu Yunying is already aware of her captain's true soul power level, but her fighting spirit remains high. As a powerful attack-type soul master with innate soul power at level 9, her cultivation speed is inherently fast. Additionally, with the Lu family's self-established fire attribute simulated training ground, Lu Yunying has also leveled up over the past 2 months, reaching level 13. 7.5-year-old Liang has also improved his soul power through hard training, reaching level 16. Besides the breakthrough in soul power, both Davis's palm techniques and Lu Yunying's marksmanship are making significant progress, especially Lu Yunying. Under Davis's guidance, her improvement in marksmanship has surprised even her father, Lu Qinfeng, a powerful soul Douluo. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for Lu Yunying to gain the Marquis's approval to join Davis's team. However, what makes Lu Yunying a bit desperate is that aside from attending classes and her unwavering 6 hours of soul power cultivation every day, she spends the rest of her time practicing marksmanship. Meanwhile, Davis, in addition to cultivating soul power and palm techniques, has started exercising daily, learning royal etiquette, and taking time to understand the progress of several major business ventures. As a result, Davis is still progressing faster than her in both soul power cultivation and palm techniques. Why does such an extraordinary person exist in the same era as herself? Realizing this, Lu Yunying can only train even harder, sleeping only 6 hours a day. Originally, Liang, who was only considered somewhat diligent in his training, felt that his position as the #1 personal guard was at risk upon seeing Lu Yunying's determination. So he also began to train desperately. Thus, the internal competition in the Crown Prince's mansion began. One morning, Lu Yunying arrived as usual. However, she was not wearing her previous training outfit, but a magnificent gold and red noble gown, with the Marquis's family crest pinned to her chest. Although the Marquis's family has excellent upbringing, Lu Yunying, dressed up, exuded the elegance of a gentle and proper young lady. However, after 2 months of interaction, both Davis and Liang, who are now quite familiar with Lu Yunying, could tell that she was so uncomfortable in this outfit that she looked like she might burst out of it. Davis stifled a laugh and asked, "Oh, our Miss Yunying, are you planning to wear a long dress and dance with a gun today?" Liang chimed in from the side, "Your Highness, the Great Prince, you should be careful. It might be Yunying's long-practiced ultimate move." The two formed a duo that usually wouldn't laugh, but since they hadn't gone through complete training, they burst into laughter after just 2 sentences, which infuriated Lu Yunying. Lu Yunying resisted the urge to summon the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear, stomp her foot, and impatiently handed out 2 invitation cards. "My father heard about our plan to form a battle team and specially hosted a banquet to invite my 2 teammates for a discussion at our residence." Davis took the invitation and looked at it. The invitation bore the family crest of the Xianzheng Lu family, but it was not outlined in gold, indicating that it was only a second-tier invitation. Logically, this type of invitation should not have been sent to the Grand Prince's residence. Looking further at the invitation, it was addressed to Lu Yunying's 2 teammates, Davis and Liang, rather than the Grand Prince. Davis immediately understood. Lu Qinfeng truly lived up to being a general at the highest level of the Star Luo Empire's military. He was indeed meticulous in his actions. The fact that he did not use the Lu family's highest-level invitation indicated Lu Qinfeng's respect for the 2 of them, while showing no flattery towards the prince. Inviting Davis under the pretext of inviting his daughter's teammate, yet not mentioning his identity as the first prince, was to leave some room for the Duke's residence. Close ties between the military high command and the prince were never good news. This banquet might be Lu Qinfeng's assessment of Davis, the first prince, and the captain of his daughter's battle team. The outcome of the banquet could determine whether Lu Yunying could join the battle team with the Duke's support. Therefore, Davis had to attend. After both he and Liang changed into formal attire for the banquet, arranged for 6 soul emperors to guard them openly, and 2 soul saints to follow secretly, the group set off for the Duke's residence. In a civilian house within Star Luo City, Luo Jin, a retired soul king expert from the Flying Feather Army, who had no idea how many soul masters he had killed in the external wars of the Star Luo Empire, was now in a completely helpless state, being trampled underfoot. "Luo Jin, have you thought it through?" A man in black slightly lifted his foot off Luo Jin's head and asked. "The first prince is already set out. There's no time to waste. If you act, you may not necessarily die, If you don't act, you will die now and drag your wife and daughter down with you. Your wife can't hold on much longer. Would you be willing to let your lovely daughter die for a first prince you've never even met? Looking at his wife lying in a pool of blood and his daughter, who had been knocked unconscious and was being held by the man in black, Luo Jin glanced at the three-masked soul emperors in front of him. This iron-blooded soldier, who had survived countless life and death battles, had no choice but to lower his proud neck and submit to the leading masked man, saying, "I agree, but you must let my daughter go." The leader nonchalantly agreed, casually tossing the little girl to the ground, and then handed Luo Jin an address. "Get here within 10 minutes and assassinate the first Prince Davis. If you succeed, we will save your wife and release your daughter. If you fail, you know the consequences." Luo Jin glanced at the address and left without a word, quickly followed by 2 soul emperors, leaving only the leader to guard Luo Jin's family. The speed of the Soul King and Soul Emperors was astonishing, and in about 3 minutes they arrived at their destination, the Drinking Star Pavilion. The largest restaurant in Eastern Star Luo City. It may not be the tallest building, but it ranked among the top 10 in height and was perfectly situated along the path that Davis and his party would take. Luo Jin entered the top-level private room that the men in black had booked in advance, without exchanging any words with the 2 black-clad men, silently summoning his martial soul. The Silverwing Crossbow. This was a heavy crossbow with extremely high burst attack power at mid-range. Luo Jin, a Soul King, had repeatedly killed unsuspecting Soul Emperors. However, it also had fatal flaws. Its shooting frequency was extremely low, and once the martial soul was summoned, his movement speed drastically decreased. These defects meant that Luo Jin could only be an excellent system soul master, able to exert his maximum effectiveness only under the protection of the army. But at this moment, the target the men in black wanted him to assassinate was just a first-ring soul master. As long as Luo Jin exerted his full strength, even with a soul saint secretly protecting the target, he at least had a 50% chance of killing him in one shot. 10 minutes later, Davis and his party passed beneath the Drinking Star Pavilion. The black crossbow in Luo Jin's hands glimmered with silver light, and 4 of the 5 soul rings lit up in succession. First soul skill, Charged Arrow. Second soul skill, Eagle Eye. Third soul skill, Hunting Light. Fourth soul skill, Armor-Piercing Arrow. Seeing him act this way, the 2 black-clad men who had been worried about Luo Jin's cooperation sighed in relief. Before choosing Luo Jin for the assassination, they had gathered detailed information about him, including his 5 soul skills, except for the 5th soul skill used for close-range counterattacks. The other 4 soul skills were all used for this arrow, thus increasing the probability of a successful assassination. Assassinating the first prince of the Star Luo Empire was a task that, having a 70% chance of success, was already a stroke of luck. Regardless of what the men in black thought, Luo Jin was completely unconcerned at that moment. All his focus seemed to be poured into the arrow he was about to shoot. The arrow poised to be released from the Silverwing crossbow radiated an unsettling aura. Yet Luo Jin's gaze was as calm as the deep sea. When Davis's carriage moved into Luo Jin's optimal shooting angle, whoosh, a deafening arrow screech cut through the air, targeting Davis inside the carriage. The mere curtain could not stop Luo Jin's second soul skill, Eagle Eye. The arrow was so fast that it only caught the attention of the 2 soul saints guarding them when it entered a 5-meter range of the carriage. In less than a tenth of a second, the deadly arrow would pierce through Davis's skull. Just at that critical moment, the carriage's body glowed with dark blue inscriptions. This carriage had already been enhanced with soul skills by high-level defensive soul masters. Ding! The arrow struck the inscriptions, momentarily blocking its path. "You rat! How dare you attempt to assassinate His Highness the First Prince?" One of the soul saints guarding them erupted, summoning his martial soul. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, black, black. A level 74 control-type soul saint, with a martial soul of steel chains. 5th soul skill, Chain Capture. Several chains shot out at high speed towards the crossbow arrow. Capturing the assassin was trivial. Protecting the first prince was paramount. Therefore, the soul saint's first reaction was to neutralize the arrow that posed a threat to the first prince. The 2 black-clad men on the rooftop immediately sprang into action, each summoning their martial souls and unleashing several 10,000-year soul skills, temporarily blocking the soul saint's soul skill. The black-clad men had a simple goal. With a soul saint present, especially one skilled in control, they would be unable to approach Davis's carriage. So they had only one chance to bet on Luo Jin breaking through the protection of the carriage. As for their own lives after being exposed, that was never within their consideration. They knew from the day they were planted in Douluo City that if one day their nail was activated, it would be the day of their own demise. As long as they successfully assassinated their target, their entire mission would be fulfilled. Seeing the appearance of an assassin, the other Soul Emperors in the team quickly reacted, with half surrounding the carriage and the other half charging towards the two black-clad men. Just as the two black-clad men were about to be surrounded by the Soul Saints and several Soul Emperors, one of them shouted loudly, "Luo, Jin, if we fail, your wife and daughter will not survive." A fierce light flashed in Luo Jin's eyes at the top of the building. At that moment, he seemed to transform back into the sole master assassin of the former Flying Feather Army, unleashing the long-hidden killing intent without any concealment. Just as the black-clad man's words fell, a black light lit up on Luo Jin's left forearm. Soul Bone Skill, Void Passage. Meanwhile, a black vortex appeared in front of Davis's carriage, and a deadly arrow instantly flew into that vortex. No one expected that Luo Jin, a mere soul king, was hiding a soul bone. Moreover, it was a space-type soul bone that even titled Douluo sought but could not obtain. At this critical moment, he used his soul skill to open a void passage, sending that fatal crossbow arrow into the carriage. Luo Jin's full-powered shot, even if slightly blocked by the inscriptions on the carriage, was more than enough to kill a first-ring soul master like Davis. Seeing this, the two men in black suddenly laughed maniacally and used their last bit of soul power to crush their own hearts. Mission accomplished. What they needed to do next was to silence themselves to prevent the royal family from sending high-level soul masters adept at manipulating the mind to extract the organization's secrets from their consciousness. Although the control-type soul sage wanted to leave a survivor, he couldn't withstand the suicide techniques acquired through countless training by these death warriors, and thus they successfully committed suicide. Seeing the two men take their own lives, Luo Jin sheathed his silver-wing heavy crossbow martial soul and swiftly left the Yinqing pavilion, racing home. However, he had already attracted the attention of the Iron Chain Soul Sage, and several iron chains came flying in, ready to bind him like a zongzi. Fifth soul skill, Void Jump. The 10,000-year soul ring that Luo Jin had not used suddenly lit up, and with a flash, he reappeared dozens of meters away. It was the space-type soul ring he obtained simultaneously with his 10,000-year soul bone years ago. The Iron Chain Soul Sage frowned. The Agile Attack Team, capture him alive. Owl. Grayback Falcon, Lightning Leopard. 3 speed-oriented Agile Attack, Soul Emperors shot out like arrows, following Luo Jin's figure. The Iron Chain Soul Sage approached the carriage slowly, seemingly unconcerned about Davis's safety. Your Highness, there are 3 assassins in total. 2 have already committed suicide, and 1 is on the run. I have sent someone to pursue him. Our itinerary remains unchanged. Yes. After receiving Davis's orders, the Iron Chain Soul Sage left behind a servant from the Grand Prince's residence to await the city guards of Xingluo City for follow-up matters, while the others continued toward the town military marquis's residence. Inside the carriage, Davis closely examined the arrow that targeted him. The arrowhead was poisoned by Luo Jin, and it was neatly split in half from tip to tail, because it was a creation of a soul skill. It had begun to disintegrate after being damaged and would soon vanish, making it unusable as evidence. This was precisely the work of the Soul Sage sitting beside Davis, who decisively struck out with his sword to block the arrow after it penetrated the external barrier of the carriage. Chengyu, a level 78 strong attack Soul Sage. Martial Soul Dragon Pattern Sword. Chengyu is well known even in the powerful Xingluo City, hailed as the #1 swordsman of Xingluo City. Although he couldn't compare to the Sword Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, he had once achieved the astounding feat of a Soul Sage killing a Soul Douluo. Personally invited by the Dou Emperor to be the court swordsman, he was promised a stipend and granted access to all swordsmanship-related texts of the Douluo royal family. It was because the queen invited him that Li Fu felt at ease leaving Davis's side. This arrow still has spatial soul power. If I hadn't blocked it, there should have been a segment of space jump. It wasn't aimed at you, Your Highness, Chengyu said as he handed the arrow to Davis. Davis smiled noncommittally and said, It's fine, we don't need to invest any more thought into this matter. The Jinjuan Marquis's residents will investigate and clarify things. Sitting next to Davis, Lu Yunying had a pale face since the assassination began, but her expression gradually improved after hearing Davis's words. As the daughter of the Lu family, even at just over 6 years old, she understood very well that the news of the Lu family hosting the Grand Prince must have leaked from within the Lu residence. If they wanted to prove their innocence, the Lu family had to either capture or identify the true culprit behind the scenes. Davis as the victim, was willing to give the Liu family the opportunity to investigate, which indicated that he still had a certain degree of trust in this teammate. Whoever dares to spy on my family and use my father's banquet as an opportunity to orchestrate an assassination, my father will definitely get to the bottom of it and give you an explanation. No matter who it is, whoever dares to use my aunt, Liu Yunying, will make sure they understand why the tip of the red flame overlord gun is so red. Davis waved his hand, signaling Liu Yunying that there was no need to be so agitated. Those who resort to assassination are merely fearful of our future. Most of our enemies are just jackalls with half their bodies buried in the ground. You and I are growing stronger every moment. They can do nothing but assassinate. All they can do is watch us grow step by step and send them to their graves. Isn't that an exhilarating thought? Yunying, where has the ambition you had when you first wanted to establish the genius gang and challenge me, the great demon king, gone? Upon hearing this, Liu Yunying's face instantly turned red. With Davis's encouragement and teasing, her rising anger and worries were mostly smoothed over. Chapter 14. There will always be troublemakers wanting to harm me. The attempt on the life of the crown prince on the street had a greater impact than imagined. The imperial palace, the harem, the military, and even the spirit hall of the Xinglua Empire were all stirred up. In an instant, spies and messengers from all sides sprang into action, while the surface of Xinglua City remained calm. Underneath, a storm was brewing. However, our protagonist, Crown Prince Davis, continued on to Liu's residence for the banquet as if nothing had happened. In the carriage, Davis opened the card drawing system. He achieved the hidden achievement, "There will always be troublemakers wanting to harm me," and received a special reward, rare item card, visualization of Liu Zu. This item would appear in the card pool of the Golden Heroic Legends, something Davis had never anticipated. It was a reward for completing a hidden quest in the Golden Heroic Legends. In the game, it could be used to visualize the pure Yang Dao ancestor Liu Dongbin to enhance mental attributes. In the world of Douluo, its usage would be quite similar. Perhaps whether Davis could achieve the fourth ring after 10,000 years would depend on this visualization. The first-ranked general, Marquis Liu Qinfeng, personally led the Marquis' guard to welcome him. Davis observed the legendary general Liu Qinfeng of the Empire up close for the first time. At 60 years old, he was not considered old for a soul fighter, and his thick, fiery red long hair made him appear even younger. Unlike the usual way of welcoming guests, this general was dressed in full armor, draped with a bright red war robe adorned with the unique crimson flame dragon pattern of the Liu family. It seemed as if he was preparing to confront a formidable enemy. Clearly, the recent assassination attempt had not only enraged Liu Yunying, but also provoked this military giant. His attire and the formality with which he greeted Davis served as a warning to those who were secretly observing. Davis felt a sense of amusement at this scene. Originally, he only intended to seek the consent of the Marquis' residents to officially include Liu Yunying in the battle team. If he could have a few more divine assists like this, subduing the entire Liu family in the ambush might not be just a dream after all. While Davis was observing Liu Qinfeng, the latter was also watching him. Despite having just experienced an extremely dangerous assassination attempt, Liu Qinfeng could not sense the slightest bit of panic from Davis, who should be a pampered royal. Instead, he felt that this grand prince was calm and composed, much like those troublesome bureaucrats in the court. The general seemed quite satisfied with this, and smiled as he cupped his hands towards Davis, saying, "The Marquis' residence has not handled matters properly, leaking confidential information, which led to your Highness's assassination attempt. I hope for your forgiveness. I have already taken the initiative to summon His Majesty's decree, and within 3 days, we will surely solve the case and trace the origins of the mastermind to provide an explanation for your Highness. May I ask if your Highness has any special requests?" Liu Qinfeng's apology was not overly humble, but it was filled with sincerity, promising to solve the case within 3 days and agreeing to give Davis some privileges in the investigation. Davis was no longer concerned about the assassination case at this point, but he made an unexpected request to Liu Qinfeng. "My lord, you are too polite. However, if it's convenient, there is indeed something I would like you to help me look into. Among the 3 participants in the assassination, the one who is still at large, if he can be captured alive, could I have a private meeting with him?" The arrow that nearly struck Davis had startled him, and he also broke into a cold sweat. That arrow, which traversed space, was indeed aimed at Davis. If it weren't for Cheng Min, the top swordsman of the Xinglua Empire, guarding him, a regular soul saint might not have been able to guarantee Davis's safety 100. Davis's team is missing such a shooter. Of course, Luo Jin himself is guilty of assassinating the prince. Regardless of the underlying reasons, According to the laws of the Starry Empire, he is undoubtedly doomed to die. However, his involvement in the assassination was clearly forced, and he is not on the same side as the other two black-clad assassins. Moreover, according to Chung Min, that fatal arrow was not actually aimed at Davis. If there were a way for Davis, as the victim, to clear his name, he might escape with his life and not bring disaster upon his family. Additionally, Davis might be able to find a shooter he wants from the network of relationships within his family's younger generation. Davis's request was nothing more than a convenient task for Liu Qinfeng, who agreed without much thought. Subsequently, Liu Qinfeng welcomed everyone into his residence for a banquet. Just as the feast was halfway through, the three agility-type soul emperors from Davis's guards returned after pursuing Luo Jin, bringing with them the news of Luo Jin's death. The three soul emperors had chased Luo Jin to his home and found him in a fierce battle with another cloaked figure. However, before they could intervene, Luo Jin and the cloaked figure perished together. They could only identify Luo Jin and bring back his daughter. His wife had also died from excessive blood loss. In his final moments, Luo Jin proactively revealed to the three soul emperors that he possessed a soul bone, hoping to offer it in exchange for his family's pardon. This space-type, 10,000-year soul bone was so valuable that it far exceeded the lives of the three agility-type soul emperors. Although all the individuals involved had died, the three dared not hesitate for a moment and immediately brought back the soul bone just in case. Davis sighed regretfully upon hearing this. Even in the situation where his family was taken hostage, Luo Jin never truly intended to assassinate the royal family, proving himself to be a worthy former member of the Starfall Army. As a soul king, being able to perish together with a soul emperor is indeed a testament to his talent. It is a pity for him to die like this. Moreover, with this, Davis's idea of finding a candidate for the team shooter from Luo Jin's network has been completely dashed, compared to selecting teammates. Acquiring a Millennium Soul Bone of the space system may not even be considered a great joy in Davis's eyes. By the way, Your Highness, I have one more matter to report. The Owl Soul Emperor handed the soul tool containing the space system soul bone to Davis, then clasped his hands and half-knelt on the ground, requesting, Luo Jin is a retired soul king from the Feather Army, and I was also from the Feather Army back then. Although I never had the chance to work with him, I still share a bond of camaraderie with him. The couple Luo Jin has passed away one after the other today, leaving only their only daughter in the world. May I ask, Your Highness, to spare her from being implicated due to her young age? Only daughter? Davis was moved. How old is that girl? The Owl Soul Emperor, unaware of Davis's deeper meaning, honestly replied, just over 6 years old. She hasn't had the chance to awaken her martial soul yet. Davis nodded in agreement to the request of the Owl Soul Emperor and asked him to first take the girl back to Wanjin Manor. After the banquet, bidding farewell to Liu Qinfeng, Davis returned home with his people. Luo Jin's daughter is named Luo Wei, and she is the same age as Davis. At this moment, she stood in front of Davis, with her head lowered, neither crying nor making a sound, seemingly waiting for the final doom to descend. Davis spoke up, Your father's assassination was false. Killing enemies is true. He is not a traitor, but a hero of the Empire. A simple sentence made the girl before him, who was bowing her head, tear up, with tears continuously dripping onto the ground. Yet, she still did not speak. In a while, I will have someone awaken your martial soul. If your aptitude is good, you will receive the Empire's training. Even if your aptitude is average, the Empire will still treat you as the child of a martyr and raise you. The little girl listened and bowed to Davis, remaining silent. Losing both her father and mother within a single day, and right before her eyes, was an immense emotional blow for a 6-year-old girl. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness, said the Owl Spirit Emperor, who was standing beside her, quickly expressing gratitude on her behalf. If fortunate, you are a genius. Davis then casually said, Well, I will give you a chance to follow me. I will provide abundant resources to cultivate you into a strong individual at any cost. And perhaps one day, you can take revenge on a mastermind behind this with your own strength. Davis's casual remark instantly brightened Luo Wei's dim eyes. It was a cold yet blazing fire of revenge, eager to freeze everything and burn everything to ashes. Genius, becoming stronger, revenge. Only by getting stronger could she have the chance to take revenge for her father and mother herself. The young girl suddenly raised her head, staring intently at Davis, as if she wanted to remember this boy who promised her deep in her soul forever. Please let me awaken my martial soul. I will definitely be a genius. Davis nodded noncommittally. He had already investigated Luo Jin's life. The silver wing heavy crossbow martial soul aside from being applicable only to the military, could be considered a high-level weapon martial soul. With innate soul power at level 6, he was a minor genius, which allowed him, as a commoner, to advance to Soul King at the age of 37, relying on the not-so-abundant resources of the military. If today, as tragedy hadn't occurred, he could have at least achieved Soul Emperor in the future, and there might have been a glimmer of hope for becoming a soul sage. Luo Jiwei, as Luo Jin's daughter, was very likely to inherit her father's martial soul, with her innate soul power probably around level 6, and a small chance of reaching level 8 or even higher. As long as she reached level 7, it would meet Davis's baseline for accepting team members. After all, both fairy herbs and soul cards have miraculous effects that can change destiny. A level 7 genius could, after 2 transformations, become one with full innate soul power, which was not impossible. However, for a genius like Davis, an innate soul power of level 7 was insignificant, yet it was something that ordinary families could only hope for. Would fate begin to favor Luo Jiwei after she lost everything? Chapter 15, Silver Wing Pursuit. 4 joys arrive. The servants in the mansion quickly prepared the items needed for awakening the martial soul, and Davis designated the Owl Soul Emperor to preside over Luo Jiwei's awakening. The Owl Soul Emperor patted Luo Jiwei's head and activated his martial soul. Yellow, purple, black. Standing in the awakening formation, Luo Jiwei emitted a deep purple light from her hand, profound and captivating. As the light gradually faded, what appeared in her hand was a hand crossbow. It didn't look like Luo Jin's silver wing heavy crossbow. Instead, it resembled a lightweight one-handed crossbow. Child, place your hand on the crystal ball, the Owl Soul Emperor instructed. Luo Jiwei obeyed and placed her hand on the awakening crystal ball. The purple light in the crystal ball began to rapidly spread upwards, 50%, 60%, 70%, until the purple light occupied more than 90% of the crystal ball. It gradually came to a stop. Innate soul power at level 9. Like Lu Yunying and Liang, she was undoubtedly a great genius. In Davis's eyes, a hint of joy was already showing. Next, there was only one step left, to assess Luo Jiwei's martial soul strength. From its appearance, Luo Jiwei's martial soul was just an ordinary hand crossbow. If there was nothing extraordinary about it, it might not even be as strong as her father Luo Jin's 7th level innate soul power silver-winged heavy crossbow. Davis was about to ask when he witnessed a surprising scene. A purple light suddenly emanated from Luo Jiwei's hand, and the hand crossbow, which was originally only about a foot long, transformed into a giant crossbow that closely resembled the appearance of a silver-winged heavy crossbow. Twin martial souls? No, it should be a single martial soul with 2 forms. Davis quickly reacted and had someone bring over several targets specifically designed to test the power of soul skills. After a round of testing, Davis was pleasantly surprised to discover that Luo Jiwei's martial soul had likely undergone a mutation. The martial soul is called Silver Wing Soul Chaser Crossbow. It has 2 forms, the Silver Wing Heavy Crossbow and the Soul Chaser Light Crossbow, which can be freely switched. In the heavy crossbow form, the power of normal shots reaches the level of top-tier attack type weapon martial souls. In a light crossbow form, it truly becomes a soul-chasing death dealer. Although the power and range are reduced by about half, the mobility, shooting speed, and accuracy have seen a massive increase. Once Luo Jiwei's strength improves, she might be able to output damage comparable to that of an entire Soul Master Archer camp by herself. This would be deadly for some squishy-type Soul Masters. Davis couldn't be more satisfied with this test result. From today on, you will be my companion reader, just like Liang. And you will also be a member of our Demon King battle team. Main archer of the Demon King battle team. Welcome to the team. With Luo Jiwei taking her position as an archer, the official members of Davis's battle team are almost at full capacity. The strong attack type assault expert Lu Yunying, the control type tactical core Liang, the long-range sustained output core Luo Jiwei, and the strong attack type decisive force Davis. Additionally, there is the agile attack type assassin Zhu Zhuyun, who will awaken next year. In Davis's vision, the remaining 2 positions in the team must include 1 main tank. In the original story, the defense-type soul master of the Xing Luo battle team, Ingwei, has a martial soul called the Inflated Water Buffalo. Although this talent is considered good, it is not yet a top-tier defense-type martial soul. As a backup sub-tank, it might be acceptable, but it doesn't meet Davis's requirements for a main tank in the team. Ideally, it should be a top-tier defense-type martial soul like the Xuanwu shield possessed by the Shizhou brothers in the Tiando royal team, which would maximize the advantages of Liang and Luo Jiwei. The last position for a support type should ideally be the 9-treasure glaze tile. Unfortunately, with Davis being in Xingluo as the first prince, he cannot hope to have the 7-treasure glazed sect, which is almost bound to the Dou Empire. Davis has informed the queen, asking her to exert her utmost effort to find the contemporary heir of the 9-heart sea Tang, Yi Lingling, and to invite her to join the team at all costs. The sausage Uncle Oscar, who possesses innate full soul power, is also on Davis's search list. However, compared to the almost undead 9-heart sea Tang, Oscar's supportive abilities are not as enticing. Besides the main 7 members, Davis also plans to set up 2 to 3 reserve positions like the Shrek team to deal with various opponents and unexpected situations. 2 days later, Lu Yunying handed Davis a letter from her father, Lu Qinfeng, which contained his promised explanations. After reading it, Davis merely smiled and burned the letter. Apart from the 2 who wrote and received the letter, even Lu Yunying did not know its contents. For a while, Davis remained quite subdued, practicing daily with everyone at the Wanjin Mountain Villa and did not even visit the Junior Royal Academy. Most outsiders believe that Davis was frightened by the previous assassination attempt and dared not leave the protection of Li Fu's estate casually. Some officials even accused him of lacking courage and losing royal dignity, leading to his impeachment as the Grand Prince. However, the one who initiated the impeachment was expelled from the court by the Star Emperor Dai Wei and was never to be used again, with the reason being the unauthorized viewing of royal secrets and suspected collusion with imperial assassins. This action made everyone aware that regardless of whether Grand Prince Davis was truly frightened, he still enjoyed the emperor's favor. Minor issues brought to the table could not harm him in the slightest. Only a few knew that during this dormant period, Davis's training was even more arduous than before. Aside from the basic necessities of eating, sleeping, relieving himself, and cleaning, Davis spent the rest of his time either practicing the true heart method to enhance his soul power, training his palm techniques, or practicing soul skills combinations with Li Yong, Lu Yunying, and Luo Jiwei. This relentless training even made the maids Zhu, and Pi, in the residence feel uneasy, worrying that their prince might have psychological issues. Until one morning more than 3 months later, in the rooms of Davis and Luo Jiwei, a series of intense fluctuations in soul power were heard one after another. Someone has broken through. Davis, at the age of 6.5, advanced to level 20, qualifying him as a quasi-soul master. Luo Jiwei also broke through to level 10 soul power within 2 months after her martial soul awakening, and can obtain a soul ring at any time to become a soul master. After witnessing how hard Davis has worked over the past 3 months, his personal maid, Zhu suggested holding a small-scale celebration banquet to allow everyone who has been diligently training for 2 months to relax a bit. While everyone was discussing how to organize the celebration banquet, news came from the patrolling grayback Falcon Soul Emperor outside the Wanjin Mountain Villa that Li Fu had returned. Davis was overjoyed upon hearing this, even more so than when he broke through to level 20 in soul power. After all, Old Master Li's trip carried a lot of his expectations. Davis led everyone to the entrance of the Wanjin Mountain Villa to greet them. Before they could leave the courtyard gate, they heard the old man's hearty voice. "Your Highness, wait a moment. I'm here." Looking up, a figure appeared in front of everyone, looking travel-worn yet spirited. Before Davis could ask, Li Fu bowed to him and said, "Thanks to your Highness, my journey this time has gone smoothly. Not only did I achieve all my goals, but I also gained a little unexpected joy. There are many people around," and Li Fu spoke very subtly, but Davis understood completely. It seemed that Li Fu had taken care of both his 9th spirit ring and the celestial herb. As for the unexpected joy Li Fu mentioned, Davis didn't take it to heart. After inviting Li Fu to take a seat, Davis waved his hand and instructed the many servants. "Today is indeed a day of great joy. Go prepare, and let everyone have a good time tonight." After dispersing the crowd, Davis and Li Fu went to the secret chamber beneath Wanjin Pavilion. Li Fu detailed his gains from this trip to Davis. After leaving Xingluo City, he secretly headed straight to the Stardow Forest and quickly found the 90,000 year spirit beast, the black cloud howling wind tiger, that he had encountered before. This was a variant spirit beast whose combat power was infinitely close to that of a 100,000 year spirit beast. It possessed the ability to control the wind. A typical 90-level quasi-title Douluo would probably only have the option to flee when facing it. However, after Li Fu gradually mastered the martial art Tiger Claw Absolute Kill, he discovered that this self-created spirit skill was a combination of dominance and cunning. enhancing his already strong close combat ability by 2 levels. After a fierce battle, Li Fu took advantage of the Black Cloud Howling Wine Tiger's stiff state after using its ultimate skill to momentarily immobilize it with his domain. Then instantly activated his martial spirit True Body, and with a Tiger Claw Absolute Kill, he extracted its heart. He safely obtained a spirit ring that was second only to a 100,000 Year 1. As for the unexpected joy Li Fu mentioned, it was indeed not a trivial matter as Davis initially thought. After killing the Black Cloud Howling Wind Tiger, Li Fu discovered that a highly complete torso spirit bone had condensed within the tiger's corpse. A 90,000 year torso spirit bone, nearly at its maximum completeness. What kind of concept is that? Such a treasure would not even exist in the royal treasury of the Xingluo Empire. A typical title Douluo, even a super Douluo, would absolutely be unable to resist the temptation of this item as long as their torso bone was still vacant. Yet this loyal servant, Li Fu, collected the spirit bone without any emotional fluctuation, intending to present it to Davis. Looking at the torso spirit bone, emitting a faint bluish-black glow on the table, Davis pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. Grandpa Li, you should absorb this spirit bone yourself. Chapter 16, Celestial Herb and Banquet. Treating people as people, Your Highness. Li Fu, seeing Davis refuse to absorb the spirit bone, immediately became anxious and was about to explain in detail the benefits of absorbing this 90,000 year spirit bone. Davis interrupted him. Grandpa Li, I understand the value of this 90,000 year torso spirit bone, but the gods have already made plans for my future spirit bone, so. Davis didn't know how to refuse Li Fu, so he once again used the divine being as a shield. Li Fu immediately stopped questioning him. As long as it was related to the divine being, he would definitely support it wholeheartedly. Thus, under Davis's instructions, Li Fu sat down on the spot and absorbed the incredibly precious 90,000 year old torso soul bone. With the enhancement of this soul bone, Li Fu not only raised his soul power level by 1 more rank, but also obtained a soul bone skill that could perfectly complement his 9th soul ring, which greatly increased his strength. Next, it was time for the matter Davis was most concerned about, the celestial herbs. These treasures that he had been planning to obtain since crossing over finally had a portion in hand. Li Fu took out 5 celestial herbs from a treasure chest, which were precisely the 5 that Davis had instructed him to retrieve. The wonder mushroom, heavenly chrysanthemum, the coxcomb phoenix, sunflower, the tulip, the autumn water dew, and the narcissus jade skin bone. For these 5 celestial herbs, Li Fu had lain in ambush in the sunset forest for half a month, finally waiting for the opportunity when Dou Qi left. Once he confirmed that Dou Qi had gone far, Li Fu quietly infiltrated the medicinal garden created by the ice and fire yin-yang eye and, according to Davis's instructions, took down these 5 celestial herbs. The remaining few were either difficult to obtain, like the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, or extremely toxic, like the blood-colored swan kiss. Of course, there are also some like the heartbroken red and fragrant chua celestial products, which would definitely be useful sooner or later. Unfortunately, Davis didn't want to confront Dou Qi directly for the time being, and due to the limited space of Li Fu's soul guide that could store living things, he could only reluctantly set them aside and leave them in the ice and fire yin-yang eye for now. It wouldn't be too late to retrieve them when Davis's team arrived in Heaven Do City. As for the 9th grade purple Ji that Master Yu Xiaojiang consumed in the original work, under Davis's suggestion, Li Fu had already taken it himself on the way back. Although this spiritual medicine was not a celestial herb, it possessed miraculous effects comparable to celestial herbs. Even Yu Xiaojiang, with his mutated failed martial soul, could reshape his foundation. So Li Fu's split-wind black tiger martial soul certainly benefited significantly. Although it didn't T-evolve, its strength increased to a higher level, and his soul power reached level 92. Now, after absorbing the 90,000 year old torso bone to increase by 1 level, Li Fu, who had been stuck at level 89 for over 10 years, unexpectedly jumped to level 93 in just a few months. It could be said that on the Douluo continent today, unless a super Douluo appeared, Li Fu would be hard to find a match against. The strength increase of this loyal servant, Li Fu, allowed Davis to modify his future plans to be bolder. In his mind, he already had a distribution plan for the 5 celestial herbs before him. The wonder mushroom, heavenly chrysanthemum, capable of forging an indestructible body, would naturally be consumed by himself. And this celestial herb had the potential to enhance the gold attribute in Davis's martial soul, helping him take a step closer to becoming the true divine beast. The white tiger. The fire attribute coxcomb phoenix sunflower would belong to Lu Yunying, with this celestial herb. Lu Yunying's scarlet flame overlord spear had the chance to become the true #1 weapon martial soul on the Douluo continent. The Chilua tulip was for Liang. Similar to the reflecting mirror and the 7 treasure glazed tile, both of which belong to treasure-type auxiliary martial souls. The Chilua tulip could help Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile upgrade to the 9 treasure glazed tile, and it should also have a chance to allow Li Yang's martial soul to evolve. The Narcissus jade skin bone, which could suit Zhu Zhuqing in the original timeline, would of course also be perfectly applicable to his fiancée, Zhu Zhuyin, although she had not yet revealed her face. She should be engaged to Davis after awakening her martial soul next year. Speaking of which, Zhu Zhuyin in this world was incredibly lucky, without having awakened her martial soul. Her future fiancé, whom she had never met, had prepared everything for her: celestial great herbs, perfect teammates, and future martial arts cards. Of course, this girl, who had followed Davis's footsteps for over 10 years in the original work and remained with him even after defeats, deserved to be treated this way. Finally, the autumn water dew, which was consumed by Tang San in the original work to further enhance the purple extreme demon eye, Davis did not plan to consume. The 2 major effects of this celestial herb were not very appealing to Davis, assisting in the cultivation of eye techniques, which, according to Davis's knowledge, did not exist in the world of the Gold System heroes. Enhancing mental strength was also no longer a pressing need, as with the Elzu visualization diagram. Davis was confident he could elevate his soul power to above the Soul King level before reaching level 40. Therefore, Davis planned to leave this autumn water dew for Luo Jiwei to use. Once she acquired a soul skill of the eye technique, using the autumn water dew would greatly increase the chances of significantly enhancing the eye technique. All those who were granted celestial herbs must be trustworthy partners. The standard is simple. The system determines that the favorability and loyalty must exceed 90, firm loyalty. Davis has tested and confirmed that, apart from the newly joined Luo Jiwei, both Lu Yunying and Liang have met the requirements. As for Luo Jiwei, Davis tested her not long ago. Although her loyalty level of 88 is already quite high, it only reflects her loyalty level and has not yet reached the steadfast loyalty required by the fusion system to view cards. However, Davis believes that time will reveal a person's true character, and the situation will become clear in due time. The evening banquet was held as scheduled in the backyard. Liang and Lu Yunying, having accompanied Davis in intense training during this period, were under significant pressure and felt quite fatigued. So they naturally took this opportunity to indulge in good food and fun. Various rare ingredients were cooked into exquisite dishes using the new culinary techniques invented by Davis, served one plate after another. Li Fu rarely drank alcohol, while Davis and the other miners enjoyed beverages crafted by the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce based on Davis's ideas. Li Fu watched his grandson being valued and cherished by the Lord, feeling deeply gratified in his heart. He drank quite a bit, not sure if it was genuine happiness or simply because the wine was too delicious. Zhuer and Payer's hard work during this time was also noticed by Davis. On one hand, they had to manage many affairs of the high-end jewelry store, and on the other hand, they had to take good care of Davis's daily life. Tonight, the sisters were ordered by Davis to set aside all their work and enjoy the festivities with everyone. The joyful atmosphere in the backyard even infected Luo Jiwei, who had been cold all day. Under Zhuer's encouragement, she joined in half-heartedly. Sitting above, Davis could clearly see that this girl, who had encountered drastic changes in her life, smiled for the first time since entering the mansion. Watching Luo Jiwei reveal her genuine smile at the banquet, Davis felt a surge of fortune and took out a card from the system, attempting to use it on her, only to receive an unexpected result: favorability detection in progress. Luo Jiwei's loyalty, 90 faithful, has met the standard. It is actually reasonable to say that Luo Jiwei's parents died due to an assassination case. But the culprits were not from the royal family. Rather, they were the masterminds behind the assassination plot. As the target of his father's assassination, Davis not only helped Luo Jin clear his name and acknowledge his achievements, but also adopted Luo Jiwei, providing her with the best resources for development and treating her like family. For a 6-year-old girl who had just lost all her relatives, this might be the only ray of light in the rest of her life. Davis has always believed that both subordinates and teammates are not robots, but individuals with their own rich thoughts and feelings, and they must be given enough respect and understanding. When a person is in a high position, they should treat others as human beings. This principle has been upheld by Davis since his past life. Indeed, on such a pleasant day, at this banquet filled with clinking glasses, Luo Jiwei's loyalty quietly reached a breakthrough. Chapter 17. Absorbing the celestial herbs, hunting souls again early the next morning. Davis gathered his 3 teammates together. In front of everyone, he took out several celestial herbs and explained their effects in detail. After listening to Davis's explanation, Li Yang and Lu Yuning's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. These were simply divine treasures that could elevate someone to great heights. Even the usually quiet Luo Jiwei clenched her fists in secret, even though she came from an ordinary soul master family. After hearing Davis describe the effects of the celestial herbs, she understood that these were treasures that could turn an ordinary person into a genius. Davis didn't keep them in suspense, and immediately had Li Yang and Lu Yuning take the 2 immortal herbs, Chilua Tulip and Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, according to the usage in the original work. He also took the rare mushroom Heavenly Chrysanthemum himself. Luo Jiwei's Autumn Water Gaze Dew was not yet the right time to use, so it was temporarily stored with Davis. The Autumn Water Gaze Dew is best at nourishing the eyes, and the soul skills related to the eyes are often the most basic soul skills for shooter-type soul masters like Luo Jiwei, usually appearing in the first 3 soul rings. It will be the time for this immortal herb to show its power when she acquires her eye technique soul skill. The 3 of them absorbed the energy of the immortal herbs, and Davis, with the highest soul power, was the first to wake up. Davis checked his condition and found that his physical strength had improved several levels. Additionally, when he was attacked, a golden light would spontaneously appear to resist part of the damage. This should be the legendary indestructible body granted by the rare Chirong Tang Tian Chrysanthemum. Furthermore, Davis discovered that the soul power within him had become exceptionally sharp, and he felt that his tiger claws could easily break through the defenses of soul masters of the same level. Even the unknown 7-star sword martial soul in his right hand had greatly enhanced its sharpness and solidity. The specific extent of this enhancement could only be determined through actual combat. He speculated that the absorption of the pure golden attribute spiritual energy from the Chirong Tangtian Chrysanthemum had resulted in a significant boost to the golden attributes of his 2 martial souls. Perhaps by obtaining a few more golden attribute soul rings, Davis could achieve the ultimate golden soul power. As for his soul power level, it remained stuck at level 20 with no increase. However, feeling the abundant energy within him, he estimated that once he obtained his 2nd soul ring, he could instantly reach level 26 or higher. The enhancement brought by the energy of the celestial herb was even more pronounced in low-level soul masters. Li Yang underwent even greater changes. His reflective mirror, originally made of a silver frame and a light blue surface, evolved into a new form after absorbing the Chilua Tulip, transforming into a deep sea-like dark blue mirror with a dazzling platinum frame inlaid with 9 gemstones of various colors. Guided by these 9 gems, no matter what type of soul ring Li Yang obtained, he would ultimately gain a soul skill related to space. This was no longer just a reflective mirror. Li Yang named it the Void Treasure Mirror. In his perception, the first soul skill, Mirror Space, received a significant boost. Originally able to expand the mirror space within a 10 by 10 meter range to include unresisting teammates, it could now encompass any living being within a 30 by 30 meter area. Moreover, the stability of the mirror space had greatly improved, making it nearly impossible for soul masters of the same level, especially attackers, to break through its defenses. Additionally, Li Yang's soul power level increased from level 16 to level 20. He mentioned that there was still some residual energy from a celestial herb, and after obtaining his 2nd soul ring, he should be able to elevate his level by another 2 to 3 levels. Lu Yuning also experienced significant changes. After absorbing the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower, the Red Flame Overlord Spear, which had 1 Red Flame Flood Dragon attached, now had 2, and it seemed to come alive. With just a slight exertion of her soul power, the 2 Red Flame Flood Dragons would vividly manifest, and the intensity of the flames appeared to be more than double that of before. Since Lu Yuning's soul power was only level 13 before absorbing the celestial herb, her increase was the largest among the group. She raised her soul power by 7 levels in one go, reaching the same level 20 as Davis and Li Yang, and was just waiting to obtain a soul ring to become a great soul master. Moreover, Davis could see through the system that under the influence of the celestial herb, Li Yang and Lu Yuning's training talents had reached the level of innate full soul power, along with Luo Jiwei, who had not yet absorbed the celestial herb. All 4 members of the team were on the verge of obtaining soul rings. Davis immediately decided that they would each adapt to their newly enhanced soul power and set off together to obtain their soul rings in 3 days. After reaching level 20 soul power, Davis took out a soul guide device he had previously obtained, the Giant Peak Soul Locking Bracelet. With his True Heart technique approaching the 3rd level and his soul power reaching level 20, this soul guide device, which continuously consumed soul power to refine the body, finally had its moment to shine. Davis wore the black jade bracelet carved into a soul lock on his wrist, and an endless stream of soul power immediately began to flow into it. When approximately 23 of Davis's soul power was consumed, the absorption of soul power by the Giant Peak Soul Lock bracelet gradually came to a halt. Subsequently, a heavy pressure appeared in every corner of Davis's body. Meanwhile, the incomplete absorption of the miraculous herb, the celestial chrysanthemum, hidden within his body, began to subtly improve Davis's physique to resist the pressure from the Giant Peak Soul Lock bracelet. Now, under the stimulation of the Giant Peak Soul Lock bracelet, this absorption occurred at a faster rate, and perhaps by the time Davis absorbed his 4th soul ring, he would already possess a body strong enough to withstand the pressure of a 10,000-year soul ring. Additionally, this ancient soul guide also has the effect of concealing the level of soul power. Davis's obviously abnormal soul power level, under the suppression of the Giant Peak Soul Lock bracelet, can evade the detection of many discerning individuals. 3 days quickly passed. This time for soul hunting, Davis did not bring anyone except for Li Fu. After all, the transformation brought by the celestial herbs to the 3 members of the team was too bizarre, and the fact that he and Liu Yuning were both 6.5 years old, while Yang was 7.5, was indeed quite extraordinary. Moreover, even in the perilous Star Dou forest, with Li Fu's titled Douluo strength, he was more than capable of protecting the others. To avoid drawing attention, the group of 5 set off early in the morning before dawn and quickly reached the outskirts of the Star Dou forest. This time, Davis's target was already very clear. Davis still needs a metal-type soul beast. For soul skills, he requires short-distance assault types, preferably those that combine impact and damage, to enhance his ability to turn the tide in team battles with a single move, just like the displacement damage skills in games from his past life. Davis's offensive capabilities are already among the top in his class, and with the mountain-shaking Iron Palm, he currently doesn't need supplementary attack-type soul skills. Instead, being a melee soul master, he is susceptible to being kite, only by possessing a displacement skill, combined with Li Yang's Void Mirror's spatial abilities. Can Davis's unmatched combat capabilities at his level be maximized? Due to the uniqueness of the Void Mirror, Li Yang doesn't have many requirements for soul beast types. As long as the age is sufficient, it's fine. Liu Yuning naturally needs a fire attribute soul beast, preferably a subdragon type. As for Luo Wei, following Davis's suggestion, she plans to choose a hawk-type soul beast known for its eyesight. This greatly increases the likelihood of obtaining eye technique-type soul skills. With the enhancement of the Autumn Water Dew, a 100-year level eye technique soul skill could potentially directly reach the level of a 10,000-year one, while still consuming at the level of a 100-year soul ring. Chapter 18, Golden Feather Ambush. Eye of the Void, after the 5 of them entered the Star Dou Great Forest, they headed straight for their planned first location, Golden Feather Cliff. This is one of the areas on the outskirts of the Star Dou Great Forest with the richest gold attribute, and according to the intelligence provided by the Queen, a small colony of golden feathered arrow sparrows has nested here. The golden feathered arrow sparrow is a rare hawk-type soul beast, known as one of the fastest soul beasts in short-distance flight, even faster than the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Moreover, because it is a gold attribute soul beast, among hawk-type soul beasts of the same age, the golden feathered arrow sparrow possesses the sharpest beak, and even the feathers along the edges of its wings are capable of cutting through steel. The colony of golden feathered arrow sparrows at Golden Feather Cliff ranges in age from 100 to 3 or 4,000 years, making it just right for Davis and Luo Wei to absorb. With a clear target, the group's pace was not slow. Davis, Liu Yuning, and Li Yang walked on foot, while the level 10 soul master, Luo Wei, was carried forward by Li Fu. They quickly arrived at the edge of Golden Feather Cliff. It was nearing dusk, and 3 fully golden-feathered hawks, the target golden feather arrow hawks of Davis and Luo Wei, were circling and flying at the cliff's edge. Li Fu identified them and found that their ages were approximately 400 years, 1,300 years, and 3,800 years. The 400-year-old golden feather arrow hawk perfectly matched Luo Wei's needs, and Davis, who had consumed the immortal herb, should also have no pressure absorbing the 1,300-year soul ring. However, just as Li Fu was about to capture them, Davis raised an objection. Grandpa Li, with my current body strength, choosing the 3,800-year golden feather arrow hawk should pose no danger. Li Fu firmly opposed this, believing that it was too risky for a level 20 soul master to absorb a 3,800-year soul ring. But Davis was actually well aware of his situation. After all, he had initially refined his indestructible body with a miraculous mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum. This name was not given for nothing. Moreover, there was still some medicinal power of the miraculous mushroom remaining in his body. If any danger arose during the process of absorbing the soul ring and his body couldn't withstand the pressure, this part of the medicinal power would take effect, further improving his physique. Additionally, with his complete perfection of the second layer of the all-true mind method, his speed of absorbing soul rings was significantly higher than that of an average soul master. A mere 3,000-year soul ring posed no threat to Davis. However, this old loyal servant still had some concerns, which were only alleviated when Davis once again invoked the shield of the divine spirit. Li Fu's martial soul manifested, and he shot out like a cannonball. The senses of these hawk-type soul beasts were very keen, the moment they detected Li Fu's overwhelming soul power. The three golden feather arrow hawks attempted to flee. If it were an average title Douluo not specialized in speed, they might not be able to catch the 3,800-year golden feather arrow hawk in such a short time. Its short-distance sprinting speed was incredibly fast. But Li Fu was no ordinary title Douluo. Sixth soul skill, black wind binding, centered around the three golden feather arrow hawks. A region of howling black wind instantly opened in the air, trapping the three golden feather arrow hawks within it. Despite their fast flying speed, they were completely immobilized in the raging winds, easily captured by Li Fu like a few daft geese. From a moment Li Fu shot out until he returned to the ground with the three soul beasts took less than 3 seconds. This is the terrifying aspect of a title Douluo. Your Highness, I have fulfilled my duty. Li Fu bowed to Davis, knocked out the 1,300-year golden feather arrow hawk and set it aside, while the other two were seriously injured and placed in front of Davis and Luo Jiwei. Davis took out his golden sword and swiftly killed the 800-year-old golden-feathered arrow falcon with one strike, then handed the golden sword to Luo Jiwei. The little girl held the sword, which was taller than her feet trembling slightly, but she acted quickly and steadily, piercing the eye of the 400-year-old golden-feathered arrow falcon with one thrust. The two of them each found a corner to absorb their soul rings. Davis sat cross-legged, concentrating as he gathered his soul power, and the soul ring was drawn to him. The 3,000-year soul ring was indeed extraordinary. As soon as he began to absorb it, he felt a powerful and intense surge of soul power, like a waterfall crashing down on him. Even with his body modified by the miraculous Tang San chrysanthemum, he felt considerable pressure. However, once Davis fully activated the second layer of his complete heart technique, the pressure decreased significantly, and the remaining force posed no danger to him. It was just a matter of taking some time to gradually absorb the soul ring completely. After about 5 or 6 hours, the surging soul power around Davis gradually dissipated. He opened his eyes and found the other 4 people looking at him with tense expressions. Luo Jiwei, who was absorbing the soul ring at the same time as Davis, had already completed her absorption. "Boss, you finally succeeded," Lu Ying exclaimed excitedly. Davis smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry for making everyone worry. However, this adventure was worth it. I actually obtained an incredible soul skill." The 3 teammates' eyes lit up, and even the composed Li Fu looked at Davis with some excitement, waiting for him to introduce his soul skill. "This 800-year-old soul ring has given me a soul skill called Golden Feather Strike. It allows me to charge forward at the maximum speed of this 800-year-old Golden Feather Falcon, lasting up to 1 minute. And my next attack will have a 50 armor-piercing attribute." The trio was shocked by the attributes of this soul skill. A 1-minute charge at the maximum speed of the Golden Feather Falcon was already terrifying. Many title Douluo couldn't match this 800-year-old Golden Feather Falcon's flying speed. And it could also make the next hit ignore 50 defense. This elevated Davis's ability to end battles to a new level. At this moment, Li Fu raised a crucial question. "With such speed, can your Highness control it?" This remark immediately reminded the other 3. Indeed, Davis was currently just a 2-ring Great Soul Master with limited nerve reflex speed. How could he possibly control the extreme speed of the Golden Feather Falcon? If he used the soul skill, could he only charge in a straight line? If he encountered an obstacle, he would crash. It was uncertain whether this soul skill was good or bad. Davis waved his hand dismissively and smiled. It doesn't matter. During the time the Golden Feather Strike is activated, I can have the nerve reflex speed of the Golden Feather Falcon. After saying that, Davis directly activated his second spirit ring. Golden Feather Strike. A flash of golden light passed by, and Davis's figure disappeared before everyone's eyes, while around the jungle, golden figures kept flickering. Except for Li Fu, who was a title Douluo, and Luo Zhuwei, who had used her first spirit skill, I Technique. The other two could not see the trajectory of that golden light at all. Moments later, another golden light landed, and Davis's figure appeared, holding a stack of leaves. Seeing this, Li Fu nodded in satisfaction, while Luo Zhuwei stopped using her first spirit skill, her mouth agape, in surprise. Li Yang and Lu Yunying were confused, and Luo Zhuwei explained to them. Just now, His Highness passed through every tree around in an instant and picked the highest leaf from the treetop. Without picking the wrong one, Lu Yunying began to mourn for the future enemies. As someone who practiced with Davis the most, she knew how strong this crown prince's attack power was, and now, with such speed under his control, it was truly like mowing down grass. The soul power contained in the 3,800-year spirit ring was enormous for a great soul master. After absorbing this spirit ring, combined with the soul power retained from the miraculous mushroom, Davis's soul power level surged to level 28. Perhaps in another 6 months, he would already be a soul Zune. This was the first time Lu Yunying felt a lack of confidence in her own talent. Worried that even with the cultivation speed of having innate full soul power after absorbing the celestial herb, she would still be unable to keep up with her Captain Davis. The same feelings also appeared in Luo Zhuwei and Li Yang. Davis saw through their thoughts, but didn't say much. He believed that his teammates would turn pressure into motivation, steadily improving themselves and keeping up with his pace. Moreover, as Davis's strength increased and he completed more achievements within the system, he would also gain more martial arts cards to enhance his teammates' abilities. For example, after just being promoted to Great Soul Master, he received 2 new cards. Leveling up once granted him a random draw opportunity. Achieving the accomplishment of Super Year Limit Absorption awarded him the martial arts card, Innate Skill, which turned out to be SSR. The innate skill is the top internal martial arts technique of the Chuanjin sect in the Golden Martial Arts world. Wang Chongyang once defeated the other 4 of the 5 absolutes with it, earning the title of the world's #1. If Tang San's Xintian treasure record allowed him to have an advantage in cultivation speed before becoming a title Douluo, then this innate skill will definitely be useful after becoming a god. With the Chuanjin heart law leading to the innate skill, Davis's cultivation system can be said to have truly begun today. After hitting a golden legend in a draw, Davis felt all the pores of his body exuding comfort, and taking advantage of his good luck, he opened that random draw opportunity. In the random draw, he obtained a martial arts card, Divine Movement Transformation. Indeed, not bad. At least it's an epic. As the lightness skill in the golden world that requires the least strength, Divine Movement Transformation is very suitable for the archer Luo Zhuwei. This Divine Movement Transformation can be said to be a highly practical lightness skill. In the world of golden heroes, Wei Xiaobao, an ordinary person without any internal strength, relied on this Divine Movement Transformation to toy with countless experts. Davis positions Luo Zhuwei as a shooter that combines high burst damage with sustained damage, which inevitably occupies multiple soul ring skills and directly weakens her ability to protect herself. However, with this new divine transformation, it's now exceedingly difficult for ordinary soul masters of the same level to get close to her. Davis happily retracted the card system and focused on the result of Luo Zhuwei absorbing the soul ring. After absorbing a 400-year soul ring, Luo Zhuwei steadily advanced to level 11 and successfully obtained a pupil technique skill called Sharp Hawk Eye. It granted her the vision of a golden feathered falcon, with dynamic vision and a neural reflex speed increased by more than 5 times. From then on, shooting moving targets was no different for her than shooting fixed targets. After consuming the Autumn Water Elixir, Luo Zhuwei not only increased her soul power by 7 levels, reaching level 18, but her first soul skill also received a significant enhancement. The enhanced first soul skill was renamed to Eye of Void. Upon activating this soul skill, both her static and dynamic vision were greatly improved, and she gained the ability to see through illusions and formations. She could even identify the weak points in other soul skills, especially for soul skills that released a large amount of soul power, like the Scarlet Flame Dragon and White Tiger's Radiant Wave. As long as Luo Zhuwei identified the weak points, A gentle arrow could potentially break through the opponent's attack or defense that required a significant amount of soul power to condense. Compared to obtaining an attack skill that might be obsolete in the later stages, this Eye of Void would remain useful even at the title Douluo level. After resolving the soul rings for Davis and Luo Zhuwei, it was now Lu Yuning's turn. Fire attribute subdragon type soul beasts were not easy to find. Chapter 19. Golden Sun Flame Dragonwood, Fiery Sun Shock Dragon Explosion Fire attribute subdragon type soul beasts were indeed hard to track down. The group of 5 searched in the Star Dou Forest for 3 days, covering all the areas where Li Fu remembered subdragon types frequently appeared. They either found no trace or the attributes didn't match. During this time, they even helped Li Yang obtain his second soul ring. Li Yang's second soul ring came from a 700-year-old gem turtle. There was no special reason for choosing this soul beast. It was purely because of its gentle nature and the ease of absorbing its soul ring. After all, since Li Yang's reflective mirror evolved into the Void Treasure Mirror, the subsequent soul skill path had already been determined and would not be affected by the type of soul beast. However, unexpected surprises often occur. While Li Yang absorbed the gem turtle's soul ring, a crystal-clear ring, emitting a sea blue glow, formed at the base of his right middle finger. This change immediately attracted the attention of Davis and Li Fu. An external soul bone. This could only be explained as something that appeared simultaneously during the absorption of the soul ring, manifesting externally on the soul master's body. At this moment, even Davis, who had just acquired an extraordinary soul skill, couldn't help but envy Li Yang's good fortune. Such a treasure, second only to a 100,000-year soul ring, actually dropped from a mere 100-year soul beast? When Li Yang woke up and saw the speechless expressions on his master and grandfather's faces, he was startled, thinking something was wrong with the soul ring he absorbed. After a round of explanations from the two, he realized just how lucky he had been this time. After checking himself, Li Yang spoke about the changes he experienced. First, his soul power increased to level 25. Originally, with the help of the soul ring and the residual effects of the Chilua tulip, he could only reach around level 24. But the appearance of the external soul bone pushed his level up another notch. His second soul skill was named Void Gate. It allowed him to open a void gate at will within the range of his mental power. His teammates could use this void gate to traverse between the mirrored world and the real world. As for the ring-shaped external soul bone at the base of his middle finger, Li Yang called it the Spirit Turtle Diamond. It enabled Li Yang to proportionally reduce the consumption when using soul skills and increase the intensity of the soul skills he used. Currently, its effect was to reduce the soul power consumption by 10 and increase the soul skill intensity by 10. While this increase may not seem large, it is important to note that this external soul bone would grow with the soul master's own soul power advancement. By the time Li Yang became a title Douluo, the effect of this external soul bone would likely be equivalent to having a high-level support-type soul master with him 24/7, which could be described as a divine artifact. This trip to the Star Dou Forest, it seemed, Li Yang was the biggest winner. After tallying Li Yang's gains, the group continued on their journey to find a suitable soul beast for Lu Yuning. Finally, after another day, Davis discovered the target. It was not the fire attribute subdragon type they initially anticipated, but a plant-type soul beast, the 990-year-old Golden Sun Flame Dragonwood. Although it was also a soul beast with a strong fire attribute, and indeed had dragon characteristics, when did plant-type soul beasts start to be suitable for strong attack types? This left Lu Yuning a bit confused. Davis patiently explained. Yuning, your martial soul is the Crimson Flame Overlord Spear, and you have great talent in spear techniques. But tell me, do you know what the best material is for making fire attribute long, spear-type soul guides on Douluo continent? Lu Yuning shook her head in confusion, but then immediately reacted, looking at the Golden Sun Flame Dragon wood in front of her, and asked incredulously, "It can't be this, right?" Li Yang nodded, showing an expression of teachability. I read in an ancient royal secret book that using Golden Sun Flame Dragon wood to make fire attribute long spear-type soul guides can effectively reduce the soul guide's consumption of soul power and greatly increase the power of the soul skills used. Unfortunately, the soul masters of that time overexploited this resource, and in order to create high-level soul guides, Golden Sun Flame Dragon wood, as a top material, was nearly driven to extinction. Even after countless years of recovery, it has only transformed from an endangered species to a rare species. Lu Yuning was already excited after hearing the first part. She summoned her Crimson Flame Overlord Spear and wanted to charge forward, regardless of whether this 990-year-old plant-type soul beast would harm her. However, she was grabbed by Davis at the nape of her neck and pulled back. This golden sun flame dragon wood is not a completely harmless species like blue silvergrass. They're a particularly unique type among plant-type soul beasts, possessing extremely powerful fire attribute attack skills like Fire Rain and Crimson Flamestorm. Lu Yunying, a level 20 quasi-great soul master, would likely suffer severe burns if she foolishly charged him like that. Grandpa Li, I'll trouble you again. Davis pulled on Lu Yunying's collar and nodded to Li Fu. Li Fu responded with a smile, casually releasing a soul power that effortlessly severed all the branches of the Golden Sun Flame Dragon tree without using any soul skills, leaving only the battered and nearly toppled trunk. Just a second ago, the Golden Sun Flame Dragon tree was standing tall, but after Li Fu's strike, it immediately wilted, losing all ability to resist. It was heavily injured, but not dead and definitely not lightly wounded. The powerful soul power control of a titled Douluo was fully displayed at this moment. Lu Yunying, realizing what had happened, felt a bit embarrassed. But to prevent the Golden Sun Flame Dragon tree from dying on the spot, she immediately stepped forward with her gun to deliver the final blow. A yellow and purple soul ring appeared, drawn over by Lu Yunying's soul power. The soul rings of plant-type soul beasts are relatively easier to absorb. And since Lu Yunying's body had been tempered by the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, she completed the absorption of the nearly 1,000-year soul ring in a short time. With the infusion of this nearly 1,000-year soul ring, Lu Yunying's soul power reached level 23. After absorbing the soul ring from the Golden Sun Flame Dragon tree, Lu Yunying could clearly feel that the essence of her Scarlet Flame Overlord Gun Martial soul had gained a slight enhancement. The consumption was lower, and the power was greater, which indeed matched Davis's description of the Golden Sun Flame Dragon tree. The soul skill she gained was also very satisfying. Second soul skill, Flame Sun Dragon Explosion. Each time she hit an enemy, including when blocked, it would accumulate a Flame Sun power on the Scarlet Flame Overlord gun, with a maximum of 9 accumulations. Lu Yunying could detonate all the Flame Sun power at any time, converging it into a blazing dragon to deal massive damage to the enemy. The more Flame Sun power accumulated, the higher the damage. If she could accumulate 9 Flame Sun powers, the damage from a single explosion would receive an additional significant boost. Looking at Lu Yunying's delighted expression, it was clear how satisfied she was with this second soul skill. If it weren't for the frequent accidents in the Stardow Forest, she would have loved to challenge Davis to a friendly match right there and then. But now, she had to hold back and wait until they returned to Xinglua City to challenge him. The group of 5 had completed their objectives, and this soul-hunting journey was coming to an end. Under Li Fu's leadership, they returned to Xinglua City in the shortest time possible. Chapter 20. The Evil-Repelling Sword Spectrum. Golden-armored Earth Dragon after several days of jungle life. Even with Li Fu guarding them, Davis and the other 3 were physically and mentally exhausted. The moment they returned to Wanjin Mountain Villa, Li Yong, Lu Yunying, and Luo Jiwei fell into deep sleep in their respective rooms. However, Davis couldn't rest just yet. Your Highness, this is the development situation of our golden source commerce during this period. In the past 2 months, Davis's commercial expansion plan had begun full implementation. Besides the Grand Prince's residence, the Queen, the Zhu family, and the Lu family of the Trap Formation were all involved. Exotic delicacies and fine jewelry from another world had just emerged and created a sensation in Xinglua City. The taverns were packed every day, and various fine wines and dishes flowed not only to commoners, soul masters, and nobles, but were also selected as tributes by the royal palace, with jewelry store orders booked for 2 years in advance. Moreover, with numerous big shots backing the golden source commerce, other competitors didn't dare to reach out, not even to imitate or counterfeit. Competing for a share with the royal family and the 2 largest noble families in Xinglua City was truly a matter of risking one's life for money. As a result, Davis's pockets swelled visibly. In just 2 months, not counting the expenses on expanding production and operations, Davis, as the largest shareholder, received over 1 million gold soul coins in a single dividend. Even the richest 7 treasure glazed tile school on the Douluo continent wouldn't dare to claim they could earn more than Davis. Davis is very satisfied with the development of the business landscape and did not raise too many opinions, only giving some advice to Zhuer and Pierre in a broad direction. After finishing the matters of the Jinyuan Chamber of Commerce, the system suddenly sent a notification. Achieved a hidden achievement. A small goal. Net profit of 1 million gold soul coins. Reward. Ran a card draw once. Davis certainly wouldn't keep the lottery chance for the new year. He directly chose to draw. In a random draw of the Golden Heroes card game, the draw was successful. Obtained item card. Evil repelling sword manual robe. Davis's mood suddenly felt as if he had eaten 100 flies. And it was only missing the 2 characters for bad luck written on his face. How should I put it? You could say he's a non-lucky guy. But what he drew was a truly exceptional martial art, one that would certainly be a top-tier self-created soul skill in the Douluo continent. It's not a one-time use martial arts card, but a kasaya that can be learned repeatedly by multiple people. However, if you were to say he's lucky, who would practice this? Should he go to the palace and find a few eunuchs? In the Douluo continent, those who can awaken a decent martial soul have plenty of opportunities to rise up, whether by joining the army or entering an academy. And they wouldn't end up in the palace as eunuchs. It's foreseeable that for a long time to come, this flashy, exceptional martial art will likely just sit in the system's warehouse collecting dust. The next morning, the 4 members of the battle team walked out of their rooms full of energy. After obtaining a powerful soul skill, Lu Yuning felt capable again and challenged Davis once more. Yuning happily charged in. Crimson Flame Dragon. Yuning happily unleashed her ultimate move. Solar Dragon Explosion. Yuning was quickly knocked down. Davis quietly activated his newly acquired second soul skill, Golden Feather Strike, and within a second, he taught Lu Yuning a lesson with the speed of the Golden Feather Falcon. That was a speed that a soul master of this level simply couldn't react to. Bah, that's cheating. You can't use your second soul skill. Lu Yuning, who had just gotten up from the ground covered in dust, glared at Davis with dissatisfaction. With his 1,000-year second soul skill, Davis was simply unbeatable in one-on-one combat. Even Lu Yuning, an extraordinary soul master, could be taken down by him in just a few punches and kicks. Davis shrugged helplessly, indicating that being strong wasn't his fault, and then agreed to Lu Yuning's request to seal his second soul skill and battle her. To be honest, there is a subtle synergy between Lu Yuning's first and second soul skills, which combined to be quite overwhelming. Additionally, with the Lu family's inherited ambush gun technique, it could be considered a superior self-created soul skill. Sealing his second soul skill, and only using a white tiger's golden chi and a mountain-shaking iron palm, Davis found it wasn't easy to defeat Lu Yuning. The 2 battled from morning until noon, analyzing each match as they went, resulting in a total of 11 matches. Lu Yuning's record was 1 win, 2 draws, and 8 losses. She won the first match. Davis allowed Lu Yuning to accumulate a full 9 orbs of solar power to intuitively see the full power of her Sunfire Dragon explosion. In the end, he was defeated by her explosive attack after she detonated all her solar power with a Crimson Flame Dragon. It was proven that if he hadn't stopped Lu Yuning from using her second soul skill to accumulate solar power, she could have unleashed enough power to instantly defeat a soul sage. In the second and third matches, Davis still let Lu Yuning accumulate solar power. But after the first defeat, he was already prepared for the combination of her 2 major soul skills. Even though Lu Yuning's damage had skyrocketed, Davis managed to drag the battle until both of their soul powers were exhausted. In the following 8 matches, Lu Yuning lost all of them. The more they fought, the more passive Lu Yuning felt. It was as if, through continuous sparring and gradual familiarity, Davis became increasingly adept at using the basic technique of the mountain-shaking iron palm to counter her gun techniques. This is the advantage of having a high level of martial arts cultivation, with constant refinement of the true Unity Heart method and the mountain-shaking iron palm. Davis's understanding of martial arts deepened. Given the roughness of self-created soul skills on the Douluo continent, it became increasingly difficult for her to gain an advantage over him in techniques. Furthermore, a traverser would never be defeated by the same technique twice. The back-and-forth sparring suddenly turned into a one-sided beating, which made Lu Yuning feel very uncomfortable, prompting her to run off after lunch to practice her marksmanship diligently. Davis naturally entered the Wanjin Pavilion to continue practicing the Chuanjin Heart method. Although he had acquired the innate skill, this martial art was too profound for him at the moment. He decided to fully cultivate the Chuanjin Heart method first, and then shift to the innate skill in order to perfectly integrate the advantages of both techniques. Otherwise, many advanced changes in soul power during operation would be beyond his grasp, and forcibly practicing the innate skill would likely only waste time. After becoming a great soul master, Davis easily advanced the Chuanjin Heart method to the 3rd level, and had already begun to develop a function that allowed him to operate his energy while walking, sitting, or lying down. At the same time, Davis officially started to refine his physique. With the indestructible body shaped by the miraculous Tong Tian chrysanthemum, many body refining methods that would be excessively taxing for ordinary soul masters were just right for Davis, as he wouldn't harm his body due to his youth nor would he become shorter. With the superior body refining martial art, the 13 Guardians horizontal training Golden Bell, Davis could ensure that his efficiency in body refining absolutely surpassed that of any purely strength-based defensive soul master. Coupled with the all-encompassing pressure provided by the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet, Davis's body refining training progressed rapidly. Once the training in body refining was on the right track, it was time to focus on the soul aspect. In the Wanjin Pavilion, Davis took out the visualization image of Elzu from the system, and according to the guidance on it, began to meditate and sketch the statue of Elzu in his mind. Perhaps it was because his Taoist internal skill had already reached a profound level. The process of visualizing Elzu went surprisingly smoothly to the point of being unbelievable. After attempting to sketch it 3 or 4 times, the image of Elzu in his mind had already become quite clear, and during this process, the strength of Davis's soul was continuously growing. Soul power, palm technique, body refining, visualization. Davis's life in the following days was incredibly busy. He fell behind in the courses at the Royal Junior Academy, and the academy had to send a few teachers to Wanjin Mountain Villa every 3 days to give Davis individual lessons. Since wearing the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet, Davis felt as if he was under constant weight, and this weight was pressing on various parts of his body. The soul power restored by the self-operating 3rd level of the Chuanjin Heart Method was barely enough to sustain the consumption of this ancient soul guiding artifact. Therefore, Davis spent a lot of time training in Wanjin Mountain Villa. Like ordinary body refining techniques, the training of the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Golden Bell required not only simple weight training, but also constant acceptance of external forces for tempering. The saying steel is forged through repeated trials applies to almost all body refining martial arts. After Davis began his body refining training, he had the guards at the Wanjin Mountain Manor strike his body with wooden sticks. Initially, they used a force of 50 kilograms, which gradually increased to 60, 70, and 80. At first, they used ordinary solidwood staffs, then switched to ironwood, and later to iron rods. Unlike others who are immersed in internal power cultivation, whether it's the common iron cloth or the superior body refining martial arts like the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training of the Golden Bell Shield, the process of training has never been enjoyable, but rather a torment. Half a year passed quickly, and Davis's soul power reached level 30, and his physique had already surpassed the standards of most defensive soul masters. The 13 Guardians Horizontal Training of the Golden Bell Shield consists of 13 levels, and under Davis's various advantages, regardless of resource consumption, he continuously practiced with the Giant Peak Soul Locking Bracelet for 24 hours, breaking through to the 5th level in just half a year. If the system had an attribute panel, Davis's attributes would likely be Soul Power Level 30, Martial Soul, White Tiger, 2nd ring, 7-star Sword, 0 ring, Internal Power, Complete Truth Heart Method, Body Refining Technique, 13 Guardians Horizontal Training of the Golden Bell Shield, Martial Skill, Earth-Shaking Iron Palm. Now, Davis can absorb soul rings of about 8,000 years. As for the 10,000 year soul ring, it is still not feasible at the position of the 3rd ring. First, his training related to the Luzu visualization diagram is insufficient, and his soul power is not strong enough to completely withstand the impact of the 10,000 year soul ring. Second, although Davis's body strength exceeds that of most soul masters, he still lacks some refinement to absorb a 10,000 year soul ring. As for continuing to refine his body and forcing a 10,000 year ring at the 3rd ring, that's unnecessary. The slight advantage of a 10,000 year soul ring over an 8,000 year one is not enough to delay his soul power training. Yu Shaojing mentioned in the original timeline, after reaching level 10, before hunting for soul rings, continuing to train is not a waste of effort. The accumulated soul power will be released together after obtaining the soul ring. It seems convincing, but it's actually nonsense. Can a soul master accumulate soul power at the same speed as a grand soul master? Therefore, Davis's training principle is, as long as it doesn't affect future training potential, the primary goal in the early stage must be to increase soul power level. Any talk of compressing soul power or refining the body to increase soul ring years is nonsense. When he reaches levels 70 or 80 and his age increases, causing a decrease in training speed, he will have plenty of time to compress soul power. As for body refining, was Tang San's body at level 30 stronger than Davis's current body? Did he have a 2nd ring of 800 years? So, upgrade with confidence and go hunt for souls. On the day Davis reached level 30, He asked Li Fu to take him to the Dou forest to find his third spirit ring. This time it was just the two of them. But in just half a year, the other members of the team were still far from reaching the level 30 threshold. Davis's first choice target is the golden armored earth dragon, unlike the white armored earth dragon, which is a closely related subdragon type soul beast that excels only in defense. The golden armored earth dragon is not only formidable in defense, but also ranks among the top in attack power for its level. The master and servant traveled light and soon reached the outskirts of the Dou forest. Once Li Fu slightly revealed his soul saint level pressure, they easily obtained information from an informant about areas where the golden armored earth dragon had recently been spotted. Chapter 21. Cooler than El Fengxian. More awesome than Sun Wukong, the location provided by the informant, is in the middle layer of the Dou forest, at least several hundred miles away from the outskirts. Even at the speed of a tidal Douluo, plus the time needed to navigate through the forest, it would take more than half a day. It is a vast canyon with a large river running through it, and the vegetation is very rich, with many types of plants suitable for herbivorous soul beasts, making it a very suitable environment for social soul beasts to thrive. Indeed, the imposing golden armored earth dragon is a social herbivorous soul beast. Generally speaking, they are gentle and reasonable soul beasts. They often live in groups of 7 or 8. Their dietary needs are basically met with grass and leaves. Although the golden armored earth dragon has a strong attack power, it is more famous for its defensive ability. Its golden dragon scale armor is not just for show. Ordinary soul beasts of the same age would need to chip off 2 teeth to break through that layer of golden armor. Their sharp fangs and claws are often used against soul beasts and soul masters that do not wish to communicate reasonably with them. Fortunately, Li Fu found traces of the golden armored earth dragon in this canyon. With just a bit more effort in searching, they would soon be able to find that group of golden armored earth dragons. Initially, Li Fu only needed to capture a suitable golden armored earth dragon, as before, and take Davis away. However, during the tracking process, they encountered 2 other individuals, one of whom Davis never expected to meet so soon. It was a blonde girl, looking like an angel descended from the divine realm, flawless. Like Davis, she was accompanied by an old man, and according to Li Fu's perception, the soul power fluctuation of that girl was almost as high as Davis's. While the old man beside her was also a tidal Douluo, blonde, of beauty, an 8-year-old with significant soul power fluctuation, and accompanied by a tidal Dou level protector. These characteristics, familiar to those who know the Douluo continent, are almost equivalent to reading an ID number. The Spirit Hall, Qian Renxue. The 2 tidal Douluos had originally concealed their forms, making it difficult to detect each other, but unfortunately, both were accompanied by a burden. Due to the pressure from the giant peak's soul locking bracelet, Davis's exposed soul power fluctuation was only at level 20. A soul power fluctuation of around 20 or 30, even if concealed, would appear as bright as a 100-watt light bulb in front of a tidal Douluo's perception. Therefore, almost at the moment Li Fu discovered Qian Renxue, the tidal Douluo opposite also noticed Davis. Both tidal Douluos held their soul power in check, their minds tense to the extreme. They did not know whether the other was friend or foe, nor did they know the depth of the other party. While the 2 masters they were protecting happened to have secrets that absolutely could not be uncovered by outsiders. Observing the reactions of both sides, the calm and collected Qian Renxue displayed a level of rationality not commensurate with her age, speculating that it should be an accidental encounter. She tugged at the hem of the tidal Douluo's robe and said, "Uncle Shilong, there is a young soul master on the other side. Judging by their reaction, it should just be an accidental meeting." Of course, Uncle Shilong was willing to avoid a fight with a tidal Douluo level opponent, but he still couldn't ascertain the other party's intentions, so he could only hold Qian Renxue's hand tightly while keeping a close watch on Li Fu's actions. Not far away, Li Fu naturally heard Qian Renxue's words and slightly turned his head to glance at Davis. Davis subtly nodded to Li Fu. At this moment, there was no reason for him and Qian Renxue to meet in the starry forest. It should have just been a simple encounter. Qian Renxue had a soul power of level 20 at birth, and now, at just over 8 years old, reaching the bottleneck of level 30 wasn't too unreasonable. Although both sides had initially resolved their misunderstandings, they still weren't completely at ease, simply protecting their own young masters while gradually distancing themselves. Once both parties were out of each other's sight, Li Fu stopped and asked Davis, "Your Highness, that little girl over there, only around 8 or 9 years old, has a soul power fluctuation of level 30. I wonder which force has hidden such a peerless genius." His tone was filled with disbelief. seemingly unaware that his own young master was just over 7 years old and already at level 30. Davis shook his head seriously and said, "She might be our greatest enemy in the future." In the distance, Snake Spear Douluo, after leaving with Qianrenxue, expressed the same concern. "Miss, that young man just now looked younger than you, yet his soul power fluctuation is at level 20, hidden by the Giant Peak Soul Lock bracelet. I wonder which major power's genius he is. It's a pity that there's also a title Douluo on the other side. Otherwise, we would definitely try to see if we could kill him to eliminate future troubles." A rare smile appeared at the corner of Qianrenxue's mouth as she shook her head and said, "No matter which major power's offspring he is, such talent cannot be hidden. I believe it won't be long before we hear legends about him across the continent." This world seems to have become interesting. With innate level 20 and reaching level 30 at the age of 8, soon to become a soul master. In her eyes, there are no geniuses in this world. Even if there are, they cannot be considered geniuses compared to her. Even the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall, in her eyes, are merely slightly advanced cannon fodder. Especially that Hulaina. As a cannon fodder, she lacks the self-awareness of one and even dares to compete with her for her mother. Such Qianrenxue has always been the proudest. And today, this unfamiliar boy who suddenly appeared before her, looking even younger than herself, is about to advance to a great soul master. Indeed, makes Qianrenxue take a second look. After both parties separated, Li Fu spent more time carefully avoiding the paths of others while continuing to track the group of golden armored earth dragons. Finally, after 2 days, Li Fu successfully found those golden armored earth dragons. Among them, the one most suitable for Davis was about 700-800 years old. "This one is at Grandpa Li." After receiving the order, Li Fu rushed forward and struck the neck of that golden armored earth dragon with a palm. Boom! The massive body of the golden armored earth dragon fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The other golden armored earth dragons were startled by the might of the title Douluo and, without time to care for their fallen companion, immediately fled wildly away from Li Fu. Soon, only Davis and the dying golden armored earth dragon were left at the scene. To avoid any long night of dreams, Davis quickly killed the golden armored earth dragon and absorbed its spirit ring on the spot. The 700-800-year golden armored earth dragon spirit ring was well within Davis's absorption range. If all goes well, under the enhancement of the 3 layers of true heart law, he should be able to finish absorbing it in less than half an hour. However, Li Fu, waiting on the side, had been waiting for over 2 hours, and Davis still hadn't finished absorbing it. At this moment, Li Fu, the loyal servant, was starting to regret agreeing to let Davis absorb such a high-aged spirit ring. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst from Davis's chest, back, arms, and legs simultaneously. While still absorbing the spirit ring's energy, Davis let out a sudden cry of pain. The golden light became more solid until it gathered into a set of shining golden armor, with dragon scales covering the shoulder guards, arm guards, battle skirt, and leg guards. The most striking feature was a fierce dragon head on his chest, forming a heart guard, captivating anyone who looked at it. With Davis's youthful and handsome face, he looked remarkably imposing, a true young general. Seeing this change, Li Fu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly unleashed his soul power to envelop the golden light around Davis to prevent the commotion from attracting the 2 people from earlier, especially that title Douluo. On the surface, Li Fu remained calm, but inside, waves of emotion surged. His Highness is indeed favored by the gods. A mere golden armored earth dragon under 10,000 years could actually produce an external soul bone, and it's the armor type most suitable for His Highness. This must be an arrangement by the gods. It seems that, as His Highness said, his soul bone has already been arranged by the deity. While Li Fu was lost in thought and cautiously guarding Davis, after a while, Davis gradually opened his eyes. In fact, he had already sensed something was wrong during the absorption of the spirit ring, but it wasn't until he opened his eyes that he realized the significant changes in his body. This is too handsome. This was a set of lightweight armor covering his entire body, with shoulder guards, arm guards, battle skirt, and leg guards all covered in dense dragon scales. The most impressive part was the golden divine dragon on his chest, its head majestic and domineering, perfectly occupying the position of the heart guard. Compared to Lu Bu's beast-faced armor or Sun Wukong's golden chainmail, Davis's golden armor was far superior in appearance. At this moment, without needing Li Fu to explain further, Davis also knew that he had struck it rich. Just like Liang, who had relied on luck, Davis, the true lucky one, had obtained his own external soul bone. And it was an unheard of full-body armor type external soul bone. He named it the Golden Dragon Devouring Sky Armor. Although this golden dragon was temporarily just a golden armored earth dragon, with the characteristic of external soul bones evolving as their owner grows stronger, once Davis ascends to divinity. It will eventually evolve into armor with the true characteristics of the Golden Dragon King. After Davis could control the Golden Dragon Devouring Sky Armor and absorb it into his body, Li Fu retracted the soul power he had covered on the outside and looked at Davis with admiration. In the eyes of the old man, Davis had quietly upgraded from a potential successor favored by a certain deity to the deity's chosen heir. Davis was unaware of what the old man had just imagined and thought he was marveling at his own luck. Feeling his newly acquired third soul skill, Davis couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect to obtain this skill." Yes, Davis's third soul skill, in line with the traditional planning of the star Luo Dai family, is a transformation amplification type soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Of course, the 7,800-year soul ring that Davis absorbed is completely different in quality from the just over 1,000-year one that Dai Mubai had in the original work. It not only granted him immense soul power, elevating Davis to level 33, but the skill itself was also significantly different. In the original timeline, both Davis and Dai Mubai's Diamond White Tiger Transformation provided a 100 boost to offense, defense, strength, and resistance to abnormal states for half an hour, whereas now, Davis's version of the Diamond White Tiger Transformation has 3 tiers. The first tier is a passive state with no consumption, enhancing offense, defense, strength, and resistance to abnormal states by 50, lasting permanently. The second tier requires soul power consumption, and according to the family inheritance description, it should be similar to the original timeline, but the enhancement has increased to 120, lasting for 1 hour. The third tier is an overclocked mode, consuming double the soul power of the second tier, enhancing by 200, lasting for 10 minutes. Chapter 22. The Sword Saint Teacher who has been unemployed for a year. The new version of Davis's White Tiger Transformation is significantly stronger than the original. The first form, which does not require any consumption, allows Davis to maintain a certain intensity in battle for a long time, greatly increasing his combat endurance. The third form in supercharged state greatly enhances Davis's explosive power and finishing ability, making the White Tiger Transformation soul skill nearly surpass the fifth soul skill, White Tiger Demon God Transformation, of the original Dai Mubai. Finally, the biggest gain from this journey is the external soul bone, Golden Dragon Swallowing Heaven Armor. This soul bone exists in the form of a complete set of armor, which greatly enhances Davis's surface defense and comes with an active skill, Golden Dragon Invincibility. After activating Golden Dragon Invincibility, Davis can become immune to all control effects for a short period, currently lasting 10 seconds. And this duration will gradually extend as the external soul bone evolves. Explosive power, defense, and control removal. These 3 crucial elements for melee units have all been strengthened during this soul-hunting expedition, and Davis feels like he has hit the jackpot. With their goal accomplished, the two left the Stardow Forest at the fastest speed. During the return journey, carried by Li Fu, Davis completed another card draw in the system. A strength upgrade granted him a random card draw, resulting in the item card, 5 Mountains Sword Technique Inscription Copy. This time, the martial arts method provided by the system was quite different. It was not a martial art card that could be directly learned, but a collection of books documenting nearly all the sword techniques of the 5 Mountain Sword sect in the Gold Element world. These sword techniques could not only be practiced by Davis, but also shared with others. Of course, any of these sword techniques would be considered top-tier, self-created soul skills in the Douluo continent, so Davis would not easily show them to anyone except for his trusted confidants. With the sword techniques from the 5 Mountains Sword Technique Inscription Copy, Davis also needed an excellent swordsmanship mentor, as he currently only had a superficial understanding of swordsmanship. No skill can be mastered in isolation. The 5 Mountains Sword Technique that Davis acquired does not exist in the form of a martial arts card, so it might not be learned directly through the system's enlightenment. The soul sage who once protected him, the court swordsman Feng Yun, was a perfect candidate. Although his swordsmanship might still be far from the sword Douluo, he was sufficient to guide Davis in the basics. Therefore, Davis seized an opportunity and, while the star Luo Emperor Dai Zhan was in a good mood, made a small request to learn swordsmanship from Feng Yun. Dai Zhan gladly agreed and asked Feng Yun to diligently teach swordsmanship to Davis. After the last assassination incident, Feng Yun had a good impression of the Crown Prince Davis, and during this time, Davis treated him well whenever they met in the palace, showing no reluctance to learn swordsmanship from him. The next morning, He went to Wanjin Mountain Villa to impart his skills to Davis. Davis's sword technique has made considerable progress through the infusion of system cards and a year of hard training. But in terms of swordsmanship, he is currently only halfway there, having mastered 6 out of 7 aspects. He did not rush to learn the sword techniques from the legacy of the 5 mountain swordplay, but instead started by learning the basic actions of holding, drawing, and swinging the sword with Chengyu. During the learning process, he compared his practice with the recorded basic sword paths of the 5 different styles from the 5 mountain swordplay and tried them one by one. Whenever he encountered something he didn't understand, he directly sought Chengyu for advice. However, he was hesitant to touch the advanced sword techniques for fear that it would disrupt his foundational skills, making it difficult to correct later. Even so, the wisdom of swordsmanship that Davis absorbed from the 5 introductory techniques was enough to astonish Chengyu, a local. Generally, a beginner swordsman who can apply learned concepts creatively is considered a once-in-a-decade talent. Someone like Davis, who can seamlessly generate a stream of combos after mastering a single move, is not just a genius. He might be considered a prodigy. Thus, Chengyu found himself both pained and delighted while teaching Davis sword techniques. Throughout this teaching process, he also absorbed a significant amount of ideas from the 5 mountain swordplay, leading to further advancement in his own swordsmanship. In a surge of motivation, his soul power even broke through to level 1. After teaching Davis for a year, Chengyu's soul power increased by another level, reaching the threshold of level 80 to promote to soul Douluo. At this point, he began to feel that his own swordsmanship foundation was being rapidly depleted by Davis. It wasn't that Davis had caught up to Chengyu, the top swordsman of the Douluo Empire, after just 1 year of training, but rather that Davis had built a solid foundation in swordsmanship and had begun to develop his own sword philosophy. From here on, he could completely practice the sword techniques from the 5 mountain swordplay on his own. Chengyu's guidance was no longer essential for him. This reality left Chengyu, who had always been praised and respected for his swordsmanship, feeling somewhat lost and embarrassed. Had he really taught a disciple for just 1 year and run out of things to teach? Over the past year, the Crown Prince had provided many resources for cultivation, and he had planned to spend several years thoroughly guiding the Crown Prince into the realm of swordsmanship. Yet it seemed that he himself had gained even more in swordsmanship. Davis seemed to guess what Chengyu was thinking and took the opportunity to propose his request for recruitment. Mr. Cheng, I have an ancient swordsmanship technique here, but my foundation in swordsmanship is shallow, and I dare not browse through it casually. Why not stay at the Wanji Mountain Villa and help me take a look when you have time? By the way, I can also ask the titled Douluo senior in the mansion to assist you in hunting soul rings. The implication of this statement was essentially to use this ancient swordsmanship and the assistance of the titled Douluo in hunting souls as a reward to invite Chengyu to join his camp. As for Chengyu's official position in the court's swordsmanship, it was merely a courtesy similar to that of a guest elder. He did not need to clock in for work every day, whether in the palace or at the Grand Prince's mansion. It made no difference to the Emperor Xingluo, who was hiring Chengyu. Davis was really offering too much, hitting Chengyu's actual needs perfectly, so he agreed without much thought. Officially joining the camp meant that he would become a guest of the Grand Prince's mansion. With his soul sage cultivation and the combat power of a soul Dou, Chengyu, who had never shown much courtesy to Davis, finally sincerely performed a gesture of submission, saying, I, Chengyu, pay my respects to His Highness the Grand Prince. After formally becoming a disciple, Davis asked Li Fu to help him obtain a suitable 80,000 year soul ring in the shortest time possible. Chengyu's swordsmanship was outstanding. He could defeat Soul Douluo during his soul sage period, and now having advanced to level 81, he was even more powerful, making him a strong contender even among Soul Douluo. Davis has added another general to his ranks. Meanwhile, the training of the members of the Demon King team has also gone on their respective paths. These 7 or 8-year-old children currently have soul power levels that are quite exaggerated, and frequent meetings with outsiders could easily expose them. Davis possesses the ancient soul guide artifact, the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet, which can conceal a portion of his soul power level and even hide his soul rings. However, the other 3 cannot do the same. Davis specifically made a trip to the 9 Spirit Palace to borrow several royal artisans who specialize in soul guide devices from the Queen, to see if they could replicate the effect of the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet in concealing soul power levels and design a simplified version of the soul guide device. After studying the Giant Peak Soul Lock Bracelet for 2 days, the royal artisans concluded that it was possible, but would require additional funding. Currently, the research on ancient soul guide technology in the Douluo continent is still superficial. Even the royal artisans, representing the highest level of the Douluo Empire, cannot perfectly replicate those complex soul guide devices. However, for a soul guide device like the giant peak soul lock bracelet, it is still feasible to imitate the simplest functions of concealing soul power and soul rings, although it would be very costly and seen as not worth the expense by the palace artisans. Yet, what seems like a huge cost to the artisans is not considered a significant expenditure by Davis, the newly emerging business genius of Douluo City. With a wave of his hand, he allocated 100,000 gold soul coins as the first batch of research funding, promising that subsequent funding would not be an issue as long as there was progress in the research. It must be said that the royal artisans indeed have profound skills. With all materials and funding in place, they produced the first imitation, the soul lock bracelet, in less than a month. The production cost was around 200,000 gold soul coins, and it only had one function: to shield the user's level 10 soul power and one highest level soul ring. This expensive soul guide device was viewed as a piece of junk by the artisans. How much should a soul guide device that costs 200,000 sell for? However, for Davis, this was already sufficient for use. If it could successfully protect the information of his team members, it was worth far more than just a few hundred or thousands of gold soul coins. The first to wear the soul lock bracelet was Lu Yunying. Li Yang and Luo Jiwei were both servants of the Grand Prince's mansion and had no other connections in the outside world, so their demand for the soul lock bracelet was relatively low. Only Lu Yunying, as the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, often needed to deal with various social interactions. After wearing the soul lock bracelet, the soul power she displayed was reduced to level 12. Therefore, for a period of time, Lu Yunying occasionally wore the soul lock bracelet during the day to stroll around the Royal Junior Soul Master Academy, indicating that she was still the same inexperienced girl as before. At night, she would wear a mask and transform into a great soul master with a martial soul named Flame Gun, causing a stir in the Grand Soul Arena. After consuming the Rooster Crown Phoenix Sunflower, Lu Yunying's physique and martial soul appearance underwent significant changes. Coupled with her amazing disguise technique, she successfully deceived the crowd at the Grand Soul Arena in Douluo City. Great Soul Masters above level 20 were not much of a challenge for Lu Yunying at this point. Therefore, to keep his teammates grounded, Davis decided to sacrifice some of his own training time to practice with her. Unfortunately, even with his third soul ring, Davis's physical strength was still too much for Lu Yunying to handle. Each strike of his earth-shattering iron palm carried triple shockwaves, making it very difficult for Lu Yunying to even hold her long spear steady, let alone withstand it from Davis. However, the resilience of the Lu family's children in battle was indeed extraordinary. While ordinary people would have given up after daily beatings from Davis, Lu Yunying grew braver with each fight. Facing continuous defeats did not dampen her enthusiasm for the challenge. Instead, it allowed her to grasp some techniques for unloading force with the spear under the pressure of Davis's earth-shattering iron palm. Although she was still far from mastering it like Tai Chi, it proved that Lu Yunying's spear skills were indeed advancing rapidly. The progress of his teammates was exactly what Davis wanted to see. Those who lagged far behind were not teammates, but merely ordinary subordinates. Davis aims to cultivate a group of companions who can accompany him in conquering the Douluo continent and even ascend to the divine realm together. Chapter 23. The first meeting with Zhu Zhuyun, Soul Master Fishing. 7-year-old Davis has a soul power level of 33, with an outward display of just having broken through to level 16. In order to obtain a batch of rare medicinal materials that are hard to find in the market from the royal treasury, Davis has no choice but to act cute and use his breakthrough level to seek credit from Emperor Daijun. To his surprise, Daijun is very pleased and not only doubles the amount of the medicinal materials on Davis's list, but also decides to hold a birthday banquet for the Crown Prince tomorrow night to showcase the excellence of the Crown Prince. Davis had no choice but to agree to participate with a cheerful face. At first, he attended his birthday party just to get through it. He didn't want to have too much interaction with the noble forces of Douluo City at this stage. However, he unexpectedly gained something from the banquet. He met his future wife, the 6-year-old Zhu Zhuyun. In the original timeline of the Douluo world, this woman had always been by Davis's side. From initially having the upper hand to later experiencing desolation and defeat, living and dying together, never leaving each other. They were in sync, able to perform the martial soul fusion technique even earlier than Dai Wei and Zhu Zhuqing. Their fates had long been tightly bound together, even though they were not officially engaged yet. After meeting the Crown Prince, Zhu Zhuyun was not seeing Davis for the first time. but it was the first time they communicated alone in a formal setting. Tomorrow is the awakening day for the royal and noble offspring of this year. And Zhu family's head, Zhu Zitan, decided to bring his eldest daughter out to get acquainted with Davis. Perhaps after tomorrow, Zhu Zhuyan would become Davis's fiancée. Davis glanced at the timid little girl, patted her head, and showed a warm smile, but couldn't help teasing her. "Hello, little Zhuyan. Are you here to attend my birthday party?" Zhu Zhuyan nodded seriously and replied, "Yes, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. I wish you a happy birthday. Then what about my birthday gift?" "Huh? Don't her family give you birthday gifts on your birthday?" Zhu Zhuyun's little head suddenly short-circuited. How could she have imagined that her father, who is also Davis's uncle, had already prepared a very valuable gift to send to Wanjin Mountain Villa? The child's mindset made her feel that not bringing a gift was very impolite, and for a moment, the little girl could only lower her head and tug at her skirt, not knowing how to respond. Davis didn't want to bully her too much, so he just pinched her porcelain-like little face again and stopped asking her for a gift. Instead, he took out a small jade bottle from his pocket. "Since you forgot to bring me a gift, let me give you one instead. Inside is a candy bean. Remember to eat it tonight, and you will have good luck when you awaken your martial soul tomorrow." Davis handed a jade bottle containing a small elixir to Zhu Zhuyan. In this world, the small elixir still had powerful healing and cultivation-enhancing properties. Based on Zhu Zhuyan's performance in the original Douluo timeline, her innate soul power should be around level 8 or 9. Davis wanted to see if taking this pill before awakening could change her innate soul power. Since Tang San's Xiantian skill was a cheat, there was no reason the small elixir couldn't work, right? If it weren't for his luck not being good enough to draw a big elixir yet, Davis would have wanted to see if he could create a wife with innate level 20. After giving her the small elixir, Davis quickly left, leaving the young girl standing there, staring blankly at the jade bottle in her hand, troubled. Court banquets were always tedious and boring. After dealing with all the nobles and royal relatives, Davis felt more exhausted than after 10 matches against Yuning. Returning to the Wanjin villa, he handed the precious herbs he had gathered to the maid Zhuer and then entered the Wanjin pavilion to begin his unwavering soul power training. Even though the Chuanjin technique could operate automatically, Davis still insisted on practicing for over 4 hours every night. The speed at which the Chuanjin technique accumulated soul power was only about half of that through active training. To get ahead of Dai Wei, perhaps all he needed was to follow the routine, and Davis was already capable of that. However, if he wanted to surpass someone like Tang San, Qian Renxue, or other extraordinary geniuses, or even the title Douluo Pope Bibi Dong, Davis felt his efforts were still not enough. To leverage the power of this continent, he needed at least the strength of a super Douluo above level 96. After 4 hours of soul power training, Davis fell asleep in the Wanjin pavilion and the next morning went out to attend Zhu Zhiyun's awakening ceremony. As the eldest son of the Dai family, it was mandatory for Davis to participate in the awakening ceremony of the Zhu family's eldest daughter, according to the customs of both the Dai and Zhu families. If Zhu Zhiyun's talent was excellent, she might form a marriage contract under the witness of the elders from both families after the awakening. Davis quickly arrived at the Nine Spirits Palace. As a necessary candidate for the queen, the daughter of the Zhu family would not participate in the awakening ceremony with outsiders. It would generally only be held in the queen's palace. After Davis entered the Nine Spirit Palace, Zhu Zhiyun, who looked very nervous, was already waiting there. The awakening ceremony was presided over by the queen, Zhu Zitong, with only members of the Dai and Zhu families present as the audience. Concubine Lien was also on site, holding the just 1-year-old Dai Mubai. Once everyone had arrived, the queen approached Zhu Zhiyun, gently touched her head, and asked, "Zhiyun, are you ready?" Zhu Zhiyun secretly glanced at Davis beside her, gritted her teeth, and looked up at the queen, saying yes. "Any queen, I am ready." The queen extended a slender finger and gently tapped Zhu Zhiyun's forehead. Under the activation of soul power, a purple soul guiding array lit up beneath Zhu Zhiyun's feet. As the purple light enveloped her, a cat's meow was heard, and then a small, agile figure sprang out from behind Zhu Zhiyun. As expected, it was the Zhu family's inherited martial soul, the Nether Cat. The queen's expression softened by 3 points as she took a soul power crystal ball from the tray held by the female official. Zhu Zhiyun obediently placed her hands on it. The purple soul power gradually accumulated, 10, 30, 50, 70. When the soul power reached 80, the increase in the crystal ball's purple light gradually slowed down. 90. Once the scale in the soul power crystal ball reached 90, the rising speed became slower and slower, and when it reached about 95, it finally came to a complete halt. Innate soul power level 9. 5. Although it was slightly less than Davis's full innate soul power, it could still be considered an extraordinary talent. Regarding this result, everyone, including the Emperor, the Queen, the Duke of the Zhou family, and Davis, was very satisfied. The only one who might be less satisfied was concubine Lian, who was holding the third prince, Dai Wei. Zhou Zhuyun was destined to be Davis's fiancée, and the higher her talent, the more difficult the future would be for Dai Wei. Without any unexpected events on this day, the engagement between Davis and Zhou Zhuyun was officially established by both families. Davis gave the eternal cold jade obtained from the system's card draw to Zhou Zhuyun as a token and instructed her to carry it with her at all times. This piece of cold jade is a rare item made from the leftover materials of the cold jade bed from the ancient tomb sect in the gold system world, and carrying it can slightly increase one's cultivation speed. The Emperor witnessed this scene and couldn't help but admire his son for having the same demeanor as he did in his youth. The last stone in the Queen's heart also fell, with the son having full innate soul power and the daughter-in-law possessing innate soul power at level 9. 5. They seemed well matched, and comprehending the martial soul fusion technique wouldn't be too difficult. With such a combination, no other prince could hope to surpass him. The elders took the eternal cold jade, given by Davis, to Zhou Zhuyun as a token of love. And this jade pendant was cool to the touch and rich in spiritual essence, clearly a rare treasure just by looking at it. Zhou Zhuyun's father, Zhou Zitan, the head of the Zhou family, also couldn't be stingy and gifted Davis a 1-meter-long gift list, which included 10 popular shops in the bustling area of Xinglua City. Davis gladly accepted, just in time to develop the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. After the awakening ceremony, Davis returned to Wanjin Villa to cultivate. His training in aspects such as soul power, body refinement, and soul has already got on the right track. He just needs to follow the routine to make progress. Currently, the focus for Davis is to master swordsmanship. Perhaps due to possessing an extraordinary sword martial soul like the 7-star sword, Davis's talent for swordsmanship is exceptionally high. Under Cheng Yu's guidance, Davis's swordsmanship quickly reached a bottleneck. Swordsmanship in the Douluo continent is divided into 4 levels: proficient, subtle, transformative, and ultimate. Only when one can use the sword as if it were a part of their body, with all sword techniques seamlessly integrated and no delay in their strikes, can they be considered proficient. According to Cheng Yu, those who have not reached this level cannot be called swordsmen. They can only be regarded as useless at using a sword. Davis is now at the mastery level. The swordsmanship recorded in the inscriptions of the 5 mountain sword technique is diverse and profound. As a foundation for his swordsmanship, Davis, combined with his exceptional talent, quickly achieved a high level of proficiency in sword techniques. The subtle realm, as the name suggests, refers to a swordsman's grasp of battle opportunities reaching an exquisite level, where every sword strike is executed at the most opportune moment, and each attack targets the greatest threat to the enemy, aiming to strike decisively. To reach this level requires a wealth of swordsmanship experience and practical combat foundation. As for the transformative and ultimate realms, Cheng Yu is not well informed. Even as the #1 swordsman in Xinglua, he is merely on the threshold between the subtle realm and the transformative realm. How could he fully explain the scenery beyond the transformative realm to Davis? In the world of Douluo continent, due to the existence of soul skills, the study of combat techniques is not very deep. After all, achieving the subtle realm in swordsmanship is difficult, but many soul kings possess soul rings of a 10,000-year level. Even Cheng Yu, the sword saint of Xinglua, has not reached the transformative realm of swordsmanship. Davis estimates that to witness the style of a transformative realm swordsman, he might have to wait until he meets the sword Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school in the future. Currently, Davis, who has reached a bottleneck in swordsmanship, urgently needs a lot of practical combat to help him break through his constraints. Thus, on this day, a newcomer wearing an iron mask appeared at the Great Soul Arena in Xinglua City. Ghostface, the person in charge of the Great Soul Arena, welcomed this mysterious figure. As one cannot easily refuse someone brought by mysterious soul Douluo, Davis, wearing a mask and wielding the golden Feng sword, does not intend to showcase his martial soul in the Soul Arena, opting instead to rely solely on his swordsmanship and soul power enhancement. When arranging the first match, the head of the Soul Arena felt quite troubled. Xinglua City is the imperial capital, and even a soul sovereign who can survive in such a prestigious arena is an experienced veteran with some skills. This young master, who appeared out of nowhere, was arrogant and chose not to use his martial soul, and those seasoned fighters would not hold back. He might end up seriously injured. leading to trouble for the Soul Arena from that Soul Douluo. However, in Davis's first match, he dispelled the head of the Soul Arena's ridiculous concerns within 3 seconds. Without activating his martial soul or summoning his soul rings, Davis just flashed past, lightly swinging his sword to make a cut on the weak opponent carefully selected from the Grand Soul Arena. The opponent immediately fell to the ground and surrendered without any hesitation. Surrendering at the first sign of an unbeatable opponent is the survival strategy of these seasoned veterans in the Grand Soul Arena. Chapter 24. The Starry Sword Saint is nothing without using soul skills or even revealing his martial soul. Davis easily won the first match. This left the person in charge of the Grand Soul Arena feeling unreal, but for some reason, this feeling seemed somewhat familiar, as if something like this had happened several years ago. Arrange the next match, Davis said coldly to the person in charge of the Grand Soul Arena, clearly dissatisfied with the opponent he had just been assigned. Yes, young master, I will definitely arrange a formidable opponent for you in the next match. The person in charge hurriedly replied with a smile. 10 minutes later, Davis returned to the competition stage. Accompanying him onto the stage was a level 37 Soul Master, Tang San, whose martial soul was the Ironback Pangolin. This opponent was obviously much more seasoned than the previous one. After they had both exchanged greetings, Tang San activated his martial soul and then executed a classic role of the pangolin, charging towards Davis. First soul skill, Iron Armor Charge. The pangolin's solid back curled its tail, hiding its soft belly, rolling into a yellow-brown ball that rapidly advanced towards Davis, gaining speed and momentum. Davis could withstand this impact, but it would expose his obviously superior physical quality, which would not achieve the goal of honing his swordsmanship. So Davis merely sidestepped half a step, gently avoiding the yellow-brown ball. Clang! A steel sword was drawn from his waist, piercing the ball that rolled past him. Mount Hua, swordsmanship. White clouds emerging from a mist. With a muffled sound, the sharp sword pierced into flesh. The iron armor on Tang San's back provided no protection at all. Davis's sword was swift and precise, piercing through the middle of the ball where only a small line of the belly was exposed. After rolling away from Davis, Tang San quickly returned to his normal state, clutching a small sword wound on his left side, looking at Davis with a serious expression. What a ruthless sword technique. Davis remained unmoved. His persona in the Great Soul Arena was that of a cold-faced swordsman. In situations like this, silence was the best approach. Speaking too much not only risked breaking his character, but also exposed his identity. When Iron Mountain saw Davis's complete lack of reaction, he didn't think much of it. It was normal for a young master who could achieve Soul Master status at such a young age to look down on people like them, who were struggling in the Great Soul Arena. Now watch my move. Third soul skill, Earth Shockwave. Iron Mountain stomped his right foot hard on the ground of the arena, and a yellow energy wave surrounded by dust burst forth from beneath him, heading straight for Davis. Following that, Iron Mountain activated his first soul skill, Iron Armor Charge, rushing behind the yellow energy wave, also aimed at Davis. The speed of the yellow energy wave was incredibly fast. Normally, a Soul Master would find it hard to dodge, but that did not include Davis. As long as he activated his second soul skill, Golden Feather Strike, his speed could be so fast that opponents couldn't catch him. However, Davis had no intention of summoning his martial soul or dodging. He wanted to test the effectiveness of his swordsmanship against such a pure energy attack. Soul power gathered in his palm, and as he watched the incoming energy wave in Iron Mountain, Davis felt no fluctuation in his heart. He waited until the attack was nearly upon him before slashing out again. Morning Sun, Dou Qi sword. A purple sword light met the overwhelming energy wave, and the spectators in the Great Soul Arena were astonished to discover that this seemingly weak sword light effortlessly split the Earth Shockwave in two. Even Iron Mountain, who was following closely behind the energy wave, was caught in the blast. Screech! A sharp, piercing sound rang out, accompanied by Iron Mountain's scream of agony. As the dust and effects of the soul skill gradually dissipated, everyone could finally see the situation in the arena. Iron Mountain was half kneeling on the ground, his face twisted in pain, and on his back, which was covered in iron armor scales, there was a half-meter-long wound, bleeding profusely and looking quite terrifying. Davis is still standing on the field wearing a mask, completely unscathed. Iron Mountain has sustained serious injuries and appears to have lost the ability to continue fighting. The referee quickly declares Davis the winner. The person in charge of the Great Soul Arena, after watching this battle, finally remembers where the familiarity comes from. 20 years ago, before Feng Yun became the #1 swordsman in Xingluo, he used the same tactics, relying solely on soul power and swordsmanship. He desperately challenged soul masters of the same level in the Great Soul Arena. With 28 consecutive victories, all the soul masters who faced him were heavily injured, to the point where the Great Soul Arena could no longer find anyone willing to fight him, and the betting odds suffered greatly because of Cheng Yu's winning streak. Wait, Cheng Yu seems to have stayed at the Soul Sage level for quite a long time, right? Could it be that the Soul Douluo just now was? The person in charge of the Great Soul Arena has a distressed expression. If it is Cheng Yu's disciple coming to challenge, then they might really have to admit defeat. Their top expert in the backstage of the Xingluo Great Soul Arena is just a Soul Douluo. Cheng Yu had once crossed boundaries to slay a Soul Douluo at the Soul Sage level, and now that he has broken through, the Soul Douluo in their backstage might not even have the courage to fight him. Not to mention that the person in charge of the Great Soul Arena is secretly lamenting. Davis has found the injured Iron Mountain offstage. The staff of the Great Soul Arena have already helped him with medicine and bandaging, but it seems that his injuries will take at least half a month to heal completely, unless Iron Mountain spends a large sum to hire a healing-type Soul Master for assistance. He performed quite well just now, so he should hire a healing-type Soul Master for him. Davis spoke to the staff at the Great Soul Arena. Taizhan looked up in astonishment, and although the staff knew that Davis was either wealthy or noble, they couldn't agree immediately and felt a bit awkward. At that moment, the person in charge of the Great Soul Arena hurried over, smiling and saying, "No problem. I'll have the resident healing Soul Master treat him shortly. You can rest assured." "Young Master," Davis nodded and said, "I need to spar with a large number of Soul Respect and Soul Master level Soul Masters. Weapon-type Martial Souls are preferred, but Beast Martial Souls are also acceptable. Please keep an eye on the Soul Masters in the circle for me. The payment is 300 gold soul coins for a Soul Respect and 1,000 for a Soul Master. If you perform well, it will be doubled. If you get injured, I will be responsible for finding a healing-type Soul Master, and they must not be weaker than you." After finishing, Davis pointed at Iron Mountain. This left Iron Mountain feeling quite complicated. He had become a measuring unit, and he didn't know whether to take it as a compliment or an insult. However, after only a moment of consideration, Iron Mountain decided to challenge him after recovering from his injuries. After all, the offer was too generous. The Soul Respect subsidy from the Spirit Hall was only 100 gold soul coins per month. Fighting this young master once was equivalent to 3 months of minimum support, and he would even cover the cost of hiring a healing-type Soul Master if injured. It would be foolish not to take such a good opportunity. The person in charge of the Great Soul Arena gave a thumbs up and praised, "Young Master, you are generous. This prize will definitely attract many people. However, this could lead to our Great Soul Arena going bankrupt." Davis casually said, "It's simple, no win-loss bets, just let them bet on my consecutive wins. And the end time of each match will do." The person in charge's eyes lit up, as if a new world had opened up. Looking at Davis, who was wearing a ghost mask, he felt more pleased than seeing his own father. A casual remark turned out to be an idea worth millions of gold soul coins. This is a living god of wealth. What about Cheng Yu being a sword saint? Compared to his disciple, he has nothing at all. Episode 25. The Dragon and Tiger Fight in the Eyes of Outsiders. Davis's golden idea will certainly not be offered to the Great Soul Arena for free. With Cheng Yu around, the Great Soul Arena cannot dare to be greedy for his share. Otherwise, if this sword saint, who has been promoted to Soul Dou, gets angry, the Great Soul Arena may not be able to handle it. After negotiations, Davis will receive 20 of the betting profits for every consecutive win in battles at the Great Soul Arena. This can be considered as providing some development funds for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. The Great Soul Arena offers a lot, but also imposes harsh conditions. As long as Ghostface loses a single match in the upcoming battles, whether against opponents of the same rank or higher, all subsequent earnings from that match onward will have nothing to do with him. It should be noted that many of Davis's opponents are well-known skilled fighters in the Soul Master realm. Cheng Yu originally wanted to draw his sword and argue with the Great Soul Arena to modify the terms of the agreement, but he was stopped by Davis. "It's fine, but it's unnecessary." Davis was very clear about his goal. First and foremost, to find enough sharpening stones. Making money? That was just a bonus. If he could find a way to defeat his opponents and identify the shortcomings in his swordsmanship, then his gains would far exceed any monetary value. Thus, for the next 10 days, Davis participated in 3 Soul Master-level battles each day at the Great Soul Arena under the identity of Ghostface, winning each match effortlessly. By the end of the 10 days, this newcomer, Ghostface, had become a hot topic at the Great Soul Arena. To cater to him, the arena introduced new betting methods like consecutive win bets and timed bets, extracting untold profits from countless gamblers, nobles, and merchants. Some greedy, underhanded individuals, having lost heavily in the bets, even began to plot against Ghost Face himself. Of course, those henchmen sent by these underhanded individuals were all dealt with cleanly by Cheng Yu, each cut down with a single sword strike. Initially, the probing henchmen kept multiplying until Cheng Yu, in front of several spies, killed a soul sage with one sword strike. After that, no one dared to seek their own demise again. Meanwhile, Davis also accepted challenges from 30 renowned soul masters at the Great Soul Arena. After enduring these 30 varied battles, his combat experience had clearly reached a qualitative leap. But unfortunately, the pressure from these opponents was insufficient, leading to minimal improvement in his swordsmanship. Therefore, it was time for some real meat. After finishing the soul battles on the 10th day, Davis began requesting the Great Soul Arena to arrange battles at the Soul King level for him. The Great Soul Arena had been prepared for this and quickly sent out a Soul King level Soul Master. When the two appeared, the host of the Great Soul Arena was exceptionally excited. Esteemed audience, today we are fortunate to witness a bizarre soul battle. This is a cross-level challenge proposed by our rising star, the 33 RD level Ghost Face Sword Master, against the 44th level Assault type Weapon Soul Master, Mad Blade. It has been 2 years since a cross-rank challenge has occurred in our star Luo City's Great Soul Arena, and it has been 10 years since a low-level Soul Master defeated a high-level Soul Master. However, the Ghost Face Sword Master has achieved 30 consecutive victories in the Soul Master Arena, and no one has ever forced him to reveal his martial soul or use any of his soul ring abilities. And Mr. Mad Blade is no weakling. He has already earned the Silver Soul Battle Honor in the Soul King Arena, a 30 consecutive victory Soul Master challenging a Silver Soul Battle Soul King. Sword Martial Soul versus Blade Martial Soul. This is going to be a crazy night. Are you ready? With the host's provocation, the audience's emotions ignited, and the amount of bets flowing into the Great Soul Arena continuously refreshed, each surge in numbers making the arena's manager feel excited and restless. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the referee announced the start of the soul battle. Mad Blade completely disregarded Ghost Face Sword Master, as he was here solely for the money. A reward of 1,000 gold soul coins, plus the appearance fee from the Great Soul Arena, meant he could earn it all with just one match, which was quite appealing for any non-noble soul master. Hearing the referee announce the start, Mad Blade let out a sinister laugh and activated his martial soul, the horse-cutting blade. Yellow and purple, for standard soul, rings appeared in the arena, indicating that although Mad Blade was not a noble, he was also not some ungrounded low-level soul master. Second soul skill, 3 points of blade chi. 3 dazzling blades of chi erupted from the horse-cutting blade martial soul, tearing through the ground of the Great Soul Arena towards Davis. Davis still had not activated his martial soul. He merely contained soul power in his palm and planned to fight with swordsmanship. This arrogant attitude not only shocked the audience, but also enraged the Mad Blade. How dare a soul master challenge the soul sect while hiding his strength? Fine, you want to hide, do you? Then I'll make sure you have plenty of hiding to do. Second soul skill, 3 points blade chi. Second soul skill, 3 points blade chi. The Mad Blade activated his second soul skill twice in a row, and a total of 9 blade chi surrounded Davis in a fan shape. This second soul skill of the Mad Blade was considered one of the best among low-level explosive soul skills. As long as he had enough soul power, he could release it continuously without restriction. The release speed was extremely fast, making it easy to deal a large amount of damage in a short time, deciding the outcome with one strike. Faced with this overwhelming blade chi soul skill, Davis showed no signs of panic and drew his iron sword. Huashan's sword technique, boundless falling leaves. An incredible event suddenly unfolded before the audience's eyes. The iron sword in Davis's hand, infused with soul power, just lightly thrust forward a few times and shattered the 9 blade energies unleashed by the Mad Blade, which had cost him considerable soul power one by one. It was as effortless as breaking 9 pieces of tofu. The entire venue fell silent, and the Mad Blade's jaw nearly dropped in shock. His second soul skill, which he was quite proud of, was so easily countered. This is impossible. The Mad Blade roared angrily and unleashed a third wave of blade energy. Using the same old trick again, this time, Davis didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. With one swing of his sword, he shattered the 3 blade energies. Do you have any fresher moves? This one doesn't seem to be working too well. Davis was full of indifferent provocation, completely infuriating the hot-tempered Crazy Blade. All right, I'll show you what I've got. The third soul ring of the slashing horse blade, martial soul, flashed with purple light, and the third soul skill, blade, Qian fusion. Crazy Blade's entire body suddenly shot up, his hair standing on end, and his gaze was filled with an undeniable ferocity, as if possessed by some fierce beast. He must have used an amplification-type soul skill, and at this moment, Crazy Blade's physical attributes should have greatly increased. Take a blade from me. A downward slash descended from the sky, and with that momentum, it seemed as if he was going to cleave the ghost-faced swordmaster in half. Davis became slightly serious, and the aura of his iron sword shone brightly. The Huashan sword technique's defensive stance, the bells and drums sound together. Bang! A heavy metallic clash resounded, and the spectators outside were astonished to find that the seemingly small Davis remained motionless, while the imposing Kwang Dao took a half-step back. Unfortunately, in his berserk state, Kwang Dao was oblivious to this detail. Can you block my 1 strike, 10 strikes, 100 strikes? Horizontal slashes, diagonal slashes, vertical slashes, upward thrusts. Though the moves Kwang Dao executed were ordinary, they were executed with exceptional skill. They couldn't be considered self-created soul techniques. Rather, they were the most suitable ways for him to wield his blade, honed through countless battles. Coupled with his robust physique and a significant boost in physical attributes after activating his third soul skill, he possessed considerable lethality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to earn a silver soul coin in a big city like Xinglua City. Unfortunately, he encountered Davis, who was the most restraining opponent for him. Kwang Dao's proud physical attributes held no advantage in front of Davis, who had trained the 13 Protectors Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield. And when comparing Kwang Dao's so-called refined swordsmanship to the exquisite Huashan sword technique, there was still a significant gap. Therefore, even though he launched a continuous barrage of strikes, Davis remained firmly standing amidst the storm of his attacks, not retreating an inch. After dozens of strikes, even Kwang Dao's strong physique began to feel slightly weakened. Looking at the unmoving young swordsman before him, Kwang Dao had to admit that in a simple sword duel, he was no match for this guy. After one of his strikes was intercepted by Davis, Kwang Dao stepped back and suddenly activated his deep purple fourth soul ring. Fourth soul skill, Crescent Blade. A massive crescent-shaped blade aura, approximately 5 meters in diameter, appeared in midair as Kwang Dao executed a horizontal slash while retreating, sweeping towards the chest of the ghost-face swordmaster. The density of this blade aura far exceeded that of the previous 3-point blade aura. An ordinary soul master struck by it would risk being cut in half. Davis's eyes brightened. This strike had some flair. He took half a step back, and the iron sword in his hand gathered momentum, a faint purple sword light resembling morning glow illuminating the entire soul fighting arena. The Morning Sun Unified Sword, a direct thrust. Aside from basic sword techniques like the Huashan sword technique and the Songshan sword technique, this was the only advanced sword technique Davis had learned from the 5 Mountain Sword Techniques relics. Due to its simplicity, this sword technique had only one move, to gather momentum and strike. The more decisive the strike, the more soul power could be mobilized, and the more solidified the morning glow sword light became, increasing its lethality. When this sword was unleashed, it countered the fourth soul skill activated by the Mad Blade head-on. After a moment, the sword light sliced through the blade energy, and it itself was nearly dissipated, no longer able to inflict any damage on the Mad Blade. This clash seemed to show that Davis only had a slight advantage, but in reality, it was not so. The soul power consumed by his self-created soul skill. The Morning Sun Unified Sword was equivalent to that of a second soul skill, but it was incredibly solidified, making it extremely sharp. On the other hand, the Mad Blade's Crescent Scimitar was a fourth soul skill, and after their battle so far, this move had nearly drained 2/3 of the remaining soul power from the Mad Blade's body. Seeing his ultimate move countered, the Mad Blade's fighting spirit diminished significantly. Feeling the pitiful little bit of soul power left in his body, he decisively surrendered. The audience on the viewing platform erupted with overwhelming shouts. Although this battle didn't take long, the arena's use of the Soul Master challenging the Soul Sect, along with the Soul Master's abandonment of soul skills as a gimmick, perfectly hit the audience's G-spot. At this moment, the outcome was clear, and the underdog had succeeded. The spectators, who were inexperienced, failed to see that the ghost-faced sword master had maintained an absolute advantage throughout, believing they had witnessed a fierce battle and naturally erupted with extraordinary passion. Davis was too lazy to stay on the field and cater to the gambler's enthusiasm, quickly returning to the backcourt to rest and wait for the next battle arrangement at the Grand Soul Arena. In the following month, Davis continued to participate in battles at the Grand Soul Arena at a rate of 3 matches a day. His opponents were all soul masters, ranging from level 41 to 49. He achieved a complete victory. During this time, several top-tier martial soul masters posed a significant threat to Davis. After all, he could not use soul skills and relied solely on swordsmanship to fight, which made him passive against opponents with special soul skills. However, overall, Davis became increasingly accustomed to battles at the soul master level, and his fighting style grew more seasoned. The Five Mountains sword technique also gradually became second nature to him, reaching the perfection of the first realm of swordsmanship mastery. Furthermore, after a month of training, Davis had learned advanced sword techniques beyond just the Chaoyang Ichi sword. He had dabbled in the Huashan's deadly continuous 3 immortal swords, Songshan's fast and slow 17 paths, and Hengshan's returning wind and falling goose sword. Although he was still far from mastering the sword techniques inscribed in the Five Mountain sword technique, it had enriched his combat methods significantly. Through more than 100 battles, the reputation of the Ghost-Face sword master resounded throughout Star Luo City. In both the Grand Soul Arena, and Davis reaped enormous amounts of gold soul coins. At this point, Davis felt that this carnival was about to come to an end. However, the Grand Soul Arena, having tasted the sweetness, hoped Davis would continue to participate in battles here. Davis certainly wouldn't let the prospect of making money affect his upcoming training plans and straightforwardly refused. With Cheng Yu behind him, the Great Duel Arena had no way to deal with him, and they could only hand over the earnings from these days, ending this collaboration. After returning to Wanjin Villa, Davis opened the card draw system. New achievement unlocked, Sword Master, acknowledged by over 50,000 people simultaneously, possessing superb swordsmanship. Reward, item card, Zhelong Dan, 3 pieces. 100 consecutive victories. Defeated 100 enemies of the same level or higher in a row. Reward, martial arts card, 9 Injin Jing, ancient tomb version. After taking the Zhelong Dan, he will fall into a state of false death and will wake up after 9 days, clearing all negative statuses such as poisoning and injury. This is a life-saving miracle drug. Davis hurriedly stored the jade bottle containing the Zhelong Dan into his storage soul guide. As for the 9E manual, Ancient Tomb Edition, this was definitely a big gain. Although the value of the Ancient Tomb Edition of the 9E manual had greatly diminished without the Sanskrit outline, it was still barely worthy of being considered a supreme martial art, especially since it contained the bone-refining chapter of the I Ching, a technique that could enhance one's innate talent. Davis planned to leave this technique for Zhu Zhuyun, which, combined with the Millennium Coal Jade he had obtained earlier, could significantly increase Zhu Zhuyun's cultivation speed. After sorting through his recent gains, a voice from outside the door interrupted him. It was the maid Zhuer, Your Highness. An old man has come outside the manor specifically looking for you. The guard's Dou Emperor couldn't discern his strength, so we asked Mr. Cheng to take a look from afar. He said the visitor is likely a titled Douluo. I've already informed Elderly. Do you want to meet him? A titled Douluo? How could a titled Douluo come here at this time? Davis frowned at the unexpected situation. He knew he had to meet the visitor. Aside from the 2 highest-ranking officials of the Spear Hall, no one in this world could disregard a titled Douluo. However, he needed to meet with Elderly present. It wasn't that Davis was timid, but rather that a rich heir should not act recklessly, no matter how high Davis's potential was. He couldn't withstand the first soul skill of any titled Douluo before he had fully realized it. When lacking in strength, one must be cautious. Elderly soon arrived. The 2 went to the entrance of the Wanjin Manor to greet the visitor. The other party, being a top figure in the Douluo world, was willing to adhere to etiquette by waiting at the entrance for the guards to announce him, but that didn't mean Davis could disregard his status. Even as Prince of the Xingluo, he had to show respect by personally welcoming him at the door. Almost immediately upon meeting, Davis recognized who this old man was. He looked young, with white hair and beard, standing quietly with his eyes closed, exuding the presence of an extraordinary sword sheathed, as if the moment he opened his eyes, that sword would pierce toward you. Upon seeing this person, Elder Lee's heart trembled, and he reached out to gently shake his head at Davis, indicating that he didn't have the confidence to protect him in front of this man. This was the first time since Elderly became a titled Douluo that he encountered someone he couldn't see through at all. However, at this moment, Davis felt oddly calm. Who was this person? A level 96 titled Douluo, the supreme elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the owner of the most powerful weapon spirit on the Douluo continent, and one of the proudest and most honorable figures in Douluo. Sword Douluo Qinshin, Xingluo Davis. I have met the Sword Douluo, Your Excellency. Hearing this, Qinshin opened his eyes. just with a glance at Davis. He felt an overwhelming sword intent piercing toward him from all directions. This was the sword Douluo's sword intent attack. Feng Yun, also a master of swordsmanship, recognized it and wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by elderly. He sensed that Shin's sword intent attack on Davis carried no malice. It was simply a test for the prince. If Feng Yun forced his way in, it would be pure suicide. Feng Yun awkwardly retracted his hand that was about to draw his sword, but did not completely lower his guard, remaining on standby, like elderly, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of trouble. Davis was suddenly stirred by the sword intent, and his right hand 7-star sword martial soul almost couldn't help but leap out to assist him in resisting the opponent's sword intent. However, Davis ultimately restrained the 7-star sword martial soul, relying solely on his own will to accept the baptism of the sword intent from the sword Douluo. It was still far from the time for the 7-star sword to reveal itself. Fortunately, during this period, Davis had also put in a lot of effort into the visualization of the Luzu diagram, significantly enhancing his soul power compared to before. Moreover, Xian's intention was merely to test, and he wouldn't use abilities that far exceeded Davis's strength. Davis drew the golden sword from his waist and struck with the most decisive, determined, and desperate blow in history. As he thrust the sword, it seemed as if he broke some kind of shackles within himself. But in this critical moment, he couldn't care about anything else. Ding! The ethereal purple sword light was shattered by the gaze of the sword Douluo, yet Davis ultimately managed to safely endure this overwhelming attack of sword intent. Remarkably, he was able to break through himself in such a desperate situation, achieving a profound understanding of swordsmanship before the age of 8. Not bad, very impressive. Davis had not yet regained his senses when he heard the somewhat weary voice of Tang San praising him. When he came to, he saw the renowned sword Douluo cupping his fists and giving a slight bow towards him, saying, "Qibao Glaze Sect, Tang San, I was rude just now." At this moment, Davis finally regained his composure and hurriedly returned the courtesy, saying, "It's no trouble. Although your test caught me off guard, there was no intent to harm, and it helped me advance into the subtle realm of swordsmanship. How could there be any talk of rudeness? This is not the place for conversation. Why don't we go to my estate to discuss in detail?" Xian naturally followed the host and entered the Wan Jin Mountain Manor with Davis. Upon entering the manor, Xian immediately felt the incredibly rich metal energy emanating from underground and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, although the 7-treasure glazed tile school is said to be as wealthy as a country. When it comes to resources, it cannot compare to the vast territories of the 2 major empires. This gold-based simulated cultivation ground is considered top-notch in the entire Douluo continent, and it is surprisingly just the personal property of the Grand Prince. With the 7-killing sword martial soul, he can also be considered as metal-based. If he had been able to cultivate in such an environment when he was young, his strength would probably be beyond level 96 by now. After everyone was seated, Davis asked the sword Douluo, "Your sect has been developing in the Heaven Dou Empire. May I ask what brings you here today to personally visit Luo City? Is there any way I can assist you?" The sword Douluo did not hold back and directly nodded, saying, "Indeed, there is something that requires the Grand Prince's assistance, but it is unrelated to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. It is purely a personal matter of mine." Seeing that Davis did not show any signs of discomfort, Xian continued, "I have wasted nearly 100 years of my life, and now I have achieved the title of a level 96 title Douluo. I believe I have few rivals on the continent, but unfortunately, my swordsmanship inheritance has no good place to settle." Upon hearing this, both Davis and Feng Yun understood the intention of the sword Douluo. The reason for his visit today was that he had learned from the intelligence of the 7-treasure glazed tile school that a young swordsmanship genius had emerged in Luo City. With the strength of a soul Zune, he managed to win 90 consecutive battles in the Great Soul Arena without using any soul skills. Even I could not achieve such madness in my youth. May I ask the Grand Prince if I have the honor to become the teacher of this swordsmanship genius? Indeed, the identity of the ghost face sword master can deceive ordinary people, but it cannot hide from the sharp gaze of a titled Douluo, especially one as sensitive to the aura of swordsmanship as sword Douluo Xian. If Davis were not a visitor from another world or did not have a system, he should immediately seize the opportunity to become a disciple, as this would ensure that even if he lost the struggle for the throne in the future, at least someone could protect him. However, Davis is now confident that he can defeat Dai Wei and does not need to find an escape route at this time. Therefore, he needed to consider his position more. While having the disciple of a title Douluo is indeed alluring, no matter how unrelated it is to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, they're still the closest family to Ning Fengji. Once he becomes a disciple, in the eyes of outsiders, Davis and they would inevitably have an inseparable relationship. Currently, the relationships among the Spirit Hall, the two major empires, and various sect forces on the continent are still unclear. Finding himself too early with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the top 3 sects, may not align with the core interests of the Qing Luo Empire. Although these so-called imperial interests do not matter to Davis, and he is confident that he will be the core interest of the empire in the future, that future is not now. Most importantly, Davis still does not know how to treat Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the rest of the Shrek 7 monsters, including Ning Rongrong, in the future. As a prince of a nation, there are too many factors to consider. At this critical moment, Davis could only apologize and politely decline the Sword Doulouo's good intentions. I'm sorry, senior. My identity is special, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, to which you belong, is a pillar sect of the Heaven Dou Empire. It is difficult for me to make a decision at this moment, so I can only temporarily let down your good intentions. Chun Xian, having lived nearly 100 years, understood Davis's meaning upon hearing this. After all, being the continent's #1 swordsman, Chun Xian's ease of mind exceeded everyone's expectations. Although he felt regret for not being able to take in such a good disciple as Davis, he still patted his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Since the fate is not enough, I will not force it. If there is an opportunity to meet again in the future, I will teach you swordsmanship." With that, he floated away, but just as he was about to disappear, the Sword Doulouo cast a very concealed glance at the palm of Davis's right hand and said something to him through sound transmission. Only Li Fu, the titled Douluo, also heard this sentence. He looked at Davis with astonishment, only to find that his normally composed master, who never showed his emotions, now bore the same expression of shock. Because of this sentence, it almost uncovered one of the deepest secrets hidden in Davis's heart. Chapter 27. A Parent's Love for Their Child. Keep your sword martial soul well hidden. The next time we meet, I will teach you how to use a sword. This was the last message left by the Sword Doulouo as he departed. Davis initially thought that he had hidden his 7-star sword martial soul well when facing Chun Xian's sword intent attack. However, he never expected that his 7-star sword could sense Chun Xian's 7-kill sword intent. So, would the first sword martial soul of the continent, which Chun Xian had almost cultivated to its limit, have no response to his 7-star sword? It was likely that the moment the 7-star sword martial soul began to stir, it had already been detected. Li Fu quickly returned to normal. After all, in his eyes, being chosen by a deity as an heir was a significant matter, so what was merely a second martial soul? However, Davis's habitual concealment further deepened the impression of this black tiger Dou. His Highness indeed always has new trump cards. After Chun Xian left, Davis returned to the Golden Pavilion to examine his newly achieved swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had reached the subtle realm, which, strictly speaking, placed him in the same broad stage as Chengyu. This is what makes the sword path captivating to the capable, yet frustrating for the mediocre. Chengyu is already considered a renowned sword genius, but he had spent 20 years stagnating in the subtle realm. While a prodigy like Davis only needed one encounter with a master to break through into the subtle realm. After entering the subtle realm, Davis's combat power increased significantly. Originally, although Davis could defeat soul masters without using soul skills, he relied on his strong physique, refined swordsmanship, and the exquisite techniques learned from the 5 Mountains sword techniques inscriptions. However, facing a soul king with 10,000-year soul rings, it was almost impossible to defeat the opponent head-on. Even using soul skills would hardly offset the advantages of 10,000-year soul skills. But from now on, Davis had the qualifications to confront a soul king directly. After entering the subtle realm, there was no need to go to the Great Soul Arena anymore. The level of opponents there was limited and would likely fail to provide Davis with any meaningful gains. The legend of the Star Luo Ghost Face Swordmaster had gradually spread throughout the Star Luo Empire, and the true identity of the Ghost Face Swordmaster was being repeatedly probed by multiple intelligence agencies. Of course, Davis's methods of concealing his identity were not low. Ultimately, the force that truly uncovered his identity came down to just one organization, the Imperial Intelligence Agency of the Star Luo royal family, the Shadow Guard. In the Imperial study, Emperor Dai Wei of the Star Luo carefully read through the intelligence presented by the Shadow Guard, finally unable to restrain himself after years of maintaining composure, and exclaimed with a loud laugh, "My son Davis has an unparalleled demeanor. My Dai family of the Star Luo has nothing to worry about." After laughing wildly for a while, Dai returned to his usual calm demeanor as the Emperor of Star Luo and instructed the Shadow Guard to send this information to both the Nine Spirit Palace and the Qing Lian Palace. At the same time, he ordered the Shadow Guard to mobilize fully to closely monitor everything happening in the Qing Lian Palace. The long-standing bad habits of the Star Luo Empire finally had a chance to be resolved through the next generation. Daijin knew that he could trust concubine Lian to be an extremely intelligent person. Upon seeing this intelligence, she would certainly know what to do. If she didn't know, the Emperor is merciless. Even though Daijin still cherished and loved her dearly, he would have to do some heart-wrenching things. In the Nine Spirit Palace, the Empress looked at Li Fu with a worried expression and reproached him. "Uncle Li, why aren't you keeping an eye on him? Letting him run wild in the Great Soul Arena? I don't care what great opportunity he has had to become a soul ancestor at this age. But with your insights, don't you know that if his real age is exposed, he will attract the envy of the entire continent?" Having already achieved the rank of title Dou, Li Fu felt a rare sense of guilt when facing this younger generation whom he had watched grow up. Almost like his own daughter. "Your Highness." After pondering for a moment, Li Fu still did not tell her that he had already pledged allegiance to Davis. Nor did he mention that he had achieved title Douluo, and he certainly did not bring up the matter of the divine inheritance. He merely hinted, "Your Highness has her own plans. Your Majesty, he is more mature than you think." After years of interaction, the Empress immediately sensed that Li Fu was hiding something, but she could not truly question this elder who had dedicated his life to the Zhu family. Though she couldn't help but feel worried. If the Empress was merely worried at this moment, then in the Qing Lian Palace, not far from the Nine Spirit Palace, concubine Lian felt what could be described as despair. Daijin had someone deliver intelligence to her. How could she not understand its meaning? The Dai family had experienced hundreds of years, and finally, a peerless genius emerged. This was the future of the entire Dai family. "I do not wish, nor will I allow you to do anything unnecessary." With the Star Luo Emperor having this attitude, Consort Lian absolutely did not dare to use assassination to deal with Davis anymore, because she understood too well how important such an heir was to Daijin and the Dai family, and also because she deeply loved Daijin. If it weren't for love, how would the extraordinarily beautiful Consort Lian, born into a marquis family, be willing to marry into this hopeless Star Luo palace? 7 years old, Soul Master, defeating nearly 100 soul ancestors single-handedly in the Great Soul Arena? The first genius Soul Master of the Douluo continent? Davis, oh Davis, you are so outstanding. Why aren't you my son? You are so excellent. How can my son live up to that? The stunningly beautiful Consort Lian was now lying on the cold ground. After a bout of hysterical crying, she gradually stopped and suddenly got up. "No, I have to do something. My Mubai must survive." After saying this, Consort Lian returned to her bedroom alone, touched up her tear-streaked makeup, changed into a simple long dress, and without bringing a maid or guard, she went alone towards the Queen's Jiling Palace. Upon reaching the entrance of Jiling Palace, she simply told the maids that she was there to pay her respects to the Queen. Even the maids of Jiling Palace were surprised to see this scene. Consort Lian was thought to be favored by the Emperor, and although she had never openly acted beyond her station to invite gossip, she was also rarely willing to bow her head and come to Jiling Palace to pay her respects to the Queen. For a moment, they didn't know what she was thinking. However, they still followed the etiquette and invited her to the reception hall, while secretly notifying the Queen in advance. When Consort Lian arrived, the Queen was still talking to Li Fu in the garden, so she remained silent and sat in the reception hall waiting, not drinking tea or eating snacks, just quietly sitting there. After a while, the Queen arrived, and upon seeing this, Consort Lian immediately stood up and performed the highest courtesy of the Star Luo royal family towards the Queen, still remaining silent. The Queen, Zhu Zitong, was also a clever person. Upon seeing this, she understood that Daijin must have also sent someone to inform her, so she dismissed everyone around, including her closest female officials. As a sensitive and aggressive soul sage, she was not afraid of Consort Lian plotting against her in their private meeting. Whether she wanted to harm the Queen or herself, in front of the reflex speed of a feline soul sage, there would be no opportunity whatsoever. After the maids left, Consort Lian stood up and bowed to the Queen again, using a tone she had never used before to plead. "I asked the Queen to save my son Mubai's life. Zhen Lian is willing to exchange her life for his." The Queen's gaze was icy, and she did not extend her hand to help her, nor did she have any intention of moving from her throne. Consort Lian rose a second time, and for the third time, she bowed to the Queen. "I asked the Queen to save my son Mubai's life. Zheng Lian is willing to sever ties with the Zhen family and exchange her life for his. The queen's gaze remained cold, but this time she did not remain silent. Consort Lian's sincerity could be said to be very adequate. Severing ties with the Zhen family represented that Dai Bai would no longer receive support from his maternal clan, and without Consort Lian, the only support in the palace, he would have no possibility of competing with Davis. The queen stood up, her long legs lifting the luxurious phoenix robe, then bent down to look at Consort Lian kneeling on the ground. At that moment, the queen felt no pity, no disdain, only relief. Fortunately, my son is capable. Otherwise, it would be me kneeling on the ground begging. This was the queen's true inner monologue at that moment. It was not impossible, but after all these years of turmoil, could your son really be obedient? The queen's tone was as cold as an ice cave. If someone else heard this, no matter how clever, they would surely think that Zhu Zitong had no intention of leaving them any way out. But Consort Lian, who had been in a covert struggle with the queen for 10 years, understood her better than Daijin did. Hearing this sentence felt like a victim in an ice cave about to freeze to death, suddenly drinking a cup of hot tea, finding the last glimmer of hope. Zhu Zitong never wasted words with those she deemed destined to die, and she was extremely proud, unwilling to lie to those she viewed as weak. By saying this, it indicated that neither Consort Lian nor Dai Bai was in her plans to be harmed. At least for now. Be obedient. Be obedient. Must be obedient. Bai will definitely be a good brother who listens. Whatever his big brother tells him to do, he will do. If he dares not to listen to his big brother in the future, I will come back as a ghost and break his legs. As Consort Lian said these words, she kept bowing to the queen. Since she entered the palace and gained favor, overshadowing the 6 palaces, she had never shown such a heart-wrenching and humble side. But at this moment, Zheng Lian felt happier than at any other time before, because her son could live. Chapter 28. Passing the flower by beating the drum. Dai Bai no one knew what Consort Lian and the queen discussed that day in Jiling Palace. Everyone in the palace only knew that after that day. The formerly arrogant Consort Lian, who relied on the emperor's favor and acted dominantly in the harem, suddenly became well-behaved and no longer competed with the queen. In fact, the first thing she did every morning was go to Jiling Palace to pay her respects to the queen, and eventually, the queen became so annoyed that it gradually turned into a visit every 3 days. Even more surprising was that after the third Prince Dai Bai learned to speak, the first words he uttered were neither mother nor father, but big brother. Davis was also extremely shocked when he encountered this matter. His half-brother, who seemed destined to become a mortal enemy in the future struggle for the throne, was actually the first to call out to him during his babbling stage. Was it the conspiracy of concubine Lian? But with her intelligence, she should know that in the royal family, familial affection is the least valuable thing. Expecting that a call of royal brother would make Davis soft-hearted towards Dai Bai in the future is a hope that concubine Lian probably wouldn't have. At this moment, Queen Zhu Zitong spoke up to ease the situation. V.S. Your third brother is still young. Since he is close to you, you should teach him more often. The weather is nice today. Why not take him to Wanjin Mountain Villa for a visit? It would also allow him to see the scenery outside the palace. What do you think, concubine Lian? Davis was also surprised by the queen's attitude. How could the Consort Lian let Davis take Dai Bai out to play? It was impossible. Consort Lian would probably rather die than agree to that, right? Returning to Her Majesty the Queen, if Bai could have a chance to get close to his elder brother, I would certainly support it wholeheartedly, but I'm just afraid that it might delay the crown prince's cultivation. Consort Lian's agreement caught Davis off guard. Upon closer inspection of her expression, there was not a hint of reluctance, as if she truly was sending her son to visit his elder brother. Davis was stunned. What on earth had happened that he didn't know about? Wes, I'm talking to you. The queen's questioning interrupted Davis's daze, and he had no choice but to respond, Mother. I have been in seclusion for a long time, and I recently made a small breakthrough. Today was supposed to be a day of rest. But since you and concubine Lian wanted to take my third brother out to play, then of course, it's no problem. Thus, a bewildered Davis, along with a bewildered Dai Bai and a large group of palace maids following them, returned from the palace to Wanjin Mountain Villa. Once back on his own turf, Davis shed his disguise and looked at the babbling Dai Bai in front of him with a troubled expression. Suddenly, Liu Yanin popped out from Li Yang's mirror space, leaned over to Davis and asked, Boss, where did you get this child from? Davis shrugged helplessly and pointed in the direction of the palace, saying, Yes. Picked it up from the palace. Liu Yanin was taken aback for a moment, and it took her a while to finally react, her face changing dramatically. In the palace, you brought back the third prince. The third prince is just this small, as big as a slug. This is not good, right? The Emperor will be furious. Lu Yuning almost thought Davis had lost his mind and was going to take harsh measures against Dai Mubai in advance. Davis shot her a glare, then casually gave Yun Ying a chestnut slap. Wait a minute. Shouldn't girls be better at taking care of kids than men? Davis looked Lu Yuning up and down, making her feel uneasy, and then he revealed his true intention. My mother asked me to take the third brother out to play for a day, and I think you're quite suitable for this task, so I'll leave my third brother with you. After saying that, he placed Dai Mubai into Lu Yuning's arms, and once he confirmed that the boy was secure, he immediately made a run for it. He even activated his second soul skill, Golden Feather Strike, flying away at the speed of a 800-year-old golden feathered eagle, faster than a flying soul sage. By the time Lu Yuning reacted, Davis's figure had already disappeared. Lu Yuning looked at the little guy in her arms in disbelief, doubting her own intelligence for the first time. This just landed in my hands? No way. I can't take the blame for the boss. I need to find someone to take the fall. After that, Lu Yuning shouted to the sky, Liang, open a mirror at the entrance of the villa. Liang, who was training not far away, heard Lu Yuning's voice and didn't think much of it. He opened a void treasure mirror beside her for her to teleport. This was part of their routine, to train the team's coordination with Liang. They often called him to assist with teleportation while they were active in the villa. This also helped Liang practice the precision of his skill release. But today, with a belly full of mischief, Lu Yuning gave Liang a lesson. Don't stuff things into your body. Crossed out. Don't randomly shove things into the mirror world. Especially this little one who is the younger brother of Your Highness. When Lu Yuning exited the space, she naturally didn't bring Dai Mubai along, only leaving behind a remark. The Marquis's residence still has matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Liang, take care of that one in your mirror space. Before her words had completely landed, Lu Yuning charged out the door, leaving Wanjin Villa. By the time Liang figured out who this extra child in his mirror world was, Lu Yuning had already returned to the Marquis of Jinjuan's residence to eat watermelon. At this moment, Luo Zhuwei, who was beside him, quietly moved a bit further away and, confirming that Liang couldn't take the blame for her, softly said, Liang, it seems like you've been tricked by Sister Yuning again. Hearing this, Liang's heart felt like the thousands of mirrors he had let go had shattered into pieces. He looked at Luo Zhiwei, but where was Luo Zhiwei? The sound of arrows shooting from the nearby shooting range echoed, and the little girl was focused on practicing her archery, completely oblivious to the outside disturbances. With no one to take the blame, Liang became the lowest link in the blame chain, and he had to bear the arduous task of temporarily playing the role of a babysitter with tears in his eyes. Strangely, although the young Dai Mubai didn't understand anything yet, he surprisingly liked the environment of Wanjin Villa very much. After arriving at Wanjin Villa, Dai Mubai appeared very lively, and when Liang came to play with him, he became even more excited. Davis stood on the rooftop of the Wanjin Pavilion, watching Liang with the children, and his doubts were somewhat alleviated. Perhaps even the ruthless Dai Zhan who had once turned against his own siblings and the couple Zhu Zitong hoped that their children could be friendly and harmonious. However, the weight of the clan's rules was too heavy, and the power of the clan elders in both the court and behind the scenes was too strong. Without absolute strength, it was easy to cause turmoil in the entire Xinluo Empire by changing clan rules before achieving a balance between the royal lineage and the conservatives. At that time, the Marshal's Soul Hall, which was watching closely, along with the semi-independent principalities and kingdoms surrounding Xinluo, would pounce like countless ferocious dogs. The current Xinluo did not have the ability to withstand such risks. Therefore, Dai Zhan was enduring, and Zhu Zitong was also enduring. But if Davis grew rapidly to a sufficiently powerful level, he could choose not to endure in the future. This was also what Dai Zhan and Zhu Zitong hoped for, and even what the current consort Lien hoped for. Chapter 29. Zhu Zhiyun takes drugs. Lu Yuning gets beaten Zhu Zhiyun. As the designated Magic King team's agile attacker by Davis and the future mistress of the Xinluo Empire receive an invitation from Davis right after her awakening. Therefore, the day after her awakening, she brought a large group of Zhu family guards to visit the Wanjin Mountain Villa. However, she did not expect to meet a child who would become an enemy of her and Davis, Prince Dai Mubai. Although he was still a babbling little kid, he instantly triggered Zhu Zhiyun's instinctive adversarial response from the depths of her feline memories. Although Zhu Zhiyun was only 6 years old, she had received education from both the Zhu family and the royal family since childhood, and her sense of faction was very strong. In her eyes, Dai Mubai represented the greatest threat to her future with Davis. So, upon seeing 1-year-old Dai Mubai for the first time, Zhu Ziyun suddenly began to bare her teeth and even wanted to reach out her claws towards the baby. Davis held her soft little paw. No, Zhu Yun. Davis brushed his fingers through Zhu Ziyun's hair, and with a hand covering her head, he sealed the restless little kitten. Then he smiled and said, "An excellent hunter must not reveal any killing intent before being completely sure. That way, when the opportunity arises, they can strike decisively. Moreover, what elders say is not always right. One must see clearly their own inner thoughts." Zhu Ziyun didn't quite understand, but she knew one thing. What Davis said was definitely correct. She nodded at him, looking into his eyes. "Forget about him for now. Come with me. I have something to give you." Davis no longer paid attention to Dai Wei, letting Li Yong act as a caretaker and play with him, while he took his future fiancée to the secret chamber beneath the Wanjin Pavilion. This was not the secret chamber of the Douluo, but rather a place where Davis went into seclusion for cultivation. After entering the secret chamber, Davis took out a treasure from his spatial soul guide, the immortal herb, Water Fairy Jade Skinbone. This was the very herb that originally belonged to Zhu Zhuqing in the original timeline. Although this herb did not allow Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul to evolve, it raised her originally mediocre talent, estimated at level 7, at most level 8, to a level comparable to Dai Wei's. It should be noted that Dai Wei is an undeniable genius. Despite being in a state of despair and almost neglecting his training in Shrek for several years, he still managed to reach level 37 by the age of 15, which is definitely a manifestation of innate soul power level 9. With such a talent gap, it should have been expected that the difference between the two would only widen after reaching Soul Emperor. However, after taking the Water Fairy Jade Skinbone, Zhu Zhuqing was barely able to keep up with Dai Wei's pace and eventually even gained the favor of the deity, inheriting the position of the god of speed. This indicates that the Water Fairy Jade Skinbone had a tremendous impact on Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation talent. In the current timeline, it can be anticipated that by giving this Water Fairy Jade Skinbone to Zhu Zhuqing, who has an innate soul power of level 9, Zhu Zhuqing will undoubtedly become a formidable talent in the Demon King team, second only to Davis. Davis brought the daffodil's delicate bone to Zhu Ziyun's lips and said, "Come on, open your mouth." Zhu Ziyun didn't know what this was, and seeing Davis's tone as if he were luring a little girl made her feel a bit scared. However, due to the Zhu family's education for their daughter and her trust in her fiancé, she obediently opened her mouth. First, she ate the petals one by one, and finally, she sucked on the flower's stamen in the middle, remembering to run her soul power to absorb the energy. At this moment, even though the little girl didn't understand much, she knew this must be something good, and she carefully followed the steps Davis had mentioned. Once the immortal herb entered her abdomen, Zhu Ziyun immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, feeling a vast yet gentle energy beginning to transform her body. Davis sat beside her, practicing the complete truth heart method while waiting for her to absorb the energy from the celestial herb. After a long while, Zhu Ziyun's soul energy fluctuations gradually stabilized, and she opened her eyes. With eyes full of surprise, she looked at Davis and asked, "Brother Davis, I feel like my soul power cultivation has become much faster than before. My innate soul power should have improved. Now I have reached the same level as you, with full innate soul power." Davis smiled and said, "As the future second-in-command of our Demon King team, you must also possess innate full soul power like me." Originally, Davis wanted to directly pass on the Nining Manual, ancient tomb version, to Zhu Ziyun, but after thinking it over, he decided not to act rashly. The amount of information in the Nining Manual was simply too much for Zhu Ziyun, a 6-year-old child who had just awakened. When Davis absorbed the information from the complete truth heart method, it took him a long time, and even the Nining Manual, which lacked the Sanskrit summary, contained content that was at least 10 times that of the complete truth heart method. With such a vast amount of information, he wasn't sure if it would overwhelm Zhu Ziyun's mental world. He didn't want his fiancée to end up like the foolish Ouyang Feng because of practicing the wrong Nining Manual. So he decided to hold off on this matter for the time being. Regarding the immortal herbs, Davis issued a gag order to Zhu Ziyun. "The herbs you had today, you must not tell anyone when you go back, or I won't like you anymore." Zhu Ziyun quickly shut her mouth tightly, and feeling uneasy, she covered her mouth with both hands, shaking her head vigorously. After she became more sensible, the education she received emphasized wholeheartedly assisting the prince of the Dai family in competing for the throne and becoming the queen herself, making Davis's preferences more important to her than anything else. After finishing what needed to be done and giving all the instructions, Davis held Zhu Ziyun's hand and walked out of the Wanjin Pavilion. As soon as they stepped outside, They found Liang, Lu Yunying, and Luo Jiwei staring at them with wide eyes. Liang was holding Dai Bai and even covered his eyes with his left hand. Lu Yunying, looking surprised, asked, "No way, boss. It's only been a few days since the engagement, and this little girl is only 6 years old." Liang and Luo Jiwei regarded Davis as their leader and didn't dare to speak as recklessly as Lu Yunying. However, their two pairs of eyes, filled with curiosity, thirst for knowledge, shock, and a hint of disdain, completely revealed their thoughts. What a lecherous guy. After spending nearly a year together, Davis wouldn't mind such jokes too much. He just shot a fierce glare at Lu Yunying, signaling her to be ready for a spar next time. Lu Yunying shrank her neck and stopped talking. Little did they know that Zhu Zhuyun, holding Davis's hand, was unhappy. Not to mention that they hadn't done anything, even if they had. The big prince brother was her fiancé. So what was the problem? When a little kitten gets unhappy, it wants to scratch someone. Just as she was about to scratch Dai Bai, Davis stopped her. Since Lu Yunying was right in front of her, Davis thought it would be nice to let her suffer a little, so he didn't pull her back. Thus, Zhu Zhuyun instantly summoned her martial soul, AING up and swiping at Lu Yunying's face with a claw. Although she hadn't learned the 9-in manual, Zhu Zhuyun's cat claws already had a bit of the style of a 9-in bone claw. However, how could a newly advanced level 10 kitten be a match for the great soul master Lu Yunying? Lu Yunying hadn't even activated her martial soul. She simply reached out and grabbed Zhu Zhuyun by the back of her collar, lifting her up. Although they were only a year apart, the gap was not just in soul rings, but also in the battle experience honed day after day from sparring with the abnormal Davis. Zhu Zhuyun, who had no combat experience, was still a bit too immature to act tough in front of Lu Yunying. This lady would be the future boss lady. Lu Yunying wouldn't dare to seriously hurt her, but since the other party had made the first move, letting Zhu Zhuyun suffer a small loss and lose a bit of face was probably something the boss wouldn't mind, right? Watching Zhu Zhuyun being lifted up while still trying to claw at Lu Yunying, Davis stifled a laugh and coughed. "All right, no more fighting." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunying pouted and set our big prince's fiancé down on the ground. Davis walked over and gently tapped Zhu Zhuyun's forehead. "Not want to be too harsh." He only softly reprimanded, "I just told you to assess the situation before taking action, and now you've already forgotten. Yunying is a soul master of over level 20. If she really decides to strike, she could take you down in an instant. Moreover, she is a member of our Demon King team. We will all be comrades in the same team in the future, and we need to trust each other and rely on each other's lives. You must not attack your own teammates in the future. Do you hear me?" Zhu Zhuyun touched her forehead where he had tapped it and responded with a pout. Lu Yunying, standing nearby, was enjoying watching her boss reprimand his girlfriend, but didn't expect to soon find herself in trouble. After finishing with Zhu Zhuyun, Davis immediately turned his attention to her. "I asked you to help take care of Bai for a while. And didn't you say you had something to do at home? Why are you back? I just stepped out and saw you bullying Zhuyun. Are your hands itching because no one is there to fight with you? If that's the case, it's simple. I have time today to spar with you." Getting caught in the crossfire was not pleasant at all. Lu Yunying silently cursed her boss for being biased. She was competitive, but she enjoyed fighting, not being bullied. However, she maintained a cheerful facade, stepped back a bit, and shifted the blame to Liang. "It was Liang who told me that the boss's fiancé came to Wanjin Mountain Manor, so I thought I'd come and meet her." "Liang, right?" Lu Yunying flashed a flattering smile and reached out to hook her arm around Liang's neck, hoping this good brother would act as a shield for her once again. But she ended up grabbing at air. After suffering a loss from her once, Liang directly activated the mirror world and teleported himself to the rooftop behind Lu Yunying. That was the best spot to watch the show. Lu Yunying lost her balance and stumbled a little. Just as she steadied herself and looked up, she saw Davis standing in front of her with a knowing smile, raising his chin to indicate, "Let's go, Our Lady Lu, see you at the training ground." Lu Yunying inwardly groaned, cursing Liang for being untrustworthy, and dared not retort to Davis, so she had to follow him to the training ground. Upon arriving at the training ground, Lu Yunying's mindset was about to break. Not only did the untrustworthy Liang not help her, but he also teleported himself right next to the arena, just waiting to see her get beaten up. He even had time to teleport to the kitchen to grab a handful of sunflower seeds. Liang, a space-type soul master, won't fall for the same trick twice. Besides, who doesn't munch on sunflower seeds while watching a show? Chapter 30. Surveillance, slaughter, and counterattack. After returning to the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuyun informed her father, Zhu Zitan, that she had reached level 10. Zhu Zitan didn't take it too seriously. After all, it wasn't surprising for a soul master to level up after consuming some rare treasures from the crown prince's residence. He immediately arranged for someone to accompany her to hunt souls. According to the Zhu family's tradition, they chose a 400-year-old shadow leopard. After obtaining the soul ring, Zhu Zhiyun's soul power skyrocketed, reaching level 17 directly. The massive surge in soul power was immediately detected by the accompanying Soul Emperor. Fortunately, the person assigned to protect her was Zhu Zitan's absolute confidant. Otherwise, this news could have been discovered by hostile forces. Upon learning of this, Zhu Zitan quickly checked his daughter's cultivation and found that her level 17 soul power was solid with no signs of being superficial, even more stable than normal cultivation. He then felt somewhat reassured. The next day, Zhu Ziyun went to Wanjin Mountain Manor, wanting to ask Davis about the confusion in her heart. Big brother Crown Prince, why has my soul power increased so quickly? Davis tugged at her ear, making the little girl blush furiously, and then explained, the elixir I gave you that day is called Water Narcissus Jade Skinbone, a legendary herb that can improve a person's cultivation aptitude and significantly enhance their soul power level. The reason you leveled up several times after obtaining your soul ring is that the effects of the medicine you took before had not been fully consumed and were still stored in your body, and now they're being released all at once. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiyun's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, does that mean I can quickly cultivate to the Great Soul Master realm? When that happens, I must challenge Lu Yunying to a duel, especially since she bullied me the first time we met. Oh, the little girl holds a grudge quite well. Davis raised an eyebrow, thinking that this girl probably hasn't learned her lesson yet. By the time you level up again and obtain your spirit ring, Lu Yunying won't be at her current level anymore. Even if the levels are the same, Lu Yunying has experienced countless battles this past year. While you're just a novice kitten, what right do you have to compete with her? Forget it. If the child won't listen, let her take a beating. Even though Zhu Zhiyun is his fiancée, Davis doesn't give her any special protection in this regard. After all, besides being his fiancée, she also has another identity as a core member of the future battle team. Once Zhu Zhiyun advances to a Great Soul Master, challenges Lu Yunying. After a thorough defeat, she will surely understand what she's lacking. The news of the third prince arriving at the Wanjin villa wasn't secret. Soon, all the major forces in Xinglua City were aware of it. Everyone was puzzled as to why Davis would contact Dai Mubai at this time and even invite him to his residence for fun. If it were to eliminate a threat, it wouldn't make sense. His advantages are too great. His age advantage at 6 years old, innate full soul power. Anyone with clear eyes knows that Dai Mubai could never be his opponent. Why would he take the risk of angering the emperor to do something so thankless? While everyone was confused, only a group of people became alert. The Ancestor Association of the Dai family. This organization is composed of the collateral branches of the Dai family, usually made up of those from a certain generation of the main line who failed to awaken the pure-blood white tiger martial soul and were thus expelled to the collateral side. Just like the current second prince, who, due to his weak constitution, is unlikely to awaken the white tiger martial soul and will probably also end up as a member of the collateral line in the future. This organization has maintained the Dai family's dominance in the Xinglua Empire for hundreds of years. However, while they uphold the Dai family's rule, they also support the ruthless inheritance system of survival of the fittest, where brothers harm each other. In the eyes of the Ancestor Association, only those who win in the most brutal battles are qualified to become the king of Xinglua. Over the hundreds of years since the establishment of the Ancestor Association, there have been many royal geniuses who wanted to challenge them and abolish the brother-killing inheritance system. In fact, such geniuses have appeared many times in the past, but there have been fewer in recent years. Unfortunately, the Ancestor Association is very sensitive to this. Any prince with opposing intentions will face a fierce counterattack from them. They either send support to the competitor of the opposing prince or strike against the opposing forces in the court and military. This organization is deeply entrenched in the Xinglua Empire, spreading across political, military, and economic fields. When they focus their efforts to attack someone, even the Emperor of Xinglua would have a headache. And now, the Ancestor Association has set its sights on Davis. Although Davis has never had dealings with concubine Lien and has never visited after Dai Mubai's birth, his action of bringing Dai Mubai back to Wanjin Villa was too unusual. Especially for a prodigy like Davis, it is hard for the Ancestor Association not to imagine that he might be dissatisfied with the current inheritance system of Xinglua. Thus, the next day, some suspicious spies appeared not far from Wanjin Villa. They were merely low-level soul masters, and their methods of concealment were not advanced. Yet, backed by the Ancestor Association, they dared to openly monitor a popular prince. They bet that the first Prince Davis wouldn't dare to take action. Because in the eyes of the Ancestor Association, when they act to protect the purity of the Xingluo royal family, even the Emperor cannot intervene. But this time, they were wrong. Davis really dares to take action. A response from sole Emperor of the Perception System. There are a total of 13 people monitoring the Wanjin Mountain Villa, including 7 Great Soul Masters, 5 Soul Masters, and 1 Soul Sect. Davis's expression was stern as he sneered. Kill them all and hang them on the pole at the entrance of the Wanjin Manor. They are not to be taken down for 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 Soul Emperors from the attack department in the mansion immediately flew out. Soon, screams, pleas for mercy, and curses could be heard, but in a short while, everything fell silent. Before long, the 2 Soul Emperors, untouched by blood, returned to the manor to report to Davis. Your Highness, everyone has been killed and is hanging on the pole. Davis nodded and instructed Cheng Yu beside him, Mr. Cheng. The Zonglao Society will definitely retaliate tonight. I need you to take action. Cheng Yu was unfazed by who Davis had offended and calmly nodded. Since being promoted to Soul Douluo, he hadn't fought anyone with full force. And tonight was just the right opportunity for his dragon-patterned sword, Martial Soul, to taste fresh blood again. The Zonglao Society wouldn't directly target Davis, this prince, but they had lost members, and if they were unguarded, everyone else in the Wanjin Manor would be in danger except for Davis. While they wouldn't harm the prince, they dared to eliminate all other resisting forces in Wanjin Manor under the pretext of slaughtering Zonglao Society members, cutting off the foundation for Davis's claim to the throne. This tactic had been employed more than once in the past few hundred years. However, for Wanjin Manor, which had a title Douluo and a Soul Douluo, this strategy wouldn't work. Even if Li Fu didn't take action, Cheng Yu would be enough to fend off the forces sent by the Zonglao Society. In the palace, Emperor Xingluo Dai Zhen furrowed his brow upon hearing about the events outside Wanjin Manor. Too anxious, it's still too early. Although he had the strength to confront the Zonglao Society, he couldn't guarantee that after eliminating them, the Xingluo Empire itself wouldn't bleed to death. That's why he had tolerated the Zonglao Society's excessive actions for so many years. He had hoped that once Davis grew strong enough, the two of them could join forces to eliminate the Zonglao Society and replace its vast influence in the Xingluo Empire. But now, with Davis ordering the slaughter of the external members of the Zonglao Society, it was tantamount to slapping the faces of those decayed conservatives. This way, the already fragile balance that had been maintained for many years between the royal family and the Zonglao Society was on the verge of collapse, easily shattered with the slightest touch. In the subsequent response, a careless move could easily trigger a full-blown conflict between the royal family and the Zonglao Society. At that time, whether it was the Tindo Empire, the Spirit Hall, or some nearby kingdoms and principalities, it would be too easy to take advantage of the chaotic Xingluo Empire. Chapter 31, 3 Cups of Punishment, no next time. Dai Zhen was still hesitating whether to intervene in the conflict between Davis and Elder Zone when Davis had already sent someone to the palace, informing that he had the ability to resolve the issue and requesting Dai Zhen to remain inactive. Dai Zhen decided to trust his son, dismissing the thought of revealing the hidden strength he possessed. At this moment, a fierce argument was erupting within the Elder Council. Unforgivable. It's simply outrageous. How dare they kill the outer members of the Elder Council and hang their heads on the flagpole? This is an insult to the entire Elder Council. This Davis, thinking he has a bit of talent, dares to challenge us head-on? Let him know who the true foundation of the Xingluo Empire is. The radical faction, which makes up the majority of the Elder Council members, was now furious, eager to immediately send troops to suppress Wanjin Mountain Villa, capture Davis, and then confront Dai Zhen in the palace. In their view, the royal lineage is the crown of the great tree that is Xingluo, basking in the sunlight. While the Elder Council is the hidden roots in the darkness, they considered themselves more important than the royal lineage, which was under the public scrutiny. Davis dares to slaughter the members of the Elder Association, which is digging at the roots of the Star Luo Empire. He must be severely punished. However, the Elder Association has existed for hundreds of years, and there are still some clear-headed individuals among them. Davis is the Emperor's most valued prince, and the only one in the royal lineage with innate full-soul power in the past 200 years. If we act rashly against him, it may provoke a full-scale counterattack from Dai Zhen and the Empress. The Wanjin Villa is guarded by that old man Li Fu, and Cheng Yu is also a swordsmanship teacher there, along with other soul saints and soul emperors. How many soul Douluos do you think you need to mobilize to take action against Wanjin Villa? 3, 4, or even more? These rational analyses, although they cannot calm the fanatics in the Elder Association, at least give them a bit more caution. Suddenly, An elder from the Elder Association raised a question. Have you considered what happened the last time we acted against an innate full-soul power prince? The room fell silent. It was as if this question had touched upon a certain taboo. Indeed, someone had just mentioned that Davis is the only one with innate full-soul power in the royal family for the past 200 years. But what about 200 years ago? 200 years ago, there was also a prince with innate full-soul power in the Dai family, who happened to be the crown prince. Like Davis, he was exceptionally talented and full of ambition, and everyone believed he was the future star Luo. However, in the end, he was not the one who inherited the throne of the star Luo Empire. This was because he refused to kill his half-brother and publicly denounced the cruel inheritance system maintained by the Elder Association, even recruiting followers in an attempt to confront the Elder Association directly. As a result, the extremists within the Elder Association acted out of anger and assassinated him in public to maintain their authority. After the death of this crown prince, the then Emperor of Star Luo was furious and used all his power to eliminate the influence of the Elder Association. Of course, in this process, the royal lineage also suffered significant losses, even shaking the foundations of the empire's rule. Countless high-level soul masters died in that battle. Ultimately, the situation escalated too much, and under the mediation of the major nobles and high officials of Star Luo, the assassin's 9 clans were executed, and the clan elder controlling the assassin committed suicide. Only then did the royal family agree to stop and end this mutually destructive war. Because of that battle, the royal family's accumulated foundation over 100 years was almost exhausted overnight, and the Elder Association was also severely weakened, forced to hide in the shadows of the empire to catch its breath and lick its wounds. Such a brutal war, even for an extreme and stubbornly conservative organization like the Elder Association, is something they would never want to experience again. After a few minutes of silence, someone questioned, Daijun shouldn't have the guts to do that, right? The elder asked again. Every emperor of Star Luo has been a genius in cultivation, but less than a third have been able to advance to Soul Douluo. Do you dare to bet on his courage under the heavy pressure of state affairs? Everyone fell silent again. What should we do then? Davis openly acted against the Elder Association. We can't just sit back and do nothing, right? If we do, where is the dignity of our Elder Association? Someone asked. The elder sitting in the main seat suddenly spoke. What to do is Daijun's problem to worry about, not ours. Let's pass the news of Davis slaughtering the members of the Elder Association to Daijun and see how he reacts. If Daijun favors his son and acts unjustly, then when we take action, at least we can claim the moral high ground. This is not a solution, but it was unanimously approved by the Elder Association. Soon, a letter adorned with dark golden patterns was presented to Daijun's desk. After Daijun flipped through it, he felt both relieved and extremely troubled. The pressure of making a choice now fell on him as the emperor. The Elder Zone clearly wanted to see his attitude in handling the situation. If the punishment was too light, the Elder Zone would be dissatisfied, and it was likely that he would really take action against Davis. However, if the punishment was too severe, there were concerns about its impact on Davis's personal growth. Given this situation, Daijun came up with a plan and issued a royal decree. The young and Na'vi Crown Prince Davis, although provoked first, should not act on murderous thoughts recklessly. He was to be punished with 3 years of confinement for reflection, during which he could not go outside unless he obtained Soul Ring. His royal allowances would be deducted during these 3 years, and his training resources would be halved. The attendant who announced the decree soon arrived at Wanjin Villa and read out the edict. When Davis received the imperial edict, he was completely stunned. He had already made up his mind to confront the Elder Council, but he didn't expect his father, Daijun, to be so powerful as to resolve this matter for him. The edict seemed to have a severe tone and a heavy punishment, but in reality, it posed no substantial harm to Davis. 3 years of house arrest. Davis was already a cultivation fanatic, so being confined at home was just an opportunity for him to focus on his training without any interference in obtaining soul rings. Moreover, if he really wanted to go out at night, Li Fu could take him flying into the sky. Who could discover the whereabouts of a titled Douluo? The prince's allowance for 3 years was merely 30,000 gold soul coins, which was even less than the daily dividends of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Hardly worth Davis's attention. As for the halving of cultivation resources in 3 years, this punishment was indeed quite serious, as some of the rare resources needed for cultivating the White Tiger Martial Soul were monopolized by the royal family and couldn't be bought outside, even with money. However, no matter how powerful the Elder Council was, could they control the Emperor and the Empress's private treasury? Today, on Davis's birthday, The Emperor and Empress each rewarded him with a batch of resources. Tomorrow, when Davis's soul power level increases, they would reward him again in their delight. Not to mention supporting Davis's cultivation, it would be more than enough to support his entire battle team. Overall, for Davis, this punishment could be summarized in one sentence: a warning with a light penalty, not to be repeated. However, the Elder Council had no good countermeasures, because on the surface, such a punishment result was already severe enough for a prince. Even if it was brought to the court for discussion, the ministers would not think Dai was favoring his son. Moreover, the reason for Davis's actions was that the Elder Council spies had first broken the rules by monitoring the prince's mansion. Thus, in the eyes of outsiders, the young and naive first Prince Davis had killed a member of the Elder Council and was reprimanded and heavily punished by the emperor. For a time, the Elder Council's influence in Xingluo City surged, while the originally well-regarded Davis gained many detractors. There were even many officials who had begun secretly courting the third Prince Dai Mubai's mother, concubine Lian, sending increasingly expensive gifts. After all, based on centuries of experience, if the first prince completely offended the Elder Council, the third prince would likely receive strong support from them. Faced with this sudden courting, concubine Lian was all smiles and accepted everyone. She then compiled a detailed list. After the gift givers left, she handed the list and gifts to the empress. Although concubine Lian's cultivation was not high, she was not only exceptionally beautiful, but also very intelligent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to insert herself between the couple Dai Jun and Zhu Zitong, who possessed martial soul fusion techniques for so many years. From the moment she received the intelligence sent by Dai Jun, she knew that in this vast Xingluo empire, the future would undoubtedly belong to Davis. A 7-year-old soul master, undefeated in the Grand Soul Arena, such talent meant that even if Davis were to wander off now, the final Xingluo Empire would still beg him to return as emperor. In this world, strength is power. The empress had finally agreed to let her son off the hook, and the first prince, who rarely did not dislike Dai Mubai, genuinely treated him like a younger brother. She would never allow anyone to interrupt her son's path to success. Whoever came, she would ensure their demise. Chapter 32. Digging at Hao Yinsec's corner. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 years, Davis strictly followed the emperor's orders, reflecting in seclusion, with no contact with the outside world. Internal skills, sword techniques, body refining methods, visualization techniques. There were so many cultivation methods to delve into, and Davis preferred to stay at home to train. In his spare time, he practiced with Liu Yunying, served as a moving target for Luo Jiwei, and practice team battle spatial skills with others alongside Li Yong. Additionally, Davis did something that left everyone astonished. After Dai Mubai turned 3, he actually began teaching him the basics of boxing and breathing techniques. The boxing techniques were manageable, as they were not high-level martial arts like the mountain-shaking iron palm, just some surface skills. However, the breathing technique was a special method he comprehended during his cultivation of the true heart method. Although far less sophisticated, it could still accelerate soul power cultivation to a certain extent. Several members of the team, along with Li Fu and Cheng Yu, were taught this breathing technique by Davis, and only they knew how precious this method, which merely taught breathing, was. First, he sent people to eliminate the Elder Council spies, and now he was teaching Dai Mubai martial arts and techniques. This series of actions to empower his allies left the team members in awe. However, Li Fu and Cheng Yu, who had seen many things, revealed knowing expressions and were extremely impressed by Davis's broad-mindedness and spirit. Davis may have never regarded Dai Mubai as an enemy or rival, but as an ordinary biological brother. Davis's actions reached the palace and were known by consort Lian, who was so pleased that she began frequently visiting the queen in the Dueling Palace, bringing heavy gifts each time. Eventually, this made the queen quite troubled, and she had to claim that she was in seclusion to break through her soul power to avoid the attention. Davis was unaware of the queen's troubles. He was happily staying at home and didn't even have to attend classes. As a result, he completed a system achievement, King of Staying at Home, which rewarded him with a martial arts card for the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. This achievement reward was interesting, as it provided the ultimate skill of Lin Chaoying, the first homebody in the Jinsi Group's Legend of Heroes. Davis took out the martial arts card of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and discovered a special feature. Women practicing this skill can cultivate a dual cultivation of life, with men practicing the complete truth heart method or the innate skill, significantly increasing the cultivation speed of both parties and creating a special connection between them similar to a martial soul fusion technique. Unfortunately, Davis found that this skill was not highly compatible with Zhu Zhuyun. Instead, the previous 9E manual, Ancient Tomb Edition, had a very high compatibility with her. Davis can only keep this unique skill hidden for now. For his 7th birthday card draw, Davis drew the hidden weapon technique of the Ancient Tomb sect, the needle throwing technique. This skill includes a unique needle throwing methods of the Ancient Tomb sect, as well as the toxin formulas for the Ice Soul Silver Needle and the Jade Peak Needle. Currently, there is no suitable person to learn it, so it remains hidden one. For his 8th birthday card draw, he obtained the lightness skill he needed, the instant travel of 1,000 miles. This is the lightness skill from the Gene series game, belonging to the Western poison Ouyang Feng. Although it is not the most popular lightness skill in the Gene world, it is the most suitable for long-distance travel. With this lightness skill, Davis has the 2nd soul skill, Golden Feather Strike, for short-distance sprints. An instant travel of 1,000 miles for long-distance travel, leaving no gaps in speed. For his 9th birthday card draw, Davis obtained a forging blueprint, the forging blueprint of the Heavenly Sword. This blueprint details the forging process of the Heavenly Sword and has the function of identifying materials. Any material suitable for forging the Heavenly Sword will cause part of the blueprint's patterns to glow slightly when brought close. When enough materials to forge the sword are gathered around the blueprint, all the patterns on it will light up simultaneously, allowing an excellent blacksmith to forge the Heavenly Sword under the blueprint's guidance. The deep-sea blue crystal iron that Davis previously obtained from the system card draw has activated part of the blueprint's patterns, clearly marking it as one of the suitable materials. In the Douluo world, there are also various top-tier forging materials, such as the deep-sea silver mother and cold-hearted iron essence that Tang San once obtained, both of which may activate the patterns of the Heavenly Sword. Besides achievement rewards, Davis's level has also increased from level 33 to level 40. This time, upon breaking through, he plans to hunt for soul rings with Li Fu. But there is also an extremely important matter. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, has died suddenly. Early this morning, news spread from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Pope Qian Xuanji was gravely injured while pursuing the Haotian sect bandit Tang Hao. The holy maiden Bibi Dong wanted to invite the continent's top healing-type soul master, Yi Jinghu, who possesses the 9-heart sea butterfly spirit, to heal the Pope. But before Yi Jinghu arrived in Spirit City, the Pope had already succumbed to his injuries. This news has shocked all major powers on the continent. Upon receiving the news, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce quickly relayed it to Wanjin Villa. Coincidentally, this day marked Davis's level breakthrough and emergence from seclusion. After carefully reviewing the intel, Davis called in Li Fu and Cheng Yu, who were also training, and gathered the entire battle team. The Haotian seriously injured the Pope of the Spirit Hall, leading to his death, and in the upcoming period, there will definitely be a storm on the continent. Davis shared the intelligence with everyone and then said, although this incident occurred within the territory of the Heaven Dou Empire, its impact on us in the Star Luo Empire will also be significant. In the coming period, let the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce gather its subordinates and avoid provoking the crazed Spirit Hall. Li Fu nodded and said, the current anger of the Spirit Hall is directed at the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. As long as we don't take the initiative to provoke a conflict, they shouldn't target us. Has His Highness summoned us for some other arrangement? Davis affirmed Li Fu's idea, saying, that's right. What we need to think about now is how to gain the most benefits from this turmoil. Whether it's the Haotian sect, which has several titled Douluos and is known as the #1 sect in the continent, or the Spirit Hall, the strongest force on the continent. Neither is something that Davis can provoke at this moment, even with Li Fu, a titled Douluo, by his side. However, everyone knows that Davis won't act recklessly. Since he says this, he must have at least a 3-part confidence. Davis then said, the Spirit Hall has a deep foundation and countless experts. If they cannot find Tang Hao for revenge, they will definitely vent their anger on the Haotian sect. Although the Haotian sect is the #1 sect on the continent, it is still far inferior to the Spirit Hall. In the face of the devastating blow from the Spirit Hall, there's only one way to abandon a mountain gate and find a remote place to take refuge. At this point, the experienced Li Fu already knew what Davis intended to do. Does His Highness want to take over the affiliated forces of the Haotian sect? Davis snapped his fingers and said, that's right. Once the towering tree of the Haotian sect falls, its affiliated forces will surely scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. They don't have the ability to survive under the strike of the Spirit Hall. The Haotian sect has 4 major affiliated sects, among which the Min family is related by marriage to the Tang family, and the Li family is completely under Tang Hao's control. Both of these families have no hope. However, the Yu family has only recently submitted to the Haotian sect, and their relationship is not very close. Their previous residence is still within our star Luo territory, so we can definitely win them over. Although the Pa family is currently in the Tiando territory, their patriarch Yang Wudi once fought against Yun Ying's father with guns, and after 500 exchanges, they were evenly matched and became sworn brothers. We can use this point to bring them into the Star Luo Empire's camp. Additionally, the Haotian sect has dozens of blacksmith shops, weapon shops, several mines, and 3 merchant teams within the Star Luo Empire. And we of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce want them all. The others were shocked after hearing Davis's thoughts. What Davis said almost encompasses all the sect's assets of the Haotian sect in the Star Luo Empire. This appetite is too big. It's really going to offend the Haotian sect to the core. After all, the Haotian sect has more than one title to law. If they send someone to Star Luo City to settle scores, it would be a serious problem. Davis saw the gazes of the crowd and knew what they were thinking. He then explained, although the Haotian sect is powerful, their enemies are even stronger. Until they resolve their hatred with the Spirit Hall, they will never dare to provoke our Star Luo Empire again. Even if one day they solve the problem with the Spirit Hall, by then, we will have grown to the point where we are not afraid of those reckless blacksmiths. What Davis said was not seen as empty words by the crowd, but as reality. The companions who had grown alongside Davis had never doubted that he would become a globally recognized powerhouse in the shortest time possible. Lu Yunying, Liang, Luo Jiwei, and Zhu Zhuyun, who had been influenced by Davis over the years, had also established their own strong hearts. Li Fu had always regarded Davis's words as divine oracles. In his eyes, his lord was destined for greatness. Even Cheng Yu, who joined later, was a rebellious swordsman who dared to strike down a title de law during his Soul Saint period. Now that he had achieved title de law, how could he fear the Haotian sect? The core members of the Wanjin Mountain Villa were highly united, and Davis's ideas were perfectly executed. Next, the tasks for each person. Li Fu would first take Davis to the Star Dou Forest to hunt for souls, and after that, they would return to the Wanjin Mountain Villa to prepare for the comprehensive absorption of the Haotian sect's affiliated forces. Once the Spirit Hall officially took action against the Haotian sect and its subordinate sects, as soon as the fighting stopped, everyone would act according to Davis's plan. Lu Yunying would go home to request a letter from General Lu Qinfeng, then go to the palace to request a letter from Emperor Daijun. With these 2 letters and a small elixir given by Davis, she would personally meet the clan leader of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, and invite him to the Wanjin Mountain Villa for a discussion. As Yang Wudi was a close friend of Lu Qinfeng, with a guarantee from the Star Luo Emperor and the precious elixir, he would find satisfaction in both family and personal interests. Liang would also take the Emperor's letter and half a volume of body refining insights summarized by Davis after 2 years of practicing the 13 Guardians Golden Bell Shield, to meet the clan leader of the Yu family, Niu Gao. Although this insight did not cover the most core part of the 13 Guardians Golden Bell Shield, it was at least a step ahead compared to the current body refining methods in the Douluo world and would definitely impress the Yu family's muscle-bound men who pursued absolute defense. Cheng Yu would take most of the experts from the Wanjin Mountain Villa, following the industrial distribution map of the Haotian sect in the Star Luo Empire, to quickly visit each site and bring those industries under national ownership. Chapter 33. The Swordman with 2 swords, black and white, after 2 years of closed-door cultivation. Davis had completely surpassed the threshold for bearing a 10,000-year soul ring, both in physique and soul. The practice of the 13 Guardians Golden Bell Shield progressed quickly at first and then slowed down, with the accumulation of abundant resources. Davis made rapid progress in the first 2 years, refining his physique according to the methods recorded in this martial arts book, while consuming a large number of spiritual herbs and medicines, ultimately reaching the 6th level. According to Davis's tests, even an ordinary beast, martial Soul King, could not match him in physical strength. With such a physical strength, bearing a 10,000-year soul ring posed no problem. Davis was no longer afraid of the soul attacks that would inevitably occur during the absorption process of the 10,000-year soul ring. Over the past 2 years, Davis had replaced sleep with visualizing the Lu Zhu visualization chart every night. This set of visualization techniques has 4 levels. Although Davis was still at the 1st level, he was already completely unaffected by soul damage at the level of a Spirit King. After undergoing various tests, Li Fu and Davis had concluded that Davis can withstand a soul ring with a limit of about 24,000 years. Searching for soul rings over 10,000 years old has never been a simple task. At this level, the information provided by intelligence traders is no longer accurate. Fortunately, according to Davis's plan, They should have at least 3 months to search for this soul ring. Li Fu took Davis into the interior of the Star Dou forest, directly bypassing the outer layer and heading toward the inner circle. Soul beasts also need an environment to grow, although competition is more intense in the inner circle. The environment is much more suitable for the growth of soul beasts than in the outer circle. Most soul beasts over 20,000 years old live in the inner circle of the Star Dou forest, and even if they occasionally wander into the outer circle, they do not stay long. Davis's goal was to find a metallic soul beast around 20,000 years old. So Li Fu took him directly to the edge of the boundary between the inner and outer circles, from where they began to spiral into the inner circle to explore. A 22,000-year-old Thunderbird was not suitable due to its attributes, so they gave up. A 30,000-year-old Diamond Ape had the right attributes but exceeded the age limit, so they also gave up. A 20,000-year-old Golden Pattern Python met both the attributes and age requirements, but its racial strength was insufficient, so they abandoned that as well. To be honest, Davis was somewhat picky about his choice of soul rings. Fortunately, he had Li Fu, a titled Douluo, accompanying him. As long as they did not venture deep into the core area of the Star Dou forest and only searched in the inner circle, there was not much danger. The two searched for 7 days and finally discovered a perfect hunting target by a river. A 23,000-year-old golden-horned city-breaking rhinoceros. This was a massive exotic soul beast, and it was estimated that even in the vast Star Dou forest, there were very few of them. This giant beast was not only extremely skilled in close combat, but also had a powerful trump card. It could unleash a highly destructive energy impact using its golden giant horn on its forehead. In the ancient times of the Douluo continent, even the heavy city gates of large cities found it difficult to withstand the energy shock released by their golden horns. The ancient humans wrote history with the bloody lessons. Once the charging golden-horned city-breaking rhinoceros activated its golden horn, resistance would become meaningless. That's why this race earned the domineering name of golden-horned city-breaking rhinoceros. After Davis obtains this soul ring, he will likely gain a powerful energy impact type offensive soul skill, which is currently what he lacks the most. The first soul skill, White Tiger's Golden Energy, is a versatile unilateral enhancement type. The second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault, is an acceleration and ambush type. The third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, is a transformation type that provides comprehensive enhancement. In terms of sustained combat, Davis can rely on his palm techniques and sword techniques. Now, it is time for him to acquire a high-powered explosive output soul skill to raise his limits in direct assaults, much like the White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave from the original Timeline's Dai Wei. The characteristics of the Golden Horn City breaking rhinoceros determine that once Davis obtains this soul ring, there's almost a 90% chance he will gain the powerful energy impact type soul skill he desires. After confirming that this was the target of the hunt, Li Fu decisively took action. The battle between the titled Douluo and the Golden Horn City breaking rhinoceros had no highlights. With the incredible speed of a titled Douluo, he flew to the top of the Golden Horn City breaking rhinoceros, and before the giant beast could react, he delivered a tiger claw fatal strike that shattered its skull. The palm force penetrated the skull and severely injured the cerebral cortex of the Golden Horn City breaking rhinoceros, but did not damage the core area of the brainstem, resulting in the giant beast convulsing on the ground without immediately dying. This is why, despite the enormous innate advantages of ancient giant beasts, they were still driven deep into the Star Dou forest by humans. The growth potential of human soul masters is simply too high. In comparison, the difficulty for such massive alien beasts to advance over 100,000 years is nothing compared to the challenge humans face in becoming a titled Douluo. Davis would not show any mercy to the giant beast convulsing on the ground. After receiving a confirming gesture from Li Fu, he leaped forward. To ensure he could deliver a fatal blow without leaving any head for Li Fu, Davis activated his 3 powerful soul skills, wielding the Golden Radiant Sword. He thrust the sword with all his might into the depths of the Golden Horned City breaking rhinoceros's brain through the shattered skull. Although the hilt got stuck outside the broken skull, the sword energy unleashed by Davis penetrated deeply, turning the entire brain of the Golden Horned City breaking rhinoceros into mush. A black soul ring immediately emerged from the corpse of the rhinoceros, and Davis sat cross-legged, channeling his true heart technique to draw the soul ring closer. As the black soul ring just entered above Davis's head, he felt a massive surge of soul power flooding into his limbs and bones. Davis immediately maximized the speed of his true heart technique, beginning to digest the powerful soul power that had just arrived like a grinding wheel. Even with all the preparations made in advance, this ancient soul ring from a beast over 20,000 years old still put immense pressure on Davis. Davis, relying on the indestructible body forged by the rare mushroom and the profound skills of the 13 Guardians' Golden Bell shield, resisted the invasion of soul power. Although it was not dangerous, the feeling of a dull knife cutting through flesh at all times was certainly not pleasant. Soon, the critical moment of the soul ring's absorption arrived, and the final soul invasion of the soul beast came. As Davis's consciousness extended, a massive golden-horned, city-breaking rhinoceros suddenly appeared, its golden horn beginning to shine with dazzling light, charging towards Davis in the sea of consciousness at full speed. At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared before Davis's soul. The visualization of Lu Zhu. After 2 years of visualization practice, the image of a negative sword Taoist who had entered the world was now clearly manifested in Davis's sea of consciousness. As the soul of the golden-horned, city-breaking rhinoceros drew closer to Davis, sensing the threat from its soul, the eyes of the negative sword Taoist suddenly opened. Evil obstruction, a nearly inaudible roar echoed in Davis's sea of consciousness. Immediately, 2 pure and chilling sword lights, one black and one white, flew out from behind the negative sword Taoist, drawing a circle in midair before piercing into the golden-horned city-breaking rhinoceros's eyes. With just one strike, it shattered the impressive remnant soul of the golden-horned, city-breaking rhinoceros. After shattering the remnant soul, the black and white sword lights seemed not to have finished, but rather drew another circle in the air, using themselves as lines to outline a yin-yang taiji diagram. The taiji diagram rotated and landed in the spot where the remnant soul of the golden-horned, city-breaking rhinoceros had been shattered, absorbing the residual soul power that had not dissipated into the taiji diagram. After absorbing those remnants, the taiji diagram slowly stopped rotating, transforming back into the 2 swords, one black and one white. At this moment, the brilliance of these 2 celestial swords was noticeably brighter compared to before they annihilated the golden-horned, city-breaking rhinoceros. Davis witnessed all of this in his sea of consciousness, and he was stunned. This Lu Zhu visualization diagram is too domineering. It can not only shatter the remaining souls of the soul beasts invading Davis's sea of consciousness, but also use the remaining power of those souls to strengthen itself. Unfortunately, Davis has only discovered how to use the Lu Zhu visualization diagram to resist external soul attacks for now. The black and white double swords carried by the negative sword Taoist cannot yet be used for proactive attacks against enemies with soul attacks. If he could truly do that, then Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes would be nothing in Davis's eyes. Dare to stare at me? Then I'll destroy your purple extreme magic eyes with 2 swords. Chapter 34. Who will be unrivaled in the world after defeating the remaining soul of the golden-horned, city-breaking rhino? The absorption of the soul ring reached its conclusion. Soon, Davis opened his eyes, and the fluctuation of his soul power reached level 43. He successfully obtained an energy explosion-type soul skill, White Tiger Piercing Gun. By condensing a large amount of soul power in his palm, he formed a gold attribute soul power spear, which, when projected, caused immense damage and had extremely strong penetration. The damage caused by the spear is related to its initial projection speed and the total amount of condensed soul power. Davis attempted to use up to about 14 soul power at once. According to Li Fu, a metal attribute soul power spear like this could destroy a soul emperor. If the first 3 soul skills amplifications were activated simultaneously, the damage of the White Tiger Piercing Spear could be even higher. Davis was very satisfied with this soul skill. The only regret was that this ancient beast yielded nothing but soul rings. It didn't even contribute a single soul bone. After testing the soul skill, Davis and Li Fu hurried back to Douluo City. According to the agreement with Emperor Dai Jun and the Elder Council, Davis was still under house arrest and was supposed to report the results of his soul hunting to Dai Jun before immediately returning to Wanjin Villa to continue his confinement. Thus, after 2 years, Davis once again entered the Douluo Palace. Dai Jun heard that the first prince had returned from hunting souls and immediately dismissed all the attendants, leaving only himself in the Xinghua Hall, where he usually handled state affairs, waiting for the arrival of Davis and Li Fu. Upon seeing the 2 enter the hall, Davis waved his hand, and a surge of soul power closed the immensely heavy door of the Xinghua Hall. With this door as a barrier, even a sensory type titled Douluo would find it impossible to probe into everything happening within the hall. How did it go? Was the mission smooth? Davis, Quickly show your soul ring to father. This was the first time Davis saw a look of tension on Dai Jun's face since his birth. In this absolutely secretive environment, Davis decided to stop hiding and directly activated his white tiger martial spirit. Yellow, purple, purple, black. The unique configuration of soul rings immediately caught Dai Jun's attention. After all, as an emperor, Dai Jun quickly recovered from his brief surprise. He did not ask Davis how he managed to achieve such a soul ring configuration. In his eyes, that must be the most core secret in his son's heart. The fewer people who know, the safer it is. No wonder you never used your martial spirit in battles at the Great Soul Arena. With such a level of soul power and such a soul ring configuration, just revealing it once would likely attract endless pursuit from hostile forces. Davis nodded and added, "Father, for some special reasons. My understanding of the Spirit Hall is far greater than that of others." Seeing that Dai Jun did not raise any objections, he continued, "I know that the true strength of the Spirit Hall is several times stronger than what it currently shows, which is why I've kept a low profile all these years. Even when hunting soul rings, I only let Grandpa Li Fu take me." The phrase "several times stronger" severely stimulated Dai Jun's nerves as an emperor. The current Spirit Hall is already arrogant and overbearing enough. If they are hiding several times the strength they currently display, what do they intend to do? Besides targeting the top 3 sects and the 2 empires, what other reasons could there be for hiding their strength? Dai Jun immediately asked, "What do you mean by several times stronger?" Davis bluntly stated, "As far as I know, the number of title Douluos that the Spirit Hall can directly control is at least 15, including several super Douluos above level 95. And deep within the Spirit Hall, there is a hidden 99-level peerless Douluo who has been concealed for many years. In an era when gods do not descend, he almost represents invincibility." These 2 sentences struck Dai Jun's heart like a heavy hammer. Even though Dai Jun remained composed, Davis and Li Fu could see that this steady and calm king's right hand was slightly trembling. He did not confirm the authenticity of Davis's information again because he understood his son. In such occasions, what Davis could say must be undoubtedly true. "Davis, you just mentioned that the 99-level title Douluo is almost invincible, right? What does almost mean?" This earth-shattering news did not instantly destroy Dai Jun as an emperor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Dai Jun found a glimmer of hope in Davis's seemingly ambiguous words. Davis understood his father's meaning. He did not mention Tang San, who was controlled by the bats in the City of Carnage, nor did he mention Poseidon, who was far away on Sea God Island. In his view, these were all outsiders, and he did not trust them. Davis suddenly lifted his head, staring at Dai Jun, and said word by word, 20 years. Just give me 20 more years, and I can become truly invincible in the world." At this moment, there seemed to be a golden flame burning fiercely in Davis's eyes. The internal true Qi was already on the verge of breaking through, and at this moment, Davis's emotions stimulated it, instantly breaking through the bottleneck and advancing to the 5th level. With the surge of soul power, Davis's clothes moved without wind. And even though he still had the form of a youth, he now resembled a powerful figure overlooking the world. Li Fu, a title Douluo, had long regarded Davis as a future deity, and at this moment, he was so moved by Davis's tone that he half knelt before him the moment he finished speaking. Seeing such a gaze, Dai Jun, the earthly emperor, couldn't help but take a step back. Davis's words are so ignorant and arrogant. 20 years later, he will still be under 30 and claims he will surpass the rank 99 title Douluo and become invincible in the world. If this statement were made by someone else, Dai Jun would definitely consider the person a madman. However, under these circumstances, facing his son who achieved soul sec status at just 9 years old, Dai Jun truly believes it. So the question arises, how should a son, who is destined to be invincible in the world, be educated? Dai Jun didn't know. He didn't know what kind of support he could provide during Davis's growth. So he directly said, "Wes, the Emperor doesn't know how to help you, so whatever you need, just say it. Soul bones, spirit pills, soul guides, money, manpower, anything that Xing Luo has, I will give it all to you." Davis shook his head and said, "I have basically completed my plans for the future. No matter how many external resources there are, they won't provide much more help for my cultivation. However, the Star Luo Empire still has great potential to be tapped. The Spirit Hall holds a very high status in the hearts of soul masters at the grassroots level on the continent. If one day we have to go to war with the Spirit Hall, what we lack in the Star Luo Empire is not only top experts, but also a sufficient army of soul masters at the lower levels. Therefore, in the next 2 hours, Davis explained to Dai Jun one by one his development plan for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. his vision for the future star Luo Soul Master Army, the training plan for elite teams, and the recent plan to recruit talents from the Haotian sect. Dai Zhan was indeed trustworthy. For all the demands made by Davis, he only had 2 words. Agreed. Completely agreed. The father and son had a tacit understanding and did not mention the Zhonglui, because they both knew very well, if their plan could be successfully executed, then the Zhonglui would just be a speck of dust that Davis could easily wipe away. And if their plan failed, the Xinghua Empire might even be swallowed by the Spear Hall. So why bother with the Zhonglui? Let the people of the Zhonglui discuss the succession system with the next pope of the Spear Hall. Davis believes that Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god, would be very willing to discuss with the dark corners of the Elders Association about what the leaves are under the sunlight and what the roots are underground. Chapter 35. The 2 clans entering Star Luo. After talking with Dai Zhan, Davis, who had just resolved to become the #1 in the world, returned to the Wanjin villa for confinement. Of course, on the surface, it was confinement, but in reality, it was to pass messages through the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and royal spies to understand the disputes between the Spirit Hall and the Haotian sect and analyze the situation on the continent. About 3 months later, Davis finally received news. The Spirit Hall had made a move against the Haotian sect. From Qian Xuanji's severe injury to now, a full 3 months had passed, and the Spirit Hall had not made any significant actions. It was not because they had given up on revenge, but because the newly appointed pope wanted to reorganize the internal structure, consolidate their strength, and lay a trap for the Haotian sect, aiming to wipe out the Haotian sect and its affiliated sects in one fell swoop. Indeed, not only the Haotian sect, but also the 4 major affiliated sects and various industries related to the Haotian sect across the Tiandou Empire suffered heavy blows from the Spirit Hall almost simultaneously. Although the Haotian sect quickly evacuated a large number of women and children after learning of Qian Xuanji's death, the elites within the sect were still tracked down by the Spirit Hall spies during their escape. The Spirit Hall could be said to have come out in full force this time. The former saintess and current Pope Bibi Dong led 2 titled low-level elders and over 100 soul saints and above to besiege the main forces of the Haotian sect. The strongest member of the Haotian sect, the previous sect master Tang San, had already been bedridden for many years due to injuries and finally passed away after this incident. Tang Hao's older brother, Tang Xiao, one of the Haotian twin stars and a 93rd level title Douluo, fought evenly with the newly promoted title Douluo Bibi Dong. The other 2 elders of the Spirit Hall were desperately held back by several elder soul Douluo from the previous generation of the Haotian sect. The younger and middle-aged generation of the Haotian sect had considerable courage and strength. Even though the Spirit Hall's power far exceeded that of the Haotian sect, they still managed to carve out a bloody path and led a large force to escape the battlefield. However, in this battle, several foundational members of the Haotian sect were killed, and the core strength suffered significant losses. After reading the intelligence, Davis looked up and said to everyone, "The Haotian sect has fully withdrawn and gone into hiding. They absolutely dare not contact the outside world in the short term. Mr. Chengyu, you take people to immediately take control of all the Haotian sect's industries in Star Luo. The Haotian sect has many industries, and your team may not make it in time. Another team will act separately with you. Anyone who dares to reach out will have their hands chopped off. If they dare to show their teeth, then chop off their heads." Yun Ying, Li Yang. The Pa family and the Yu family have also suffered losses from the Spirit Hall. Now is a good time to recruit them. You will split into 2 teams to recruit them. Remember, treat the worthy with respect and apply both kindness and severity. This was Davis's first small attempt to intervene in the situation on the continent. Only if this step succeeded would his later plans to comprehensively transform the Star Luo Empire have a basis for implementation. Therefore, Davis became unusually serious and for the first time issued commands to everyone in a commanding tone. Everyone felt Davis's seriousness and responded in unison. The plan devised by Davis is already quite meticulous, and with the financial resources and manpower of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, along with the royal family's covert support, this plan has almost no chance of failure. Once everything is arranged, Davis can finally calm down and continue his seclusion. First, he needs to reach the soul sect level to gain another card draw opportunity. In the world of the Golden System heroes, he randomly draws a martial arts card, the Divine Reflection Sutra. Upon seeing this martial arts card, Davis lets out a gentle sigh. It's yet another supreme skill that he doesn't need for the time being. The Divine Reflection Sutra, which has the ability to nearly bring one back to life, is most suitable for the future healing-type Soul Master of the Demon King team. Unfortunately, Yi Lingling has not yet reached the age to awaken her martial soul. If Davis wants to acquire the owner of the strongest healing martial soul on the continent, he will need to wait some time. Speaking of which, after the former Pope Qinshuan was severely injured, the Spirit Hall sought out the current owner of the nine-heart begonia martial soul, Yi Jinghu, for treatment. However, before Yi Jinghu could arrive in Spirit City, Qinshuan had already died suddenly. Although Qinshuan's death had nothing to do with Yi Jinghu, it cannot be ruled out that some of Qinshuan's die-hard followers might vent their grievances on him. If that is the case, it would be much easier for Davis to recruit Yi Lingling in the future. But that is a matter for the future. After drawing this Divine Reflection classic martial arts card, Davis glanced at the idle cards in his inventory. Martial arts, needle throwing technique, evil repelling sword manual, jade, maiden heart sutra. These three martial arts are still waiting for their fated ones to arrive, and of course, the evil repelling sword manual may never find its fated one in this lifetime. The innate skill is a supreme technique that Davis will likely only be able to cultivate after reaching the Soul Emperor or even Soul Sage level. The Divine Reflection Classic, also a supreme technique, is waiting for the arrival of the white-clad angel Yi Lingling. Resources: deep sea blue crystal iron, 10 pieces, small returning pill, 7 pieces. Oddities: forging blueprint for the Sword of Heaven, golden silk armor. By the way, the previously stored 9 scriptures, ancient tomb edition, were taught to Zhu Zhuyun when she was 8 years old. After mastering this supreme technique, her soul power and actual combat strength have made rapid progress, and now her combat strength is about to surpass that of her rival Lu Yunying, who is a year older than her. After organizing his inventory, Davis continued to cultivate at the Wanji Mountain Villa while waiting for good news. Soon, the messenger's soul master returned, and none of the 3 parties disappointed him. The Paji family, which had fled to Longxing City, is not far from Xinghua City. Lu Yunying, as the daughter of Yang Wudi's old friend, went with the full sincerity of the Xinghua royal family. And combined with the dangerous situation faced by the Paji family, these factors left Yang Wudi with little choice but to directly relocate his clan to Xinghua City. Although whether they would truly join Xinghua would still need to be decided after Davis formally met with Yang Wudi, the cooked duck was already served on the plate. Could Davis let it fly away? The Yuji family, which possesses the armored rhinoceros martial soul, agreed even more straightforwardly. Honest people are not foolishly loyal. Having just been abandoned by the Haotian sect, the sincerity and tangible benefits presented by Davis were right in front of them. Thus, Niu Gao and the higher-ups of the Yuji family exchanged a few seconds of eye contact and decided to pledge loyalty to Davis. Yes, they're pledging loyalty not to the Xinghua royal family, but to Davis personally. They did not come to negotiate like Yang Wudi, but directly came to pay their respects to the new lord. After all, honest people are quite clear in their hearts. Without a bit of sincerity, the remaining half of Davis's body refinement heart sutra would not be so easy to obtain. Cheng Yu was tasked with swallowing all the assets of the Haotian sect in Xinghua. He had the heaviest burden and returned the latest. When he reappeared in front of Davis, his white clothes were stained with a lot of blood. The armed forces of the Haotian sect had completely withdrawn. So who had Cheng Yu fought against? For a behemoth like the Haotian sect, even if they completely withdrew from the world, there are not many forces that would dare to reach for the Haotian sect's assets, just like Davis. At this time, the Spirit Hall was busy hunting down the Haotian sect, and the other 2 of the 3 sects were also within the borders of the Tiando Empire. The lower 4 sects simply did not have the guts to act against the people of the 2 major empires. Within the borders of Xinghua, there was only one answer: the Elder Council and their pack of hyenas. Fortunately, the Elder Council lacked sufficient intelligence and did not understand the specific situation of the Haotian sect, only sending a soul sage to lead the way. When they encountered the elite soul masters from Wanji Mountain Villa and Wanji Merchant Association led by Cheng Yu, they were almost defeated as soon as they engaged in battle. The blood on Cheng Yu was all from the enemy. Your Highness, I have not disgraced my mission. All the assets of the Haotian sect in Xinghua have now been taken over by us. The Wanji Merchant Association has contacted the local city lords to register and catalog the assets under the name of Wanji Mountain Villa. Davis nodded with satisfaction and said to Cheng Yu, "Sir, this trip has taken you thousands of miles back and forth, fighting tirelessly. It must have been hard. This small pill has the effect of nourishing your muscles and veins, solidifying your foundation, and cultivating your essence. Please take it to relieve your fatigue from the journey." After speaking, Davis took out a small pill and handed it to Cheng Yu. Although Cheng Yu had never taken a small pill before, he knew that Davis intended to use this pill to summon Yang Wudi from the clan of Breaking the One. He certainly understood that this was an extremely precious pill. After receiving the small pill, Cheng Yu swallowed it without much thought. As soon as the pill entered his throat, he realized its uniqueness and immediately apologized to Davis, returning to his own courtyard to enter seclusion. The slight increase in soul power from the small pill would definitely not help Cheng Yu, a soul Douluo, to advance in soul power levels. But for Cheng Yu, the focus was on its ability to nourish his muscles and veins, solidifying his foundation and cultivating his essence. A civilian soul master who could grow to the level of soul sage, or soul Dou, must have fought and struggled against countless opponents along the way, and his body had undoubtedly endured repeated injuries. Davis's small pill not only alleviated Cheng Yu's chronic illness, but also cleared about 80 to 90% of the hidden injuries in his body. As long as he takes good care of himself for a few days, he should be able to regain some of his youthful cultivation potential in the near future. Perhaps before the grand events on the continent unfold, Cheng Yu may even have the hope of reaching the rank of title Douluo and become one of Davis's important aides. Chapter 36. The perfect assist from the honest man Niu Gao. The assets of the Haotian sect have been secured, and next, Davis is preparing to meet with the two clan leaders of the Pa family and the Yu family. Since the Yu family has already expressed their submission in advance, Davis specially arranged for the clan leader of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, and Niu Gao from the Yu family to meet with him simultaneously. Yang Wudi of the Pa family has met the crown prince before. Niu Gao, representing the Yu family, greets the lord. The initial interaction between the two achieved the effect Davis desired. Niu Gao, as a soul Douluo, despite being abandoned by the Haotian sect, casually swore allegiance to a new master. And this new master was not the star Dou Emperor, but this prince who was not even 10 years old. Has this foolish ox gone mad? Yang Wudi's heart was filled with shock. Although his expression remained calm, the tightly clenched fist revealed his thoughts. Davis was very pleased with the scene and quickly returned the greeting. Chief Yang, Mr. Niu, you've worked hard on the way. Davis, representing the Star Luo Empire, welcomed the two of them and their clans to Star Luo. Everyone took their seats, and the honest Niu Gao was the first to speak. This time we were truly harmed by the Haotian sect and that troublemaker Tang Hao. We almost became dumplings for the Spirit Hall's army. Thanks to His Highness for accepting our Yu family. I, old Niu, swear that from now on, if Star Luo does not let down my Niu family will not let down Star Luo. In the future, I, old Niu, will be the most solid shield in front of His Highness. If anyone wants to harm His Highness, they'll have to pass through my chest first. Niu Gao's remarks disrupted the market, making Yang Wudi feel secretly distressed. He still planned to bargain with Davis. Other things weren't important, but he mainly wanted to see if he could obtain the recipe for that small elixir. But with Niu Gao stirring things up, how could he negotiate? They took him in at the risk of offending the Spirit Hall during a crisis. And if Niu Gao bowed down right away, how could he, Yang Wudi, continue to make demands? Wouldn't that make it seem like his Yu family had a wolf's heart and a dog's lungs? Just as Yang Wudi was in a dilemma, Davis spoke up. Mr. Niu's sincere heart, I, Davis, have felt it. From now on, we are one family. If there is any danger, I will certainly not forget Mr. Niu, the most solid shield. Similarly, the Yu family would settle in Star Luo City, with their residence arranged by the Golden Commerce Association. If there were any difficulties, whether in terms of connections or finances, they could go to the Golden Commerce Association for assistance. Also, the half-book of insights I had Liang send over earlier is still being compiled and revised. As soon as it is finished, I will have someone invite Mr. Niu the Golden Mountain Villa for appreciation. How about that? Niu Gao felt Davis's importance and received all the promises he wanted, immediately showing a simple smile and intentionally glanced at Yang Wudi with a hint of mischief. Davis felt that Niu Gao was overdoing it a bit, so he quickly interrupted his performance and said to Yang Wudi, as the leader of the Yang clan, it is only right for you to be cautious when making significant decisions, given the heavy responsibility of carrying your clan's legacy. After all, no one wants to encounter a main family like the Haotian sect again, right? However, as a proud dynasty, the Star Luo Empire will never abandon any city within its territory, nor will it forsake any family that has been loyal to our Star Luo. Although this statement seemed to comfort Yang Wudi, it subtly pointed out the Haotian sect's betrayal of the four major affiliated sections. Yang Wudi's expression showed his dilemma. Davis did not urge him, but quietly sat there, waiting for him to make his final decision. He knew that Yang Wudi had no choice. If he did not come to Xinghua City, Yang Wudi might lead his clan to a remote small town, allowing the Pa family to settle there. However, this would mean that the resources available for cultivation for future generations would inevitably dwindle, and the descendants would also decrease. Perhaps after several generations, the name of the Pa family would gradually fade from the continent. To become the clan leader who oversaw the decline of the Yang family was something Yang Wudi could never forgive himself for. Coming to Xingluo City now made it even more so. In this place, where the power of the Xingluo royal family and the nobility was concentrated, how could one expect to gain enough resources without submitting to the royal family? It was impossible. Only by relying on the royal family could the family obtain enough space for survival. And the future young members of the Yang family could have sufficient resources for cultivation. Davis understood this very well, and Yang Wudi understood it even better. Now was the best opportunity to subdue the Pa and Yu families. They had just been betrayed by the Hao Ian sect, and their family had suffered heavy losses. Extending a helping hand at this moment would be like sending charcoal in snow, easily breaking down their psychological defenses. If they waited for another decade or so, by the time they had helped their respective families regain their footing, even if their situation was far from what it once was, it would be much harder to get them to step out of their comfort zones and submit. After much internal struggle, Yang Wudi ultimately chose to submit, kneeling on one knee and bowing to Davis. I, Yang Wudi of the Pa family, pledge loyalty to your highness on behalf of the Yang family. From now on, the Yang family will be the sharpest weapon in your highness's hand. As long as your highness does not fail the Yang family, the Yang family will not fail your highness. Davis immediately showed his humble and respectful side, quickly helping Yang Wudi up and making his promise. Mr. Yang, rest assured, my Starfall Empire will never betray the Pa family. Just like the Yu family, once your family settles in Starfall City, the Golden Merchant Association will select a satisfactory family residence for you. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek help from the Golden Merchant Association. As for the small elixir I sent you earlier, it is an ancient pill. Although the recipe is no longer available, I still have 2 more here, which I will give to you. You can decide whether to use them for research or consumption. Additionally, I know that the Pa family is not lacking in experts in pharmacology. If you wish to open a pharmacy or clinic in Starfall City, the Golden Mountain Villa will invest in you. We have gold coins, land, and rare medicinal materials. As for profit sharing, you can negotiate with the Golden Merchant Association. The treatment offered by Davis is undeniably generous. One could say that at the outset, he fulfilled all the requests that Yang Wudi wanted to make. Even though the formula for the small healing pill had not yet been obtained, having 2 additional pills would greatly aid Yang Wudi's research, not to mention the various resources and collaborations promised by Davis, which would serve as the foundation for the Paji clan to re-establish their roots in the foreign land of Xingluo City. Although Yang Wudi was initially put on the hot seat by Niu Gao, after submitting to Davis, he suddenly felt that this new master seemed quite favorable. So why didn't Davis straightforwardly present such terms from the beginning? Instead, he chose to grind Yang Wudi like training an eagle, because he knew that the Yang family's allegiance was compelled by circumstance, unlike the willing submission of the Niu family. He needed Yang Wudi to understand one thing. What I give you is yours. What I do not give you, you cannot demand. Therefore, only after the Paji clan demonstrated their submission would Davis provide his terms. Otherwise, a submission obtained through treatment cannot last long. Chapter 37. The Rise and Fall of the Great Emperor Xingluo. The submission of the Pa and Yu clans significantly enhanced the strength in Davis's hands. Especially with the many talented pharmacologists from the Paji clan, Davis could further expand the business territory of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Aside from Yang Wudi being attracted by the small healing pill and becoming engrossed in deciphering the formula, the Paji clan also had other highly skilled pharmacists. With funding from Wanjin Mountain Villa, they opened a dozen clinics and pharmacies in Xingluo City and surrounding areas, all bearing the name of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, he organized several of the top pharmacists from the Paji clan to begin researching improvements to the effects of various healing medicines and cultivation aid potions available on the market. Once the results of these cutting-edge medicines were produced, they would become a major pillar of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. In addition, the dozens of blacksmith shops and weapon stores that Davis acquired during this operation also gradually reopened in Xingluo under the banner of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. As for the shortage of blacksmiths, in this continent, the status of a mere blacksmith is not high. Even in Gongxin City, known as the capital of blacksmiths, it is merely a group of blacksmith soul masters entertaining themselves, not taken seriously by true major powers. In the world of Douluo continent, where martial souls determine everything, the quality of weapons seems not to be that significant. Thus, recruiting some low to mid-tier blacksmith soul masters was not particularly difficult for Davis. After all, soul masters also need to make a living, and the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce specializes in catering to those who need to earn a living. To facilitate the development of those weapon stores and blacksmith shops, Davis even sent people to the blacksmith capital of Gongxin City to invite the top blacksmith soul masters on the continent to Xinluo to vigorously develop the blacksmithing industry. High positions and generous salaries might not attract those self-righteous blacksmith soul masters. But the grand vision Davis painted for them was to change the status of blacksmiths in an empire, gradually influencing their status throughout the continent. Such a noble cause of revitalizing the entire industry would surely pique their interest. Once the blacksmith experts from Gongxin City arrive, Davis would establish a royal armament bureau dedicated to researching weapon improvements, preparing for future wars. Davis's decisive action against the industries of the Haotian sect, his precise timing, and the substantial gains he reaped have once again stirred many people in the Starfall Empire. Ever since the Haotian sect encountered trouble, many noble families in Starfall have considered their industries. However, they hesitated due to concerns that the Haotian sect might one day return to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, while they were still indecisive, the Grand Prince Davis dispatched people from Wanji Mountain Villa to swallow those industries whole without leaving a single one behind. Now, if they were to act, it would be tantamount to plundering the legitimate property of the Grand Prince's Wanji Mountain Villa, which would be a capital offense for robbing royal property. Therefore, although everyone was envious of Davis's gains, very few dared to question him, aside from the Elders Association. When Feng Yun took over the Haotian sex industries, he had previously encountered the Elders Association's team and easily defeated them. Considering the negative impact of killing, he left each member with only their right hand, including the soul saint who led the team. The Grand Prince's faction and the Elders Association already had grievances, and after suffering another setback, the latter would certainly not let it go easily and reported it to the Emperor of Starfall, Dai Wei. An elder from the Elders Association personally entered the palace to appeal to Dai Wei, crying out, "Your Majesty, you must do something about the Grand Prince. He dares to send people to seize the property of the Elders Association while still under confinement, and even allows his lackeys to injure dozens of our members." Dai Wei pretended to have a splitting headache, looked up at the old dog below who was complaining, and asked, "Did we not kill anyone this time?" The elder of the Zhongluo hesitated for a moment and argued, "Although no one was killed, many of us were seriously injured by that madman Feng Yun." Dai Wei nodded with relief and said, "It's good that no one was killed." The elder of the Zhongluo, seeing that Dai Wei intended to let this matter slide, was about to speak again, but then saw Dai Wei suddenly slam his hand on the table and angrily exclaimed, "What do you mean selling a sob story if no one was killed? What do you mean by trying to seize the Zhongluo's property? Do you think I don't know that those belong to the Haotian sect? Wounding members of the Zhongluo? Wasn't it you who struck first? Do you think this emperor is deaf and blind?" Dai Wei's sudden assertiveness made the elders of the Zhongluo feel uncomfortable. Just as they were about to retort, Dai Wei scolded them. "The prestigious Zhongluo lost to a mere prince when it came to seizing things, and you still have the face to come to me and complain? What use is your group of Zhongluo elders secretly protecting Xinluo?" Davis's tone was extremely stern, yet every word was reasonable. He asked a series of questions that left the elder of the Zhongluo agitated and momentarily lost his composure. Raising his head to question Davis, "Why does your majesty favor the crown prince so much? Do you wish to engage in an all-out war with our Zhongluo?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the elder regretted it. The fragile balance between the Zhongluo and the imperial family relied on mutual understanding, and his statement nearly shattered that understanding. How dare he directly threaten Davis, a soul-fighting emperor? Even as an elder of the Zhongluo, such behavior was unforgivable. But at this point, it was too late for him to regret. Dai Wei deliberately kept several attendants in the Great Hall, and there were even 2 civil officials beside him, both of whom were the emperor's loyal confidants. With these 2 present, the threat made by the elder of the Zhongluo would inevitably spread throughout the palace, Xinluo City, and even the entire Xinluo Empire in the shortest possible time. The reputation of the Zhongluo organization in the Xinluo Empire would suffer a heavy blow in a short period. Having achieved his goal, Dai Wei no longer felt angry. He chuckled softly and gestured for the elderly member of the Zhongluo, who was sweating profusely, to withdraw. This exchange showcased the demeanor of the great emperor of Xinluo. The elder had been prepared for a severe reprimand, but when he saw Dai Wei's raised rod gently fall instead, he was confused but did not dwell on it and hurriedly left the Xinluo Hall. Subsequently, the civil officials and attendants in the palace all left to attend to their respective duties. After everyone departed, a slender figure emerged from behind Dai Wei's throne. It was the Empress, Zhu Zitong. "Zhen, why not take this opportunity to get rid of this old dog completely? If you and I join forces, he won't be able to create any waves, and with so many eyes and ears to witness this old dog's transgressions, even if we kill him, the pack, Zhonglui, won't be able to do anything to us. A woman's desire for revenge is always strong, especially when faced with those who wish to harm her son. The Zhonglui wanted to destroy Davis, and in her eyes, these people all deserve to die. Zhu Zitong indeed had the confidence to say this. She and Dai Zhen could use their martial soul fusion technique to defeat some weaker titled Douluos head-on. Dai Zhen revealed a typical of middle-aged men. His wife was perfect in every way, gentle, magnanimous, and strong. But whenever it came to their precious son, she would lose her rationality. Unlike the cold-faced female assassin from the battle team back in the day. Zitong, don't be impatient. Time is on our side. After taking the small recovery pills sent by Weiss, our internal ailments have disappeared, and within 10 years, I will definitely become a titled Douluo. By then, you should be close to level 90 as well. 10 years from now, as husband and wife, we will join forces, and the old dogs of the Zhonglui will be nothing to fear. Yes. After Davis discovered that the small recovery pill had a better effect on Chengyu than he had imagined, he sent one each to Dai Zhen and Zhu Zitong. The couple had full trust in their son, and upon learning it was a foundational strengthening elixir, they took it together. After taking the medicine, Dai Zhen and his wife were pleasantly surprised to find that some of their hidden injuries had been repaired, and their cultivation speed had significantly increased. This gave Dai Zhen more confidence in the future situation. He now just wanted to fool the people of the Zhonglui for the time being, and then deal with them 10 years later. Moreover, after listening to Davis's analysis of the Spirit Hall, Dai Zhen no longer considered the Zhonglui to be a significant threat. Apart from the 99-level peerless Douluo, Dai Zhen was no longer afraid of anything. Chapter 38. The chicken-slaying sword Saint the Haotian sect had sealed its mountain and hidden away, while the affiliated sects scattered and fled. The peripheral forces that once surrounded the Haotian sect were gradually absorbed and swallowed by other major powers. A year had passed, and the turmoil caused by the death of the former Pope Qian Xuanji, which had swept across the continent, had finally begun to settle down. After this year, Davis's confinement period had finally come to an end. During this year, the members of the battle team had made considerable progress. The one who improved the most was Zhu Ziyun. As the youngest member of the team, Zhu Ziyun's soul power exceeded that of Luo Jiwei, who was nearly a year older than her, reaching level 35. At this time, Zhu Ziyun was only 9 years old. This rate of improvement was even comparable to Davis, who had the all-trueness heart method running for 24 hours. This could also be related to the foundation-building internal skill from the 9E manual. This internal skill had the effect of improving one's aptitude, and Zhu Ziyun's innate talent was already exceptional. After the transformation by the internal skill, she quickly became the person in the team whose talent was closest to Davis's. The pure internal power brought by the 9E manual, along with its diverse high-level martial arts, gave Zhu Ziyun an overwhelming advantage when facing soul masters of the same level. Zhu Ziyun's soul skill configuration was also very impressive. Apart from the Zhu family's century-old first soul skill, the spectral thrust, her second and third soul skills were acquired based on Davis's suggestions. The second soul skill, Spectral Cold Light Blade, greatly enhanced her soul ring endurance after practicing the 9E manual and allowed her to obtain a soul ring from a lightning leopard from 1100 years ago. This soul skill enabled Zhu Ziyun to instantly flash behind an enemy and launch a cold light blade, dealing substantial damage. If it successfully hit the back, it would deal additional massive damage. The Spectral Cold Light Blade was different from the Zhu family's regular second soul skill, the Spectral Hunter Claws. The former was a highly concentrated single high explosion damage, while the latter was a high-frequency damage spread out. The third soul skill, the Spectral Shadow Clone, was the same as Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul skill in the original timeline, and came from a ghost tiger from 300 years ago. It could create multiple realistic clones. Moreover, these clones were not mere illusions. They had physical forms and could use soul ring skills. Originally, Davis wanted Zhu Ziyun to acquire a boosting type soul skill for her third soul ring, but considering a lightness skill from the 9E manual, he firmly chose the ghost tiger that could produce clones. This lightness skill was called Spiral 9 Shadows, and when practiced to perfection, it could produce 9 shadow clones with a very high degree of realism. When Zhu Ziyun activated her third soul skill and used Spiral 9 Shadows, she could instantly summon dozens of indistinguishable shadows, with her true body and the clones summoned from her third soul ring hidden among them. Not to mention opponents of the same level, even enemies who were a large rank higher would easily fall for it. With these two soul skills, Zhu Ziyun was already stronger than the original version of Zhu Zhuqing at the soul sect level, in Davis's view. The 10-year-old Luo Wei had just advanced to level 34. After all, without a suitable internal skill cultivation method. Relying solely on the meditation techniques collected by the royal family of Douluo continent was obviously inferior to the exceptional martial arts like the 9E manual. However, Luo Wei had obtained very satisfying and powerful skills for her second and third soul skills. The second soul skill, airborne restrike, heavy crossbow, and floating continuous shot, light crossbow, significantly increased the power of her arrows, and at the same time, she could convert the recoil from shooting arrows to leap into the air and move in any direction. The length limit of displacement is related to the soul power consumed by shooting arrows. In the reshoot state, a long displacement can be performed, while in a rapid-fire state, 5 short displacements can be performed consecutively, which can be considered a skill for the archer to kite enemies. The third soul skill, Arrow Storm, increases shooting speed by 100 for 30 seconds. These two skills are not used to enhance Luo Wei's attack cap. On the contrary, they are intended to compensate for her future lower limits. Powerful mobility and skills that significantly increase shooting speed are essential skills that allow Luo Wei to reach high levels. As for high damage burst skills, Davis wants her to acquire them at higher level soul rings to enhance Luo Wei's potential after achieving the title of Douluo. At 10 years old, Lu Yunying is level 36, slightly ahead of Zhu Zhuyun in level, but a year older, making her slightly behind in training progress. Lu Yunying's third soul skill has gained an enhancement type skill, Flame Dragon Battle Body. Increases all attributes by 100, significantly boosts fire type skill damage, grants immunity to fire damage, and is close to the effect of Dai Wei's Diamond White Tiger transformation in the original timeline. At 11 years old, Li Yong is level 37, and his third soul skill has acquired a group control skill, 8 Gates Mirror Lock Formation, which can instantly summon 8 mirrors to form a formation and trap enemies using spatial power. Only by continuously breaking the 8 mirrors in a short time can the control of the 8 Gates Mirror Lock Formation be lifted. Otherwise, the shattered mirrors will quickly recover. As long as Li Yong continues to provide soul power, the recovery will not stop. The spatial system excels at control, and from this soul skill onward, it will shine in Li Yang's hands, thanks to the nourishment of the celestial grass. Several members of the Demon King team have far surpassed the definition of young genius soul masters on the Douluo continent in terms of training progress. However, even so, their sense of urgency is growing stronger, because their captain, Davis, is 10 years old and level 48. Today is Davis's 10th birthday, and he has received another random card draw opportunity from his system. In the world of Jinsei Group Hero Transmission random card draw, he obtained a martial arts card, Bodhi Heart Sutra. The moment Davis saw this card, he froze. He suddenly remembered a mobile game he was playing before his transmigration. Jinsei Group Hero Transmission. This game has a so-called not a bug. The Bodhi Heart Sutra is the highest mental method of the Bodhi Institute of the Shaolin Temple, and its difficulty of acquisition ranks among the top in the 72 unique skills, with a fast cultivation speed after entry. However, unexpectedly, this mental method is somewhat weak to the point of being unbelievable. It provides almost no damage bonus to any type of martial skills. Its only effect is to help resist the Heart Demon, earning it the nickname Great Compassion and Great Mercy Death Sutra among many players. For a long time, the Bodhi Institute of Shaolin Temple was the least popular game profession until a genius streamer emerged. During a live broadcast, he humorously took a waste character that had leveled the Bodhi Heart Sutra to max level to fetch the evil dispelling sword manual for the Lin family's old house in Xiangyang Alley, Fuzhou, and forcibly pressed the cultivation button without self-castration. He claimed to see if this character, who practiced the Great Compassion and Great Mercy Death Sutra, would still have that kind of desire and fall into a demonic state while cultivating the evil dispelling sword manual. Then, a miracle happened. The side effects of the evil dispelling sword manual did not appear on this character, and at the same time, the Bodhi Heart Sutra also exhibited a Yang attribute internal power damage increase. This attempt turned 2 neglected martial arts into a major hit, and the genius game streamer was quickly dubbed the Chicken Guarding Evil Dispelling Sword Saint. Influenced by this streamer, a large number of players began to practice the Chicken Guarding Evil Dispelling Sword method. Unfortunately, the official quickly discovered this bug, since it was a problem with the game's own settings. The officials did not change the connection settings of the 2 martial arts, but instead provided a flawed historical background for both. They then significantly increased the difficulty of obtaining the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the Evil Dispelling Sword Manual. especially decreasing the probability of obtaining the other martial art for players who had already acquired one of them by 99, before players had a chance to react. The officials closed the transfer channel for the chicken-guarding, evil-dispelling Sword Saint in their way. However, the legend of the chicken-guarding, evil-dispelling Sword Saint has forever spread in the game. The appearance of the Bodhi Heart Sutra gave Davis a new possibility. Why not let Liang try it? After all, he is currently the only male in the team besides himself. The females can't practice the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the evil-dispelling sword manual anyway. At worst, they can practice the Bodhi Heart Sutra first, even if it means losing the offensive capability of soul power. Liang, as a control-type soul master, doesn't have much need for offensive capabilities in the first place. As for the evil-dispelling sword manual, if he can't practice it, then so be it. He can't really let his teammate down. Chapter 39. Yuning apprenticeship with Li Yang's elusive spatial abilities, if paired with the speed and ruthlessness of the evil-dispelling sword manual, he would definitely become a nightmare for enemies. The only issue is whether the combination of the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the evil-dispelling sword manual would be accepted by the world rules of Douluo continent. If not, practicing the evil-dispelling sword manual might trigger a negative state of falling into a demonic state, affecting Li Yang's short-term training. After pondering for a while, Davis decided to leave the choice to Liang himself. When Liang heard Davis's explanation, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. Is my self-created soul skill finally coming? Indeed, control-type soul masters are the kings of one-on-one combat. Davis patted Liang on the shoulder and said, "Calm down. I just told you that the idea of these two self-created soul skills complementing each other's flaws is just a hypothesis. If it doesn't succeed, you might get injured while practicing this sword technique, delaying your training for months. Have you really thought this through?" Liang shrugged and replied, "Using a few months of training time to gamble on two infinitely powerful self-created soul techniques is too worthwhile. Moreover, since you, Your Highness, brought this up, it means you actually have some confidence in it, don't you?" Indeed, Davis actually knew that the path with the chicken exorcism sword should be feasible. After all, in his previous life, the official updates for the Jinsei group heroes had only significantly increased the difficulty of obtaining the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the exorcism sword manual, without directly severing the connection between the two manuals. Not only that, but they even fabricated a history to forcibly explain the reason for the chemical reaction between the two martial arts. It seems that at least the game officials fully acknowledged the connection between the two. The card drawing system was entirely built on the game's template, so, theoretically, it was very likely that Liang could successfully practice both the Bodhi Heart Sutra and the exorcism sword manual simultaneously. With Davis's affirmative response, Liang became even more confident, accepted the inheritance of the two self-created soul skills, and went into seclusion. Having obtained two self-created soul skills, Lu Yuning was also unwilling to fall behind and pestered Yang Wudi every day to teach her spear techniques. Which man could withstand being called uncle by a little girl every day? Furthermore, he and Lu Qinfeng were truly kindred spirits, and Lu Yuning was indeed a rare talent with the spear. In Yang Wudi's eyes, among the previous generation, probably only the Haotian twin stars could be compared to her. Thus, Yang Wudi started trying to teach Lu Yuning spear techniques. He originally intended to only share some shallow experiences with her, but once he started, he couldn't stop. Lu Yuning's talent for spear techniques was even better than Yang Wudi had imagined. She absorbed the techniques he taught like a sponge in a very short time. Whenever Yang Wudi took out more techniques, Lu Yuning would absorb them again. As this teaching continued, it wasn't long before Yang Wudi passed down his family's ultimate secret technique, the heart-shattering soul-piercing spear, to Lu Yuning. This technique was the ultimate secret of the Ji family, concentrating a large amount of soul power into a single strike that could deal damage beyond one's level. Just this one strike was enough for Yang Wudi to exchange blows with a title Douluo. When Yang Wudi expressed his intention to teach this spear technique, Lu Yuning hesitated to learn it on her own, as this was the secret technique of the Ji family. However, the old man Yang Wudi was also stubborn. Since he had started teaching, he insisted on teaching it thoroughly. Seeing Lu Yuning unwilling to learn, he waved his hand and said, "Initially, it was you, little girl, who begged me to teach you the spear, and now you're waving your hand, saying you won't learn. Do you think you can just say whatever you want? At this point, whether you learn or not is not up to you. Let your father come and talk to me." Seeing this scene, Davis knew that old Yang was considering taking Lu Yuning as his disciple because of her exceptional talent. He immediately had someone invite Lu Qinfeng to one Jin Mountain Manor. This pair of kindred spirits had not seen each other for many years, and when they reunited, both were very excited. Without saying a word, they borrowed Davis's venue for a spear duel. Without using soul power, relying solely on physical strength and spear techniques. They plowed a layer of soil off the training ground that one Jean Mountain Manor had spent a fortune to lay down. Lu Yuning watched with bright eyes. After 200 exchanges, the red and black long spears were still evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. After 200 moves, during one collision, Yang Wudi suddenly retracted his spear, and Lu Qinfeng advanced, launching an aggressive spear attack aimed straight at Yang Wudi's chest. Yang Wudi's retracted spear suddenly turned. Heart-shattering, soul-piercing spear. This strike was more stunning and cold than any move Yang Wudi had performed before, even without any soul power. It posed a great threat to Lu Qinfeng. Yet, Lu Qinfeng surprisingly disregarded the strike and instead increased the speed of his own spear by 2 parts. It felt as if he would rather be pierced to death by Yang Wudi's spear than not send his own spear into Yang Wudi's throat. The sparring between these two spear masters suddenly turned into a life-and-death battle, leaving the onlookers in shock. At a critical moment, Li Fu even prepared to intervene when both spears came to a halt. The tip of Lu Qinfeng's spear was merely half an inch from Yang Wudi's throat, while Yang Wudi's spear tip was only a finger's breadth away from Lu Qinfeng's heart. In terms of sparring, it was slightly in Yang Wudi's favor, as a spear tip was closer to the opponent's vital point. However, if it were a life-and-death fight, it was merely a draw, because if the two did not hold back, the result would be mutual destruction, with neither surviving. Phew! This duel was so thrilling that after it ended, everyone couldn't help but exhale deeply. At this moment, Yang Wudi, reuniting with an old friend, opened with a jab. "Brother Lu, you've been busy with military affairs these years. Your spear techniques have become lax." Lu Qinfeng chuckled, but did not argue, because from the perspective of a spear master, Yang Wudi was not wrong at all. Yang Wudi continued, "Can my technique, the heart-shattering soul-piercing spear, be learned by your daughter?" Just as Lu Yuning was about to speak, she was stopped by Davis, who pressed her shoulder, telling her to wait and see what Lu Qinfeng would say. Lu Qinfeng, upon hearing Yang Wudi's words, neither immediately declined nor accepted on the spot. Instead, he pondered for a moment before responding. "Brother Yang values my daughter and is willing to generously impart your family skills. If I, Lu Qinfeng, refuse, wouldn't he that be not knowing what is good for me? However, since the secret spear techniques of the Paji family should not be learned for free, how about this? Our two families agree that in each generation, we will arrange for the most talented disciples in spear techniques to learn from each other as family. Both sides generously sharing knowledge, without being stingy. This way, not only would the two families form a lasting alliance, but even if one day misfortune befalls, and either the Lu family or the Yang family loses their lineage, as long as there is still one descendant, they can reclaim their spear techniques." Lu Qinfeng, as expected of someone who could rise to the rank of general, instantly came up with such a brilliant solution, and everyone quickly understood the cleverness of this approach. This way, not only did it alleviate Yang Wudi's pressure of privately teaching an outsider family as spear techniques, but it also provided both families with a strong ally and conveniently offer insurance for the future. This solution had only benefits and no drawbacks, so of course, Yang Wudi would not refuse. The Paji family had just settled in Xing Luo City and needed a powerful ally like the Zhen Junho mansion. Moreover, the Lu family's spear technique inheritance was indeed not inferior to the Yang family's. With this agreement, teaching Lu Yuning the spear technique would not lead to any dissatisfaction within the family. Both Yang Wudi and Lu Qinfeng were clan leaders, and as long as the decision was not obviously unreasonable, their agreement could represent a pact between the two families. In the presence of Davis, Li Fu, and Cheng Yu, the pair of close friends clasped hands 3 times, sealing the alliance. Lu Qinfeng patted his daughter on the head and said, "Yuning, go meet your teacher." Lu Yuning was overjoyed. With the alliance between the two families, she no longer had any mental burden about learning the heart-shattering, soul-piercing spear. She immediately ran forward and bowed to Yang Wudi, saying, "Yuning pays her respects to the teacher." Yang Wudi was naturally overjoyed to have found a satisfactory disciple, and without saying a word, he took out several bottles and jars. These were all elixirs he had meticulously developed over the years. There were healing pills for recovering from injuries, spirit-returning pills for restoring soul power, and finally, the most precious one, a small returning pill gifted to him by Davis. It seemed that Yang Wudi truly cherished this disciple, as this small returning pill was meant for him to keep for deciphering the pill formula. And he only had 3 in total. Now, he was actually willing to give one to Lu Yuning. which showed that the disciple's status in his eyes might have surpassed his long-standing obsession with alchemy. Chapter 40. The death of concubine Lien this year. Davis was 10 years old, and Dai Mubai was 4. Over the years, due to the deliberate actions of concubine Lien, Dai Mubai frequently went to Wanjin Mountain Villa, and his relationship with Davis grew increasingly close. One could only say that blood is thicker than water. Children often find relatives who are closely related to their bloodline. Dai Mubai has a pure heart and is often taught by concubine Lien to respect his elder brother and prioritize him above all else. Therefore, he is usually very attached to Davis, and even though Davis doesn't respond much, he still enjoys it endlessly. Davis often personally teaches him breathing techniques and the basics of martial arts when he has free time. Over the years, rumors of the Great Prince and the Third Prince being close brothers have gradually spread. As a result, the elder members of the clan are increasingly convinced that Davis, this unfilial descendant with rebellious tendencies, intends to fundamentally abolish the inheritance system that allows the brothers of the Luo family to harm each other. Well, you are the Great Prince, impressive and proud, with the powerful Wanjin Mountain Manor not under surveillance. So we will monitor the Third Prince Dai Mubai and the noble consort Lien. At the same time, we continuously insert personnel into the palace, contact noble consort Lien, and instill in Dai Mubai the idea of competing for the throne. Unfortunately, the noble consort Lien is clear-headed and has always educated Dai Mubai to not believe anything said by those who approach him with ulterior motives. 3 years have passed, and the elder members of the clan have made no progress in sowing discord between Davis and Dai Mubai. This situation has led some members of the clan to feel desperate. They even irrationally believe that if they do not eliminate Davis, getting rid of Dai Mubai could also create the illusion of brotherly conflict, thus achieving their mission in a different way. Consequently, the only 4-year-old Dai Mubai encountered his first assassination attempt on his way to Wanjin Mountain Manor. The attacker was a soul saint specializing in offense. And to fend off his assault, all the palace guard accompanying Dai Mubai perished, and he himself almost fell victim as well. If it weren't for Niu Gao, who happened to be heading to Wanjin Mountain Manor as well and defended Dai Mubai from a claw strike, the Third Prince would have been dead by now. Unfortunately, Niu Gao placed too much emphasis on defense and was completely inept at offense and pursuit, failing to capture the soul saint assassin. The assassination scene also left behind a waste token from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, clearly framing them. After Davis heard about the assassination from Niu Gao and then saw the waste token, a killing intent surged uncontrollably in his heart. From this moment on, he had already sentenced the decision-makers of the Zhonglui to death in his mind. After this incident, Dai Mubai was summoned into the palace by the emperor immediately and was forbidden from leaving the palace on his own. The attack by the Zhonglui came suddenly, without any warning, which made Emperor Xingluo become alert. He was not worried about the safety of his eldest son, Davis. As there were top soul master powers like Li Fu and Cheng Yu guarding him closely, Li Fu's strength had not yet been revealed. And he had also subdued the Pa and Yu clans. The strength of the Zhonglui and Xingluo city might not even match these individuals combined. What truly troubled Daizhan was the deep-rooted connections of the Zhonglui that spanned various industries and aspects within the Xingluo Empire, where pulling one thread could affect the whole body. However, as a prince with a weak foundation, Dai Mubai lacked the ability to withstand such pervasive assassinations. If the Zhonglui succeeded, it would be too late for Daizhan to uproot them even if he wanted to. Therefore, from the day of the assassination attempt, Dai Mubai did not leave the palace again. A year later, Dai Mubai awakened his pure white tiger martial soul, and his innate soul power exceeded level 9. From then on, Daizhan's protection over him became even more stringent. Davis quietly became the Soul King, and everyone in the Demon King team made significant progress. Dai Mubai, who remained in the palace, couldn't find an opportunity to take action, while Davis, staying outside the palace, couldn't bite back. This led the Elder Council to decide to confront Daizhan. After more than a dozen internal meetings, they finally reached a consensus to gather the full strength of the Elder Council in Xingluo to put direct pressure on Daizhan, forcing him to maintain the current inheritance system of Xingluo. Thus, on a night a month after Dai Mubai awakened his martial soul, the senior elder of the Elder Council, along with 5 other elders, entered the palace to meet Daizhan. No one knows exactly what was discussed between the two parties. Only rumors from within the palace spread. That night, the usually composed Daizhan broke several priceless treasures in the Xingluo Hall. However, no one knew that the treasures Daizhan broke were actually fakes. After losing his temper, he went to the Queen's 9-spirit palace and laughed all night. The next morning, Dai Zhan sent someone to Wanjin Mountain Villa to urgently summon Davis to the palace. Rumors in the palace suggested that when Davis emerged, he looked ashen. On his way back to Wanjin Mountain Villa, he stopped by a visible business of the Elder Council, ordered the serious injury of the sole master guard there, and burned the shop to the ground. This blatant provocation against the Elder Council, arson on the most prosperous Starry Avenue in the imperial capital, seemed to invite reprimand for Davis, and his rival, the Elder Council, would certainly seize this opportunity to attack him. But what puzzled everyone in Xinglua City was that the Elder Council did not take any action in response, not even protesting in front of the emperor. They even took the initiative to send people to put out the fire and clean up the debris, destroying evidence of Davis's rampage. For a time, the entire Xinglua City was harmoniously unbelievable, until the night of Davis's 11th birthday banquet. Normally, Dou Bai would receive an invitation to Davis's birthday banquet every year, but this time he did not. He longed to leave the palace to attend his brother's birthday party, and even when concubine Lian advised him against it, citing dangers outside the palace, he refused to listen, even arguing with her for the first time. As Dou Bai left concubine Lian's sleeping quarters, her previously angry expression suddenly turned to one of worry and relief. Murmuring softly, "Go, my child, believe that your father and brother will protect you." However, when he reached the palace gate, the sole master guarding it informed him that the emperor did not allow him to go. At that moment, Dou Bai thought it was a decision made by his father for his safety, until he returned to concubine Lian's palace with a disappointed face, only to suddenly find that there wasn't a single servant in the palace. As the favored concubine, even if she was asleep, there would be guards and palace maids on duty outside, but now he couldn't see any of them. Dai Bai suddenly thought of something and ran frantically towards the palace, praying over and over in his heart. It won't happen, this kind of thing definitely won't happen. But the moment he entered the palace, he felt as if he had been frozen. Even his breathing stopped. His biological mother, Consort Lian, was lying quietly on the floor in the center of the palace, dressed in the most luxurious consort gown, completely silent. Dai Bai staggered forward in disbelief, as if he might fall at any moment. When he reached the side of the beautiful Yan Guifei and touched her stunning face, he realized that this breathtaking beauty, who overshadowed all others, had completely lost her heartbeat and breath, and her entire body emanated a bone-chilling cold. Just touching her made Dai Bai shiver all over. Mother, wake up!" Even though Yan Guifei's body was icy cold, young Dai Bai immediately embraced her, hoping to use his body heat to melt away her chill. Unfortunately, it was a drop in the bucket. The 6-year-old Dai Bai quickly fainted in the cold. When Dai Bai woke up again, he found himself lying on the bed in Lian Guifei's palace. Mother! As his mind gradually cleared, he called out for his mother. At that moment, Dai Zhan, with a heavy expression, walked in. Dai Bai didn't notice Dai Zhan's expression and quickly asked, "Father, my mother has fainted from the cold. Where is she? Have you revived her?" Dai Zhan's face was as cold as frost. He stepped forward and gently touched Dai Bai's head, speaking to him in a voice filled with an unprecedented tenderness. "Bai, your mother, she has left." Dai Bai was stunned upon hearing this, and before he could speak, tears began to flow uncontrollably. "No, it can't be, it won't be. Mother said she would watch me grow up. She said she wanted to see me become the great general of the empire and wear my battle robes for her. How could she?" Dai Bai lay for a long time, holding the cold body of concubine Lian before anyone discovered him. At this moment, he was already extremely weak, and after this emotional turmoil, he fainted again. When Dai Bai woke up again, he heard a palace maid outside the door softly asking, "The concubine has always been in good health, and with the cultivation of the soul sect, how could she suddenly die? And in such a strange manner?" Another voice quickly interrupted her. "We can't speak about this carelessly." It was said that the concubine had been visiting the queen in the Jiling Palace every day recently, and several times she was turned away at the door, returning home, sighing and lamenting. "My dear aunt, could you please keep quiet? If this goes on, both of us will have to accompany the concubine." The conversation outside the door abruptly stopped. Meanwhile, inside, Dai Bai's thoughts did not cease. The queen? Could the death of my mother be related to the queen? Dai Bai was very reluctant to suspect the queen, not only because he had a good relationship with Davis, but also because the queen had always been a kind elder in his heart, and he didn't believe she would do something so cruel. However, no matter what, Dai Bai kept this matter in mind. Chapter 41, The Masked Man. Little Huandan and the essentials of palm techniques. The rumors in the palace quieted down within a few days. After the death of concubine Lian, Dai Bai seemed to have changed into a different person. His originally cheerful and lively personality became increasingly gloomy. He refused Dai Zhan's suggestion to be fostered under the queen's name and continued to live in concubine Lian's palace under the care of attendants. However, he never visited the Nine-Spirit Palace again, nor did he leave the palace or go to Wanjin Mountain Villa. Emperor Xingluo, feeling pity for his motherless childhood, often rewarded him with various gifts, including training resources, soul, guiding devices, and precious jewels. Yet, Dai Bai himself was only focused on cultivation, as if something terrifying was chasing him from behind. The palace physicians repeatedly warned Dai Bai to practice moderation in his cultivation, but he remained stubborn. A month after concubine Lian's death, Dai Bai reached level 10, and Dai Zhan arranged for someone to take him to obtain a soul ring. Dai Bai ignored the advice and insisted on absorbing a 480-year-old soul ring, resulting in a near-fatal incident during the absorption process. Fortunately, when he was having fun at Wanjin Villa back then, Davis had made him take some medicinal baths to strengthen his body, which allowed him to barely succeed in the absorption. Upon returning to the palace, Dai Zhan was furious after learning about this matter and severely reprimanded Dai Bai, ordering him to rest for a month and not to practice his soul power. Dai Bai agreed on the surface to rest more in bed during the day, but secretly continued to cultivate at night. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible. Only by becoming strong could he control his own life, uncover the truth, and take revenge for his mother. One day, at a palace night banquet, Emperor Xingluo ordered that all members of the Dai family in Xingluo City must attend. Even the second prince, who was physically weak and had been crowned king early, far removed from the power struggle, attended. Of course, Davis and Dai Bai were no exception. Davis had just entered the palace and, after a long time, greeted his parents. He had come over from the Wanjin Mountain Villa early. As for Dai Bai, he didn't take his seat until just before the banquet began. Throughout the entire evening, he sat next to Davis without saying a word, only responding briefly when Dai Zhan raised a toast to everyone. At other times, he was focused on eating slowly and didn't lift his head at all. After the banquet ended, Dai Bai was the first to leave. Davis followed suit upon seeing this. Davis did not hide his tracks. Even with only soul master cultivation, Dai Bai could clearly feel his pursuit. Dai Bai did not look back until he had moved away from the banquet hall, then suddenly stopped, turned around, and stared at Davis. Davis laughed and said, "Third brother, your eyes look like you want to eat me. What's up, little tiger? Your claws have grown hard, and you know how to bare your teeth at people now." Dai Bai seemed to have not heard Davis's mockery and asked word by word, "Elder brother, is there any relation between my mother's death and you and the queen?" Davis still kept smiling as he leaned forward, reached out, and grabbed Dai Bai's neck, pinning him against the wall. Then he tilted his head to whisper gently in his ear, "When you're weak, you must learn to keep your mouth shut. With so many mouths in the palace, I've already sealed them all, so yours doesn't matter. Your wings aren't strong enough yet, you know that, little tiger." Davis's words were light, but the strength in his hands was anything but. Dai Bai felt dizzy as he was gripped tightly. A wave of heat surged from the spot where Davis was holding him, quickly invading his body like a raging fire in the forest, starting from his heart, and, within just a few breaths, spreading to his limbs and veins. However, strangely, after this searing aura entered his body, the injuries caused by Dai Bai's forced cultivation over the past few days seemed to ease somewhat. After saying this, Davis gently patted Dai Bai's face with his other hand and turned to leave. Dai Bai increasingly believed that his mother's death was related to him. In a moment of confusion, he even dared to grab Davis's pant leg and wouldn't let go. Davis seemed to be enraged, striking out with a palm that hit Dai Bai's chest, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. This blow was fueled by Davis's anger and carried significant force, causing a small section of the wall where Dai Bai impacted to collapse. Dai Bai was hit hard by this palm, his chest churning. With a puff, a mouthful of dark, stagnant blood was spat out. However, Davis, who had dealt the blow, didn't even glance at the fallen Dai Bai, who was coughing up blood, and turned to leave. After Davis walked away, Dai Bai was still struggling on the ground, gasping for breath. The intense heat coursing through his body made him feel weak and powerless, and after flailing for a while, he couldn't get up. At that moment, a person wearing a black and gold mask appeared beside him, and like a pitiful beggar, dropped a pill, saying, "This palm strike from the crown prince contains soul power. If you don't want him to ruin your soul power talent, take this small pill that strengthens the foundation and nurtures the essence." Dai Bai did not know the identity of the masked man in front of him, nor did he understand his purpose. And he certainly did not know whether the pill he had thrown on the ground like dog food was poisonous. However, without hesitation, he picked up the pill from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, and a gentle warmth spread from Dai Wei's stomach, gradually flowing into his entire body as meridians. Not only did the pain in his chest, which had just been struck, no longer bother him, but even the hidden injuries caused by his intense training during this time were slowly being healed by the medicinal power. When the medicinal effect was completely absorbed, Dai Wei suddenly felt a wave of fatigue, and the heavy feeling vanished without a trace. His body had never felt this light before. He looked up at the masked man in front of him, carefully examining the black and gold mask, and asked, "Who are you? What do you want me to do?" The masked man crouched down and, in a disrespectful manner, slapped Dai Wei's face, the same side that Davis had just hit, and said, "With your current strength, you're not qualified to do anything or to ask anything. If you want to know the truth, then work hard to become stronger. Only when you advance to the title Douluo will you have the right to ask questions." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man leaped away. Dai Wei looked at the place where the masked man had left, his hands unconsciously clenching tightly, as a flame of anger ignited in his originally deadened heart. These people didn't take him seriously at all. He wasn't even a threat or a pawn in their eyes. Davis is like this, and so is the masked man. Strength, strength, strength. Whether seeking the truth or seeking revenge, strength is needed. Continuously mocked by Davis and the masked man, Dai Wei now has an even greater desire to increase his strength, but he seems to have gained a bit more rationality compared to a while ago. He did not disturb anyone, quietly left the place, returned to his palace, lay on his bed, covered himself with a quilt. And for the first time since the death of concubine Lien, he did not practice soul power all night, but instead had a good sleep. From the next day, the palace's medical officers discovered that the originally stubborn third prince suddenly became willing to listen to their advice and no longer overexerted himself in training. The hidden injuries caused by his previous overtraining seemed to have been healed as well. The news brought great relief to Emperor Xingluo, who then rewarded Dai Wei with a large batch of training resources, including a manual of palm techniques personally copied by Daijin. Although this manual did not record any original soul skills, it detailed how to cultivate a pair of iron palms that are incredibly powerful, which aligns perfectly with the white tiger martial soul of the Xingluo Dai family. According to Daijin, it was compiled by a direct descendant of the Dai family who was obsessed with creating original soul skills. Chapter 42, Davis establishes his office, Demon King Battle Team. On his 10th birthday, Davis drew the martial arts card for the complete truth sword technique in the system. Although this sword technique may not be more exquisite than some profound sword moves in the Five Mountain sword technique, it perfectly fits with the complete truth mind method. Additionally, the complete truth sword technique has great future potential. It can correspond to an ultimate grade sword array, the Big Dipper sword array, and an ultimate grade combined sword technique, the Jade Girl Pure Heart sword technique. Therefore, even though Davis already has many sword techniques to choose from, this complete truth sword technique remains significant to him. When he turned 11, Davis received another random card draw opportunity. This time, he obtained an item card, which was a book, Essentials of Shaolin Seizing Techniques. This book contains not just one martial art, but the essence of several seizing martial arts such as the Great Seizing Hand, Little Seizing Hand, and Dragon Claw Hand from Shaolin, written by Shaolin monks skilled in seizing techniques. Although it does not allow someone to instantly learn like a martial arts card, it excels in enabling many people to comprehend and learn. However, the seizing techniques recorded in this book, while a reinforcement for Davis's close combat, currently do not allow him extra time for dedicated practice. Therefore, he temporarily placed it in the system warehouse, hoping to find a suitable owner for it in the future. Davis obtained his 5th soul ring before his birthday, a 46,000-year-old gold Space Duel Attribute Soul Beast, the Golden Horn Breakthrough Beast. The escape ability of the Space Attribute Soul Beast is incredibly strong, and Davis and Li Fu spent over half a month hunting for this soul ring. In the end, Davis used the Golden Dragon Armor's Golden Dragon Body skill from his external spirit bone to become immune to the Golden Horn Breakthrough Beast's spatial restraints, unexpectedly striking it from behind, which allowed Li Fu to heavily injure and capture the soul beast. After absorbing this soul ring, Davis advanced to level 53 and acquired an extremely powerful control-type soul skill, the 5th soul skill, Golden Constant Suppression Pillar. This skill allows him to summon a totem pillar covered in space inscriptions, suppressing the surrounding space. Enemy units within the range will suffer suppression damage, and their mobility will be severely restricted. Acquiring this soul skill was somewhat unexpected for Davis. He initially aimed to acquire the kind of destructive power that could cut through space with sharp golden attributes from the Golden Horn Breakthrough Beast, but ended up with a skill focused on strong control. However, it turned out to be a fortunate accident. With the 10,000 year 4th soul skill, White Tiger penetrating shot already in his possession, Davis's ability in direct attack and killing has been sufficient at the same level or even 1 or 2 major levels higher. After gaining this soul skill, Davis's combat style can become more diversified. As for whether control type skills will affect Li Yang's tactical position, that is impossible. Davis is not lacking in output. His positioning in almost all other basic skills is still absolutely strong in attack. Adding a strong control skill is also to increase the chances of taking down the opponent. Li Yang's control, on the other hand, is more about perfect coordination, protecting teammates, and controlling the entire battlefield. The tactical positions of the two are completely different. For Li Yang, Davis adding a strong control skill can only be beneficial. After advancing to Soul King, Davis received a random card draw opportunity. This time, he drew the 9-in manual, general principles belonging to Zhu Zhuyun from the deck. This established Zhu Zhuyun's martial arts system, with the muscle and bone transformation as the foundation. Once she masters it, she will switch to the general principles, with the 9-in Divine Claw as the main output skill and Spiral 9 Shadows as the primary lightness skill. It is foreseeable that for a long time in the future, Zhu Zhuyun's overall strength will be second only to Davis in the team. Lu Yunying is learning marksmanship from Yang Wudi, and every day, her shooting skills are undergoing new changes. Although she hasn't obtained a suitable self-created soul skill from Davis, her improvement rate is no less than anyone else in the team. In the gene-based heroes of the Golden Age, there are no standout gun-based martial arts, and Davis hopes to have the chance to draw the supreme inner skill that he thinks is most suitable for Lu Yunying in the future. Luo Jiwei's archery skills are also not popular in the gene-based heroes of the Golden Age, and Davis is also preparing to provide her with an inner skill. Currently, Luo Jiwei is still diligently practicing her shooting abilities, along with the lightness skill godly transformation that Davis taught her earlier. Regarding the low compatibility of Lu Yunying with guns and Luo Jiwei with bows and crossbows, Davis was already prepared. In the original gene-based heroes of the Golden Age game world, there is a significant Easter egg achievement with extremely high difficulty in the later stages. Completing this achievement will grant 2 supreme martial arts. These 2 supreme martial arts do not originate from the gene-based martial arts game world, but from another martial arts-themed game developed by the same company, which can be considered a collaboration between the 2 game departments. These 2 martial arts are named Stunning Shot and Heartbreaking Arrow. One is a gun technique, and the other is an archery technique, which must be passed down by 2 brothers or 2 sisters, perfectly fitting Lu Yunying and Luo Jiwei. Of course, the premise is that Davis can complete the Easter egg achievement Heaven and Earth, Peerless Beauty. This involves exploring a forbidden area of the world and engaging in a magnificent battle there. The places that can be called forbidden areas are only a few: the City of Slaughter, Sea God Island, Angel Temple, Lake of Life, and the Deep Sea Demon Whale Domain. To have a magnificent battle in one of these places is not just about finding any opponent. It must be a battle recognized by the system as magnificent. If magnificent means the top experts in the world, then the difficulty skyrockets. Therefore, for the time being, the ultimate skills of Lu Yunying and Luo Jiwei can only be stored in the system. In the end, the one who gained the most in the team is Li Yang. Li Yang just emerged from seclusion a few days ago and excitedly announced to Davis that his Bodhi Heart Sutra and the Evil Repelling Sword Manual are now compatible. The Evil Repelling Sword Manual is indeed the fastest progressing sword technique in the early stages. When Davis tested swords with Li Yang using the 5 Mountains sword technique, he found that if he didn't use sword skills above the subtle realm, he couldn't pose a significant threat to Li Yang at all. Although Li Yang's sword skills still cannot threaten Davis, he has only been learning for a few days. This is not a reflection of Davis's sword skill level, but rather that Li Yang's sword is simply too fast. Cheng Yu, who was watching from the side, commented, "This is not a sword style that can be controlled by a human. Rather, the sword style is guiding the person to strike. It has definitely led the sword path down a sinister road." However, Cheng Yu found it strange that Li Yang, who can't even be considered a beginner swordsman, could control such a sinister and eerie sword style with ease. If it were someone else, they would have likely been influenced by the evil thoughts within the sword style long ago. Davis is very clear that this is the merit of the Heart Sutra. This internal skill does not significantly enhance the power of techniques, but the soul power cultivated from it can be fully mastered by the practitioner. With a heart of Bodhi, neither the evil sword nor the demon knife can taint the practitioner's Zen mind. The unpredictable spatial abilities, combined with the evil-repelling sword manual and the Heart Sutra, are simply a perfect match. After Liang initially mastered these two martial arts, he unexpectedly became the only member among Davis's teammates who could briefly contend with Zhu Zhiyan. Despite being a control-type soul master with almost no attacking capabilities, Lu Yunying was very displeased with this and practiced even harder with her spear. Even Luo Jiwei, who usually dislikes competing with teammates, showed a fiercer gaze while practicing her shooting. During this time, the strength of the entire team progressed rapidly, and Davis's status in the Star Luo Empire rose accordingly. His unhesitant actions against Dai Wei greatly pleased several elders of the clan association. The forces that had subtly constrained Davis in the military and even among the civilians suddenly vanished. Additionally, Davis timely revealed some of his true cultivation progress, making it known that the Crown Prince of the Star Luo Empire became a level 29 Great Soul Master at the age of 11. Emperor Dai Zhun publicly praised this in the court and directly granted Davis the right to establish a government. With this right, Davis could legitimately recruit subordinates, establish a small court, and confer titles and ranks upon his family members. This promise shocked the court officials, and many rational old ministers voiced their opposition. However, faced with the combined push from Dai Zhun, the Crown Prince faction, and even the clan association, the objections from these old ministers did not create much of a ripple. Davis himself was undoubtedly confident, appointing many who pledged allegiance to him, such as Li Fu and Cheng Yu, as officials of the Grand Prince's mansion, looking ready to start the battle for the crown. At the same time as opening his mansion, Davis officially announced the name of his battle team, the Demon King Team. The meaning of this name was not to showcase his own might, but rather to remind and motivate his teammates to treat him as a great demon king they aimed to defeat. There was also some disdain for Shrek included. After all, in a magical world, Shrek was at the bottom of the food chain, while the Demon King existed at the top, alongside deities. Chapter 43. Rock Dragon City, just when everyone thought Davis was about to fully engage in the political and military affairs of the Star Luo Empire. This rising prince was secretly planning to leave the Star Luo Empire for a trip, since Davis had already laid down most of his groundwork in the Star Luo Empire. Whether he stayed in Star Luo for a short time or not would not affect the development of the Grand Prince's mansion and the Wanjin Mountain Villa. Moreover, in order to quickly reach the first tier of the previous generation, like Bibi Dong and Tang Hao, and truly possess the ability to influence the entire continent's pattern, there were several places Davis had to visit. Staying locked up in Star Luo City would not allow him to become the best in the world. Of course, Davis was not going to Shrek to be a babysitter. He intended to take advantage of the Ice Fire Sun Moon Lake and remaining immortal herbs in the Sunset Forest, the vast sea and universe shield in the Tiando Imperial Palace, the Shura God inheritance in the City of Slaughter, and the Sea God inheritance on Sea God Island. He did not plan to miss any of these opportunities, although not every opportunity might be suitable for him personally. They were certainly better for nurturing the people in the Grand Prince's mansion and the Demon King team than waiting for Tang San to come and use them. As the most talented prince of the Star Luo Empire, Davis's public information was probably already well known among the major powers. This time, he was using the excuse of closed-door cultivation to distance himself from the Star Luo Empire, quietly changing identities with Li Fu to go incognito. As for whether the Star Luo Emperor would agree, at this moment, in Dai Zhun's heart, nothing was more important than Davis's cultivation. As long as he could use the reason of traveling the continent to improve his skills, he could easily get through with Dai Zhun. Of course, this approach wouldn't work with the Empress. The Empress did not care whether Davis could or when he would become the best in the world. She only hoped for her child's safety. So, Davis planned to act first and report later, leaving a note for Dai Zhun to take the blame. While Davis was quietly leaving a note about running away from home, the Star Luo Emperor Dai Zhun was in the Star Luo Palace reviewing memorials when he suddenly felt an ominous sign, sneezing several times in a row, unable to stop even with his soul master-level cultivation. Davis, his servant Li Fu, and the pharmacology expert Yang Wudi drove the soul-guided carriage of the Wanjin Merchant Association, traveling day and night away from Xinglua City. During the journey, the old man Li Fu often closed his eyes to rest, while the soul master-level expert Yang Wudi happily took on the role of a driver. There was no other choice. After Davis simply mentioned taking him to see the celestial herbs, Yang Wudi willingly accepted the labor. As for Davis himself, Aside from practicing his soul power through the Chuanjin heart method, he was flipping through the Shaolin essentials of seizing techniques that he had obtained earlier to pass the time. While reading, Davis discovered that the author of the Shaolin manual was truly remarkable. Even someone like him, who was not well-versed in martial arts, could see that the book provided a thorough exploration of seizing techniques, progressing from the basic to the advanced. After just a few days of study, Davis had already gained considerable proficiency in seizing techniques. Unfortunately, Davis's main focus was swordsmanship, so this book was somewhat wasted in his hands. As Davis's skills in seizing techniques deepened, a few days later, they arrived at their first stop, the Ahakwo province. Ahakwo province is a major province under the Xinluo Empire. Although it is called a province, it is practically equivalent to a subordinate kingdom. In terms of land area, Ahakwo province is even larger than most kingdoms on the Douluo continent, being a border town directly adjacent to the provinces of the Dou Empire. There have been many frictions over the years. The province is known for its martial spirit, with military strength surpassing that of ordinary kingdoms. The ruling family of Ahakwo province is the Gu family, inheritors of the top-tier martial soul, the rock-armored dragon turtle. In this land where strength is revered, they can be said to hold absolute power. The Gu family's rock-armored dragon turtle martial soul is the strongest defensive beast martial soul in the Xinluo Empire, rivaling the Xuanwu turtle of the Dou Empire. Additionally, due to its considerable dragon bloodline, the rock-armored dragon turtle is more aggressive than the gentler Xuanwu turtle, which is one of the reasons the Gu family has dominated Ahakwo province for over 200 years. This long-standing rule has allowed the Gu family to establish deep roots in the politics, military, and economy of Ahakwo province. Perhaps, in this border province, the imperial edicts of the great Emperor Xingluo hold less sway than the commands of the head of the Gu family. This is also why Davis chose to come here for his first stop. To contend with the Spirit Hall, he not only needed to enhance the top-level strength, but also required a large number of ordinary soul masters to resist the Spirit Hall's army of soul masters. Thus, he needed to consolidate the strength of the entire Xinluo Empire to form a well-organized army of soul masters to counter the Spirit Hall. However, the Xinluo Empire suffers from the same issues as the Dou Empire. After 1,000 years of rule, the various border provinces and subordinate kingdoms have significant strength but show signs of being unwieldy. Once a full-scale war breaks out between Xinluo and the Spirit Hall, it remains uncertain whether these provinces and kingdoms would be willing to resist the Spirit Hall under the Empire's command or embrace the glory of the Spirit Hall in hopes of gaining independence. According to the intelligence provided by the Wanjin Merchant Association over the years, Ahakwo province has been relatively compliant with the capital's directives among all border towns, at least not inclined towards the Spirit Hall. Therefore, aside from passing through, Davis also wanted to see if he could establish some backup here. The soul-guided carriage soon reached the central city of Ahakwo province, Yanlong City. The architectural style of this city is quite rugged, with walls made of countless giant rocks. As the main city of a border town directly adjacent to enemy territory, the walls of Yanlong City are twice as high as those of Xinluo City. Upon entering the city, Davis found that the residential buildings and shops also shared the same architectural style. It was a city that revered and worshipped rocks. After entering the city, the two headed straight to the Wanjin Merchant Association's outpost in Yanlong City. Once settled, Davis went out alone to experience the local customs and culture of Yanlong City. Of course, Li Fu would not abandon his duty to protect him from the shadows. Surprisingly, this Yanlong City, which was looked down upon as a rural place by the nobility in Xinluo City, actually had its own unique charm. Although Davis was not wearing royal attire, he was dressed in luxurious clothing, and it was obvious from his outfit that he was a visitor from afar. Shortly after he stepped into the night market of Rock Dragon City, a little boy approached him, eager to be his guide. This noble gentleman was called Stone, a native of Rock Dragon City. He knew exactly which barbecue shop had the most fragrant meat, which taverns served the strongest liquor, and which brothel had the most charming girls. For just 1 silver coin, he could be your guide for the entire night. Davis looked at the little boy in front of him, who was not yet 6 years old, and couldn't he help but ask with a smile, "Which brothel has the prettiest girls, do you know? Have you been there to play?" Stone showed no signs of embarrassment at being exposed and replied confidently, "I don't have money to visit brothels, but I've seen them when I brought other gentlemen along. In our Yinshan city, the girls at the Itsue building are the prettiest, but if we're talking about flavor, it has to be the Wansho Pavilion." Davis was very curious and asked, 10,000 Beast Pavilion? Which brothel has such a name? Could it be that there are no girls inside, just spirit beasts? Should his expression pause for a moment, but his demeanor and tone showed no change. He then introduced to Davis, "The girls at the 10,000 Beast Pavilion are those who have awakened incomplete beast martial souls, yet retain some characteristics of those souls. For example, there are cat girls with cat ears and fox girls with fox tails. Many spirit masters and nobles enjoy this style." Davis felt displeased, but did not show it. He raised his hand to interrupt Shitu's description. "All right, enough about the brothels. Tell me what other has." Seeing that Davis seemed uninterested in the brothels, Shitu appeared more spirited and excitedly introduced, "Oh, there is plenty. Our Yanlong City has the strongest wine in the entire Star Luo, the most fragrant and tender barbecue. And there's a wrestling competition in the night market every month. Enjoying wine and barbecue while watching the wrestling competition is the favorite activity of us Yanlong City folks. By the way, sir, there's a wrestling competition tonight, and it's the ultimate showdown of the year. It will definitely be spectacular. Would you like me to take you to see it?" Chapter 44. If you can't win, play dirty. Davis was not interested in the wrestling competition, but since he was already there, he settled for watching a match. However, after the match ended, he developed a keen interest in the final champion, Yanjun. After the ultimate showdown of the wrestling competition, there was a grand celebration. To celebrate the emergence of the new wrestling king, fine wines, delicacies, and beautiful dancers were brought to the streets surrounding the wrestling arena that night. Davis participated in the celebration while tasting delicious food, but most of his attention was focused on the newly crowned young wrestling king. Although this guy, who called himself Rock King, competed wearing a mask, from the grappling and wrestling techniques he displayed in the ring, Davis was almost certain that this young man must be a direct descendant of the Gu family, the rulers of the Ahakwa province. In the Douluo continent, these self-created soul skills are of great importance to a family, as evidenced by how much the Haotian sect values the chaotic wind hammer technique and the great Sumru hammer. Therefore, unless he was a direct descendant of the Gu family, it would be impossible for him to learn these family secret techniques. The Gu family's rock armor dragon tortoise martial soul was originally one of the defensive martial souls that Davis valued the most. The young man in front of him not only likely possessed the rock armor dragon tortoise martial soul, but also showed exceptional talent in wrestling, making him almost the perfect candidate for the tank role in the Demon King team. After the celebration ended, Davis followed Rock King out of the wrestling arena. Davis's tracking didn't deliberately hide his presence, so Yanjun noticed his trail from the very beginning. The two maintained a certain tacit understanding and gradually moved away from the bustling city center, eventually reaching a deserted alley. Yanjun suddenly turned around, and Davis did not flinch or avoid it. Their gazes met in an instant. Yanjun's eyes were filled with vigilance and scrutiny, while Davis's gaze held genuine admiration. However, this heir of the Gu family, Yanjun, seemed to possess a strong wariness toward the outside world. The two faced each other in silence for a moment, and Davis spoke first to break the deadlock. "I originally wanted to make a friend, but it seems we have to fight first." Seeing that Davis was alone, Yanjun felt that he didn't seem to harbor much malice, and his vigilance eased slightly, though he didn't fully relax his stance. "If you have the guts, come after me." After saying this, Yanjun suddenly turned around and dashed forward. The Gu family's inherited earth-walking technique stirred up a cloud of dust beneath Yanjun's feet, and in the blink of an eye, he had slipped away a considerable distance. Davis was not afraid of any tricks, since Li Fu was secretly protecting him, so he leisurely stayed 20 meters behind him to show that he meant no harm. The two soul masters ran at a decent speed, and before long, they arrived at a secluded rocky hillside outside Rock Dragon City. Once Yanjun reached this spot, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to Davis, "We have arrived." Davis noticed that the other person seemed a bit reserved or was hiding something for some reason, but he wasn't very concerned about it because for someone like Yanjun, a fist was the best way to communicate. "So, let's just have a fight first." Davis did not summon his martial soul, nor did he reveal his soul rings. He merely held his hands in front of him, with his soul power held in check. What skill is it to defeat a soul sage as a soul king? He wanted to rely solely on his soul power and self-created soul skills to take down the Rock Lord, so that he could truly convince him. On the way to the Ahakwa province, Davis had been studying the essence of Shaolin grappling techniques. Even if his grappling skills weren't perfect, he could confidently say he had integrated the knowledge, coupled with his physical strength that far surpassed that of an ordinary soul king. He was more than capable of dealing with the Rock Lord, who was significantly lower in rank. The Rock Lord did not get angry at Davis's contempt. Instead, he paid even more attention to this unfamiliar opponent. Although he appeared younger than himself, anyone bold enough to come to him must have genuine skills. Martial Soul Summon, Rock Armored Dragon Turtle. The Gu family's inherited martial soul appeared behind the Rock Lord, followed by 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, along with a soul power fluctuation just a hair away from level 40, at around 14 or 15 years of age. Having a soul power level of 39 was already much stronger than the 15-year-old Dai Wei from the original timeline. Davis had no intention of making the first move, but Jun was unceremonious, rolling and instantly appearing behind Davis from more than 10 meters away. The Gu family's secret technique, Earth Walking Technique. Davis sensed the movement behind him, but did not immediately turn to confront the enemy. Instead, he simply raised his right hand and grabbed the wrist of a hand reaching from behind. Jun intended to use a grappling technique to seize Davis's left shoulder, but was caught by Davis's even more aggressive grappling technique, which seized his wrist. Despite the failed sneak attack and having his wrist restrained by the opponent, Jun remained calm and instantly activated his first soul ring. First soul skill, Spiked Carapace. Countless sharp spikes suddenly erupted from Jun's body. Even with Davis's defense, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his hand and involuntarily released his grip on the opponent's right hand. It wasn't that Jun's spikes inflicted damage on Davis, but rather that the effect of this soul skill could induce a pain sensation far beyond the actual injury. Davis encountered this excruciating soul skill for the first time and instinctively loosened his grip. After encasing himself in a layer of hedgehog armor, Jun still seemed unsatisfied. Seizing the opportunity to break free from Davis's hold, he activated his third soul ring. Third soul skill, Rock Crystal Heavy Armor Transformation. A full coverage armor made of amber-colored crystals appeared on Jun, exuding a strong aura of earth attributes soul power. This should be similar to Davis's third soul skill, Diamond White Tiger Transformation, and belongs to the enhancement type transformation soul skill. Just by looking at the appearance of the armor, one can tell that with the layer of crystal rock-heavy armor, the Rock Lord may not see much improvement in terms of damage, but in terms of defense, he has certainly reached the peak of the same level soul masters. As an absolute genius among his peers, facing Davis, a boy 2 or 3 years younger than himself, he surprisingly had to use his trump card soul skill right away. It must be said that the Gu family disciples are truly dedicated to the brave and cautious approach of defense-type soul masters. With the enhancement from the crystal rock-heavy armor, the Rock Lord no longer had any worries about defense and proactively moved towards Davis, planning to use his throwing technique to defeat his opponent, just like he did with the 2 opponents in the wrestling arena before. The Gu family's secret technique, the self-created soul skill, Rock Dragon Hunting Claw. Unlike another of the Gu family's unique skills, the Earth Walking Technique, the Rock Dragon Hunting Claw is the true ace of the Gu family soul masters. This skill is specifically designed for the Rock Armor Dragon Tortoise Martial Soul, integrating powerful attacks, grappling, and throwing techniques into one ultimate skill. Once caught by this technique, unless one possesses a strong body to resist control soul skill, they will either suffer broken bones or be bound hand and foot. Unfortunately, this famously renowned self-created soul skill just cannot capture Davis. Davis's figure flickered slightly, evading the embrace of the Rock Lord. He extended one hand, not only blocking the opponent's claws reaching for his neck, but also swiftly moving down to grab the Rock Lord's armpit. The Shaolin grappling technique explored the hidden paths. This grappling skill startled the Rock Lord, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. During the journey from Xinglua City to Yanlong City, Davis self-taught the essentials of Shaolin grappling, progressing from having no skills to a preliminary understanding and then to mastering it, making several significant improvements. Although the Gu family's grappling techniques were formidable, they could not compare to the modified Shaolin grappling essentials. Therefore, some grappling moves that could dominate the Douluo continent in the hands of the Rock Lord now appeared to Davis as naive as a baby taking its first steps. Grappling against grappling. Davis aims to defeat Jun in the aspect he is most proud of. To convince him, the techniques of capturing prey, such as breaking branches with a monk's staff, a hawk catching a rabbit, taking advantage of the situation, and the diamond demon slaying, have been honed for centuries in the Shaolin of the Gold System world. Now, they're all displayed before Jun, making him feel for the first time that his family's Yanlong hunting claws are not so impressive after all. In fact, how could the formidable Yanlong hunting claws of the Gu family not be strong? The apparent restraint is simply due to the overly primitive technique system of the Douluo continent. Before long, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Davis was using grappling techniques against his opponent for the first time. At first, he was a bit clumsy, allowing Jun to gain some advantage. However, As their fight progressed, Davis became more adept, quickly improving in the fluidity of his moves and timing. In contrast, Yin Jun became increasingly flustered. It felt as if Davis's self-created soul skills were specifically designed to counter the Gu family's Yanlong hunting claw. After another 20 or 30 exchanges, Yin Jun could barely defend himself against Davis's techniques. At this moment, he suddenly jumped back with a ground movement technique and said to Davis, "I give up. What kind of self-created soul skill is this? It seems like it's specifically meant to counter our Gu family. I am Gyu Shousheng, and I'm not someone who can't take a loss. You win this round." This time, he spoke much more, completely unlike the quiet and withdrawn boy from before. Davis sensed that there was more to his words. "So this round counts as my win? Are you saying we still need to compete?" With this little thought being exposed, Yin Jun showed no embarrassment typical of a youth. Instead, he perfectly displayed the thick-skinned and dark-hearted nature of a tank class, forcing himself to say, "Of course we still need to compete. Your self-created soul technique is too sinister. Who knows if it's specifically trained to target me? Let's not beat around the bush. Let's compete in pure strength. Arm wrestling. Do you dare?" Gu Shouqing, looking carefree, sat down next to a flat piece of rock, slammed his right hand onto the rock surface with a bang, sending a few pieces of rock debris flying, and then looked up at Davis. "See, I told you it was a trick. Just say whether we're competing or not." There was no way around it. He couldn't win in a fight, couldn't outrun him, and his best skills had all been broken by the opponent, so he had no choice but to resort to tricks. He could tell that Davis's intentions were at least not to kill him or kidnap him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have listened to him and stopped. Davis was amused by Gu Shouqing's words. Competing in strength? Arm wrestling? Is there really such a good thing in this world? Chapter 45. 3 Defeats of Gu Shouqing. Gu Shouqing's request was actually a bit excessive, but Davis always showed a bit more tolerance for the talents he valued. When Gu Shouqing proposed to compete after arm wrestling, he agreed without hesitation. Are you kidding? Is his 13 protector's practice of the Golden Bell shield just for show? Have all those years of wearing the giant peak soul lock bracelet been for nothing? If it's really about physique and strength, let alone his peers, even the older generation of high-level soul masters wouldn't stand a chance against Davis. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to bear those soul rings that far exceed the normal lifespan? But Gu Shouqing didn't know this, so he stubbornly bumped into the area where Davis excelled, once again suffering a crushing defeat. How crushing was it? Bang! Davis exerted a bit of force and slammed Gu Shouqing's arm down onto the table, causing rock fragments to fly around them. The rock surface that served as the arm wrestling table formed a groove perfectly shaped to fit Gu Shouqing's arm. Fortunately, Gu Shouqing hadn't had time to cancel the protection of the crystal heavy armor. Otherwise, this blow would have crushed his arm bones. How about it? Are you convinced now? Davis raised his chin towards Gu Shouqing and asked with a smile. Gu Shouqing had just reacted to the huge disparity in life, but he still stubbornly refused to concede. Even if it was a best of 3, you have already won. But I still want to play one last game. As long as you can win, Gu Shouqing, will be convinced by you from now on. Davis was not angry. Instead, he gestured for Gu Shouqing to pose a question. First soul skill, spike armor. Third soul skill, rock crystal heavy armor transformation. Gu Shouqing activated his 2 defensive soul skills once again, putting himself in the strongest defensive state. In the third round, as long as you can break through my rock crystal heavy armor's defense in one move, you win. After thinking for a moment, Gu Shouqing added, you can't use strength above level 40. By now, after their duel, Gu Shouqing could roughly guess Davis's intentions. Although this young man in front of him had an unknown background, his air of nobility could not be hidden. Moreover, he was younger yet possessed greater talent than Gu Shouqing, likely aiming to subdue him. However, the Gu family had dominated the Ahakwo province for hundreds of years, and Gu Shouqing himself was one of the most talented soul masters in the family's history. It would be easy to defeat him, but to subdue him? That would be incredibly difficult. In this encounter tonight, Davis had already continuously targeted the 2 areas Gu Shouqing excelled in, grappling and strength, defeating him head-on. In truth, Gu Shouqing had already acknowledged his capabilities. However, for him to willingly submit, what Davis had shown so far was still not enough. The Gu family's defensive capability in Rock Dragon City was the best in the Star Luo Empire, which was the pride of the Gu Soul Masters, but also a weakness in their hearts. Only by breaking through Gu Shouqing's physical armor could Davis truly make him shed his pride internally. Davis shook his head with a smile. Sure enough, MT was an old hand. To think that a fully armed top defense-type soul master could be defeated in one move, if it weren't for his time travel. Only the future Tang San could achieve this with the Super Spec Tang sect hidden weapons. Alright, if you lose from now on, you'll be my person. Saying this, without waiting for Gu Shouqing to respond, Davis summoned his martial soul. The top attack type martial soul of the star Luo royal family. The white tiger. Yellow, purple, purple, black. Black. The soul power level completely mismatched with his age, and the last 4 soul rings were absolutely super standard. These things that violated the basic laws of the Douluo continent shattered Gu Shouqing's perception in an instant. It's a scam, all a scam. What are you? You can't be 100,000-year soul beast transformed, right? Monster, show me your true form. And Davis's next words shattered Gu Shouqing's imagination. The eldest son of the Dai family from Star Luo, Davis, please give me guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, the first 3 soul rings on Davis's martial soul suddenly lit up. First soul skill, White Tiger's Golden Qi. Davis transformed his right hand into a claw, and a rich, intense metallic soul power enveloped his entire right arm. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond, level 3. Both attack and defense increased by 200. Second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault. A sharp and unmatched metallic soul power appeared in Davis's hand. At this moment, Gu Shouqing had already sensed something was wrong. Even in the incredibly sturdy rock crystal heavy armor, he felt no sense of safety. The instant Davis made his move, Gu Shouqing, realizing he might be in life-threatening danger, was about to speak. Wait, I acknowledge. Before Gu Shouqing could fully say the words of surrender, Davis, with all 3 rings activated, transformed into a platinum flash, disappearing from his sight. In fact, Davis had already heard Gu Shouqing's acknowledgement of defeat, but you say fight and I fight, you say stop and I stop? Let me first beat down your rebellious spirit before discussing anything else. Thus, boom! Gu Shouqing vanished. Of course, he would vanish. Anyone who is smashed into the mountain rock at such high speed, with their entire body buried more than a meter deep into the rock, would look like they had disappeared. The outer layer of the rock was severely shattered, and Gu Shouqing was buried under dozens of rubble pieces, taking quite a bit of effort to crawl out. Spit, spit, spit. Gu Shouqing awkwardly climbed out of the pile of rubble, spitting out the dust and debris from his mouth, brushing off the dirt from his body, only to realize that his once intact amber rock crystal-heavy armor was now in tatters. The armor on his chest, waist, and above both knees had completely vanished, leaving only remnants on his head, left shoulder, and both lower legs, which could be described as a devastating blow. Although the opponent was a Soul King with 5 rings, that strike had indeed only used soul power at the extreme level of a Soul Zune. Such attacking power could actually shatter his proudly worn rock crystal-heavy armor in one blow. This left Gu Shouqing utterly shocked, not only by the power of that strike, but also by Davis's control over his attacks. A soul skill capable of completely destroying the rock crystal-heavy armor only caused Gu Shouqing a few minor bruises. Looking at the rubble pieces around him, which were almost all of similar size, Gu Shouqing began to guess. Besides the soul power that destroyed the rock crystal-heavy armor, Davis had transferred more force through the shockwave to the mountain rock behind Gu Shouqing, which is why he was able to shatter the rock behind him while standing in front of it. However, such profound control over soul power is quite unreasonable in the world of Douluo continent. Of course, most people in Douluo continent cannot comprehend such advanced techniques of using soul power to strike from a distance. How about it? Are you convinced? Gu Shouqing was still in a daze when Davis's perfectly timed question interrupted his confused state. He immediately came to his senses and shouted, I'm convinced. I am convinced. Just now, I thought I was gonna die on the spot. From now on, you are my boss. I'm going back to tell my old man that I want to follow you. Gu Shouqing was genuinely convinced now. He wasn't blind from the martial spirit age. In aura, he could clearly see that the boy before him, with the golden inscriptions on his white tiger martial spirit, was the Crown Prince Davis of the Star Luo Empire. But this Crown Prince was hiding too deep. Can you believe that Davis, who is publicly known to be the #1 genius of Star Luo at level 29, has concealed nearly half of his soul power level from the world? Can you believe that Davis broke through the main defensive soul skill of a top-tier defensive martial spirit with a single strike using no more than Soul Zune level soul power? This unprecedented and unparalleled genius, who is also well-versed in the survival tactics of defensive soul masters, is destined to dominate the entire continent in the future. Following him is not a disgrace. Davis was very satisfied with Gu Shouqing's response. He could tell that Gu Shouqing was genuinely convinced. Welcome to my Demon King team. From today on, You will be our strongest shield. Trust me, you will definitely not regret this decision. The true nature of a person can be seen through their fists and kicks. After the 3 battles tonight, Davis and Gu Shouqing had developed some mutual understanding and established basic trust. On the way back to Yanlong City, Gu Shouqing asked Davis about the grappling techniques he used in the first match. Gu Shouqing simply couldn't imagine that there could be someone in this world who was even more skilled in grappling techniques than the ancestors of the Gu family. Davis smiled without speaking. The book Essentials of Shaolin Grappling might not be of high value to other soul masters, but for the Gu family, it could be considered a powerful weapon that shouldn't be revealed too early. He still needed to use this secret manual to deal with the head of the Gu family. Gu Shouqing's father, Gu Qingfeng. Chapter 46. Expelled from the family after defeating Gu Shouqing 3 times in a row and completely convincing him, Davis completed a hidden achievement. The hidden achievement was achieved through reasoning and persuasion. Using physical means to make a peer-level power-type genius completely submit to you. Reward: Martial Arts card, Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Following the essentials of Shaolin grappling, Davis acquired another martial art highly compatible with the Rock Armor Dragon Tortoise Martial Spirit, and it is a fundamental cultivation method with great potential. With this martial art, Gu Shouqing, the tank of the Demon King team, was about to rise. Gu Shouqing took Davis back to Rock Dragon City. But the two did not head directly to the governor's mansion in the city center. Instead, they walked into a commoner's residence. After entering, Gu Shouqing closed the courtyard door, lifted the cover of a well in the center of the yard, and then jumped down. Before going down, he supported himself on the well's edge and gestured to Davis to follow him down. Davis was stunned. Is the way your family returns home always this special? Is your family's inherited martial soul really the Rock Armor Dragon Turtle? It wouldn't be a yellow ninja turtle, would it? However, since it involved someone else's secret passage, Davis didn't ask further and simply followed Gu Shouqing down the well. Down there was a constructed tunnel, and their steps weren't slow, one after the other. They moved deeper into the tunnel, reaching their destination, the basement of the city lord's mansion, after about 5 or 6 minutes. Indeed, beneath that civilian residence, there was a secret passage connected to the city lord's mansion. Gu Shouqing had mentioned this to Davis while they were traversing the tunnel. From the walls, floor, and moss inside the passage, it appeared that this tunnel was not the ancestral lair of the Gu family, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, but rather a new construction built no more than 10 years ago. So the question arises, in the past decade, when the main roads have been relatively peaceful, with the only disturbance being the recent conflict between the forces of Hao Yan sect and the Spirit Hall, who forced the Gu family, which holds the military and political power of the Ahakwa province, to expend such significant manpower and resources to build this new secret passage. Davis was confident that if he could figure out this problem and solve it, perhaps he could bring the province of Ahakwa, which was drifting on the edge of the Xinglua Empire, back into the embrace of the empire. Since Gu Shouqing chose to take the secret passage with him, it was very likely that his questions would be answered when he met his father, Gu Qingfeng. The matter of the secret passage quickly alarmed Gu Qingfeng, who was in the Lord's mansion on the other side of the passage. Shortly after, Gu Qingfeng, clad in armor, appeared in the underground secret room. Upon seeing a stranger beside Gu Shouqing, this veteran of the battlefield, known as the Soul Douluo, immediately revealed a cold glint in his eyes. This secret passage was the highest secret of the Gu family. Even within the Gu family, only he and Gu Shouqing knew about it, and even his eldest son was unaware. Now, that Gu Shouqing had brought a stranger here, he must have been kidnapped. Thinking of this, Gu Qingfeng's right hand clenched into a fist, ready to subdue Davis first before discussing anything else. However, before he could act, a cold snort froze the scene. Oof. How dare you act recklessly towards His Highness? In the corner of the secret room, Li Fu quietly revealed himself, and behind him, the menacing wind-cracking black tiger martial soul displayed 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Li Fu stared intently at the Gu Qingfeng, his eyes revealing an unabashed killing intent. In his view, this provincial governor, akin to a feudal lord, had grown accustomed to being a local emperor in this border province and would certainly not harbor much goodwill towards the crown prince of the Xinglua royal family. However, Gu Qingfeng's response completely overturned Li Fu's thoughts. Seeing that the opponent had deployed a title dual-level powerhouse, and realizing that he might not escape this time, Gu Qingfeng not only did not hold back, but instead reacted even more fiercely, charging towards Davis at an even faster speed. The lackeys of the Spear Hall, The Gu family's sons would rather die than betray Xingluo. The rock armor dragon turtle martial soul appeared behind Gu Qingfeng, along with 8 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. An 84th level soul Douluo, Gu Qingfeng, with the resilience of a top-tier defensive beast martial soul, even against a title Douluo. Gu Qingfeng's fighting spirit could not be completely crushed. The Gu family's inherited earth-walking technique displayed a completely different style under Gu Qingfeng's feet compared to Gu Shouqing. In the blink of an eye, Gu Qingfeng had already arrived in front of Davis, completely overturning the perception on the continent that defensive soul masters moved slowly. Gu Qingfeng locked his target firmly on Davis. The boy opposite him, who was addressed as His Highness by the title Douluo, was clearly a core member of the next generation of the Spirit Hall. Capturing him would definitely threaten that title Douluo. Gu Qingfeng's 6th soul ring lit up. 6th soul skill, Earth Grasp. A giant rock hand suddenly reached out from beneath Davis's feet, about to grab his body. This was Gu Qingfeng's fastest soul skill, capable of quickly pulling other units from underground to himself through the giant rock hand that emerged from the earth. In Gu Qingfeng's view, there was no way Davis could evade this strike. Davis remained completely still in the face of the attack, as he was protected by Li Fu by his side, and his safety was entirely assured. The dragon from the clouds and the tiger from the wind. The top-tier black tiger martial soul, known as the rending wind, could travel with the wind, and in terms of speed, it was undoubtedly the best among tiger-type martial souls, even surpassing the Dai clan's white tiger. Before Gu Qingfeng could approach Davis, Li Fu, who was farther away, arrived first and firmly positioned himself between the two. However, Gu Qingfeng's earlier statement about the Gu family never betraying the Star Luo Empire made Li Fu frown, and his killing intent was significantly restrained, preventing him from unleashing the lethal move he had planned, the Tiger Claw Death Grip, aimed at Davis's waist. Bang! When the two masters clashed, Li Fu, who had merely put forth a casual strike, remained unmoved, while Gu Qingfeng, who had attacked with all his might, was forced to retreat 7 to 8 steps before he could barely stop himself. The gap between a title Douluo and a soul Douluo was evident. This brief exchange occurred in an instant, and the instigator of this misunderstanding, Gu Shouqing, only then had the chance to explain. Father, they are not enemies. What? They've been taken hostage and brought to our most secret escape route. And you tell me they are not enemies? Gu Qingfeng immediately felt like slapping his young son into the ground to make him wake up. Just as Gu Qingfeng was about to explain, Davis raised his hand to stop him, using a simpler method to prove his identity. Martial Soul Summon. White Tiger. The top-tier Martial Soul White Tiger, possessed only by the Star Luo royal family, was the best identification for royal members. Gu Qingfeng, who had been ready to continue attacking, indeed halted upon witnessing this scene. Only then did Gu Shouqing have the opportunity to recount to his father everything that had happened that night, including his 3 matches with Davis's identity, and his decision to join Davis's Demon King team. After listening to his son's account and glancing at the calm-faced Davis, Gu Qingfeng noted that this crown prince seemed to have been completely unaffected by his earlier attack, as if he had enough capability to handle the situation on his own. Regardless of whether this crown prince truly had the ability to escape from Gu Qingfeng's soul skills, just this level of composure was enough to make his peers feel ashamed. Gu Qingfeng remained silent for a moment, then said with a complex expression, "Shouqing, you've grown up. Go ahead and do what you want. However, you are not allowed to use the Gu family's name. Do not bring trouble to the family. After you leave, your elder brother will express loyalty to the Spear Hall. From today onwards, you will only be considered a distant relative of the Gu family, expelled from the family 5 generations ago, who has now awakened the rock armor dragon turtle martial soul due to martial soul mutation. Do you understand?" Chapter 47. The Loyalty and Wisdom of the Gu Family. What? Davis was shocked by Gu Qingfeng's words. How could someone like Gu Shouqing, a prodigy, be expelled from the Gu family just like that? However, Davis's shock didn't last long. When he saw Gu Shouqing's nonchalant expression, he realized there must be some inside story he was unaware of. But upon reflection, it made sense. Normally, how could the legitimate son of the governor's office return home through a secret passage? Normally, how could members of the Gu family live in a commoner district? Moreover, when he previously sought out talented defensive soul masters for himself, he had never heard of someone like Gu Shouqing. Unless Gu Shouqing's existence as a talented member of the Gu family was unknown to the outside world. Davis's guess was soon confirmed by the Gu family father and son. Gu Qingfeng bowed to Davis and said, "Your Highness, Although the city defender is the legitimate son of our Gu family, he has been raised outside the mansion since childhood. Although he lacks no resources for cultivation, in the Gu family, apart from me and his biological elder brother, no one else knows of this child's existence. He is the future of our Gu family, and from now on, he will be entrusted to you, Your Highness. Davis solemnly nodded to him and then curiously asked, The Gu family's control over the Ahakwa province can be said to be as stable as a mountain, and the empire has never had the intention of taking back the Gu family's power. Why is Governor Gu being so cautious? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingfeng's expression froze for a moment, and he replied bitterly, Your Highness, you should know who I'm guarding against. Is it really the Spirit Hall? Seeing Davis deep in thought, Gu Qingfeng continued, The Gu family has been favored by the royal family, which allowed us to rise hundreds of years ago and become one of the largest families in the Star Luo Empire. For hundreds of years, we have been trusted by the empire, never having our authority at the borders restricted. In the eyes of the Gu family, we must use our lives to guard this border barrier for the Star Luo Empire. However, over 20 years ago, the Spirit Hall began dispatching large numbers of soul masters to expand their branches in various cities within the Ahakwa province. According to the intelligence from the Gu family, the soul masters sent to a certain city often possess strength greater than the strongest in that city. This kind of expansion in terms of faith was initially considered normal, and the governor's office did not pay much attention to it until I discovered that those soul masters from the Spirit Hall were trying to befriend some of the mid-level officers under my command. At this point, Davis understood everything. The Spirit Hall had long harbored ambitions for the Ahakwa province, but due to the situation on the continent, they could not directly intervene in the military and political power within the province. Therefore, they chose the method of boiling a frog in warm water to gradually undermine the Gu family's control over the Ahakwa province. From Gu Qingfeng's subsequent explanation, Davis learned that Gu Shouqing was the legitimate second son of the Gu family, but he was born to Gu Qingfeng later in life, and he had an elder brother, Gu Shui, who was much older than him. Unfortunately, Gu Shui's talent for cultivating his martial soul could only be described as mediocre. Although he inherited the family's rock-armored dragon tortoise martial soul, his innate soul power was only at level 6, and now at 29 years old. After consuming a significant amount of cultivation resources, he had only reached level 45. In the Douluo continent, having low soul power is a fundamental flaw. Without a qualified heir, the continuation of the Gu family's rule over the Ahakwa province would be severely hindered. To what extent had the Spirit Hall infiltrated the Ahakwa province? They had even begun to contact Gu Shui many years ago. The high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall promised Gu Shui that as long as he aligned himself with them, the Spirit Hall could expend a large amount of resources, send renowned masters, and even grant him soul bones to fully cultivate him, helping him to advance to Soul Sage before the age of 55. Having a family head with Soul Sage strength, combined with the Gu family's long-standing influence in the Ahakwa province, would make it possible for Gu Shui to maintain the family business in his generation. Whether the Spirit Hall's promises were genuine or not is another matter, but for a talent-limited heir of a great family like Gu Shui, it was undoubtedly a huge temptation. With Gu Shui's talent, the probability of him becoming a Soul Sage was less than 50, and even if he could succeed, it would likely be after the age of 70. Fortunately, Gu Qingfeng was very successful in educating his direct descendants. The young Gu Shui was not swayed by the Spirit Hall's temptations. Instead, he secretly informed his father about the situation in the shortest time possible. From then on, the father and son of the Gu family began to guard against the Spirit Hall in secret. Of course, on the surface, they still let Gu Shui feign closeness with the Spirit Hall, while secretly making many preparations to counter the Spirit Hall's infiltration. Within 2 years, Gu Shouqing was born. This newborn legitimate son of the Gu family carried the hopes of both Gu Qingfeng and Gu Shui, and whether the Gu family could withstand the threats and temptations from the Spirit Hall would depend on how high Gu Shouqing's talent was. Thus, they went to great lengths to conceal the existence of this child from everyone, placing Gu Shouqing in the care of a commoner family in the city. They even expended a batch of death row inmates to specifically build an underground passage connecting the household to the city lord's mansion. Fortunately, heaven did not betray the loyalty of the Gu family. When Gu Shouqing was 6 years old, Gu Qingfeng secretly went to awaken his martial soul, and was pleasantly surprised to find that this child not only inherited the rock-armored dragon tortoise martial soul, but also had an astonishing innate soul power of level 9. This meant that as long as he did not die prematurely, he had a great chance of achieving the title of Douluo. Thus, Gu Shouqing grew up in that commoner household, shouldering the significant missions of carrying on the Gu family's legacy and loyalty to the Douluo Empire. Naturally, all the necessary cultivation materials were prepared for him by the Gu family through the secret passage, allowing him to reach level 39 at the age of 14. Meanwhile, the legitimate son of the Gu family in the public eye, Gu Shui, began to show closeness to the increasingly impatient people from the Spirit Hall, while also extracting precious cultivation resources from them. He even successfully obtained an 8,000-year-old soul bone from the Spirit Hall, which provided him with a highly practical soul bone skill. Although soul bones are extremely precious in the eyes of ordinary people, they're not uncommon for the Spirit Hall, a superpower spanning the entire Douluo continent. 1,000-year-old soul bone, in the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall, is more like a chicken rib, something that has little value but is still worth keeping. Appropriately asking for treasures can further reassure the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall about their future puppet. Gu Qingfeng's reasoning was clear. As long as the royal family sent someone to investigate secretly, it would be easy to ascertain the truth, so there was almost no possibility of lying. Moreover, for Davis, this player with a cheat, there was an even simpler way to test the loyalty of the Gu family, attempting to use martial arts cards on Gu Qingfeng and Gu Shouqing. Davis used the Dragon Elephant Prajna martial arts card from the system Warehouse to successively lock onto the father and son of the Gu family. The results were consistent with his expectations. Target Gu Qingfeng, loyalty 92, meets standard, match rate 93, meets standard. Target Gu Shouqing, loyalty 94, meets standard. Match rate 96, meets standard. Although human hearts are fickle and difficult to discern, the system's assessment of loyalty is still worth trusting. Once Gu Shouqing absorbs the martial arts cards produced by the system, his loyalty will only increase. Understanding the entire truth, Davis expressed admiration for the Gu family's loyalty and wisdom. He finally understood what Gu Qingfeng meant when he mentioned showing loyalty to the Wuhuan Hall. He did not expect that the Gu family, a ruling family, could maintain such high loyalty to the empire after being on the fringes of the empire for hundreds of years in the Ahakawa province. In this way, when the Wuhuan Hall sends troops to the two great empires in the future, the presence of the Gu family may prove to be extraordinarily effective. Chapter 48. Purple Body Protection Barrier. Davis did not stay in Rock Dragon City for long before leaving. He had recruited a strong ally and clarified the Gu family's loyalty, fulfilling all the objectives of this trip. Staying any longer would only increase the risk of exposing the Gu family's plans. Initially, he intended to use the essentials of Shaolin grappling to persuade Gu Qingfeng, and although it did not play a role in their communication, Davis still gifted it to Gu Qingfeng. It would be beneficial for this loyal governor of the empire to enhance his strength a bit. As for Gu Shouqing himself, Davis personally taught him the techniques from the Shaolin grappling essentials. Although Davis's expertise in grappling was not as deep as in palm techniques and sword techniques, it was sufficient to teach Gu Shouqing the basics. Gu Shouqing treasured it and, even in his dreams at night, could not help but practice the moves. He already had considerable talent in grappling, and combined with the self-created soul skill, the Rock Dragon Hunting Claw, passed down from the Gu family, his grappling skills began to advance rapidly. As Gu Shouqing immersed himself in the mysteries of the Shaolin grappling essentials, under the fluctuations of his aura, even the soul power level that had blocked him for a short time quietly broke through. At the age of 14, Gu Shouqing was promoted to level 40, a quasi-soul master. This genius soul master, who had never shown in the original timeline of the Douluo continent, achieved this strength without relying on celestial herbs. And it could be said that he was on par with the three giants of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Davis promptly decided to change his itinerary and head to the nearest soul-hunting forest to hunt for a suitable soul ring for Gu Shouqing. Gu Shouqing's first and third soul skills had been used in previous battles. They were the defensive counterattack type, Cone Spike Shell, and the all-encompassing amplification type, Rock Crystal Heavy Armor Transformation. However, his second soul skill, called Rock Spike, which had not been used in front of Davis, was a genuine offensive soul skill. The reason this move hadn't been used in previous battles was twofold. First, it was too underhanded, and second, Gu Shouqing knew that his opponents were unlikely to be deadly enemies, so he didn't want to offend them. This skill was quite rare and special, specifically targeting the lower three regions. After all, the spikes emerged from the ground. Just imagine, during a friendly spar, suddenly a spike shoots straight for the opponent's vital area. Who could still remain friendly after that? One wonders what kind of unscrupulous soul beast Gu Shouqing had hunted to equip this honest defensive soul master with such a sinister technique. After understanding Gu Shouqing's soul skill distribution, Davis made a suggestion for Gu Shouqing's fourth soul ring: continue to strengthen defense. There were two reasons for this. First, although Gu Shouqing's current defensive capability was already formidable among defensive soul masters of the same level as the main tank of the Demon King team, the enemies he would face in the future might be at a significantly higher level than him. Without sufficiently strong defensive soul skills, it would be difficult for him to withstand those super-spec enemies. Second, with Davis, the extraordinary captain, around, Gu Shouqing didn't have to worry about losing all offensive threat like other defensive soul masters. Whether it was the Shaolin grappling essentials Davis had taught him or the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill martial art card, both could provide a substantial boost to his offensive power. Therefore, apart from strengthening defense, Gu Shouqing's future soul rings had only one requirement: to choose soul beasts that could enhance his physique as much as possible. The group searched in the soul beast forest for 2 days and finally found a soul beast that perfectly matched their requirements: a 500-year-old Linjia beast. This was a soul beast renowned for its strong defense. In the original timeline of Douluo continent, Ning Rongrong had also chosen this type of soul beast for her fourth soul skill amplification. It was indeed lucky for Gu Shouqing that the group found this solitary Linjia beast without much effort, and its age met his needs. Without further ado, Davis took action. Fourth soul skill: White Tiger Piercing Shot. Boom! The golden spear light pierced through the Linjia beast's body and sent it flying several meters, pinning it to a towering ancient tree. Even a Linjia beast, known for its defense, could not withstand this blow from Davis, who was at the Soul King level. Davis didn't dare to use amplification soul skills for fear that excessive damage would instantly kill the Linjia beast. The Linjia beast, pinned to the tree and caught off guard, could only struggle feebly on the trunk. Seeing this, Gu Shouqing couldn't help but swallow hard. It was too brutal, too terrifying. Fortunately, he had the sense to adhere to the strategy of joining if he couldn't win. Otherwise, if that shot had hit him, it would have been game over. After stabbing the Linjia beast in the eye and taking its life, Gu Shouqing sat cross-legged on the spot to absorb the soul ring. The absorption of the soul ring was quite calm, without the surprise of soul bones. The probability of a 1,000-year soul beast yielding such a reward was still too low. This soul ring granted Gu Shouqing a soul skill named Purple Linjia Protective Barrier. Upon activating this soul skill, a purple barrier would envelop him within a 3-foot radius, capable of weakening all attacks and abnormal states. Davis personally tested it, finding that attacks and control from soul masters of the same rank can be weakened by 50%. This skill is simply a perfect match with Gu Shouqing's third soul skill, Rock Crystal Armor. For an enemy's attack to penetrate the purple Lin shield, it must first be weakened by half, and any remaining normal attacks will find it extremely difficult to inflict damage on the Rock Crystal Armor. Of course, this skill has its drawbacks. The 50% reduction only applies to opponents of the same rank. For every rank that an opponent exceeds Gu Shouqing, this reduction decreases by 10%. However, as the first line of defense, this ratio is still very impressive. Conversely, against lower-rank soul masters, there is also a crushing effect. For every rank lower than Gu Shouqing, the damage reduction increases by 5%. It seems that this is a late-game soul skill. With just the third and fourth soul skills, once Gu Shouqing absorbs the 8th ring and advances to Soul Douluo, his defensive capabilities will be sufficient to handle ordinary title Douluo. Once he becomes a title Douluo, Gu Shouqing can be called a man known as the Torture King, making those scraping title Douluo understand what true cruelty is. After the soul hunting ended, the group returned to their original journey. After helping Gu Shouqing obtain the Lin Armor B Soul Ring, Davis noticed that his favorability had increased slightly. Additionally, since this new partner had gradually mastered the techniques of the Shaolin seizing essentials, Davis decided it was time to use the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill card on him. Like every member of the Demon King team who absorbed the celestial herb, Gu Shouqing was completely stunned after receiving Davis's explanation of the divine bestowed technique. Just like that, this extraordinary skill was imparted to Gu Shouqing's soul through the martial arts card. After briefly understanding the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill in the Sea of Consciousness, Gu Shouqing jumped up like a frog, nearly flipping the roof of the carriage. Wow, 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 wow. Boss, you can't really be the son of a god, right? Does this kind of technique really exist in the Douluo continent? Davis reached out and gave him a slap on the back of his head, then poured a bucket of cold water over him. The boy, who was 2 or 3 years older than Davis, finally calmed down. Although this technique had immense potential and unmatched power, it had one major flaw. Davis's words caused Gu Shouqing's exaggerated smile to freeze for a moment. But thinking of the benefits of mastering the dragon elephant prajna skill, Gu Shouqing waved his hand dismissively and said, "No matter what flaws there are, I'm determined to practice this technique. Even the Pope can't stop me. I'm serious." Davis chuckled to himself, his gaze slowly shifting from Gu Shouqing's face to his lower body, and then joked, "To practice this skill, one must first castrate oneself. Is that not something that can stop you?" Gu Shouqing's eyes widened in shock, larger than copper bells, as he covered his groin with his hands, suddenly stammering in his speech. "No way. Boss, please don't joke with me. Although the Gu family has my older brother, they still need me to branch out." Gu Shouqing looked down at himself with a pained expression, and after considering the supreme martial arts in his mind, he surprisingly began to hesitate. Then Davis noticed the determination on Gu Shouqing's face increasing at a visible rate. "Even so, I still want to." Just before Gu Shouqing could finish his fear statement, Davis interrupted him. "Of course, I'm just joking. How could there be such an evil skill in this world? It's just that practicing martial arts requires a lot of time and effort, long-term intense physical training, and plenty of rare materials to help strengthen your body. By the way, what were you about to say you also wanted?" Chapter 49. The Trouble of the Yi Family. In the end, Gu Shouqing obviously did not castrate himself. Davis spent a long time trying to convince him that the dragon elephant prajna skill really didn't have such terrible side effects. The two continued their journey, and soon, Davis and his companions arrived at their next stop, the Barak Kingdom. This country holds significant weight in the Douluo continent world line, as Shrek Academy is established here. However, Davis is not very interested in the current Shrek Academy. Among this generation of Shrek students, apart from the genius soul Master Qinming, who is well known across the continent, the others are just mediocre and do not live up to Shrek's claim of only accepting non-monsters. What truly interests Davis, to the extent of making a detour to visit the Barak Kingdom, is the Wuhuan family in Barak City, the Yi family. The Nine-Hearts Sea Buttercup Yi family. The Nine-Hearts Sea Buttercup, which only ever has 2 individuals in the world, is recognized as the strongest healing-type Wuhuan on the entire continent, and its owner is Yi Lingling, the support of the Tiando royal team in the Douluo continent world line. This talented young soul master is already on Davis's list of predetermined teammates. The supreme inner power scripture from the Davis System warehouse is prepared for her. He has long been eager to see what kind of miraculous chemical reaction will occur when the strongest healing martial soul in Douluo continent combines with the strongest healing inner power, which is said to bring the dead back to life. As for how to persuade the Yi family to let Yi Lingling join the battle team, Davis was not worried about this at all. Whatever the Heaven Dou royal family could offer, he could provide. Whatever they could not offer, he could also provide. As long as the head of the Yi family, Yi Jinghu, was not a fool, he should clearly see that Yi Lingling's future would be much brighter and safer by following him. After a few people entered Barak City, they wasted no time and headed straight to the Yi residence in the east of the city. This time, Davis did not hide his identity and directly submitted his name card to the Yi residence. Although the Barak Kingdom was affiliated with the Heaven Dou Empire, in reality, the Heaven Dou royal family had never had much control over this vassal kingdom. Davis submitted his visiting card as a prince from another country, which not only wouldn't be met with hostility, but would instead be received with the highest standards of etiquette. Sure enough, after a short while, the main gate of the Yi residence swung open, and the continent's top healing soul master, the Nine-Hearts Sea Tang soul saint, and the head of the Yi family, Yi Jinghu, personally came out to greet him. Behind Yi Jinghu followed dozens of people, with a ceremonial escort and flowers arranged in 2 neat rows. The level of reception was something that even the king of the Barak Kingdom wouldn't enjoy. The Yi family's level of importance placed on Davis slightly exceeded his expectations. After all, the Barak Kingdom was nominally still a vassal state of the Tiando Empire, and welcoming a foreign prince with such high standards would not only embarrass the Tiando royal family, but also offend the current royal family of the Barak Kingdom that was managing the Yi family. Offering kindness without reason often indicates ulterior motives. The Yi family's warm welcome surely meant they had significant troubles that required Davis's assistance. However, Davis had no intention of exposing this, as it perfectly aligned with his own desires. Helping the Yi family with a significant problem would surely mean getting Yi Lingling to join the Demon King battle team would be just a matter of a few words, right? Thus, Davis naturally accepted the grand reception from the Yi family and followed Yi Jinghu into the Yi residence, arriving at the reception room. Once everyone was seated, Yi Jinghu smiled and asked, "Your Highness Davis, coming all the way from Douluo City is truly an honor for my entire Yi family. I wonder if there is any way this old man can assist your highness? Davis secretly laughed to himself. Yi Jinghu's move of making the other party state their needs first to gain the initiative was indeed a tactic befitting an old fox who had lived for 70 or 80 years. However, Davis was not fooled by this. He had come solely to alleviate Mr. Ye's worries. Upon hearing this, Yi Jinghu's expression froze for a moment. Then he forced a smile and asked, "What do you mean by that, your highness? What worries could I possibly have?" Seeing this, Davis became more certain of his thoughts and then said to Yi Jinghu, "Senior Yi, since you have a request, why conceal it so much?" Noticing Davis's calm demeanor, Yi Jinghu decided not to engage in verbal sparring with him and took the initiative as the matter concerned the inheritance of the Yi family's 9-heart begonia martial soul, and he could not afford to be stubborn. It's a long story. Yi Jinghu sighed, waved his hand to dismiss the others in the Yi residence, and glanced at Li Fu and Gu Shouqing, who were seated beside Davis. Davis waved his hand in response. These two are not outsiders. Gu Shouqing is my future right-hand man, and Old Master Li is my guardian. Hearing this, Yi Jinghu stopped saying more and began to explain the troubles of the Yi family to Davis and the others. After all, this trouble was brought about by the exceptional martial soul, 9-heart begonia. The inheritance characteristic of the 9-heart begonia martial soul is well known in the intelligence of many major powers. There could be at most 2 9-heart begonia soul masters on the entire continent. If a new 9-heart begonia soul master is to be born, it is inevitable that an elder will pass away. A few years ago, Yi Jinghu's only son, another possessor of the 9-heart begonia martial soul, was attacked and killed while traveling across the continent, leaving behind an orphan daughter, Yi Lingling. Although she has not yet awakened her martial soul, the unique bloodline inheritance of the Yi family almost confirms that she will undoubtedly be the next inheritor of the 9-heart begonia. The 9-heart begonia of the Yi family is recognized as the strongest healing-type martial soul on the entire continent. Yi Jinghu, as a soul sage, has many soul Douluo and title Douluo indebted to him. It can be said that as long as Yi Jinghu is alive, the Yi family cannot fall. But what if Yi Jinghu is no longer around? Not to mention the vast family business of the Yi family. Even Yi Lingling, their only hope, could very likely fall into the hands of ambition-driven individuals and become a tool or even a slave. Therefore, for the past few years, Yi Jinghu has been working hard to stay alive. He avoids going out, competing, or making enemies, waiting for the day when Yi Lingling has enough strength to protect herself. Yet even so, Yi Lingling has still been targeted. The master of the Holy Dragon sect, Tuo Ba Shi, an 85th level soul Douluo, has set his sights on Yi Lingling. Not long ago, he directly visited and proposed a betrothal between his grandson and Yi Lingling. Yi Jinghu regards his granddaughter as a precious gem, afraid she might slip through his fingers, and is unwilling to let her be coerced into marrying into the Holy Dragon sect. However, he has a weakness that the Holy Dragon sect has grasped. Years ago, when the previous pope, Qin Xuanji, was gravely injured and on the brink of death, Yi Jinghu failed to arrive in time at Spirit City. The soul Douluo responsible for escorting Yi Jinghu was a friend of the Yi family head. As long as the other party distorts the truth and accuses him of deliberately delaying, the Yi family will surely suffer a devastating blow from the Spirit Hall. Before Davis arrived, the Yi family was already on the verge of collapse under the pressure from the Holy Dragon sect. Yi Jinghu even contemplated secretly sending Yi Lingling to Tiandou City to entrust her to the Tiandou royal family. But the Ballot Kingdom is more than 1,000 miles from Tiandou City. No one can guarantee that Yi Lingling would not be captured along the way. Just then, Davis appeared. Upon seeing Davis's invitation, Yi Jinghu knew that the person who could save Yi Lingling had arrived. After listening to Yi Jinghu's words, Davis couldn't help but smile. He had originally thought about how to trick Yi Lingling onto the ship, but now he didn't need to think hard. He then said to Yi Jinghu, "This matter is easy to handle. If the senior agrees, I can ask my father and mother to take Lingling as a foster daughter. As a princess of the Xingluo Empire, the Holy Dragon sect would surely not dare to have any improper intentions." Yi Jinghu did not expect that Davis actually had the authority to make such a promise and was momentarily unable to believe it. At this moment, Li Fu, who was behind Davis, stepped forward and activated his split-wind Black Tiger martial soul. 9 dazzling soul rings appeared before Yi Jinghu. Li Fu said to him, "My prince is exceptionally talented and is the hope of the Xingluo Empire. Whatever the crown prince requests, His Majesty will certainly agree. Title Douluo is always the most persuasive power on this continent." The moment Yi Jinghu saw Li Fu's soul rings, he believed Davis's promise. Carrying a title Douluo as a guard is a treatment that even Emperor Shuya of the Dou Empire does not have. This shows that Davis is bound to be the future master of the Xingluo Empire. The two of them, old and young, each had their needs, and thus they quickly reached an agreement. Yi Jinghu immediately had someone bring Yi Lingling over and handed the 4-year-old girl, who had not yet awakened her martial soul, to Davis. Lingling, you will be your brother from now on. You must treat your brother as you would your grandfather, listen to him, and help him achieve great things. Understood? The 4-year-old, Yi Lingling, clearly did not understand so much. She looked pitifully at Davis and then turned to her grandfather with a face full of grievance. Yi Lingling did not know why she suddenly had an extra brother, but she could feel that her grandfather seemed to be leaving her soon. Yi Jinghu placed his granddaughter's small hand in Davis's palm and wanted to persuade her further, but was interrupted by Davis raising his hand. Lingling and I will have plenty of time together in the future. There is no rush. However, why old senior? Davis did not clarify his words in front of the child. But Yi Jinghu understood that Davis was asking him why he was acting as if he was making arrangements for his last affairs. Yi Jinghu, having set aside his only concern, smiled freely at this moment. This old body has supported itself for many years, and I probably won't be able to accompany Lingling any longer. Her future path will rely entirely on you, Your Highness. Davis nodded seriously towards Yi Jinglake. Chapter 50. Is Flanders' character worth 1 million? Now that they were in the Balik Empire, they had to check out the Shrek Academy. Although it was nearly 10 years since Tang San and Dai Mubai's time, this generation of Shrek had just produced a character that Davis was interested in, Qin Ming. This owner of the fired Sunlong martial soul was the first monstrous genius in the history of Shrek Academy. In the original world line of Douluo continent, Qin Ming, born as a commoner, managed to become a level 62 soul emperor at the age of 34. Recognized by the continent as only slightly inferior to the Haotian twin stars and the core heirs of the Spirit Hall's Holy Maiden and other top forces. Such talent surpassed that of some members of the Shrek's 7 monsters. A character like this, with Davis's love for talent, he absolutely could not miss. In terms of timing, Qin Ming was set to graduate from Shrek Academy this year and should not have had the chance to join the Tiando Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy yet. This was the best opportunity to recruit him. On the way to Shrek Academy, Davis attempted to use the martial arts card from the Divine Reflection Sutra on Yi Lingling. However, for the first time, he faced a rejection from the system. Target favorability, loyalty, 60, not up to standard, unable to use. This was the system's response. It seemed that there was still a long way to go to cultivate a divine level healer, and the first step was to use snacks to trick the little girl. Davis's carriage was filled with some snacks produced by the Wangjin Chamber of Commerce, specially made for the Xingluo royal family. These snacks, both beautiful and delicious, had an irresistible appeal for a 4 or 5-year-old child. Even though Yi Lingling had just left her beloved grandfather and the home she had lived in since childhood, she couldn't help but be attracted to them when she was hungry. After a few rounds of feeding, the little girl gradually lowered her guard against Davis and began to call him brother, as her grandfather had advised. At this point, Davis tried to use a martial arts card on her again. Although he still couldn't succeed, her fondness for Davis had already increased to over 70. Anyway, there was still a considerable amount of time before Yi Lingling's martial soul awakening, enough for the siblings to cultivate their relationship. Soon, they arrived at Shrek Academy. As they got off the carriage, apart from the expected Davis, the others were shocked by the scene before them. It looked nothing like a martial soul academy, but rather a dilapidated, small village. Not to mention, this academy had produced the so-called current generation's top genius soul master that Davis had mentioned. After entering the village, they quickly attracted the attention of a teacher from Shrek Academy. A middle-aged man approached them, glanced at Davis and Gu Shoqing, and asked, "Are you all here to enroll in our Shrek Academy?" Seeing that no one denied it, he continued, "Although our Shrek Academy is a newly established Soul Master Academy, we have a high level of teaching. The continent-famous genius Qin Ming was trained by us. However, we at Shrek prefer quality over quantity. We only recruit monstrous geniuses. I wonder if the two of you have the confidence to take our test?" He directed his question at Davis and Gu Shoqing, as they were the only two in the group close to the age requirement for enrollment. Although Gu Shoqing looked to be over 12, his robust physique indicated that his strength was likely not weak, and he might even be at the Soul Master level or higher. The enrollment fee is 10 gold soul coins per person. When this statement was made, the teacher, who was at least at the Soul Emperor level, actually showed signs of hesitation and embarrassment. Davis understood immediately. It was indeed the familiar trick of charging a registration fee. However, the teacher handling the registration was still not very skilled and actually felt embarrassed. Davis didn't waste any time and directly stated his purpose. We are here to see Principal Flander and Mr. Qin. Upon hearing this, the teacher instantly lost interest. Ever since Qin rose to fame in the Dou Empire, there have been several groups visiting Shrek Academy, but unfortunately, they were all like Davis, here to recruit Qin. Any major force that could visibly recognize Qin talent and not try to recruit him would indeed have a problem. We are from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in the Star Luo Empire. If the talks go well, we are likely to sponsor your school with a teaching fund and equipment. The total amount would be around 1 million gold soul coins. This was Davis's strategy for recruiting. For Shrek Academy, it was simply about throwing money at them. After all, that greedy owl, Flander, was just the right target for Davis's Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. As soon as the teacher heard the word sponsor and 1 million, he was immediately taken aback. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. I will go report to the principal. In less than 2 minutes, a thin, middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared before Davis and the others. Which esteemed guest wishes to sponsor our academy? Flander, true to his nature as a money-loving businessman, went straight to the point about gold soul coins, mentioning the sponsorship without a word about Davis's intention to recruit Qin. Davis squinted his eyes slightly upon hearing this. It was the first time someone dared to play dumb in front of him, trying to pull a fast one. Then he wouldn't need to be too polite. Whether to sponsor your institution depends on Mr. Qin's choice. If Mr. Qin chooses to join our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce family, then Shrek Academy, as his alma mater, will certainly receive our chamber's strong support. Flander's smile froze on his face. He didn't expect that as a soul sage and the leader of the well-known Golden Iron Triangle, he would be so disregarded in front of these wealthy merchants from the Star Luo Empire. Fortunately, at that moment, Qin also came over, easing Flander's embarrassment. Dean, I heard from Teacher Lee that someone is looking for me. A young man in his 20s approached, tall and handsome, with a hint of an imposing aura in his brows and eyes. Davis recognized at a glance that this must be Qin. Only a prodigy like him could possess such a lofty demeanor. Seeing that Qin had arrived, Flander stopped playing coy and introduced him to Davis and his group. Naturally, the introduction was filled with flattery to elevate Qin's status. Although Qin was a young achiever, he felt somewhat embarrassed by Flander's somewhat excessive praise. On the contrary, Davis, as an outsider, found nothing wrong with Flander's words. It was indeed not an overstatement to praise a titled Douluo seed like Qin. Davis positioned himself as a senior member of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, a status high enough to negotiate with Shrek Academy. He directly approached Qin with an offer. Outlining his conditions, Qin would join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce for 10 years, and after the term, both parties would mutually decide whether to renew the contract. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce would provide resources for cultivating core members, assist Qin in applying to the Liao family for access to their top-tier fire-type mimicry training grounds, ensure that Qin could advance to Soul Emperor before the age of 32, and help him obtain a satisfactory soul ring. Additionally, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce would sponsor Shrek Academy with a total of 1 million gold soul coins over the next 10 years. In comparison to what the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce was offering, Qin's obligations were minimal. He only needed to serve the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce during this decade. Although a Soul King's worth over 10 years seemed far less than 1 million gold soul coins, Davis was confident that once Qin boarded his ship, he would not want to leave. The developmental platform and the resources to aid cultivation that Davis could provide far surpassed what Shrek Academy could offer. Most importantly, as long as Qin met the loyalty standards, he could use a martial arts card to permanently lock in his loyalty, preventing a situation like the original timeline where he abandoned the Tiando Royal Academy to join Shrek. After hearing Davis's conditions, the representatives from Shrek Academy were stunned. Although several groups had previously attempted to recruit the newly emerged second genius of the continent, Davis was the first to offer such a generous and flexible contract. Regardless of how talented one might be, at the moment, Qin was still just a Soul King, and it would be a miracle if he could break through to Soul Sage in 10 years. What truly attracted major powers was his potential to eventually achieve the title of Douluo. Therefore, while other factions offered high rewards, they all required Qin to be deeply bound to them, becoming a permanent member. Only the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, represented by Davis, was willing to give Qin the right to choose his future. For this reason alone, he had no reason to refuse. Thus, Flander, the dean and Qin's mentor, directly spoke up to accept Davis's recruitment on Qin's behalf. Flander was willing to vouch for him, asserting that this was entirely for Qin's future and not for the incredibly enticing sponsorship fee of 1 million gold soul coins. Chapter 51. The sword monument of the invincible duelist Flanders' words carried significant weight for Qin Ming, coupled with the fact that the conditions Davis offered were indeed the most favorable among all factions. Qin Ming did not hesitate and chose to join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, with the goal of recruiting Qin Ming accomplished. The only other candidate that could attract Davis's attention at Shrek Academy was the future food system genius soul master, Oscar. However, Oscar would only be accepted as Flanders' disciple after awakening his martial soul and was not currently at Shrek Academy. After Davis left, arrangements would be made for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to search for Oscar in various villages of the Bala Kingdom as part of their talent reserves for the Tiankai Mansion. The fiery and bold Ma Hongjun had been taken in by Flanders since childhood and was currently at Shrek. But Davis was not particularly interested in him, since his Demon King battle team already included Liu Yunying. With all objectives at Shrek Academy achieved, the group departed that day for Tiando City. Along the way, besides practicing his own cultivation, Davis occasionally sparred with Gu Shouqing or spent time nurturing his relationship with Yi Lingling. After Davis cultivated the complete heart method to the 6th level, the speed at which he accumulated soul power became quite impressive. Coupled with 24-hour offline training, Davis was able to increase his soul power by 1 level even while on the move. Additionally, although he couldn't practice sword techniques on the carriage, Davis practiced the newly acquired complete sword technique to a proficient level using his fingers as a sword. After obtaining the dragon elephant prajna skill, Gu Shouqing felt as if he had found a treasure and devoted all his attention to it. Given that his physical cultivation was already strong, he made rapid progress and broke through 2 levels in a short time, reaching the 3rd level. This breakthrough not only significantly increased Gu Shouqing's physical strength, but also raised his soul power by 1 level, reaching level 42. As for Yi Lingling, the journey was the best way to cultivate feelings. Davis had raised the young girl's favorability to 8-9, just 1 step away from the system's requirement of 90. However, the bond with his newly recognized little sister was different from that with Li Yang, who had been nurtured since childhood, making this final step seem not so easy to cross. Perhaps a little stimulation was needed to trigger a qualitative change in their sibling relationship. The newly joined Genius Soul King, Qin Ming, was quite shocked as he observed the cultivation of Davis and Gu Shouqing along the way. Originally, as a renowned Genius Soul Master, Qin Ming intended to offer some guidance to his juniors, Davis and Gu Shouqing. However, after they got to know each other, he was astonished to find that Gu Shouqing was only 14 years old, yet already stood at the threshold of the Soul Sect. How old would he be when he broke through to the Soul King realm? 19? Or 18? Moreover, Gu Shouqing's excellence was not limited to his soul power level. His impressive physique and superb grappling techniques left Qin Ming dumbfounded. As for the younger Davis, Qin Ming had already guessed from his name that he was the well-known Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire. Yet, his actual strength seemed to be completely inconsistent with the rumors. Although Davis had never revealed his soul rings, he could overpower Gu Shouqing, who was fully unleashed as a soul sect, without activating his martial soul. Was this reasonable? However, Qin Ming, being a recognized young genius in the original timeline, did not let this completely unconventional phenomenon crush his will to cultivate. Instead, it spurred him to work even harder, unwilling to be outdone by the 2 juniors. In no time, the atmosphere in the soul-guided carriage became lively. At the same time, Davis could sense that Qin Ming's recognition of him was increasing. After all, the loyalty indicated by the system prompt was not false, starting from just reaching the camp standard of 50 through their interactions along the way. Qin Ming's loyalty towards Davis had gradually increased to 60 points. This was still the result of the Wanjin Commerce Association not having had the chance to start their intensive training for him. Once the resources promised by Davis on behalf of the Wanjin Commerce Association gradually became available, and the construction of Shrek Academy began, it was conceivable that Qin Ming's loyalty would experience another leap. On the fast-moving carriage, Davis celebrated his 13th birthday. For his 13-year-old card draw opportunity, he received an unexpected item card. The item card was the Dou Qi Swordsmanship Monument. This was a stone tablet that did not contain any martial arts manuals, but recorded the lifelong swordsmanship philosophy of Dou Qi, a top-tier swordsman in the gold system world. It was undoubtedly one of the most precious items in the gold game world, but unfortunately for Davis at this moment, and even for the entire Star Luo camp, it was of no use. The effect of this treasure when transferred to the Dou continent was, a peak swordsman at the transformation realm had a certain chance to break through to the highest realm of swordsmanship. 4 sword Douluos who were only one step away from the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. This tablet was more precious than a 100,000-year soul bone. However, in Davis's camp, even the star Luo sword Saint Sheng Yu was still far from the ultimate sword realm. Therefore, it was almost predictable that this treasure would gather dust in Davis's system warehouse for a long time. After celebrating his 13th birthday, Davis and his companions finally arrived at Heavendou City. Heavendou City, as the capital of the Heavendou Empire, was indeed more prosperous than Star Luo City, which focused on military defense. After arriving in Heavendou City, Davis did not wander around but immediately asked Qinming to find the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch in the city to purchase a fine residence. In Davis's plan, they would reside in Heavendou City for quite some time. After all, whether it was to experience the Grand Soul Arena of Heavendou City or to obtain the remaining immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang eye of Douluo, it would require time. Once settled, Davis headed to the Grand Soul Arena of Heavendou City, starting his challenge journey as the Ghost-Face Swordmaster. Previously, in the Grand Soul Arena of Star Luo City, he had already challenged most of the well-known experts at the Soul Sovereign and Soul King levels, which significantly improved his swordsmanship. Unfortunately, as the reputation of the Ghost-Face Swordmaster grew and his winning streak increased, the number of opponents who qualified and were willing to fight him dwindled. Now that he was in Heavendou City, the Grand Soul Arena here had a large number of opponents to choose from, which excited Davis immensely. As expected, the Grand Soul Arena of Heavendou City did not disappoint him. All 3 major sects were within the territory of the Heavendou Empire. And as the capital of the Heavendou Empire, Heavendou City actually had more and stronger young talents compared to Star Luo City. Davis only spent 5 short days in the Great Soul Arena, but he had already witnessed many top-tier and high-level martial spirits, such as the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, Flame Lion King, Thunderbird, Xuanwu Turtle, 9-ringed Goldenback Knife, and Divine Edge Gun. The levels of the participating Soul Masters were all above Soul King, mostly the backbone of major forces over 30 years old. However, Davis still fought them alone with his sword, not using any Soul Ring techniques. As Davis's winning streak continued to rise, the legend of the Ghost-Face Swordsman began to spread in the Great Soul Arena of Heavendou City. Compared to the Heavendou Empire, the cultivation families and sect forces of the Star Luo Empire were generally slightly inferior. The Star Luo Empire was able to maintain a slight advantage after so many years of tug-of-war and confrontation, entirely because the martial spirit culture in the country was stronger than that of Heavendou. In terms of the militarization of Soul Masters, regularized training, development of ordinary weaponry, and the use of war soul guides, the Star Luo Empire was far ahead of Heavendou. Therefore, sealing his own martial spirit and soul techniques, Davis faced considerable trouble trying to compete with the older generation of geniuses solely with his swordsmanship. The greatest crisis he faced came from a core member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, Yu Yuanba. Chapter 52, Ghost-Face Swordsman vs. Yu Yuanba. This was the 5th day of Davis's fight in the Great Soul Arena of Heavendou City as the Ghost-Face Swordsman. Many famous Soul Kings had already been defeated by him, yet no one had forced him to use even his first soul technique. Not using his martial spirit or soul techniques in battle might result in high swordsmanship damage, but it was likely even more insulting. Many of the defeated opponents had once been called geniuses themselves, and they simply couldn't accept this reality. After some discussion, they made a decision that went against their ancestors, to defeat the Ghost-Face Swordsman through collusion. Before the Ghost-Face Swordsman arrived at the Great Soul Arena of Heavendou City, there was another tyrant from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, Yu Yuanba. He was a distant cousin of the sect leader Yu Yuanjin and was said to be the son of the youngest elder of the Yu family. Born from an old tree that bloomed at over 80 years old, he ranked last among the Yu family's Yuan generation and was even older than most of Yu Shaojiang's generation. Yu Yuanba was exceptionally talented, having reached level 58 as a Soul King at just 28 years old, and he excelled in the unique dragon transformation skill of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus martial spirit. As a Soul King, Yu Yuanba had already perfectly mastered the dragon transformation of his arms and the wings on his back. After transforming, his strength increased significantly. This extraordinary combat power meant that Yu Yuanba faced little resistance in the Soul King level arena. So 6 months ago, he had already transitioned to the Soul Emperor level, the highest level allowed in the Great Soul Arena. Even in the Soul Emperor arena, Yu Yuanba had a winning record. Now, those Soul Kings once again encountered an existence like Yu Yuanba in the arena. In their eyes, the Ghost-Face Swordsman was even more outrageous. He didn't even activate his martial spirit. Thus, one genius among them came up with an idea to provoke Yu Yuanba into a fight with the ghost-faced swordsman. As for how to provoke him, that was easy. For a proud genius like Yu Yuanba, it was enough for someone to whisper in his ear that a very powerful newcomer would be in the Soul King arena, boasting that he was invincible at the Soul King level. Even if Yu Yuanba knew this was a setup, he would inevitably go, because this not only represented his own pride, but also the honor of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial spirit. So, on the 5th day of the ghost-faced swordsman's appearance in the Great Soul Arena, the so-called Thunder Prison Dragon King, Yu Yuanba, challenged him. Since it was a Soul King challenging a Soul King, there were no obstacles to this match. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena was extremely eager to see such a matchup between the previous generation of kings and the new generation of kings. With a little manipulation, they could make a huge profit from the surrounding betting. No matter who won, the Great Soul Arena would not lose. And Davis naturally had no reason to refuse. His purpose for coming here was to experience the joy of battling various soul masters and to hone his swordsmanship, which had hit a bottleneck. Facing the 58-level blue electric Tyrannosaurus, who perfectly controlled the dragon transformation of 3 parts, such a perfect opponent was something Davis usually could only dream of. So how could he refuse? Thus, after a lot of promotion in the Great Soul Arena, the showdown between the ghost-faced swordsman and the Thunder Prison Dragon King was set for the evening 3 days later. After returning, Davis found someone to learn about Yu Yuanba's basic information, in addition to the known soul power level and dragon transformation level. The most eye-catching detail was, in the battle records of the Great Soul Arena in Dou City, Yu Yuanba had previously defeated a level 67 Soul Emperor strong attack soul master in a one-on-one match, and the opponent's martial spirit was the iron-armored Song Bear, which was also a high-level strong attack beast martial spirit. Yu Yuanba defeated this iron-armored Song Bear Soul Emperor in just 3 minutes. Just this fact made Davis's blood boil with excitement. 3 days later, in the evening, at the Great Soul Arena of Dou City. That night, all the matches in the Great Soul Arena were suspended, making way for the duel between the ghost-faced swordsman and the Thunder Prison Dragon King. In fact, even if they hadn't suspended the matches, no audience would abandon this unparalleled battle to watch other matches. When Davis entered the arena, his opponent, Yu Yuanba, had just arrived as well. The two locked eyes for a moment, and in that instant of connection, they each confirmed to themselves that this was definitely a formidable opponent. Tonight's match would not disappoint. As they stepped onto the soul fighting stage, the referee signaled for the match to begin, and the audience fell silent, as if a voice commanded them to hold their breath. Yu Yuanba activated his martial soul immediately. 5 soul rings appeared: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black. The imposing blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul emerged, and in an instant, Yu Yuanba's arms were covered in fierce blue dragon scales, and a pair of dragon wings sprouted from his back. The display of Yu Yuanba's strength ignited the excitement of the entire audience. It took just 1 second for the arena to go from silence to a roaring cheer. As expected of the core heir of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus sect, Davis felt the pressure Yu Yuanba brought him was definitely greater than that of most high-ranking soul emperors. Davis took this battle very seriously. Then, he drew his sword. Yes, the ghost-faced sword master did not activate his martial soul. He simply drew his sword. In this highly anticipated peak showdown, facing a formidable opponent like the Thunder Prison Dragon King, the ghost-faced sword master surprisingly was still unwilling to activate his martial soul. The calls from the crowd erupted again. Some spectators who loved the excitement were cheering wildly. Fans of the Thunder Prison Dragon King were cursing loudly, and fans of the ghost-faced sword master were shouting their support. The intensity of the scene even surpassed the moment when Yu Yuanba activated his martial soul just moments ago. Everyone was shocked, including the organizers of the Great Soul Arena. Except for Yu Yuanba. He was a very pure person, pure to the point of only craving victory, continuous victories, all kinds of victories. He didn't mind his opponents using any means within the rules, whether it was pretending to be weak, provoking, or launching sneak attacks. To him, these were merely methods to compete for victory, nothing shameful. He just needed to give his all to win. Therefore, even though the ghost-faced sword master made such a nearly humiliating move in such a competition, Yu Yuanjin didn't care at all. With a gentle flap of his dragon wings, Yu Yuanjin rose into the air. The second soul ring of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul emitted a yellow light. Second soul skill, Thunder Fury. Blue lightning burst forth from Yu Yuanba, and his flying speed suddenly increased, diving straight toward Davis. This was an enhanced soul skill. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Yuanjin, wielding the might of thunder, came in with a rapid claw strike from above, attacking Davis. The combination of the first and second soul skills was Yuanba's test of the ghost-faced sword master. Even if he was truly a master of swordsmanship, he should reveal some skill in the face of this attack. Davis's response was not rushed at all. With a single sword thrust, he flashed 7 times in succession, precisely targeting the 7 vital points of Yuanba, who was descending from the sky. The Taishan sword technique of the 5 mountains, 7 stars falling from the sky. Yuanba, suspended in the air, had his vital points threatened by the sword light, without absolute confidence to evade those 7 sword lights while continuing his attack. Even with his well-functioning wings, he could not manage it. Moreover, the sword in the hands of the ghost-faced sword master was clearly an extraordinary soul guide weapon. And Yuanba, whose body had not yet undergone dragon transformation, dared not confront this sword with his flesh. Therefore, Yuanba had only one choice: to give up this attack, with a flap of his dragon wings. Yuanba's rushing body suddenly halted, and he instantly flew backward to evade the incoming 7 sword lights. Chapter 53. A Match of Equals. How will the Great Zone respond? The ghost-faced sword master only executed 1 sword strike, yet silenced all the spectators who questioned and cursed him. Observers could clearly see that in the recent clash, the ghost-faced sword master had the upper hand, striking first and gaining a slight advantage. The best way to counter doubt has never been to argue, but to shatter it head-on. Yuanba retreated several dozen meters to avoid the oncoming sword light. Although he was at a disadvantage at the start and appeared somewhat flustered, the brilliance in his eyes intensified. Indeed, he was a worthy opponent to go all out against. Taking advantage of the remaining effects of his second soul skill, Thunder Fury, Yuanba launched another offensive against Davis. This time, he did not use any attack-type soul skills, but instead unleashed the self-created soul skill, Thunder Dragon Destruction Claw, passed down through the generations of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. In terms of sheer power, this self-created skill was slightly weaker than the previous single strike, but its coherence between each move was extremely strong. In Davis's eyes, this wave-like self-created attack posed a significantly higher threat than that previous solitary strike. To counter this move, the only option was to attack back. Dodging or tanking would not work. Tanking would lead him into the overwhelming tide of Yuanba's assault, putting him in a constantly defensive position, while his opponent's momentum would only grow stronger with each successive attack. Unless he had top-tier defensive capabilities, it was only a matter of time before he could not hold on. As for dodging, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus was ecstatic. With dragon wings, Yuanba was not just an ordinary brute force attacker. His agility was even higher than that of many typical agility attackers. The only seemingly correct path was to engage in a direct confrontation with the world's strongest attack type, Beast Martial Soul. So, how would the ghost-faced sword master choose? At that moment, everyone who understood the match had this question arise in their minds. Davis's choice is, of course, to attack. He is the chosen one of the Traversers, the favored child of the Golden Finger, the future star of the Starry Empire. Who among his peers can force him into a passive position? Is it better to clash head-on, or to create his own soul techniques? You've picked the right person. The 5 Mountains Sword Technique, the 5 Divine Swords of Hengshan. This is the supreme swordsmanship of the Hengshan lineage within the 5 Mountains Sword Technique, named after the 5 highest peaks of Hengshan, and although there are only 5 paths, it encompasses almost all variations of swordsmanship. With Davis's current level of swordsmanship, using this technique can only be considered proficient. He has yet to reach a state of mastery where he can wield it at will. Ultimately, he still lacks the tempering of actual combat. However, isn't there a perfect whetstone right in front of him? Furong, Zijiai, Shirlian, Tianju, Zhurong. The 5 Paths sword technique continuously manifests in the hands of the ghost-faced sword master, with 5 different colors of sword light constantly condensing through Davis as he consumes soul power. Ding, ding, ding. Davis's long sword clashed with Yuanba's long arms, covered in dragon scales and thunder hundreds of times, producing a crisp sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Thunder and sword light splashed across the competition arena, carving countless deep and shallow grooves into the ground that could accommodate battles at the Soul Emperor level. The intensity of the confrontation between the two was far beyond what the organizers and the many spectators had anticipated. Such a balanced battle of attrition is always the most captivating for the audience. The Grand Soul Fighting Arena, which can hold tens of thousands, once again fell from a boiling frenzy into silence. No one was willing to disrupt the experience of watching this battle with a shout, a curse, or even a breath. The two combatants on the field were becoming increasingly excited, and the intensity of their fight continued to rise over time. Soon, Davis's swordsmanship transcended the 5 sacred swords of Mount Hung, incorporating techniques from the Chaoyang Ichi sword of Mount Hua, the 17 paths of speed and slowness of Mount Song, the hidden needle in cotton of Mount Hung, and the 5 great doctor swords of Mount Tai. Although Yu Yuanba only used a set of Thunder Dragon Destruction Claws, he had cultivated this self-created soul skill from a young age to a profound level, allowing him to hold his own against the ever-changing and marvelous sword techniques of the ghost-faced swordsman. What was most astonishing was that both fighters seemed to visibly improve their mastery of their respective skills as the battle progressed. The ghost-faced swordsman's understanding and control of each sword technique was rapidly growing through his intense battle with Yu Yuanba. Meanwhile, the Thunder Dragon King's Thunder Dragon Destruction Claws were making significant progress through repeated clashes with different sword techniques, gradually developing a distinctive style of its own. This kind of improvement was not apparent to ordinary spectators. They could only see the flashing sword light and thunder. And even some soul saints and soul Douluos who were not proficient in self-created soul skills could not discern it. However, among the audience tonight, there was a special guest besides the ordinary spectators. This guest wore a wide-brimmed hat, obscuring their face. But from the white hair that extended beyond the hat's brim and the slightly weathered skin of their hands, it appeared to be an elderly person. This old man watched carefully as the ghost-face swordsman executed each sword move, using his deep swordsmanship foundation, sufficient to reach the pinnacle of Douluo continent, to simultaneously deconstruct these sword techniques in his mind. However, the more he watched and deconstructed, the more astonished he became. He discovered that each set of sword techniques possessed by the ghost-faced swordsman could undoubtedly be considered top-tier sword skills. With his own swordsmanship cultivation, summarizing the essence of a lifetime of sword techniques, he could create 1 or 2 sets of sword styles at most. Where did this kid acquire such unheard-of and unseen abilities? As the old man thought this, he couldn't help but smile wryly. What did it have to do with him? He decided to continue watching the match. On the arena, the ghost-faced swordsman and the Thunder Dragon King crossed paths once more, each bearing a new claw mark and sword scar. After so much back and forth, both had accumulated at least a dozen wounds. But due to the mutual cancellation of sword light and claw shadows, and both being powerful masters of body refinement, they could only be considered lightly injured at this point. Davis was quite surprised by the physical strength of Yu Yuanba. It should be noted that his own physical cultivation was built up through the practice of the 13 Guardians' Golden Bell Shield. So how could Yu Yuanba compare with him? This led him to speculate that this direct descendant genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect must have at least 1 torso soul bone, or perhaps 2 non-torso soul bones. Otherwise, his physique wouldn't be able to match Davis's. Looking at the seemingly trivial injuries on both of them, and the severely damaged ground filled with craters, the Soul Kings among the audience who instigated this decisive battle couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This level of lethality, with just these minor injuries? If they were to intervene on the battlefield, it was likely that all of these somewhat renowned Soul Kings would be wiped out, while those 2 freaks would still be lightly injured. Once again, as they passed each other, the Ghost-Faced Swordmaster and the Thunder Prison Dragon King stopped in unison. At this point in the fight, they still had some stamina left, but Yu Yuanba's soul power reserve at the Soul King level were nearing depletion. Although Davis possessed the True Heart technique, a cheat that allowed him to circulate his energy while walking, sitting, or lying down, he did not want to use this unfair advantage to bully his respectable opponent, Yu Yuanba. Therefore, when he sensed that Yu Yuanba's soul power was running low, he deliberately displayed a hint of fatigue. The two stood about 50 meters apart, and as their gazes met, they seemed to share a mutual understanding. One move to determine the victor. Yu Yuanba used all of his remaining soul power to activate 3 soul skills in quick succession. Second soul skill, Thunder Fury. Third soul skill, Thunder Battle Armor. With the high momentum built up from his prolonged battle and the enhancement from these 2 powerful soul skills, a dazzling and blinding thunder spear materialized in the palm of Yu Yuanba's right hand. Then he launched it with all his strength. Fifth soul skill, Thunder Dragon Overlord Spear. Faced with this all-out strike from Yu Yuanba, Davis was for the first time at an absolute disadvantage in terms of momentum. The strength of Yu Yuanba's Thunder Dragon Overlord Spear was overwhelming and domineering to the extreme, causing even the mysterious elder in the audience to nod in approval. Even though he favored the Ghost-Face Swordmaster, he had to admit that none of the sword techniques the Ghost-Face Swordmaster had deployed since entering the arena could break Yu Yuanba's nearly unstoppable spear. However, The ghost-faced swordmaster, the one facing the direct attack, remained calm and collected, with his right hand holding the sword and his left hand lightly calculating. He finally found the weak point of the attack, just as the thunder spear was about to reach him. How formidable is the Dai Wei mountain sword technique's Dai Zone? A plain yet piercing white sword light shot out and, under the storm of thunder, struck the connection point between the spearhead and the body of the Thunder Dragon Overlord spear. In incredulous gazes of everyone, that formidable Thunder Dragon Overlord spear was shattered and disintegrated with just a gentle thrust, vanishing in an instant. The storm of thunderlight suddenly disappeared, leaving only the sword-wielding ghost-face swordmaster and the Thunder Prison Dragon King, who was half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 54. Farewell, Sword Douluo. Yu Yuanba, using his last ounce of strength, managed to stand up and looked at Davis, who wore a ghostly mask, and said, "You win, ghost-face swordmaster." Davis shook his head and said, "I won by luck. If I hadn't made a breakthrough with that last strike, you would have won this match." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanba shook his head in disagreement and stubbornly said, "A win is a win. There's no luck involved. You have the ability to break through in the heat of battle. Even if we were to redo this match 100 times, you would win all 100 times." After saying this, Yu Yuanba walked towards the sidelines without looking back. Davis did not try to befriend or recruit him. He had a premonition that he would soon meet Yu Yuanba again. Moreover, someone like Yu Yuanba would likely be proud and unwilling to be beneath others. So even if he were to extend an invitation, it would surely be rejected. Achieving a new, brilliant victory. Reward, Great Recovery Pill. The card system once again brought surprises to Davis. It was clear that the fierce competition between Davis and Yu Yuanba not only amazed many spectators present, but also gained recognition from the system. This time, the reward from the card system made Davis's eyes light up. The Great Recovery Pill is known as the strongest pill in the gold system world. It can not only revive the dead and restore flesh and bones, but also allow the user to undergo a transformation, replenishing a century's worth of power, as claimed. After being modified by the rules of the Douluo world, the current Great Recovery Pill can provide a talent boost equivalent to half a stock of immortal-grade medicinal material. And in terms of soul power, it slightly surpasses immortal-grade materials. Moreover, the medicinal properties of the Great Recovery Pill are neutral and peaceful, allowing all soul masters to absorb it, unlike immortal-grade materials, which have many stringent requirements for use. This greatly excited Davis. After all, there are only a few immortal-grade medicinal materials in the Ice and Fire Duality Eye, but besides the Demon King team, he has a large establishment in the Tian Su Mansion where figures like Yang Wudi, Niogao, and Chengyu have the potential to achieve the title of Douluo with some training. If he can steadily obtain a small amount of Great Recovery Pills in the future, it might serve as the highest reward treasure for the Tian Su Mansion, definitely winning the loyalty of those sold Douluos. After depositing the Great Recovery Pill into the system warehouse, Davis continued to reflect on the gains from his battle with Yu Yuanba. The five-mountain sword technique saw a significant enhancement during this fierce battle, gradually reaching a realm where the sword moved with his heart, easily wielded. Moreover, after such an intense battle, Davis's swordsmanship foundation was further improved. Originally, his swordsmanship had already reached a subtle level, and after this battle, he advanced several steps forward. After this fight, Davis gained a deeper understanding of the dozens of sword techniques recorded in the five-mountain sword technique. Many sword techniques that had seemed somewhat rusty due to infrequent use quickly elevated to a considerably high level through related insights. On the way back from the Great Fighting Soul Arena, Davis encountered an unexpected guest, the mysterious elder who had appeared in the audience at the arena. Davis frowned slightly, unsure of the other person's background. The mysterious old man, a wooden sword appeared in his palm. "Young man, let me see your swordsmanship." The other person's voice was deep and hoarse, clearly a disguised voice. The individual was quite old, and an unexpressed sword intent emanated from him, making people feel alarmed. It was evident that this was not an opponent that Davis could contend with. Davis glanced at Li Fu, who was hidden by his side. Seeing that he had no reaction, he knew that the old man probably meant no harm. Otherwise, Li Fu would have acted long ago. Since the elder wanted to see, the younger generation would embarrass himself. Davis drew his golden sword, his right hand slightly rotating to grip the hilt, and his soul power, now restored to full state, surged with it. Huashan sword technique. Morning Sun Chi sword. Swish. The sharp sword was unsheathed, followed by a piercing and dazzling purple-red sword light, aimed at the mysterious elder's chest. If this sword had been used in the previous Soul Arena, Yu Yuanba would probably have a hard time dealing with it. The elder's wooden sword was swung out, appearing slow, yet it perfectly intercepted the sword light just before it reached him. Ding! The tip of the wooden sword lightly tapped the side of the golden sword's blade, and the brilliant sword light, as radiant as the rising sun, instantly turned into a bubble. This sword was so similar to the move Davis had just used to defeat Yu Yunba in the Seoul Arena, the Daizong. How could it be so alike? Davis was taken aback. He could simulate the swordsmanship of a master like Dai Zong after just one glance. Was there really such a skilled swordsman in the world? The flicker of pride that had quietly risen in his heart after effortlessly defeating Yu Yunba was instantly extinguished by this old man's casual sword strike. Why have you stopped? Is your skill limited to this? The old man asked with a light laugh, interrupting Davis's thoughts. Davis looked up at the other person, and it was clear that this elder had come with the intention of providing guidance. The elder seemed to have a thorough understanding of his swordsmanship, making him the perfect sparring partner for Davis. There was no need for further discussion. He had to seize this opportunity. In the next half hour, Davis showcased all the sword techniques he had learned. As Davis's swordsmanship deepened, these techniques became significantly more powerful in his hands. If he were to fight against Yu Yunba like just now, he could probably defeat him in less than 100 moves. However, these extraordinary sword techniques, which seemed remarkable to others, posed no threat to the mysterious elder in front of him. From start to finish, the elder used a sword technique devoid of any flamboyance. It appeared ordinary, but was precisely effective in countering Davis's moves. The way he wielded his sword seemed somewhat similar to the Daizong style, yet it was completely different. The Daizong style relied on a combination of calculation and swordsmanship, while the elder solely depended on his exceptional swordsmanship to predict Davis's sword path, striking first to break his moves, somewhat reminiscent of the Douluo 9 sword style. Half an hour later, the elder sheathed his sword and stood still. Although Davis had been thoroughly beaten for half an hour, he felt satisfied with the experience. During this half hour of sparring, Davis had reviewed his swordsmanship from start to finish, and all his weaknesses and shortcomings were pointed out one by the elder's wooden sword. For a long time after today, whenever Davis recalled this experience of being beaten, he would gain new insights into his swordsmanship. After receiving the elder's guidance, Davis bowed and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior, for your careful guidance. I have gained a lot, and I'm extremely grateful." The elder waved his hand and casually removed his hat. Davis looked up and said, "Where did a peerless swordsman come out of Sky Dou City?" It was indeed an unexpected yet reasonable old acquaintance, Sword Douluo Qinshin. "We meet again, Your Highness Davis." Davis felt the joy of reuniting with an old friend, but there was also a hint of awkwardness as he complexly greeted the Sword Douluo again. His connection with the Sword Douluo was indeed profound. Back in Star Luo City, the Sword Douluo had hoped to take him as a disciple, but Davis had politely declined due to faction issues. In fact, he felt quite regretful about refusing to be the Sword Douluo's disciple. After all, this senior had dedicated his life to mastering the sword and could be considered the best swordsman in the Douluo continent. Being his disciple would undoubtedly benefit Davis greatly in his swordsmanship training. Unexpectedly, now that he had just arrived in Heavendou City, he encountered the Sword Douluo again and received such guidance without knowing the other's identity. Although they had only met twice, and the Sword Douluo had spoken fewer than 10 sentences in total, Davis could sense that he genuinely cared for him. This kind of affection was like a lonely peak of swordsmanship in the Douluo world, encountering a perfect heir that matched his ideals. However, as the heir of the Star Luo Empire, it was difficult for him to respond to such feelings. The Sword Douluo's gaze was sharp and his thoughts clear. He immediately saw the dilemma Davis was in and directly said, "In such a short time since we last parted, your swordsmanship has improved so much. I am very satisfied." Davis was very pleased to receive the praise of Sword Douluo for his achievements in Kendo. However, he was puzzled by the other party's tone, which seemed to assume a master-student relationship. Just as he was scratching his head, he heard Qinshin continue, "I understand your concerns very well. So this time I want to ask you in a different way." At this point, Qinshin's tone became serious. "Davis, if you didn't have to worry about the conflicts between the Tiandou and Xingluo kingdoms, and you didn't have to feel caught between your family and your sect, would you be willing to take me as your master?" Upon hearing this, Davis suddenly looked up. Qinshin was very satisfied with his reaction and smiled as he continued. "I have discussed this with Feng Yun, and we both believe that although I belong to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, my apprentice does not necessarily have to be a disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I have observed you for a long time. Although you have great ambitions, you should not be focused on expanding territories, right?" Davis nodded in acknowledgement, admitting that his goal had always been to become stronger and to be the strongest one. In the future, if there were any disputes between the two countries, you just need to consider the issues from the standpoint of your homeland. As long as you do not personally harm the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, is that something you can do? Davis was shocked. He never expected that the conditions proposed by the Sword Douluo would be so generous. If the Sword Douluo entrusted the wrong person, Davis's reputation within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would likely plummet in the future if he were to become an enemy of the school. It's no wonder that Davis couldn't understand. The way the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School restrained its disciples was never through sect rules, but through familial bonds. Chen Xin had spent his whole life in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and he had become as close as family with core members like Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. Both Ning Fengji and Gu Rong were well aware of how difficult it had been for Chen Xin to attain his unparalleled swordsmanship, and they would not want to see him find a perfect successor, only to be unable to accept them as a disciple due to sect positions, leaving him with lifelong regrets. As for the risks involved, they were willing to share them with Chen Xin. Chapter 55, Finally Taking a Master. The Sword God's legacy. Since the Sword Douluo was willing to set aside sectarian prejudices, Davis was certainly willing to take him as a master. Although accepting a disciple was a significant matter for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Davis was hiding his identity during this outing, so a grand ceremony was not appropriate. It was ultimately decided to hold the apprenticeship ceremony at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's residence in Heavendou City. The witnesses would be Ning Fengji and Li Fu, while Gu Rong needed to stay at the headquarters of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and could not attend. Davis served tea to Qinshin and then properly performed the apprentice ceremony. Qinshin took an ancient-looking long sword from the soul guide and gently tapped the back of Davis's right hand 3 times with the sword tip, as a sign of expectation. After the ceremony, Ning Fengji applauded from the side. "Sword uncle, congratulations on taking in a good disciple. Your skills now have an air." The usually serious Sword Douluo had a rare, cheerful expression at that moment. He took something out of his bosom and placed it in Davis's hand, saying, "Vase, you are my first disciple and will likely be my last. This item is something you will inherit eventually, so why not give it to you today as a meeting gift for your apprenticeship?" Ning Fengji glanced at it and widened his eyes in shock. "Sword uncle, this is—" Before he could finish his sentence, Sword Douluo interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "I'm already half in the grave. I don't need this anymore. It should be given to the young people so it can be put to use. Also, don't reveal this child's secret." Ning Fengji suddenly seemed to think of something, and his astonishment grew on his face as he turned to Davis, looking at him as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Davis took the pendant from Chen Xion's hands and, after hearing his introduction, realized how important this pendant was to Chen Xion and why Ning Fengji had such an expression. This pendant, named the Black Sword God Pendant, was once the personal item of the first-generation 7 Kills Sword Martial Soul's owner, a level 99 limit Douluo, and a contender for godhood. The pendant was carved from ancient black crystal, with a chain made of 10,000 years of moonlight silver, and was modified using the top-tier soul guidance techniques from ancient times. After the road to godhood of that 7 Kills Sword limit Douluo was severed, he infused it with his lifelong soul power. Under the nurturing of this powerful soul power, it took over 1,000 years to become a peerless treasure comparable to divine artifacts. In fact, that 7 Kills Sword limit Douluo was once the closest person to achieving godhood in that era, dominating the world for hundreds of years, with no one daring to challenge him. During his reign, countless people worshipped and admired him, and similar to the sea god of that generation, under the nourishment of immense belief power, his soul power began to gradually transform into divine power, just waiting to continue accumulating belief power and condense his own divine position to ascend to the realm of deities. To demonstrate his strength, his followers had already begun to call him the Sword God. Though this might offend the divine, he did not take it to heart, because in his eyes, achieving godhood was already within reach. Unfortunately, just as he was on the brink of becoming a god, he was defeated by the new Rakshasa god who violated the rules of inheriting the divine position. Before his death, he infused his lifelong soul power into the Black Sword God Pendant. Wearing this pendant significantly enhances the wielder's talent and swordsmanship, making it undoubtedly the top treasure for soul masters like Chen Xion and Davis, who specialize in sword techniques. Chen Xion, the Sword Douluo, has achieved his current accomplishments in swordsmanship not only due to his exceptional talent, but also thanks to the invaluable Black Sword God Pendant. However, to activate the pendant's divine effect, one prerequisite must be met. The wearer must possess a top-tier sword-type martial soul. This condition alone means there are very few who qualify on the Douluo continent. Ning Fengji was so shocked because he knew Davis's identity. He was well aware of the white tiger martial soul that Davis displayed. To meet the requirements of the black sword god pendant meant that he was a twin martial soul, the firstborn son of the Star Luo royal family, a cultivation genius, a swordsmanship prodigy, and possessing twin top-tier martial souls. All these elements converging in one person. What kind of monster would this create? Ning Fengji already felt pity for the young geniuses of the same era as Davis. Of course, Ning Fengji would help Davis keep this secret. The sword Douluo had already become the closest mentor student to Davis. Wouldn't this future top expert of the world have a good impression of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had never been an aggressive sect. They advocated for peaceful coexistence and profit. Who could refuse to get along with the next generation's leader? The young genius crusher, Davis, started his days of being bullied the very next morning. After his battle with Yu Yuanba, although Davis gained a lot, it was certain that there were no opponents in the great soul arena of Heaven-Do City who could help him anymore. It was the perfect time to take Chen Xian as his teacher and accept his guidance. Chen Xian's teaching style was entirely different from Sheng Yu's. He taught Davis mainly how to withstand pressure, to endure the pressure he exerted. From the first day of teaching, Davis only needed to do one thing: withstand the storm-like sword attacks from Chen Xian. This was not the previous guidance that allowed Davis to unleash his full potential. It was a test requiring Davis to endure under a stronger level of sword attacks. In the first lesson, Davis was only able to last 7 moves before Chen Xian knocked his sword out of his hands. By the end of the first day, Davis managed to increase his number of moves from 7 to a glorious 8. Yes, with Davis's talent, combined with the 5 Mountains sword technique, the complete reality sword technique, and the newly acquired black sword god pendant, he had only managed to last 1 more move under Chen Xian's ferocious attacks after a whole day of practice. However, while being bullied, Davis's foundational swordsmanship was continuously becoming more solid, and his application of sword techniques was becoming increasingly instinctive every minute. By the end of the second day, Davis could last 9 moves under the sword Douluo's hands. On the third day, it was 11 moves. The fourth day, 13 moves. The fifth day, 15 moves. However, for the next 3 whole days, the number of moves Davis could withstand remained at 15, and he could no longer increase it even by half a move. Davis was filled with doubts, but since the sword Dou didn't speak, he didn't ask further. It wasn't until 3 days later that Chen Xian took the initiative to ask, "How have you been feeling these past 3 days?" Davis was struggling with the question and didn't think much before answering directly. It's difficult, obscure, and elusive. Clearly, after reaching the subtle realm of swordsmanship, there should be a period of rapid progress. Yet for some unknown reason, I've fallen into a bottleneck. Chen Shi nodded and then asked, "Have you thought about why that is?" This question made Davis frown. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Is it because the swordsmanship at the subtle realm no longer relies solely on hard training?" Chen Shi smiled with satisfaction, nodded again, and explained to Davis, "The second realm of swordsmanship, the subtle realm, is about the process of a swordsman integrating with their sword and sword technique. How does one achieve this integration? It's not as simple as using your arms and fingers. Instead, it requires your hands, feet, mind, heart, every inch of skin, and every strand of hair to be marked by the imprint of the sword, planting a seed called sword deep in your soul. This process of imprinting requires the power of the mind, which can come from suffering, hatred, inspiration, joy, or decades of unwavering pursuit. Completing this step means your training in the subtle realm is fulfilled." With this explanation, Davis suddenly understood. The subtlety of swordsmanship is not about how precise a swordsman's techniques are, but about implanting the essence of the sword into every cell of the body. Why has Sword Douluo been using this almost abusive teaching method during this time? He was trying to get Davis to remember this imprint of the sword through bodily memory. From the results, it was effective, but not sufficiently so. At the very least, under Sword Douluo's pressure, Davis did not suddenly have a moment of enlightenment and grasp some extraordinary sword technique. At this moment, Sword Douluo conveyed this point to Davis, intending to end this lesson and let Davis find other ways to engrave the imprint of the sword. At this time, having understood Sword Douluo's painstaking efforts, the light in Davis's eyes grew brighter. He lifted his head and, for the first time, made a request to Sword Douluo. "Teacher, let us fight again." Chapter 56, Sword Douluo Breaks Through. Hearing Davis's arrogant challenge, Sword Douluo laughed, the uncontainable desire in his disciple's eyes. That obsession to pursue the ultimate realm of swordsmanship at all costs made him particularly pleased. It reminded him so much of himself back then. A swordsman must possess a bit of greed, anger, and obsession to have the motivation to move forward and the possibility to climb to the peak. Someone like Davis, who was once calm and without desires, was a perfect candidate for a ruler, but not suitable for a swordsman. At this moment, Sword Douluo saw greed in Davis' eyes, a greedy desire to reach the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. He had a faint feeling that this confrontation between master and disciple would be absolutely different from the previous encounters. Indeed, this time, Davis's style changed dramatically. After they stood apart, Davis cupped his hands in salute and said, "I apologize for my offense." Then, with a technique of lightness, he vanished in an instant. Second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault. Both speed techniques were activated simultaneously, and Davis merged with his sword, transforming into a golden arrow that shot towards Sword Douluo. When it comes to swordplay, one must give it their all. Practicing every day, the body naturally wants to feel good. After all, it was the territory of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. If anything broke, Ning Fengji had plenty of money to replace it. As the sword light approached within 3 meters of Sword Douluo, the sword in his hand suddenly unsheathed. The killing intent immediately filled the martial arts arena. This was a characteristic unique to the top-tier martial soul, the 7-killing sword, capable of pressuring the enemy with its killing intent. An even more advanced technique would be the ultimate move hidden away by Qin, the 7-killing domain. Davis was enveloped in a heavy killing intent, his sword momentum stagnating, his figure obstructed, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. He stepped heavily on the ground, employing a technique that allowed him to exert force twice in an instant, propelling himself forward with his sword at an even greater speed. The Huashan sword technique, deadly continuous 3 immortal swords. The unity of body and sword created a flowing light that soared through the air, spiraling past Sword Douluo's side, while the sword light split into 3, targeting Sword Douluo's vital points, his forehead, throat, and heart. Ding, ding, ding. As the 3 piercing sounds echoed, Davis had already positioned himself behind Sword Douluo. This move, of course, did not inflict any harm on Sword Douluo. However, unlike before, Davis had successfully forced Sword Douluo to change his stance defensively with a single move. This was a significant breakthrough from nothing to something. Naturally, Davis's offensive was not over yet. As the two passed each other, Davis's right hand, holding the sword, lightly swept backward, blocking the sword that Sword Douluo had thrust at him from behind. At the same time, he twisted his wrist, using the recoil force to thrust out the golden sword radiance infused with golden sword energy, aiming straight for Sword Douluo's back. First soul skill, White Tiger Golden Energy. Hungshan sword technique, Hidden Needle in Cotton. This was one of the rare offensive sword techniques from the Hungshan sect, a killing move that prioritized defense before offense. This backstab against his master was extremely dazzling, even causing the onlooker Ning Fengji to applaud in admiration, leaving Sword Douluo momentarily at a loss on whether to be angry or amused. With an odd expression, Sword Douluo turned back to block Davis's backstab, intending to apply a bit more force to show his filial disciple a lesson. At this moment, Davis's sword path changed again. Suddenly, Davis's presence significantly decreased, and his sword strikes no longer produced the sound of tearing air. The sound was gone, but Davis's sword momentum became extraordinarily perilous, akin to the quietly standing perilous peaks of Huashan. Huashan sword technique, Xi sword technique. These continuously emerging sword techniques had all been used by Davis during previous sparring sessions with his master, but never had he been able to use them so smoothly and effortlessly. He always felt constrained in his hands when engaging in battle. This time, Davis set aside other thoughts and unleashed all the offensive methods he could use, fighting with all his might, and indeed elevated these sword techniques to a new level. In the end, Davis was still defeated, but he had fought fiercely for dozens of moves before succumbing, no longer yielding under the pressure of Sword Douluo's sword momentum that compressed all space. In this match, Davis's improvement in swordsmanship lay in the fact that he had made his sword techniques come alive. This was what Sword Douluo referred to as engraving the mark of the sword onto the body. After this battle, Davis had made several solid steps forward in his cultivation of the subtle realm of swordsmanship. Moreover, having found the right direction for progress, Davis only needed to carry his sword and strive to achieve victory after victory, and his cultivation in the subtle realm would naturally reach perfection. If Cheng Yu were to know this, he would likely be disheartened and lose confidence. For Cheng Yu, who was renowned as the Starry Sword Saint, was, in Sword Douluo's eyes, also a mundane person lacking in swordsmanship talent. Otherwise, given Shun Xian's preference for sword masters and sword martial soul masters, he might have approached Chengyu to impart a few techniques. Although he had reached the limit in the subtle realm, he was the kind of ordinary person who needed years of consistent effort, relying on slow, painstaking practice to gradually engrave the mark of the sword. Compared to Davis, who was an Enlightenment-type contender, Chengyu's years of hard work were truly heart-wrenching. Davis's swordsmanship has greatly improved, and the training from the sword Douluo has come to an end. Now, the only purpose for Davis staying in Heaven Dou City is to obtain the remaining immortal herbs from the ice and fiery Nyang-Ai. However, before leaving, Davis has one more thing to do. The sword Douluo has trained him like a closed-door disciple, and he wants to give his teacher a great gift in return. So, that morning, Davis invited the sword Douluo to the mountains outside Heaven Dou City. Davis, what kind of gift could it be that you had to bring me to this deep mountain forest to reveal? The sword Douluo looked puzzled, unsure of what Davis was planning. Davis solemnly took out a huge stone tablet from the spatial soul guide and placed it in front of the sword Douluo. This was the Dou Qi sword tablet. It recorded several passages, replicated from the 4 stone tablets in the sword tomb and the tombstone of Dou Qi. Seeing Davis's serious demeanor, the sword Douluo also began to take this stone tablet more seriously. Something that could make someone of Davis's status act so cautiously must be an extraordinary treasure, which intensified the sword Douluo's curiosity. This sense of importance and curiosity skyrocketed tenfold, even 100-fold, the moment he saw the first word on the tablet. Sharp and fierce, invincible, contending with the heroes of the Hishuo region before coming of age. The Dai Wei soft sword, used before the age of 30, mistakenly injuring a righteous man, hence abandoned in a deep valley. The heavy sword without an edge, skillfully unrefined, relied upon to roam the world before the age of 40. After 40, unrestrained by objects, grass, trees, bamboo, and stone could all be swords. The sword intent can speak. Even though the sword Douluo did not recognize any of the words on the tablet, he could fully understand the emotions and intentions Dou Qi felt when inscribing them through the sword intent retained in the stone carving. With each word he looked at, the light in his eyes brightened, and eventually, as his eyes sparkled like lightning, Davis, whose soul power was only at the Soul King level, no longer dared to meet the sword Douluo's gaze directly. Watching the sword Douluo exude a surging sword intent, the pressure of the 96th level title Douluo was immediately revealed, causing soul beasts within a 10-mile radius to flee in panic. Davis could only rely on the protection of Li Fu to catch his breath under the ferocious sword intent and soul power pressure unleashed by the sword Douluo. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent, leaving only the breathing of Davis and Li Fu. As for sword Douluo Chenshin, he had already held his breath and focused on comprehending the sword. When sword Douluo's gaze fell upon the last passage on the stone tablet, he recalled that he had traversed the martial world for over 30 years, killing countless enemies and defeating numerous heroes. There was no one left in the world to oppose him. Helplessly, he could only retreat to a deep valley and take a sculpture as his friend. Alas, in his life, he sought a worthy opponent, but could never find one. What a desolate and unbearable feeling it was. As he read the last passage, sword Douluo closed his eyes and reached out to touch the words on the stone tablet. In this moment of spiritual communion with the legendary sword saint who transcended time and space, the pride, loneliness, solitude, and regret of Dou Qi flowed into sword Douluo's heart through the sword intent on the tablet, causing him to shed a tear. As that tear fell, sword Douluo's aura suddenly underwent a dramatic change, and Davis felt the soul power pressure increase by at least 30%. This was about to break through. Moreover, it was a dual breakthrough in both swordsmanship and soul power. Chapter 57. The fourth in the world, Sword Path Chenshin. A vast sea of sword energy enveloped a 100-meter radius around sword Douluo, splitting countless leaves in two. This sword energy seemed to possess a spirit of its own, avoiding both Li Fu and Davis. Therefore, aside from feeling sword Douluo's formidable soul power pressure, Davis did not encounter any additional danger. Furthermore, Davis could clearly sense that the golden light sword, which had been quietly lying in the spatial soul guide, suddenly vibrated wildly, as if responding to something. Not long after, Davis noticed that the soul power pressure released by sword gradually began to retract, and the rampant sword energy dissipated one by one. Sword Douluo, suspended in midair, opened his tightly shut eyes. Two dark sword energies shot from Sword Douluo's eyes, piercing through dozens of towering trees before disappearing from view. By this time, the overwhelming soul power around Sword Douluo finally stabilized completely, even more restrained than before his breakthrough, no longer resembling the Sword Douluo who dominated the world, but rather like an ordinary old man from a humble family. Qin Xin landed on the ground, looking at Davis with a face full of joy, and said, "Davis, I tried my best to overestimate the surprise you mentioned, yet I was still startled. My swordsmanship has been stagnating at the peak of the transformation realm for over 30 years. I thought I would never reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, today I have benefited from my disciple's light, and I can still see the view from the mountaintop. I am truly satisfied, truly satisfied." Ha 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 ha. As Qin Xin spoke, he could not suppress his joy and burst into laughter. Indeed, after coming into contact with the sword tablet of Dou Qi, Qin Xin's swordsmanship broke through the final bottleneck, ascending to the supreme realm of human swordsmanship. From then on, Qin Xin's sword techniques would have an essential difference from those of ordinary soul masters, effortlessly wielding the power of soul rings that had existed for over 10,000 years. The seven killing sword limit Douluo from thousands of years ago, who self-proclaimed as the sword god, had achieved that swordsmanship realm, known as the supreme realm. Apart from him, there were no more swordsmen on the Douluo continent who could reach the supreme realm. There were no precedents and no successors. And today, Qin Xin became the second sword master to reach the supreme realm in the history of the Douluo continent, becoming the one who followed. It could be said that if we talk about soul power levels, at this moment, Qin Xin could only rank alongside a few others as the fifth on the continent, with the second priest of the Spirit Hall, the Golden Crocodile, Douluo, reaching level 98. However, in terms of actual combat power, Qin Xin could probably rank fourth in the world, surpassing the Golden Crocodile, Douluo. The benefits brought by the supreme swordsmanship realm to Qin Xin were enough to exceed the 30% increase from leveling up from level 97 to level 98. After the three returned to Heavendou City, Davis and Li Fu went back to their residence, while Sword Douluo headed to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's base. Sword Douluo immediately shared the great news of his advancement to level 97 and his ascent to the Supreme Sword Realm with Ning Fengji. Of course, he did not mention the matter of the Dou Qi sword tablet, only stating that while guiding Davis, a single sentence from him had triggered an epiphany. Ning Fengji was overjoyed upon hearing this. After all, the current Sword Douluo had increased his combat power by at least 50% compared to a day ago. If they were to engage in battle, one current Sword Douluo could probably withstand two previous Sword Douluos. Previously, the Haotian sect had suffered heavy losses due to being besieged by the Spear Hall, resulting in a significant decline in the sect's strength. Now that Sword Douluo had leveled up, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had truly become the #1 sect in the world. And all of this came without any cost to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as if it had fallen from the sky. This made Ning Fengji pay even more attention to Davis. This young man was exceptionally talented, with extraordinary fortune, and his strength was unmatched among his peers. Even the noble lineage of Prince Xingluo could not compare to Davis's merits. Perhaps the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School should place some bets on the Xingluo Empire. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was only stationed in the Heavendou Empire and was not considered a subordinate of the Heavendou Empire. At this moment, although Davis had already begun to show his potential, he was still far from his peak. If they were willing to invest heavily now, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would undoubtedly gain a precious friendship with an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. If they were to place a bet, it should be a significant one. Ning Fengji made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He took out an item stored in the Spatial Soul Guide and handed it to Sword Douluo, saying, "Uncle Jian, although Davis's guidance helped you break through the shackles by accident this time, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot be ungrateful. Please give him this gift on our behalf." Sword Douluo took a look and was astonished to see it was an 80,000-year-old right arm bone of a diamond baboon with an exceptionally high level of completeness. It could be said to be the most precious soul bone in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's inventory. If the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had obtained this soul bone when he and Old Bone already had right arm bones, it would have definitely been absorbed by one of them. Qin Xin looked at Ning Fengji with surprise, and, seeing him smile in confirmation that he had not made a mistake, he then put away the right arm bone. Seeing Sword Douluo accept the soul bone on behalf of Davis, Ning Fengji nodded and smiled, explaining, "Davis's identity determines that he will never be able to join the sect, but for someone like him who is bound to become a great figure in the future, even just befriending him is worth it for this soul bone." Sword Douluo fully agreed with Ning Fengji's words. Only he, as a teacher, knew how monstrous his student was. Qinshin took 70 or 80 years to reach level 97 and ascend to the supreme sword realm. How long would it take for Davis? 30 years? 20 years? Or even shorter? The next day, Sword Douluo once again arrived at the Davis residence. This time, he was accompanied by a little follower, the precious daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the apple of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo's eyes, Ning Rongrong. At just 4 years old, Ning Rongrong had been pampered since childhood, cherished by the two titled Douluos, and had never experienced a moment of hardship. Even the princess of the Heaven Dou Empire could not compare to the affection she received, nor could she match her freedom. Although only 4 years old and yet to awaken her martial soul, at this moment, Ning Rongrong had already begun to display the spoiled temperament she was known for in the original timeline, shortly after arriving at Shrek Academy. Ning Fengji noticed this trend and wanted to send her to Tang Yuehua's Moon Pavilion to learn some etiquette, to prevent her from growing up to be a spoiled and ignorant young lady. Thus, during this period, Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Sword Douluo all stayed in Heaven Dou City. It was during this time that Ning Rongrong, while at the sex residence, overheard her father discussing Davis with Sword Douluo, filled with praises, which piqued her curiosity. She insisted on asking her sword grandpa to take her to meet him. She wanted to see if Davis, who was so adored by her father, was truly a three-headed, six-armed monster standing 3 meters tall. When Sword Douluo arrived, Davis personally came out to greet him, just as he came face-to-face with Ning Rongrong, who was holding Chun Xian's hand. Chapter 58. The Young Lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Teacher, you have come. Davis met with the Sword Douluo and bowed respectfully. Ning Rongrong, who initially felt somewhat unconvinced by Davis, was now a bit mesmerized. Today, Davis was dressed in a moon-white robe with golden patterns, luxurious yet understated, with accessories that were low-key yet extravagant, completely different from the typical sect disciples Ning Rongrong was used to. He was tall, handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his face radiating a warm smile, and his golden hair shining like the sun, leaving Ning Rongrong, who had not seen many outsiders, in awe. Little Rongrong snapped out of it. It wasn't until the Sword Douluo tugged at her little hand that she came back to her senses. Looking up, she saw both the Sword Douluo and Davis were watching her. The Sword Douluo's gaze was filled with indulgence and teasing, while Davis's eyes were warm and friendly, a feeling that Ning Rongrong really liked. Oh, Ning Rongrong had completely missed what they had said earlier and could only stammer a response. Then, she shot a glare at the Sword Douluo, blaming her grandpa's sword for putting her in an awkward position. The Sword Douluo could only smile apologetically, fearing that he might upset this little ancestor. Davis found the scene both amusing and heartwarming. Who would have thought that the Sword Douluo, who had dominated the world for decades and instilled fear in countless high-ranking soul masters, would be utterly helpless against a 4-year-old girl? In the original timeline, Ning Rongrong was probably the happiest among the Shrek 7 monsters before the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was attacked by the Spirit Hall. With the introduction from the Sword Douluo, Davis and Ning Rongrong had a preliminary acquaintance. At this point, in Ning Rongrong's eyes, Davis was just a very handsome big brother. Don't underestimate the importance of being handsome. You must know that in the original timeline, Ning Rongrong was indeed a die-hard admirer of looks. Oscar had never received her favor before he shaved off his big beard, revealing his long-hidden handsome face. Moreover, since Davis was a disciple of the Sword Douluo and was not far removed from Ning Rongrong's circle, her initial impression of him was quite favorable. However, once Ning Rongrong witnessed the scene of the Sword Douluo teaching Davis swordsmanship, her opinion of Davis changed completely. In Ning Rongrong's mind, the Sword Douluo was synonymous with invincibility. She had never seen Grandfather Jian teach anyone swordsmanship with such dedication. Many disciples with sword-type martial souls in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had attempted to seek guidance from Grandfather Jian, but often he would casually strike their swords down, and they would leave as if they had gained a treasure. Except for Davis. It was the first time Ning Rongrong saw a young man engaging in back and forth with Grandfather Jian while wielding a long sword. And the dazzling sword techniques Davis displayed even made her think that his swordsmanship looked better than Grandfather Jian's. Thus, for a period afterward, whenever the Sword Douluo came to Davis's residence to teach, Ning Rongrong would always follow along, even skipping several etiquette classes at Yuexian for this reason. Ning Fengji did not oppose this. On the contrary, he was pleased. In his view, it was far more important for his daughter to build a good relationship with Davis for her future than to attend a few more etiquette classes. Although the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not marry outside, and the princes of the Xingluo Empire could not possibly be adopted. If Ning Rongrong could become good friends with Davis, or even become sworn siblings, it would mean she had gained a strong ally in the future on this continent. Thus, as time went on, Davis and Ning Rongrong gradually became more familiar with each other. The 80,000-year-old right arm bone of the diamond monkey that Ning Fengji entrusted to the sword Douluo was privately handed over to Davis by the sword Douluo. Although Davis himself looked down on the 80,000-year-old soul bone, it could already be described as priceless on the continent. Not to mention that this soul bone was not only highly complete, but also produced by the powerful diamond monkey species. Davis was shocked by the generosity of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, but he calmly accepted the gift from Ning Fengji. Although the Qilua tulip had already been consumed by Liang, Davis had other ways to help Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolve into the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower. A high-level internal skill and a spirit herb close to the level of a celestial product, combined, would definitely provide more help to Ning Rongrong than the original world's Qilua tulip. As long as Ning Rongrong could upgrade the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to the Nine Treasures Glazed Tower, she would undoubtedly be a seed for inheriting a divine position. Although she was unlikely to go to Star Luo with Davis due to her responsibility to inherit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in the future in the divine realm, she could still be aligned with his faction. The same reasoning applied to Oscar. Davis aimed to gather these seeds of divinity under his banner, not for the sake of collecting, but to build his own divine power in the future divine realm. On this day, Davis was receiving instruction from the sword Douluo when Yi Lingling walked into the training ground. "Brother, Grandpa Li is back. He asked me to tell you that everything you instructed has been taken care of." Davis nodded and replied, "Okay, I'll go over in a moment." After saying that, he continued practicing his swordsmanship until he completed today's lesson with the sword fighting master. Only then did he apologize, "Teacher, I have something to take care of, so I'll excuse myself for now." The sword fighting master was very pleased with Davis's attitude of completing his studies first and nodded to indicate that he could attend to his own matters. However, Ning Rongrong suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling as she asked Davis, "Big brother, was that girl just now your sister?" Davis nodded with a smile, not explaining too clearly to Ning Rongrong. After all, her background was Yi Lingling's privacy and a pain in her heart. Davis didn't want to mention it much, as he didn't want to uncover her scars. He didn't notice the fleeting disappointment in Ning Rongrong's eyes after his nod. However, Jianduo noticed it. He was well aware that the Star Luo royal family did not have a princess of such age, and moreover, Davis had run away from home. Bringing guards and servants was for safety and convenience, so it was unlikely that he would bring his 4- or 5-year-old sister along. After the old and young returned to their sex residence in Heavendou City, Jianduo called in intelligence personnel from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to inquire about the girl next to Davis. It was then that he learned that Yi Lingling was the granddaughter of the white-clad Saint Yi Jinghu, almost destined to be the inheritor of the nine-heart begonia martial spirit. This made Ning Fengji and Jianduo's eyes light up. Since the heir of the Yi family could become siblings with Davis, then naturally, our Rongrong could too. In Davis's mansion, Li Fu was introducing the results of the recent exploration of Dongwu Bo's lair to Davis. After the first theft of the fairy grass a few years ago, Dongwu Bo had become very vigilant. The poison array outside the ice and fire yin-yang I was clearly much stronger, more complex, and more vicious than when Li Fu last visited. Any ordinary soul, entering, it would have no chance of survival. Even a regular title Douluo would be lucky to escape without serious injury once caught in the poison array. It was evident that Dongwu Bo had invested a significant amount of resources into defending his home with this poison array. The good news was that perhaps Dongwu Bo was worried that transplanting the fairy grass would cause it to wither. The few strains of fairy grass that Davis had emphasized were still growing steadily in their original spots. This was understandable. Anyone who discovered that their lair was being freely accessed by others, with several treasures taken that they themselves didn't even understand the use of, without any clue about the intruder's whereabouts, would go to great lengths to bolster their defenses. This is a fundamental instinct for humans to protect themselves, especially for someone like Dongwu Bo, who had enemies everywhere. After encountering this incident, he would probably feel chills down his spine and be unable to sleep at night. However, all of this was of no real use. For someone like Li Fu, who possessed a domain, that poison array was nothing but a joke. Once the domain was activated, no kind of poison gas could invade. To avoid alarming Dongwu Bo again and forcing him to destroy the entire ice and fire yin-yang eye, Li Fu did not take anything from it this time. He simply assessed the situation and left quietly. Next, it was time for Davis to negotiate with this poisoned Douluo. Chapter 59, Douluo, I've got you figured out. Davis sent a letter to Douluo. All that was left to do was to sit back and wait for Douluo to come for a visit. Sure enough, that night, this poisoned Douluo came knocking. However, standing at the entrance of Davis's mansion, Douluo felt very hesitant. The mysterious person who sent the letter was completely untraceable. All he knew was that this person had recently settled in Heavendou City. Even after asking Prince Xuesheng to investigate through the Heavendou Royal Information System, he couldn't uncover more details. The letter directly pointed out all the dilemmas Douluo faced, suffering from the poison of the green phosphor snake. He had been unable to advance his strength for many years after achieving the title of Douluo. His only relative, his granddaughter Dou Qi, was also facing the threat of the green phosphor snake's poison, and her talent was far inferior to his own, making it unlikely for her to achieve the title of Douluo. If that were the case, she would not only struggle against the snake's poison, but would likely die from it by the age of 40. The first issue was not something Douluo worried about too much, as a title Douluo could live up to 300 years, and with his strength, he could only shorten his lifespan by at most 50 years in his fight against the poison. But his granddaughter Dou Qi was truly Douluo's only weakness. Throughout his life, he had witnessed his only son die from the inherited snake poison, and his daughter-in-law die from the poison in her husband. Now, he was left with only Dou Qi as family. Even as a titled Douluo, Douluo did not have a strong enough heart to face the almost inevitable tragedy that awaited him in the future. Now, Davis's letter told him, I can cure your poison. I can also cure your granddaughter's poison. Not only that, but I can help you increase your power and assist your precious granddaughter's martial soul to evolve, allowing her to become a green phosphor snake emperor like you, and even stabilize the inheritance of the Douluo family's martial soul. To Douluo, this was akin to a fantasy. He had 1,000 reasons to believe that this letter was a scam and that the messenger had ulterior motives. However, as long as there was one reason to believe it was true, Douluo had no choice but to go. Because he was running out of time. Dou Qi was already 11 years old this year, with deep purple short hair that looked just like her father's when he was young. This peculiar hair color was a result of the green phosphor snake's poison wreaking havoc within her. If a method to detoxify her was not found soon, Dou Qi's fate would inevitably be the same as her father's, dying from her own snake poison. Thus, even if Douluo was certain that the messenger had ill intentions, he had to come. To his surprise, even at night, the mansion still had its doors open, with lanterns hung up and 2 attendants arranged at the entrance to welcome Douluo's arrival. Douluo walked in, guided by the attendants, feeling confused. This did not seem like the actions of someone plotting against him. Entering the reception room, he found an old man and a young man sitting there, waiting. Davis waved to dismiss the servant, leaving only him, Li Fu, and Douluo in the reception room. It's you. Douluo immediately recognized Li Fu. A few years ago, several spirit herbs were stolen from Douluo's herb garden, and after a long investigation, he couldn't find the thief, only sensing a faint trace of energy from the stolen herbs. Now, upon meeting Li Fu, the hidden wind, a tribute soul power emanating from him, instantly triggered Douluo's unpleasant memories. However, the significantly stronger fluctuations of soul power from Li Fu temporarily calmed Douluo's rising anger. He did not immediately lash out, but instead fixed Li Fu with a cold, piercing gaze and asked, a few years ago, you took from my herb garden without asking, and today you concoct a story about antidotes to snake venom to lure me here. What exactly do you intend to do? Li Fu made Douluo's gaze, leisurely took a sip of tea, and replied unhurriedly, if it were really a fabrication, why haven't you attacked yet? You. Douluo was somewhat exasperated, but his tone inexplicably softened a bit. What do you want? At that moment, Davis, who had been disregarded by Douluo from the beginning, spoke up. Senior Douluo, you shouldn't ask us what we want, but rather what we can offer you. A mere junior dares to interrupt a conversation with a title Douluo? Douluo's venomous eyes shifted, his dangerous gaze locking onto Davis. Douluo est surprise. The boy, who could not be older than 15, showed no signs of fear under the gaze of a title Douluo. In fact, there was a glimmer of something in Davis's eyes that hinted at potential power. This look made Douluo harbor a terrifying suspicion. If he dared to exert his title Douluo soul power pressure on him, Davis would definitely retaliate. At that moment, Li Fu's fingers intentionally or unintentionally tapped the armrest of his chair, the crisp sound interrupting Douluo's thoughts of threatening Davis. It was only then that Douluo was astonished to realize that the one in charge between the old and the young was not the mysterious title Douluo, but the young man. Davis. What exactly is this boy's identity? Even the most powerful sects wouldn't be so bold as to have a title Douluo follow a young man. Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed Dou Bo's mind, the Spear Hall. With that thought, his gaze turned even darker and more dangerous. His relationship with the Spirit Hall had never been harmonious. Throughout his training, hunting for soul rings, competing for soul bones, and exploring ruins, the organization that had caused him the most trouble was undoubtedly the Spirit Hall, known for its overwhelming power and domineering style. However, if it were the Spirit Hall that covered the entire continent, perhaps they truly had a solution. If they could really resolve the hidden dangers surrounding Yin. Having the Spirit Hall act as muscle didn't seem like an unacceptable proposition to Dou Bo. Davis interrupted Dou Bo's reverie. Whether it's the toxins accumulated in your body or the problems with your granddaughter Dou Yin, these urgent issues can all be resolved by the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Wanjin Chamber of Commerce? Isn't that the Royal Chamber of Commerce of the Xingluo Empire? Dou Bo was taken aback. He had speculated that the other party might come from the three upper sects or the Spirit Hall, but he had never considered this possibility. In Dou Bo's view, even the Tiando royal family treated him as a mere offering, not daring to trouble him with trivial matters. And a mere chamber of commerce actually dared to provoke him. He had searched high and low for a solution to the issue of the Bihua snake's poison, but found none. How could a small chamber of commerce, even backed by the Xingluo royal family, have any good solutions? With this thought, Dou Bo felt a surge of anger and disregarded Li Fu's threat, intending to attack Davis directly. He waved his right hand gently towards Davis, activating his third spirit ring. Third spirit ability, Poisonous Snake's Flick. A green phantom of a poisonous snake shot towards Davis at high speed. Oomph. Li Fu let out a cold snort, unleashing a gust of palm wind that instantly shattered the phantom of the poisonous snake. This was a technique from the Tiger Claw's deadly hand. The greatest advantage of a self-created spirit technique compared to a spirit ring technique is the speed of execution. Dou Bo originally intended to have Davis suffer from his Bihua snake's poison, hoping to control the situation by holding Davis's life and death in his hands. However, since the first attack failed, he chose not to continue, to avoid completely provoking Li Fu, this title Douluo who was unaware of the depths of power. After all, if it came to a group fight against low-level spirit masters, Dou Bo would undoubtedly be one of the top experts on the Douluo continent. But in terms of one-on-one battles at the title Douluo level, he truly lacked confidence. Seeing Dou Bo stop, Li Fu also followed Davis's earlier advice and refrained from further provocation, becoming even more vigilant towards Dou Bo. Throughout the confrontation between the two title Douluos, Davis remained seated, completely unmoved, as if he felt no threat at all. His calm demeanor in the face of danger made Dou Bo regard him with a bit more respect, and he found himself with a bit more patience to converse with Davis as an equal. Davis saw that Dou Bo had calmed down and smiled as he asked again, "Mr. Dou, if you still have doubts about our abilities, you can first accept our treatment yourself, as a way for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to show sincerity." This confident attitude, even with a polite tone, made Dou Bo feel as if he was saying, "Dou Bo, I've got you figured out. Even the God of Light can't stop me. This is what I say." Chapter 60. The Effect of the Treasure Land, Dou's Loyalty. Davis's sincerity and confidence surprised Dou Bo. However, in Dou Bo's eyes, this was not entirely a good thing. The more sincere he was, the more he wanted. The more confident he was, the more Dou Bo found it difficult to resist the other party's demands, leaving him vulnerable. After a long silence, Dou Bo sighed and said, "So, what exactly do you want? As long as you can truly cure my yin and end the tragedy of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor's martial soul inheritance, I would be willing to go bankrupt or even serve you." Davis saw that he finally yielded, and only then did he officially present his price. He would be responsible for curing the poison in Dou Bo's body and ensuring that Dou Bo could increase his soul power by at least one level after the treatment. In return, Dou Bo would work for Davis for 100 years. Although 100 years is a long time, each time a title Douluo increases a level, their lifespan extends by 100 years. If Dou Bo can eliminate the toxins in his body, he might be able to increase his soul power by more than just one level in the future. From this perspective, Davis might make a huge profit, but Dou Bo definitely wouldn't come out a loss. As for treating Dou Yin, that would come at a different price. Davis was very clear that the cruel old poison master Dou Bo valued his granddaughter's safety above all else. Therefore, even though the difficulty of treating Dou Yin was lower, Davis's price was even harsher. He wanted the entire ice and fire 2 EI. Yes, that included all the spiritual herbs and elixirs around the Ice and Fire 2EI, along with this piece of precious land. The Ice and Fire 2EI can gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Planting spiritual herbs around it can yield tenfold or even hundredfold returns. Cultivating in the vicinity can achieve twice the result with half the effort. From any angle, Davis had absolutely no reason to give up this precious land. Although Davis's asking price was harsh, it was ultimately within the acceptable range for Dou Qi. Not to mention that Davis also agreed to help Dou Qi enhance her martial soul to a certain extent, which was a significant matter that would benefit his granddaughter for a lifetime. Once the deal was reached, Davis stood up and extended his hand to Dou Qi, saying, "Well then, Mr. Dou Qi, welcome to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce." Seeing that Davis was unafraid to shake hands with him, a master of poison, Dou Qi inexplicably gained a bit more confidence that he could cure both himself and his granddaughter. However, he still retorted sharply, "Let us talk when you really cure me." Davis didn't mind Dou Qi's thunder attitude. He always showed a bit more tolerance towards capable people. For the treatment of Dou Qi, Davis chose the area next to the newly acquired Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, since the treatment process required him to fully operate his true heart technique. Being in a place with sufficient spiritual energy would significantly speed up the recovery of his soul power. Dou Qi had no objections. After all, this precious land had already been promised, and whether it was given a few days earlier or later didn't make much difference to him. This time, it was Dou Qi who personally opened the poison array surrounding the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, welcoming Davis and Li Fu inside. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye truly lived up to its reputation as the #1 treasure land in Douluo continent. Once entering this place, the true heart technique continuously operating within Davis suddenly surged as if it had taken a stimulant, with the speed of absorbing spiritual energy instantly increasing by more than 3 times. Moreover, once Davis actively operated his technique, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy could accelerate even further. As his soul power surged, Davis suddenly felt something and hurriedly apologized to Dou Qi with a "please wait," then immediately sat cross-legged. A roar echoed, and the scene that appeared next completely overturned Dou Qi's understanding. The golden-patterned white tiger martial soul, which was slightly different from the star Luo Dai family, wasn't too outrageous. Dou Qi had roughly guessed Davis's identity during their previous conversation, and martial soul mutations and evolutions did happen from time to time on the Douluo continent. But what was up with those yellow, purple, black soul rings? According to Dou Qi's knowledge, this kid in front of him was only about 13 years old, right? No wonder the title Douluo had to take him as the main focus. If I had such an offspring, I would also let him do as he pleased. Dou Qi thought this way, completely unaware that Li Fu, the title Douluo, was actually facilitated by Davis's means. Davis sat down to practice, utilizing both the Chuanjin Heart method for cultivating soul power and the 13 Guardians horizontal training Golden Bell Shield for body refinement. Under the stimulation of the extremely rich spiritual energy, both methods progressed rapidly. Just after one complete circulation, the Chuanjin Heart method, which had been stuck at the 5th level for a long time, broke through to the 6th level in one go. The Chuanjin Heart method consists of 7 levels, and once Davis perfects the 7th level, he will be able to transition to the top-tier internal skill, the innate skill in the gold-themed game world. At that time, not only will Davis's soul power cultivation speed increase significantly, but the extremely pure soul power will also bring him even greater destructive power. As for the 13 Guardians horizontal training Golden Bell Shield, this body-refining martial art also reached the 6th level when Davis broke through to the Soul King realm. Now, stimulated by the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it has broken through several barriers in one go, reaching the 7th level. Currently, Davis's natural physical defense is equivalent to the state of a martial soul embodiment, with the top-tier soul ring of the armored rhinoceros, pure defense type, Soul Emperor. The upcoming 8th level is equivalent to a pure defense type Soul Sage, while the 9th and 10th levels correspond to pure defense type Soul Douluo. The 11th level is already equivalent to a titled Douluo level pure defense type Soul Master, and the 12th level corresponds to a super Douluo above level 95. If he can reach the perfect 13th level, it would be equivalent to a terrifying level 99 pure defense type Soul Master. Beyond that, it may not be achievable through the 13 Guardians horizontal training Golden Bell Shield. Davis might need to find a new direction in body refinement to reach the realm of the gods in this aspect. However, even so, In terms of the potential of cultivation techniques, the 13 Guardians horizontal training Golden Bell Shield surpasses Tang San's proud Xiantian skill. After all, the Xiantian skill could no longer provide Tang San with more advantages after he became a titled Douluo. As for the Xiantian skill that Tang San continued to use after reaching the God King level, it had greatly deviated from the original path and can only be described as a personally modified version by God King Tang San. After Davis successfully broke through 2 martial arts techniques in a row, he slowly opened his eyes. He stood up, facing the monster-like gaze of Dou Qi, and smiled as he said, "Mr. Dou Qi, I made some progress in my cultivation just now, so the process of detoxification should go more smoothly." Dou Qi no longer harbored any doubts about Davis in his heart. In his view, it was only natural for someone as extraordinary as Davis to achieve great things. The process of Davis treating Dou Qi is quite similar to what Tang San did in the original timeline. Both involve having Dou Qi prepare a soul bone and using pure soul power to force the accumulated toxins in his body into that soul bone. However, with his profound Taoist skills, Davis was able to expel the toxins with much less effort than Tang San. Even though Davis didn't understand toxins, his high-level Chuanjin technique was significantly more powerful in terms of internal energy application compared to Tang San's half-baked Xiantian Gong when he expelled toxins from Dou Qi. While Tang San needed the assistance of the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and 2 immortal herbs, the flame apricot blossom and the fire apricot flower, Davis could directly strip away those toxins within Dou Qi's body and force them into the soul bone using his internal energy control. The detoxification process went smoothly without any unexpected issues. Due to Davis's breakthrough with the Chuanjin technique, what was originally planned to be a detoxification process divided into 4 to 5 sessions was now completed in just 2 sessions. After 2 detoxification sessions spaced a week apart, Dou Qi was pleasantly surprised to find that the bone-corroding poison that had plagued him for decades had been completely absorbed by the soul bone in his left arm. The tormenting pain that had afflicted Dou Qi for many years vanished in an instant, and feeling light and relaxed, he naturally broke through to level 92 soul power, fulfilling Davis's promise to him. Moreover, the soul bone that absorbed all his toxins surprisingly infused a strong venom of the biphosphorus snake into its original attack type, soul bone technique, greatly increasing its threat level. Most importantly, being cured meant that his granddaughter, Dou Emperor, also had hope. In this joyful mood, even someone as gloomy and reserved as Dou Qi couldn't help but let out several long howls, barely expressing the exhilaration he felt inside. Davis's sincerity was very straightforward. And in fact, Dou Qi is also a person who keeps his promises. This can be seen from the bet he made with Tang San in the original timeline. So he immediately bowed to Davis and said, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, for the next 100 years, I will allow you to command all of my abilities." Chapter 61. Ice and Fire Alchemy Body. The Green Snake Offers a Kiss. Davis perfectly healed Dou Qi, and although he hadn't treated Dou Qi yet, Dou Qi was already convinced of his ability to heal Dou Qi. Therefore, he voluntarily offered the ownership of the Ice and Fire Dual Eyes, along with the control of the surrounding poison formation. Here, Davis was preparing for an epic upgrade. After breaking through to the 7th layer of the True Heart technique, Davis's soul power level rose to level 57 as a result. What Davis needed to do next was to use the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom to temper his body in the Ice and Fire Dual Eyes. Tang San only used these 2 immortal herbs to refine a body immune to ice and fire attacks, which was actually a significant waste. Davis's ambitions are much grander. He aims to use the Eye of Ice and Fire as a furnace, himself as the main ingredient, and the 2 immortal herbs, the 8-pointed mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot flower, as auxiliary ingredients to forge a true indestructible body. In fact, after consuming the extraordinary mushroom and the heavenly chrysanthemum back in the day, Davis had already achieved a basic indestructible body, just like Dai Wei in the original timeline. However, at the Soul Sage level, this level of indestructibility would likely be of limited use. This time, Davis wants to refine his physique into steel, much like the Monkey King in the 8 trigrams furnace. At the same time, under the stimulation of the Eye of Ice and Fire and the 2 immortal herbs, the training of the 13 Guardians in the Golden Bell Shield martial arts will surely see a significant increase in cultivation, and breaking through several levels will likely not be a dream. Davis followed Tang San's method from the original timeline, using the prepared fine iron short knife to cut down the Xianbing octagonal grass and then using a jade small shovel to dig out the fire apricot flower. The two immortal herbs were immediately sent into his mouth, when the extremely cold and extremely hot energies within his body began to surge. Davis jumped without hesitation into the spring of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Li Fu and Dou Bo, both titled Douluo, stood by the spring with worried expressions. Although Davis had explained the feasibility to them in advance, the spring, which could destroy ordinary titled Douluo experts, still caused them some concern. As for Davis in the spring, it was truly an exhilarating experience. Any process that can be described with the word tempering generally isn't very comfortable. Davis currently feels like 5,000 ice ants and 5,000 fire ants are crawling and biting through his internal organs, meridians, blood vessels, and skin. He can only exert all his strength to operate the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield to slightly alleviate this torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at him. During this process, the last remaining power of the rare mushroom, the heavenly chrysanthemum, within Davis is also unleashed, coating his entire skin with a thin layer of golden light. It must be said that in this life, although Davis has lived in comfort, his desire to become stronger developed since childhood, and his worries about the future have forced him to gradually hone himself into an extraordinary warrior. This pain of refining his body with ice and fire would cause an ordinary soul sage to break down within the first second. But after Davis survived the initial adaptation period, he has begun to gradually get used to this feeling. For those with the heart of a strong person, experiencing the sensation of their body growing stronger every moment makes the pain of refining with ice and fire seem insignificant. After consuming 2 immortal herbs and jumping into the spring for 10 minutes, the cultivation of the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield breaks through to the 8th layer. 1 hour later, it breaks through to the 9th layer. After 24 hours, it reaches the 10th layer, and Davis's physical cultivation officially rivals the top defensive soul Douluo level. In terms of physical strength alone, he may have already surpassed the clan leader of the Yu family, Niu Gao. After all, although the level of the armored rhinoceros martial soul is also high, it is not considered top tier. Additionally, under the refinement of the 2 immortal herbs, Davis's body, like Tang San's, has gained the ability to be immune to both ice and fire damage. By this point, the medicinal power of the ice and fire herbs in Davis's body has nearly been exhausted. Like Tang San in the original timeline, these 2 herbs did not provide Davis with an increase in soul power. However, when it comes to enhancing physical constitution, the effect of these 2 herbs on Davis far exceeds that on Tang San by several times. After Tang San absorbed the 2 immortal herbs, he barely reached the standard for absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring. In contrast with Davis's current physical strength, he has some confidence in enduring the pressure of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. This highlights the importance of a good body-refining martial art. Once the cultivation of the 13 Guardians Horizontal Training Golden Bell Shield begins to stabilize, Davis jumps out of the spring. Compared to before he entered the spring, not only has his overall defense significantly increased, but his strength has also reached an astonishing level. Due to the continuous breakthroughs in his body-refining technique, Davis has encountered some minor issues in controlling his own strength. For some time afterward, in addition to normal soul power cultivation, he will need to spend a significant amount of time each day reacquainting himself with and mastering his body. Therefore, Davis plans to stay around the ice and fire Tuyin spring for a while until he readjusts to his body. Dou Bo soon brings Dou Yin to receive treatment from Davis. Apart from detoxifying her, Davis also found the most suitable spirit herb for her next to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the spirit snake tri-star berry, which is of the same quality as the 9th grade purple Ji, just below the celestial grade. This spirit herb can only have miraculous effects when consumed by snake-type soul beasts or soul masters, as it strengthens the foundation and replenishes deficiencies. If it were to grow in the wild, it would have been discovered and devoured by various snake-type soul beasts long ago, usually within 100 years. Only by growing in the ice and fire yin-yang eye, isolated from soul beasts by the poison formation set up by Dou Bo, could it reach nearly 10,000 years of age. For a snake-type soul master like Dou Yin, the effect of the spirit snake tri-star berry is comparable to that of a celestial grade herb. Dou Yin is now 11 years old with a soul power level of 26. After consuming the spirit snake tri-star berry, her soul power skyrocketed to level 30 with surplus. After Dou Bo helped her hunt for her 3rd spirit ring, it further increased to level 34. Originally just an ordinary phosphor snake martial soul, under the nourishment of the spirit snake Tristar berry. The martial soul size increased by more than 10 times, and its toxicity also rose to a higher level. Although it still cannot compare to Douluo's Phosphor Snake Emperor, it has already shown signs of evolving in that direction. Douluo estimates that once Dou Yin advances to Soul Sage and possesses her martial soul's true form, her Phosphor Snake will truly evolve into the Phosphor Snake Emperor. By this point, Davis has completely fulfilled his promise to Douluo, and the agreed-upon rewards have been fully delivered. The only issue is that Dou Yin has not yet become a couple with Yu Qianheng, and when Davis detoxified her, he had to use the full essence of his soul power to help her drive the accumulated toxins into her soul bone. This process inevitably involved some skin-to-skin contact. Moreover, this state of soul power connection is quite similar to the situation during the fusion of martial souls. If this state lasts long enough, even between two strangers, they will develop mutual feelings. Although it is not as intimate as martial soul fusion, it can completely break the initial strangeness between a man and a woman. This is not surprising at all. After all, in the martial arts world of the gold system, there are many stories where handsome young heroes heal female heroes and detoxify them, leading to the female heroes falling in love with the young heroes. Dou Yin is unaware of the transaction between her grandfather and Davis. She only knows that this handsome and sunny boy has cured her from the phosphor snake poison that would flare up every night and has helped her enhance her cultivation and strengthen her martial soul. Perhaps she would have died from snake poison by middle age. Perhaps even if she survived, she would only reach the realm of Soul Sage in her lifetime. But now, this handsome boy has solved all her problems, changed her fate, and allowed her to cultivate almost worry-free to the titled Douluo level, becoming a top-tier powerhouse. With such a self-strategy, which female hero could resist? If Dou Yin could fall for the powerful and cheerful Yu Qianheng in the future, then when she faces the super-luxurious version of Yu Qianheng, who happens to be the person who saved her life, how could she remain indifferent? The snake woman's pursuit of love is particularly intense. Thus, after the two finished detoxifying, the bold Dou Yin suddenly launched a surprise attack, turning around to hug Davis, who was gathering his energy and planted a kiss on his neck. She even gently bit Davis's skin with her little fangs. Although she didn't bite hard enough to leave a mark, it left Davis in a state of tingling and numbness. Davis stood there stiffly, as if he had just taken a full-powered blue lightning tyrant dragon spear from the older single doggy Yuanba, without any defense. The soft and cool kiss from the snake lady was certainly refreshing, but how was he supposed to explain this to the little kitten at home that guards its food? If Douluo and Li Fu weren't present, he could have temporarily rejected this feeling under the excuse of their initial acquaintance. But unfortunately, when Dou Yin couldn't help herself and kissed her beloved, her grandfather was right there, only a short distance away, resting his eyes. The perception ability of the titled Douluo was astonishing. As soon as Dou Yin took the initiative to embrace him, Douluo had already noticed the commotion. Seeing his granddaughter's bold behavior, Douluo felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. This was no longer a problem that could be solved with 100 years of hard work. It seemed he would have to work until death for the Xingluo royal family. Douluo shot a glare at Li Fu beside him, silently asking, "What are you going to do about your descendant who is flirting with my granddaughter?" Li Fu, as the relative benefiting from the situation, remained calm, wearing an expression of "I didn't see anything, I don't know, don't ask me," which infuriated Douluo even more. Seeing that Li Fu couldn't provide him with an answer, the old poison master secretly made a decision. Regardless of whether it was Yin who initiated it, if that little rascal Davis dared to deny it, humph, he would make sure to poison him into impotence, even if it meant being severely injured by Li Fu. Chapter 62, 80,000, Year Golden Mango Death Be After All. Dou Yin was still a little girl. After stealing a kiss from Davis, she immediately ran away with a flushed face, leaving Davis alone to face Douluo's death glare. A glance at Douluo not far away revealed that this poisoned Douluo had transformed from a meditative state into a pouting mudfish. His snake-like eyes were fixed on Davis, as if to say, "You dare to deny it, and you're dead." What kind of mentality is it for a little cabbage raised at home for over 10 years to actively bump into someone else's wild boar? Douluo declared, "I don't care. It's the wild boar that actively bumped into my cabbage." Davis withdrew his gaze with a hint of guilt. In fact, Dou Yin was quite good, at least in terms of her affection for her loved ones. In the original timeline's strange team battle between the Imperial Academy and Shrek, due to Yu Qianheng's injury, this girl went almost mad and unleashed the deadly phosphorus snake poison. If it weren't for Tang San's expertise in detoxification, The first defeat of Shrek's 7 monsters in team battles would have been credited to her. Moreover, it is not uncommon for royal descendants to have multiple wives and concubines. Zhu Jian came from a noble background, and the education she received from a young age was how to be a good queen. She was not an unreasonable woman and would not be overly harsh on Davis in this regard. However, since Davis and Dou Qi were only newly acquainted, he preferred their relationship to develop naturally. If feelings blossomed, it would be great to be together for a lifetime. If feelings were lacking, Davis was unwilling to force anything. Whether it was forcing himself or Dou Qi, it would not be pleasant. Furthermore, the enemies he would face in the future were far more powerful than Dou Qi could imagine. Even the floor-level title Douluo, would likely only be able to show off his strength on non-core battlefields. Whether Dou Qi would choose to accompany him on this most difficult path still required her to calm down and think clearly. Achievement unlocked. A kiss seals the deal. Reward. Couple martial arts card. Jade, Maiden Heart, Sword Technique. A peculiar martial arts card fell into Davis's hands as he watched Dou Qi's departing figure, lost in thought. A kiss seals the deal? This achievement, originally from the game Jian Xiaqing Yuan, required 1 male and 1 female player to complete a series of romantic quests to obtain it. To achieve this, there was a basic condition. The affection level between the couple had to meet a certain threshold. So after that sudden kiss, not only Dou Qi, but Davis himself felt moved. The reward for completing this achievement in the game was a randomly awarded couple martial arts card that both partners could use. There were various techniques like the Golden Crow Blade Technique, Snow Mountain Sword Technique, Mandarin Duck Blade, and the Chongling Sword Technique, among others. The Jade Maiden Heart Sword Technique was undoubtedly one of the top-tier couple martial arts. However, this technique only existed in legend within the game's original timeline. Many had once possessed this card, but no couple had ever truly met the hidden learning conditions for this couple martial arts. This made Davis's emotions even more complicated. After the Snake Woman's kiss incident, Davis remained at the Eye of Ice and Fire to cultivate, hoping to soon advance his true heart technique to the 7th level, unlocking the cultivation of innate skills. Dou Qi, perhaps shy, dare not come to see him for a while. After much running around, Davis finally gained a long-awaited, undisturbed time for cultivation. This period yielded great results, and it was time to calm down and settle his mind. In the rich spiritual energy of the Eye of Ice and Fire, aided by the residual medicinal power of celestial herbs in his body, Davis's cultivation speed increased significantly. In just 4 months, he advanced 3 levels of soul power. Now, at level 60, Davis needed a soul ring that was at least 70,000 to 80,000 years old. Otherwise, he would not do justice to his hard-earned 13 Protector's Golden Bell Shield. The Sunset Forest could only be considered a medium-sized soul-hunting forest. Even at its deepest parts, there were no soul beasts of that level. Therefore, Li Fu had to take Davis on another trip to the Stardew Forest. Fortunately, Davis's body defense had greatly increased. Otherwise, this soul-hunting trip would not have been as easy as before. Soul beasts of 80,000 to 90,000 years had combat power close to just promoted title Douluo. While they posed little threat to Li Fu, they could still be a significant threat to Davis, especially since the metal-type soul beasts he needed were often aggressive and destructive. However, now with the 13 Protector's Golden Bell Shield at level 10, Davis dared to withstand attacks from title Douluo. This way, Li Fu did not need to expend too much energy protecting Davis and could focus on dealing with the soul beasts. The variety of soul beasts in the Stardew Forest was not comparable to that of the medium-sized Sunset Forest. After delving deeper into the forest, Davis and Li Fu encountered suitable soul beasts 3 times. The 70,000-year-old Golden Mane Dragon Blood Horse, an 80,000-year-old Golden Sword-tailed Lion. Both the Golden Mane Dragon Blood Horse and the Golden Sword-tailed Lion were rare and powerful soul beast species, more than enough to serve as Davis's 6th soul ring. However, upon seeing the first 2 soul beasts, Davis only felt they were suitable but had not fully made a decision. It wasn't until he saw an 80,000-year-old Golden Light Death Bee that he immediately confirmed this was the 6th soul ring he wanted. The Death Bee was actually one of the most common low-level soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. They were weak and had a short lifespan, so the most common individuals were usually 10 or 100 years old. However, due to their large population, even though the chance of advancement was low, a portion would eventually become 1,000-year soul beasts. Once they reached 1,000 years, the long stinger at the tail of the Death Bee would turn a bluish color and be called the Blue Light Death Bee. Among them, A very small number could break through the 10,000-year threshold and evolve into the silver light death bee. In the countless death bee populations in the Stardew forest, perhaps only one would reach over 50,000 years, the ultimate form of the death bee species, the golden light death bee. This species has a strong reproductive capability, but dies quickly, having only one opportunity to attack in its lifetime, shooting out its long stinger. Once the stinger is shot, the death bee's life comes to an end. Because of this, their attack power far exceeds that of other soul beasts of the same age. Even a strong subdragon type cannot compare in terms of single target attack power with a death bee of the same age. Among ordinary soul masters, some also hunt death bees for their soul rings. These soul masters often gain a very powerful offensive soul skill. Unfortunately, there is a fatal drawback that significantly reduces the number of soul masters hunting death bees. The soul power consumed by using the soul skill provided by the death bee is enough to exhaust half of a soul master of the same level, which adds to the woes of low-level soul masters who already lack soul power. Although there is a certain degree of reduction in soul power consumption after reaching the blue light stage, it still exceeds the acceptable range for soul masters of all levels. Only the extremely rare silver light death bee, with a much lower soul skill consumption, has started to be seen as a target by high-level soul masters. However, unfortunately, there may not even be one silver light death bee in an entire colony, and even if there is, hunting such a creature means facing tens of thousands of death bees. Over time, fewer and fewer soul masters hunted this type of soul beast. But Davis was different. He never lacked soul power reserves, and the existence of the true heart technique allowed his soul power recovery speed to be several times that of soul masters of the same level. Davis was deeply impressed by the golden sting death bee because the golden sting sword in his hand was forged from the bee's tail needle, along with some rare metals. It is exceptionally sharp, incredibly sturdy, and has excellent soul power conductivity. This is Davis's evaluation of the golden sting sword. An 80,000-year golden sting death bee can provide a soul ring ability that likely rivals that of a 100,000-year soul beast in terms of lethality. However, hunting this golden sting death bee is not a simple task. Firstly, as the king of its species, the golden sting death bee must live under the protection of countless ordinary death bees. Although those lower-level death bees cannot truly harm Li Fu and Davis, tens of thousands of them rushing at them can certainly put them in a very awkward position. Moreover, the most important point is the death strike of this golden sting death bee. Soul beasts never wait passively for death, knowing it is facing certain doom. The golden sting death bee will undoubtedly shoot its long needle without hesitation. This strike poses a significant threat, whether to Li Fu, who is at the title Douluo level, or to Davis, who has reached the 10th layer of the 13 Protector's Golden Bell Shield. Chapter 63. White Tiger's Divine Sword. Serpent Woman's expertise in entangling men combined to hunt this golden sting death bee. Li Fu took a bit of a risk, activating his maximum speed and swiftly penetrating deep into the territory of the death bees. Davis used his lightness skill to traverse 1,000 miles in an instant, simultaneously activating his second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault, which followed closely behind. Before the golden death bee could react, Li Fu directly unleashed his full power to activate his Gale Domain, trapping it within and immobilizing it. The main effect of the Gale Domain is to enhance wind attribute skills, rather than strong control. Once the golden death bee was suppressed by the domain, it kept trying to use its stinger to threaten Li Fu. At the same time, through the information from the swarm, it summoned a large number of its kind to guard itself. However, the chaotic wind pressure within the Gale Domain made it very difficult for it to aim. After a while, it barely managed to align its tail towards Li Fu's back. If hit by this strike, even Li Fu, a title Douluo, would be severely injured. However, once the stinger was shot out, even if it could inflict damage, the golden death bee would be doomed. As the ruler of its species, and with a certain level of intelligence as an older soul beast, the golden death bee was still engaged in a tug-of-war with Li Fu and did not shoot its stinger directly. Just then, Li Fu activated his first soul skill, White Tiger's Golden Qi. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, level 3. Fifth soul skill, Golden Constant Pillar of Suppression. Davis maximized his state and immediately unleashed a strong control skill. A mysterious totem pillar carrying the essence of gold and space descended from the sky, pinning the golden death bee directly beneath it. This 46,000-year-old soul ring ability, still a mysterious skill of the space type, struck the golden death bee, which was completely unprepared with full force. Even though it was an 80,000-year-old soul beast, it was temporarily unable to escape the powerful spatial binding of the Golden Pillar. Seizing the opportunity while the Golden Death Bee was restrained, Li Fu executed the Tiger Claw fatal hand, and with one claw, he severed its lower body. Upon witnessing the Bee King being heavily injured, the surrounding death bees went wild, swarming towards Davis and Li Fu in groups. The gray-blue and silver bee stings shot towards the two like a torrential rain of Tang San's pear blossom needle. Unfortunately, in the face of Davis and Li Fu's defenses, aside from a few silver stings from the golden death bees that needed to be dodged, the ordinary death bees of 100 years and the blue death bees of 1,000 years posed no threat at all. Even if they were hit by hundreds or thousands of stings, it was merely turning their clothes into a sieve with no harm to their bodies. Just as Davis was about to strike and take the life of the golden death bee, a sudden change occurred. A pure and nearly ultimate wave of golden soul power appeared within the perception range of Davis and Li Fu. It was the tail sting skill of the golden death bee. This swarm actually had more than one golden death bee. All bee soul beast groups have a habit. When a second queen bee appears in the swarm, the old queen will instinctively reject the new queen to maintain her absolute dominance in the group. The young queen will soon leave to establish her own new swarm. Therefore, neither Davis nor Li Fu expected that there would be a hidden second golden death bee in this swarm. The only possibility for such a situation is that the new queen is the biological daughter of the old queen. In this case, the old queen would allow the new queen to gather a group of her own power within the swarm, and once she was strong enough, she would leave the group. Given the despairingly low evolution ratio of the death bees, the probability of this situation occurring is almost infinitesimally close to zero. Whether it was bad luck or fortunate timing, it just so happened that Davis and Li Fu encountered it. This hidden golden death bee, around 60,000 years old, was indeed the direct daughter of the old queen. Upon seeing her mother heavily injured by Li Fu, she unhesitatingly shot her death bee stings at him at the cost of her own life. The tail sting shot by the 50,000-year-old golden death bee, sacrificed for life, might not take Li Fu's life, but it was enough to inflict significant damage. Li Fu was maintaining the storm field to bind the old queen and prevent her from releasing stings or escaping. But he was half a beat too slow to react to the ambush from the new queen, and in that half beat, he was unable to respond. But Davis was able to. Second soul skill, Golden Feather Assault. With the enhancement of this soul skill, Davis's reflexes and movement speed skyrocketed. Stepping with a speed akin to 1,000 miles in an instant, he transformed into a golden figure, blocking the path between Li Fu and the new queen. The 13th Guardian's Golden Bell Shield was operating at its limit, and the effects of the White Tiger's golden aura and the Diamond White Tiger transformation had not yet faded, putting Davis in a fully defensive state. At the same time, for the first time in battle, he activated one of his trump cards, the External Soul Bone. Golden Dragon swallowing heaven armor. As Davis's soul power increased, the age of this External Soul Bone had also risen to the 10,000-year level, providing a considerable boost to his defense. Seeing Davis about to block the damage for him, Li Fu felt a surge of urgency but did not dare to relax his control over the old queen, lest the 80,000-year-old golden death bee also release stings. He could only watch helplessly as the golden death bee's tail sting shot towards Davis's chest. Ding! This was a collision of two nearly ultimate golden soul powers. A duel between the ultimate defense and attack represented by the gold attribute. After shooting the tail sting, the new queen fell to the ground dead. The tiny tail sting knocked Davis back several meters, yet ultimately failed to penetrate the layers of protection around him. The tail sting only left a pinhole-sized hole on the golden dragon swallowing heaven armor, but could not break through the defense of the 13th Guardian's Golden Bell Shield. At this point, the battle between the two and the swarm should come to an end. Davis watched the old golden death be struggling in the Li Fu field, a hint of coldness in his eyes. A thick golden soul power frantically gathered in the palm of his hand, quickly forming into a long spear made of gold elements. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Penetrating Spear. Kill. The spear shot out, piercing through the broken tail of the golden death bee and emerging from its head, taking away the life of this 80,000-year-old soul beast in a single strike. Unfortunately, this golden death bee didn't even have the chance to unleash its final brilliant attack before being killed by Davis, a quasi-soul emperor. After successfully killing the golden death bee, the entire swarm went into a frenzy, desperately charging towards Davis and Li Fu, trying to shoot them with their tail stingers. But all of this was in vain. After the golden death bee died, The remaining swarm, no matter how numerous, could not pose a threat to the two. They quickly escaped the scene with the corpse of the Golden Death Bee, soon evading the swarm's pursuit. Absorbing an 80,000-year soul ring requires a considerable amount of time. To prevent disturbances from passing soul beasts, Davis found a cave at the edge of a cliff to absorb the soul ring. Davis set aside the corpse of the Golden Mantis Killer Bee, sat cross-legged, and began to operate the Chuanjin heart method. The soul ring was drawn in and soon merged into Davis's body. After the soul ring entered his body, Davis felt a tremendous wave of soul power surging towards him. At the same time, a chilling resentment began to invade the depths of Davis's consciousness. However, this time Davis was fully prepared. The 13 Guardians had cultivated the Golden Bell Shield to the 10th level, which could already be considered great mastery. Upon reaching this stage, not only had it greatly enhanced Davis's physical body, but also formed a protective layer with a dense network structure within his internal organs, blood vessels, and meridians. No matter how turbulent the incoming soul power was, after being weakened by this dense network, it could no longer harm Davis's body. As for the task of absorbing soul power, that was to be entrusted to the Chuanjin heart method, which had cleared all 12 meridians. With the body forged by the 13 Guardians serving as a dam and the nearly perfected Chuanjin heart method acting as a channel, even the surging waves of soul power condensed within the 80,000-year soul ring could be managed and mitigated by the layered dam and channel within Davis's body, preventing any major disaster. As for the residual soul of the Golden Mantis Killer Bee counterattacking, when faced with a pair of black and white flying swords in Davis's soul, it could only stir up waves in his consciousness like a defeated dog. Soon, it was shredded by the flying swords, turning into nourishment for Davis's soul cultivation. Once the fluctuations of soul power and spiritual energy in Davis's body stabilized, Li Fu also relaxed, quietly guarding Davis at the entrance of the cave. At this moment, the old man felt a bit regretful and fearful. A titled Douluo like him actually had to rely on Davis, a quasi-soul emperor, to help block attacks, putting his lord in the face of such terrifying assaults. If it weren't for the prince's own strength, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In this mindset, Li Fu, who was guarding Davis, was extremely tense, not daring to miss any sign of movement. After a long while, Davis opened his eyes, filled with an uncontainable look of surprise. The 80,000-year soul ring had pushed his soul power to level 64. The advantages of a strong body and a strong soul were evident. Davis was able to absorb the extra soul power from the soul ring, almost saving a third of the accumulation time for each level. Davis's soul skill this time is somewhat different from what was expected, but it can be considered a pleasant surprise. Perhaps influenced by the pair of flying swords and the visualization of his soul, the 80,000-year Golden Lightning Death Bee soul ring has granted Davis a soul skill called White Tiger Divine Sword. This skill allows him to summon 2 golden soul power flying swords, which can be controlled freely by Davis's mental strength to strangle enemies, similar to the swordsmanship in a fairy tale world. The flying swords travel at an extremely fast speed, deal high damage, and possess the ability to break armor and penetrate through targets. This soul skill is particularly favored by Davis. After all, what boy could resist the coolness of pointing a finger to control swords and slay enemies? Unlike the 4th soul skill, White Tiger Piercing Gun, which delivers a one-time frontal strike, this skill is much more flexible and versatile, as the pair of flying swords can be freely manipulated by Davis's consciousness. The stronger Davis's soul, the stronger his control over the soul power flying swords. This skill not only increases Davis's lethality and enriches his combat methods, but also enhances his potential for multi-line operations. While he is in a stalemate with the opponent's strong attack-type soul master, he activates this soul skill, allowing 2 long swords to pierce through all the fragile backline of the enemy. Additionally, what surprised Davis even more was that 2 Golden Sting Death Bees had produced soul bones. One was a 60,000-year-old right arm soul bone, and the other was an 80,000-year-old left arm soul bone. Although he did not yet know the specific skills of these 2 soul bones, Davis was sure they would be suitable for both him and Dou Wei. What kind of soul bone skills could the Golden Sting Death Bee produce? It was easy to guess that they would likely involve penetration, sharpness, and armor-breaking skills. Such skills were essential for both Davis, who pursued the ultimate in metal attributes as a strong attack type, and Dou Wei, who was a natural shooter. Looking at these 2 soul bones, Davis planned their allocation. Dou Wei's left arm soul bone position was already occupied by the space-type soul bone left by her father, so the 60,000 000 year old right arm soul bone would go to her. Since Davis wielded his sword with his right hand, he was accustomed to using his left hand to release the strong attack soul skill, White Tiger Piercing Gun, making the 80,000 year old left arm soul bone perfectly suitable for him. The performance of that Golden Sting Death B was so impressive that Davis had high expectations for the skills carried by the soul bones. He immediately pressed the soul bone against his left arm and activated his soul power to absorb it. Soon, the soul bone completely fused into Davis's body, granting him a soul bone skill that was close to his expectations. Pierce through heaven and earth, greatly amplifies the destructive power and penetration of the next attack. Limited to once per day. Under this soul bone skill, both the 4th soul skill, White Tiger Piercing Gun, and the newly acquired 6th soul skill, White Tiger Divine Sword, could receive a significant boost. As for the soul bone skill's cooldown time of a day, Davis found it very normal. After all, the stronger the skill, the longer the cooldown time, and this was widely acknowledged. At this point, Davis had already stored 2 premium soul bones in his spatial soul guide. In addition to the 60,000 year old right arm bone of the Golden Sting Death B, there was also the 80,000 year old right arm bone of the Diamond Monkey gifted by the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Just right, this time he had secretly gone out to travel without bringing his teammates, so he felt a bit guilty. When he returned to Xinghua, he would consider it a local specialty brought back for his teammates. Davis and Li Fu quickly left the Starry Forest. When they returned to Tiando City, they found that the atmosphere in the entire city was much livelier than in the previous days. Davis returned home and inquired about it, only to find out that the Lantern Festival was approaching. The Lantern Festival is an important holiday in the Tiando Empire. Not only a day for countless families to reunite and celebrate, but also a day for many young men and women to express their feelings. Similar to the Lantern Festival on Earth. On this day, all cities hold lantern fairs, with thousands of colorful lanterns illuminating the entire city in a dazzling array of colors, creating a romantic atmosphere that is perfect for confessions of love. Davis had lived in the Starry Empire since childhood and had never experienced the brilliance of a Lantern Festival. Listening to people's descriptions, he suddenly began to look forward to the festival. However, his anticipation quickly faded. This was because Dou Qi had come to him, also for the Lantern Festival. She wanted to meet with Davis and go to the most bustling Emerald Street in Tiando City to enjoy the lanterns on the day of the festival. Emerald Street was home to the nobility, and the shops there sold high-end luxury goods. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce also had 2 stores there, which Davis naturally knew about. It was the most exciting part of the Tiando City Lantern Festival every year. Normally, there were no restrictions on entry, but on the day of the Lantern Festival, only nobles or those with passes could enter to enjoy the lanterns. Seeing Davis hesitating, Dou Qi urged him, "What? The Grand Prince of the Starry Empire is actually afraid to go to the Lantern Festival with a little girl like me? No way." As she spoke, Dou Qi suddenly stood up, brushed her purple hair behind her ear, and leaned slightly toward Davis's seat. Her captivating phoenix eyes glanced up slightly and then locked onto Davis's eyes, leaving him no room to evade. Davis knew very well the thoughts of the purple-haired girl before him. Cornered by her, he had no choice but to respond directly. "Sigh, Miss Dou Qi, I understand your feelings. But in my view, matters of the heart cannot be forced. It is something that requires mutual consent for both parties. I prefer things to develop naturally with mutual affection. Do you understand what I mean?" Davis felt that he couldn't respond to Dou Qi's feelings in a short period of time, so he could only reply decisively, implying that he had no thoughts about her, that she was just infatuated. But unexpectedly, things fell into place, and mutual feelings developed. "Got it. So would you like to go to the Lantern Festival with me the day after tomorrow?" "Davis, what do you understand? Who exactly has the problem with understanding?" Seeing Davis stunned, a hint of cunning flashed in Dou Qi's eyes. "What you said, to let things happen naturally. Then going to the Lantern Festival together is the process of guiding water into the channel. The young men and women of the Heavenly Dou Empire are like this, meeting, getting to know each other, falling in love at the Lantern Festival, and finally becoming husband and wife, accompanying each other for a lifetime. I am willing to experience this process with you." "Davis, am I saying this?" Davis had a big head and wanted to explain clearly, but when he saw the faint sorrow hidden behind the girl's beaming smile, the words of refusal he intended to say just wouldn't come out. Who would really want to hurt the heart of a beautiful girl? In that moment, Davis thought of the couple's martial arts, the Jade Maiden Heart sword technique, and for a moment, he didn't know what he was thinking. He just inexplicably opened his mouth and replied, "Okay." As soon as the words left his mouth, Davis secretly thought to himself that it was a disaster. Then it's settled. I'll come find you the night after tomorrow. Dou Qi gave him no chance to regret, immediately taking over the conversation and solidifying the agreement. At this moment, looking at Dou Qi again, the hint of sorrow that had just been in her eyes had long since disappeared. It was obvious that she was faking it. Davis could only smile bitterly. It is said that the snake woman is as gentle as water and as passionate as fire. And indeed, from the look of Dou Qi, this is quite true. Being entangled with a snake woman is truly a happy trouble. However, this kind of trouble inexplicably gave Davis a slight feeling of excitement. Chapter 64. The Hidden Danger Beneath the Lantern Festival, Part 1. After seeing off Dou Qi, Davis had to go meet her grandfather at the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Regarding the use of this precious land, besides cultivation and nurturing spiritual herbs, Davis had an immature idea. The radiation range of the ice and fire yin-yang eye is actually not small, but currently, apart from the core area near the spring, which is filled with various rare spiritual plants, most of it is actually idle. Douluo only uses a small part of it as a medicinal garden. What can be done with the remaining part? Neither expanding the cultivation of spiritual herbs nor inviting a large number of subordinates to practice here is feasible. Both options carry the risk of exposing this precious land. This is near the capital of another country. Once the magical nature of the ice and fire yin-yang eye is exposed, Davis, far away, can only let the Dou Empire benefit or attract the covetousness of the Spirit Hall. After repeated consideration, Davis came up with a plan to mass plant purple core alfalfa. Purple core alfalfa is a spiritual plant native to the Star Dou forest, and it is the favorite food of horse-type spirit beasts. Long-term consumption can strengthen the physique of horse-type spirit beasts and extend their lifespan. The higher the lifespan of the purple core alfalfa, the greater its effect on horse-type spirit beasts. Most importantly, a soul master who personally feeds the purple core alfalfa for a long time. As long as their strength can overpower the horse-type spirit beast they are nurturing, can easily gain its loyalty. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce has engaged in the purple core alfalfa trade to serve several noble families in Xingluo City that raise horse-type spirit beasts. After all, who can resist the thrill of riding a fine horse? However, this business has never been large, primarily because, although purple core alfalfa grows quickly, it has very high environmental requirements. Currently, it has only been found deep in the Star Dou forest, and its yield is indeed very limited. Those capable of entering the depths of the Star Dou forest, unless they are truly poor, would not look down on just a single purple core alfalfa. Thus, in the entire Xingluo city, the number of handsome young men who own a horse-type spirit beast as a mount is only a few dozen in total. But what if purple core alfalfa is planted in the sacred land of spiritual plants, the ice and fire yin-yang eye? Davis is almost certain that purple core alfalfa can not only survive here, but will grow at a normal rate of 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. This herb requires almost no care as long as it is planted in suitable soil. It can grow wildly, and once it matures, it can be harvested in batches. This task, which requires no technical skill, can be accomplished by arranging two trusted subordinates. In the western grasslands of the Starry Empire, there are dozens to hundreds of horse-type soul beast groups, with the smallest group exceeding 100, although most of them are 10-year soul beasts. With a large supply of high-quality, high-age purple core alfalfa, Davis can cultivate a significant number of horse-type soul beasts that are over 1,000 years old. What does this represent? The ultimate cavalry of the cold weapon era. Even in this world of Douluo, where strength is paramount and martial souls determine everything, once there appears a cavalry of over 1,000 units with mounts that are 1,000-year soul beasts and knights who are soul masters above the soul master level. They still have the power to destroy any military formation, as long as Tang San's Zhuge crossbows do not become rampant in the future. The cavalry trained by Davis will be invincible on the battlefield. An army of soul masters below Soul Emperor is almost certain to scatter upon a charge. If a few top military experts are added to the cavalry regiment, even powerful beings like Soul Saints and Soul Douluo would not dare to face their charge directly. Davis carefully planned and increasingly felt that the Soul Master Cavalry Corps had potential. He immediately contacted the head of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in Tiando City, requesting him to collect a batch of living purple core alfalfa or its seeds in the shortest time possible. The power of money is invincible at a lower level. In just one day, over 90 of the living purple core alfalfa in Tiando City and nearby cities have been collected and sent to Davis. When Davis walked in front of Douluo with a space soul guide full of purple core alfalfa, he felt quite nervous, no matter how he beautified it. The task he arranged for Douluo seemed rather lowly. Planting horse grass? Grassland manager? Look at this. Does it make sense? Is this something a titled Douluo should be doing? Naturally, Douluo's face turned sour after hearing Davis's request, and coupled with his precious granddaughter's actions. The face that had just been healed by Davis now seemed even greener than when he was poisoned. It wasn't until Davis promised to send Yang Wudi over immediately to assist Douluo with the task and to discuss various medicinal uses with him that the old poison master reluctantly agreed with a dark expression. Upon seeing the old poison master relent, Davis happily pulled out all the purple core alfalfa from the Space Soul Guide, creating a mountain of grass in front of Douluo. Then, taking advantage of Douluo still being in shock, he quickly fled from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, even casually slashing away the soul power pressure that Douluo was releasing while roaring. Regarding Douluo's reaction, Davis felt a mix of fear and a hint of pride. Other traversers could at most make Douluo their lackey, but only I have made him take on the roles of farmer and grassland manager. And perhaps he will even have to be a medicinal herb harvester when it's harvest time. This could be considered a special achievement, Davis thought. The system seemed to resonate with Davis's thoughts, and the prompt sound arrived as expected. Achievement unlocked. Mischievous troublemaker. Proactively provoked a top expert, and easily escaped from their pursuit. Reward. Martial arts card. 5 Poisons Secret Manual. The 5 Poisons Secret Manual is a summary of martial arts by the Red Snake Fairy Macho, including the Red Snake Divine Palm acquired through her experiences in the Jianghu, various poisons, and their antidote preparation methods. This martial arts classic focuses on poison techniques and palm techniques, making it a tailor-made set of martial arts for poison, attribute, agility-type soul masters. In Davis's social circle, the most suitable recipients of this martial arts manual are undoubtedly the irritable Douluo and his granddaughter Dou Qi. However, Douluo now doesn't need a test to know his favorability is insufficient. After all, he had just been angered by Davis. Dou Qi's favorability is certainly enough. But Davis dares not provoke this young snake girl now. Thinking of this, Davis smiled and shook his head, placing the martial arts card into the Space Soul Guide. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As dusk approached, colorful lanterns were hung up at Davis's residence by the servants. The Lantern Festival was about to begin. The purple-haired snake girl who had been giving him a headache also came knocking. However, the two had a prior agreement, and with Davis's character, he naturally wouldn't break it. After all, whether he stretched his neck or retracted it, it would be the same outcome, so it was better to be straightforward. After nightfall, the two dressed formally and set out for Emerald Street. Along the way, the colorful lanterns hung by each household, the young men and women walking hand in hand, and the joyous laughter of the people made every corner of Tiando City filled with a romantic atmosphere. In this romantic ambience, Dou Qi naturally linked her arm with Davis, her soft body gently pressing against his right arm. The tender embrace was indeed a hero's grave. Feeling the warmth of the girl's body, Davis's body suddenly stiffened. But at this moment, refusing sternly would be too much of a mood killer, so Davis simply opened his mouth but said nothing, pretending to be nonchalant and continuing to walk forward. Although Emerald Street wasn't far from the residence Davis purchased, he felt as if he had walked a long time to get there. It was unclear whether this was being intoxicated in the moment or just passing the time slowly. Perhaps even Davis himself couldn't answer that question. Once they entered Emerald Street, Dou Qi's attention was drawn to the dazzling, colorful lanterns. And only then was Davis's arm finally freed from the tender embrace. It must be said that the lanterns on Emerald Street were indeed more exquisite than those in other places. There were all sorts of colorful lanterns shaped like small animals, martial spirits, and handsome men and beautiful women. Davis even found a colorful lamp that simulated the white tiger martial soul, although to fit the public aesthetic. The majestic white tiger was transformed into a cute little cub, with its mouth wide open showing 2 sharp little tiger teeth, making a fierce roaring pose. The little white tiger was vivid, both adorable and expressive, and Davis liked it very much. Not only did he not ask the shopkeeper for copyright fees for the martial soul image, but he also specifically spent money to buy that colorful lamp. When Dou Qi saw the little white tiger lamp in Davis's hand, she really wanted it. So she cleverly thought of a plan and went to another shop nearby to buy a colorful lamp shaped like a green snake, preparing to run back and exchange it for the little white tiger lamp with Davis. The exchange of personal color lamps could be considered a warm interaction between couples, right? Dou Qi was thinking sweetly when she suddenly saw Davis's expression change to one of great seriousness. Seeing the change in Davis's expression, Dou Qi thought she had annoyed him by being too proactive and was about to explain when she saw Davis directly activate his martial soul. The domineering and majestic white tiger martial soul appeared behind Davis, accompanied by 6 astonishingly configured soul rings of yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black. At the same time, Dou Qi suddenly felt a chill at the back of her head. A strong wave of soul power surged behind her, and 2 powerful winds brushed against her face as they rushed past her side, heading straight for Davis. This was a soul skill from a high-ranking soul master. Dou Qi reacted immediately. As the only family member of Douluo, she usually interacted with many high-ranking soul masters of Soul Saint and Soul Douluo level, and she had seen Douluo instructing other Soul Douluo and Soul Saints in battles. She was very familiar with this terrifying aura. A high-ranking soul master was attacking them. Dou Qi was completely stunned. The wave of soul power coming from behind her, along with the 2 attacks that deliberately avoided her and rushed straight at Davis, all reminded her that someone was trying to assassinate Davis. In the capital of the empire, in the bustling Emerald Street, during the grand festival of the colorful lanterns when the whole nation was celebrating, someone actually dared to carry out an assassination, and the target was the legitimate heir of a neighboring country's royal family. This was slapping the entire Tiando Empire in the face. Even someone as bold as Dou Qi was frightened at this moment. But Davis in front of her was not scared. Before he could become alert himself, he had already received a warning from the old man, Li Fu, who was secretly protecting him. The enemy was coming fiercely. A powerful titled Douluo was confronting Li Fu in the shadows, and it seemed he couldn't shake off the opponent for the time being. In addition to that, there were also 2 Soul Douluo and 2 Soul Saints directly attacking Davis. With such a luxurious lineup, and all of them being masters who had never made a name for themselves on the continent, Davis already knew whose handiwork it was without needing to say more. The Spirit Hall must have already discovered Davis's extraordinary abilities and wanted to eliminate future threats in advance. This was a meticulously arranged killing move targeted at Davis, deploying 1 titled Douluo, 2 Soul Douluo, and 2 Soul Saints. Davis's eyes flickered with cold light, and killing intent surged. The pups of the Spirit Hall made their biggest mistake by sending only 1 titled Douluo. The external soul bone, golden dragon swallowing heaven armor, manifested on Davis's body, and the dazzling golden armor, combined with his handsome appearance, made him look like a celestial being descended from the heavens. First soul skill, White Tiger Essence Gold Barrier, fully activated. Third soul skill, Diamond White Tiger Transformation, Super Frequency Mode. The 2 enhanced soul skills instantly elevated Davis's soul power fluctuation from Soul Emperor level to Soul Sage level. The True Heart method operated at full capacity, and the 13 Protector's Golden Bell Shield was activated to its maximum level. When 2 sneak attacks from Soul, the level experts came, Davis didn't even bother to dodge, directly bracing his body against them, while simultaneously activating his newly acquired 6th Spirit Ring. 6th soul skill, White Tiger Divine Sword. 2 dazzling golden soul power swords flew out from Davis's back, 1 to the left and 1 to the right, slicing toward the direction from which the sneak attacks had come. The flying swords were extremely fast, but the attacking soul Douluo were both agility type and not slow either, dodging the attack of Davis's flying swords. With the swords missing their targets, they flew far away, seemingly indicating that Davis's strike had completely missed. At the same time, 2 more Soul Saints emerged from both sides, directly activating their martial spirits and launching their strongest attacks at Davis. 6th soul skill, Barbarian Bear Force Charge. 6th soul skill, Iron Lion Golden Light Palm. 1 was a Barbarian Bear martial spirit, and the other was an Iron Armored Lion martial spirit, both being powerful attack-type martial spirits. Although they couldn't match the 2 Soul Douluo, their timing was impeccable. At this moment, just as Davis's big move had just missed, a typical Soul Master would be in a state of unease, unable to guard against the sudden assault from these 2 formidable experts on either side. Even if Davis had means to temporarily boost his defense against the Soul Douluo's attacks, he might not be able to withstand these 2 moves under such circumstances. As the 2 Soul Saints rushed in close, it seemed that Davis had fallen into a desperate situation. However, when the attacks truly reached him, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Davis's mouth. Got you. Davis withdrew his hands from the flying swords and grabbed the 2 Soul Saints who were charging forward, 1 in each hand, who said that controlling a sword must be done with fingers. Shaolin Dragon Clo Technique 2. Crack, crack. The sounds of 2 joints shattering echoed, and the momentum of the 2 Soul Saints attack came to an abrupt halt. These 2 Soul Saints had chosen to rush in for close combat because they were powerful assault-type Soul Masters. They never expected that one day they would have their wrists so easily broken by a soul master ranked lower than themselves. The excruciating pain from the shattered joints made their legs go weak, and with a surge of soul power, Davis caused them to kneel on the ground. The two soul Douluos in the front saw this sudden change, and were about to rush forward to help. Swish! Swish! Two sharp sounds pierced the air as Davis used his spiritual sense to control the two soul power flying swords to turn and stab towards the backs of the two soul Douluos who were about to come to the rescue. The expressions of the two soul Douluos changed drastically at the same time, and they instinctively retreated, no longer daring to think about providing aid. The two soul power long swords summoned by Davis's sixth soul skill suddenly descended from the sky. After the two soul Douluos retreated, they changed direction in an instant and impaled the two soul saints that Davis had captured to the ground. These two soul saints didn't even have time to unleash their strongest soul skill, their martial soul true body, before being killed instantly by Davis. The long swords fell from the sky, piercing through the heads of the two soul saints and emerging from beneath. Such a ruthless method of killing shocked even the two soul Douluos on the opposing side. This brutal death was enough to make any man feel a chill in their groin. Davis killed two people in quick succession and, still not satisfied, casually dropped their bodies to the ground. He looked at the two soul Douluos, who were unsure whether to advance or retreat, and said with a smile, "Don't rush, seniors. It'll be your turn soon." Before he finished speaking, the two golden long swords embedded in the ground rose into the air again, but they didn't fly out immediately. They hovered beside Davis, exuding a threatening aura. During the previous battle, the two soul Douluos had realized just how fast and fierce these swords were. Even though their strength was 2 levels higher than Davis, they dared not let their guard down for a moment. Given the power with which the dual swords had just slain those two soul saints, if they were to be hit, it would likely result in either death or serious injury. After all, the two of them were only agility-type soul masters, far less durable than strength-type soul masters. Davis seized the opportunity while they focused most of their energy on the flying sword and decisively used the instantaneous movement to rush forward. First soul skill, Golden Feather Assault. With the enhancement of 2 major acceleration skills, Davis instantly charged in front of the two. First soul skill, White Tiger's Golden Aura. Fifth soul skill, Golden Hang's Sky-Settling Pillar. Davis's surrounding aura dissipated, and then a more powerful metallic aura entwined, enhancing the golden totem pillar that descended from the sky, which slammed heavily onto one of the soul Douluo. Want to suppress me beyond your level? Dream on. Seventh soul skill, Shadow Leopard True Body. The soul Douluo targeted by Davis felt a deadly threat. His eyes widened in fury, and in an instant activated his martial soul true body to resist, wanting to dispel Davis's control skill. But this powerful control skill that combined the gold and space attributes was immensely strong. Once a target was locked on, even if the soul Douluo resisted with all his might, he would still be controlled for a moment. The two flying swords hovering beside Davis shot out like bloodthirsty sharks, targeting the controlled soul Douluo. Seventh soul skill, Fire Cloud Eagle True Body. The other soul Douluo certainly couldn't just watch his teammate perish, gritting his teeth. He stepped forward and also activated his martial soul true body to block the two swords for him. The two flying swords rushed past, leaving deep bone-visible scars on the Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo's arms, but ultimately they didn't cause heavy injuries. Instead, due to the activation of the martial soul true body, the wounds were rapidly healing. The Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo was overjoyed in his heart, and taking advantage of the strong state during the activation of the martial soul true body, he directly activated his strongest attack skill. Eighth soul skill, Fire Cloud Burning Arrow. A sharp arrow formed from crimson flames shot out from the mouth of the Fire Cloud Eagle, aimed at Davis's chest. At such a close range, even with Davis's speed, there was almost no chance to dodge. Davis had originally planned to rely on the 13 Guardians to withstand the attack with his Golden Bell Shield, but this had nearly reached a Contra-level limit of attack. Even for Davis, enduring it would result in significant injury. After all, he only possessed the physical strength of a defensive Contra, without the soul power level and defensive soul skills of a defensive Contra. However, in this critical moment, Davis suddenly had a flash of inspiration and revealed a mysterious smile. The golden radiance sword in his hand was drawn, and his soul power was maximally concentrated on the sword. Utilizing the strongest breaking technique of the 5 Mountain Sword Technique, how could the Taishan sword technique fail? With a thrust, he struck precisely at the weakest point of that blazing red arrow's energy construct. Smoke dissipated. A Contra, unleashing the 8th soul skill beneath his martial soul's true form, was effortlessly shattered by Davis with a single sword strike. Moreover, the Fire Cloud Eagle Contra had already advanced to close quarters to ensure Davis had nowhere to dodge. At this moment, after Davis pierced through his 8th soul skill with the Taishan technique, he gently pushed the Golden Radiance sword forward, effortlessly piercing through the heart of the Fire Cloud Eagle Contra. Chapter 66. Purple Shadow Dances. Life and death together. Davis exerted a slight force, driving the Golden Fong sword deeper a few inches. Soul power surged from the tip of the sword, shattering the heart of the Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo. A Soul Douluo level expert already possesses strong vitality. Even if the vital heart is shattered, they do not die immediately. However, the continuous spouting of blood from his mouth and the rapid depletion of his strength served as reminders to the Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo that he was already on the path to the underworld. He widened his eyes, his face filled with unwillingness and regret. Davis's sword strike was too fast, too precise, and too ruthless. From a moment, Davis used the Golden Pillar of Void to pin down the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo. To the golden sword piercing through the heart of the Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo, the fierce exchange seemed to last only a second or two. After all, the gap in cultivation between a Soul Emperor and a Soul Douluo was too great, and even though the Golden Pillar of Void was a powerful soul skill, it was only 46,000 years old. Under the suppression of the dual attributes of gold and void, the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo was controlled for just a breath before managing to escape. However, during that single breath, the situation on the battlefield had changed dramatically. When he broke free, he witnessed Davis piercing the heart of the Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo with his golden sword. The 8th soul skill, Shadow Killing Dagger. A dagger formed from shadows appeared in the hands of the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo, which he then hurled at Davis with great force. These two had been teammates and close friends in their youth. Seeing the defeat of the Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo filled the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo with rage, leading him to disregard his own safety and unleash his strongest soul skill against Davis. This Shadow Killing Dagger was the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo's ultimate technique, with its damage directly proportional to the killer's intent. The more intense the killing intent, the higher the damage. Having witnessed his dear friend die at Davis's hands, the killing intent in the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo had already boiled over. This strike would require even an ordinary title Douluo to be cautious. This soul skill carried heavy murderous intent, so its speed was not particularly fast. But Davis could not evade it, as the dagger had locked onto his heart with deadly precision due to the killing intent. Davis's soul had sensed the power of this skill and was about to draw his sword to counter and defend against it, but he found himself unable to move. The Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo, on the brink of death, had used the last bit of his strength to grasp the hilt of the Golden Light sword and push the tip forward, wedging it between the gaps of his own ribs at the back of his chest. Even though he was just a step away from death, he was still a strong fighter who had fought his way out from among countless low-level soul masters. The Fire Cloud Eagle Soul Douluo knew he was doomed, but he was unwilling to close his eyes just like that. He wanted to die alongside Davis, the one who was trying to kill him, while also creating an opportunity for his friend to escape. This was the unspoken understanding formed between these good brothers over decades of life and death together. Davis is immortal, and the Shadow Leopard cannot possibly escape from his pair of soul power, flying swords, all by himself. Davis unleashed his power, finally pulling the Golden Fong sword out of the body of the Fire Cloud Griffin Soul Douluo. However, at that moment, the 8th soul skill of the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo was already within inches of Davis's chest. Faced with this all-out attack from the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo, Davis had no chance to use his Dai Zone to counter it this time. However, with the external soul bone, the Golden Dragon Devouring Heaven armor, and the 13th Protector's horizontal training Golden Bell shield from the 10th pass, Davis was actually not very afraid of taking this hit head-on. Even if this move broke through the limits of a title Douluo, he would only suffer a light injury at most. But just as he was about to endure this piercing blow, he suddenly noticed a purple figure appear in front of him. With a thrust, the shadow-killing dagger pierced through that figure and still struck Davis. The lethal intent of the shadow-killing dagger had been revealed. It barely injured Davis and didn't even penetrate the surface of his Golden Dragon Devouring Heaven armor. Nor did it reach the defense of the 13th Protector's horizontal training Golden Bell shield. Davis was completely stunned, and it wasn't until the purple-haired girl slowly fell in front of him that he managed to see her face clearly. Her delicate features were now furrowed in pain, but Davis could still see the expressions of infatuation, love, suffering, and regret written all over her face. Each emotion felt like a knife sharper than the Shadow Killer's dagger, precisely stabbing into Davis's heart again and again. Alone, lonely, wild goose. Davis immediately reached out to catch the falling Dou Qi, feeling the taste of heartache for the first time. Ever since he arrived in this world, Davis, born into nobility and gifted with exceptional talents, equipped with a powerful golden finger and protected by the guards of his maternal clan, had never experienced any real setbacks. Similarly, as a visitor from another world, apart from his family, only those teammates he grew up with could slightly touch the seemingly cheerful yet actually closed-off heart of Davis. Until this dagger pierced through Dou Qi's heart, it seemed to penetrate the barriers outside of Davis's heart, allowing him to truly feel the source of pain, stirring up immense waves in the depths of his lonely heart. The Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo, seeing that his decisive strike had failed, immediately activated his strongest charging soul skill, attempting to escape. With all his teammates dead and his strongest attack already exposed, there was no chance left to kill Davis. Moreover, this strike that pierced the heart of the purple-haired girl was enough to make Davis feel pain, also avenging his close friend's blood feud. It was better to preserve his life for now and seek revenge on Davis in the future. Although Davis only lowered his head to hold Dou Qi, not pursuing or using ranged soul skills against the Shadow Leopard Soul Douluo, Li Fu had already repelled the opposing title Douluo and was rushing over. Among title Douluos, as long as neither had broken through level 95, the overall difference wouldn't be too great. Li Fu's ability to repel the opponent in such a short time showed that he was fighting for his life. Cut off my legs, leave my life to me. For the first time, Davis issued an order in such a serious tone to the respected elder Li Fu. Li Fu did not stop his pace, slightly nodded, and without hesitation activated his ultimate move against the Shadow Leopard Conqueror. 8th Soul Skill, Black Obliteration Blade. A pitch-black blade cut through the void, cleaving the unresponsive Shadow Leopard Conqueror into 3 parts, severing both legs at the knees. The Shadow Leopard Conqueror, who was desperately trying to escape, simultaneously lost both legs, and the intense pain, massive blood loss, and despair of losing his way out drove him to let out a painful howl. Thus, the assassination team sent by the Spirit Hall to kill Davis suffered heavy losses, 3 dead and 1 severely injured, with only the title Douluo managing to escape. It could be said that they suffered significant losses. However, no matter how glorious the outcome of this battle was, looking at the gravely injured Dou Qi in his arms, with her heart pierced and on the brink of death, Davis couldn't find it in himself to smile. Yet Dou Qi could still smile. Despite having a fatal wound that pierced her heart, she was still smiling, more beautifully and vibrantly than ever before in front of Davis. She even tried to raise her right hand to touch Davis's face, but was unable to do so due to the loss of strength in her body. Davis was heartbroken and hurriedly grabbed her right hand, placing it on his face, allowing her fingers to gently caress his cheek. At that moment, scenes flashed through Davis's mind, each frame depicting moments since they had met. There was the time she blushed deeply while removing her outer garment for the detox, the heartfelt kiss after her detox when she flew into his arms, the insistence with which she had dragged him to the Lantern Festival during their next meeting, playful and cunning. And just now, when she had run towards him with the little green snake lantern, full of joy, though they had known each other for only a few short days and had met just a few times. Every smile and every word from Dou Qi replayed endlessly in Davis's mind at this moment. The depth of feelings is never solely determined by the length of time. Davis, who prides himself on being a transcender of the European realm, looked at the gaping wound on Dou Qi's chest and felt powerless for the first time. Such an injury could only be salvaged if a Soul Saint Level 9 Heart Tang was present to immediately use their martial soul's true body to snatch her back from the hands of death. In the few seconds after Dou Qi was injured, he had searched his system warehouse over and over again, but unfortunately, there wasn't a single card that could save her life. Medicine cannot bring the dead back to life. Even a great elixir cannot save someone without a heart. This made Davis hate himself immensely, regretting not forcibly taking Yi Jinghu, who wanted to seek death, and tying her up to the carriage. Dou Qi opened her mouth, but could not make a sound due to the blood filling her throat. However, following her gaze, Davis noticed the small white tiger lantern that had fallen to the ground. That was the item she had just wanted to exchange with him. Davis gathered his internal strength, drawing the small white tiger lantern from the ground towards him. He intended to hand it to Dou Qi, only to find that the body of the small white tiger had been ruined by the aftermath of the recent battle. No longer the adorable figure it once was. Was he unable to present even the last gift he wanted to give her in its complete form? Seeing a trace of regret deep in Dou Yan's eyes, Davis felt his heart shatter like that small white tiger lantern. The tiger's eyes widened, and a single clear tear fell, landing on Dou Yan's pale cheek. This was the first tear Davis had shed since arriving in this world. Dou Yan gently moved her fingers across Davis's face, wanting to wipe away the tear marks. In her heart, Davis was her unparalleled hero. The sight of him just now, clad in golden armor, defeating a formidable foe, was the most handsome she had ever seen, even more so than her grandfather. Her unparalleled hero couldn't be so weak as to shed tears. Just then, a pink glow suddenly emanated from Davis's hand. A card actively appeared in his grasp. Dou Yan saw it too, but Li Fu showed no reaction, even though he had once absorbed a card produced by the system. This was the first time Davis's card appeared without his summoning, and it was also the first time a card manifested in physical form in the eyes of others in Douluo continent, aside from Davis. The couple martial arts card. Jade Maiden's pure heart sword technique. Ironically, this was the most elite couple martial arts in the entire Gold System hero game world, and it had just met its stringent usage requirements at this moment. To live and die together, to have a heart that communicates. These 8 words speak of the beauty of love, yet in the harsh reality before them, they forced Davis to face the most brutal conclusion. Wait. Davis saw the effect prompt on the card for the Jade Girl Pure Heart Sword technique, and suddenly a bright idea flashed through his mind. Live and die together? Chapter 67. Jade Girl Pure Heart, Heartfelt Connection. The cards produced by the system, after being transformed by the Douluo world, possess almost rule-like power. The explanation of the card system states that it can allow couples to live and die together, and it must be true. Dou Yan, are you willing to take a knife for me with your life? I'm also willing to live and die together with you. Couple martial arts card. Jade Girl Pure Heart Sword Technique, activate. A pink glow enveloped the figures of Davis and Dou Yan, and Davis suddenly felt a slight sting in his chest. A shallow knife mark appeared precisely at the vital point of Davis's chest, as if he had just been struck in the chest by that recent shadowy dagger attack. However, due to Davis's formidable defense, over 90% of the damage was firmly blocked at the surface of his body. The damage barely reached the outside of his chest cavity before being obstructed by his ribcage, which was as tough as forged steel. Although the shockwave still affected his internal organs, it didn't amount to an actual injury. Davis suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were filled with joy. At the same time, the wound on Dou Yan's chest was rapidly healing under the glow of pink light until it had recovered to over 95%, gradually stopping its changes. This was the hidden effect of the Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword technique, a couple's unique skill. Couples practicing this sword technique could actively take on a portion of each other's fatal damage. The shadowy dagger strike was enough to kill Dou Yan, but it could at most only inflict a moderate injury on Davis. If Dou Yan had understood Davis's defensive capabilities, she wouldn't have risked her life to block that strike for him. Under the miraculous effect of sharing life and death, Davis bore 95% of Dou Yan's fatal injury, and the remaining 5% was no longer enough to threaten her life. However, when Davis used his soul power to probe her injuries, he still found a shallow cut on Dou Yan's heart. If not treated in time, Dou Yan might suffer serious aftereffects, impacting her future and lifespan. Seeing this, Davis frowned tightly. Dou Yan, lying in his arms, had regained some strength. Seeing Davis frown, she gently reached out to smooth his brow, wanting to ease his furrowed expression. It's okay, I'm fine now, right? This little injury is nothing, as long as she could continue living and lie openly in her lover's embrace. Dou Yan was already very satisfied. She didn't care about these minor injuries, but Davis did care. He wanted his partner to accompany him to the peak of the world, not to be left far behind midway. Fortunately, the injuries were only at this level, and he had a way to handle it. Without much thought, Davis took out 2 cards from the system warehouse. The martial arts card Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and the item card Great Return Pill. The peerless internal skill Jade Maiden Heart Sutra would help Dou Yan better master the Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword technique while significantly enhancing her qualifications. The Great Return Pill could not only heal the hidden injury in Dou Yan's chest, but also greatly improve her cultivation aptitude. Choosing to use the cards, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra martial arts card directly merged into the top of Dou Yan's head, transmitting the internal skill methods of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and the recorded Jade Maiden Sword technique into her mind. After a while, Dou Yan woke up, looking at Davis with a face full of excitement and happiness. She didn't ask where this miraculous skill came from. She just trusted Davis. Then, Davis crushed the Great Return pill item card, and a fragrant dark golden pill appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this pill, Dou Yan's expression showed a hint of hesitation. As soon as this mysterious pill appeared, just by smelling its fragrant aroma, she felt the pain in her chest ease by 3 parts. It was clear without thinking that such a pill was certainly not an ordinary item. It was likely even more precious than the spirit snake 3-star berry she had taken before. "Open your mouth." Davis had a commanding tone, and the warmth that enveloped her made Dou Yan subconsciously forget all her worries and obediently open her mouth. Davis placed the theverdant into the mouth of the little snake spirit, which, despite being seriously injured, was still not obedient. Playfully, it licked his finger, and only after being glared at fiercely did it pout and quiet down. The theverdant melted in an instant, turning into a warm current that spread throughout Dou Yan's internal organs and limbs. The shallow scar on her heart, under the influence of this powerful medicinal force, healed completely within just a few breaths, leaving no trace behind. However, the potency of the theverdant was not limited to that. Recently, Dou Yan had leveled up to level 30 with the help of the spirit snake 3-star berry, and after Dou Bo assisted her in obtaining the 3rd spirit ring. The remaining medicinal power of the spirit snake 3-star berry pushed her to level 33. With this theverdant entering her stomach, Dou Yan's soul power began to increase at a visibly rapid pace once again. Level 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. Until she broke through the level 40 barrier, the surging fluctuations of her soul power gradually calmed down. A massive green giant snake appeared behind Dou Yan, revealing itself to be the same by Phosphor Snake Emperor martial soul as Dou Bo. According to Dou Bo's predictions, Dou Yan would have to reach the Soul Sage rank to fully evolve her martial soul into the Bi-Phosphor Snake Emperor. Now, the potency of the theverdant not only allowed Dou Yan to break through 7 levels, reaching a significant promotion threshold once again, but also enabled her to complete this crucial martial soul evolution at least 30 levels earlier than expected. After such a wave of nourishment, Dou Yan's originally pale complexion quickly became rosy. However, for some reason, she still felt weak, her whole body tingling and numb, leaving her only able to lie in Davis's arms to rest. How could Davis not know the reason? In the effects of the Jade Maiden's pure heart sword technique. Besides life and death together, there's also a connection of mutual understanding. Even the little thoughts that Dou Yan herself hadn't realized were laid bare in Davis's eyes. She just wanted to linger a little longer in his warm embrace. Before long, Dou Yan's face turned even redder, because she also realized that she could sense Davis's feelings and he could sense hers. Didn't that mean that her subconscious desire to stay in his arms was completely exposed to that guy? But Davis deliberately chose not to confront her about it. Both of them clearly understood in their hearts, yet neither was willing to break the silence, enjoying this ambiguous private time, reluctant to disrupt the tranquility. Until Li Fu's shadow leopard soul, Douluo, coughed up a mouthful of blood, interrupting the warmth between the young man and woman. Old man Li Fu angrily stepped on him, feeling that this guy was too insensitive. Couldn't he hold back that mouthful of blood for a little longer and spit it out later? He was enjoying the moment. Although Li Fu had spent half his life supporting the Xinglua Zhu family, from the perspective of core interests, he certainly maintained Zhu Zhuyun's authority as Davis's legitimate wife. However, as Davis's elder and protector, he genuinely liked the little girl Dou Yan, with good talent, innocence, a willingness to love and hate, and even willing to sacrifice her life for her family's younger generation. What elder wouldn't like such a good girl? After all, Li Fu was just an ordinary old man protecting his juniors. In the old man's eyes, Davis was destined to be the supreme emperor of the Xinglua Empire. So having 3 consorts and 6 concubines was only natural, right? Moreover, the group of useless old-timers in the clan elder council was about to be scattered by Davis. So his future offspring would definitely not face the cruel situation of brother killing brother. What's wrong with marrying a few more wives? Is it illegal? It just happens to help the Xinglua Dai family branch out. The old man was happily watching the affectionate scene between his juniors when it was interrupted by this captive, which was really inconsiderate. The more Li Fu thought about it, the angrier he became, and he stomped on the shadow leopard's soul Douluo again, causing the poor guy to spit out another mouthful of fresh blood. All right, Grandpa Li Fu, if you stomp on him again, this guy will be dead for sure. Davis stood up, holding Dou Yan, and smiled as he interrupted the old man's intention to continue tormenting the captive. As for Dou Yan in his arms, upon realizing Li Fu was present, Her face had already turned as red as an apple, burying her entire head into Davis's embrace, unwilling to lift it to face anyone. Yet, she refused to loosen her grip around Davis's neck. Davis looked at the purple-haired girl in his arms, his gaze gentle, unlike that of a powerful assault-type soul master with a white tiger martial soul. However, when his eyes shifted to the shadow leopard soul, Douluo, on the ground, they suddenly turned sharp, transforming into the most tyrannical king in the world. Chapter 68, The Angry Douluo. Who is your superior in the spirit hall? Davis looked at the fallen shadow leopard Contra on the ground, his eyes devoid of any warmth, and his tone was chilling. Shadow leopard Contra struggled to lift his head, looking at Davis and wanting to argue. I didn't do it. Davis had no patience to listen to his excuses, and he stepped on the wound of his knee joint that had been severed by Li Fu. Who is your superior in the spirit hall? The same question, but the coldness of his tone was even more intense than before. No. Davis's foot moved up half an inch and then came down heavily again. Old man Li Fu watched beside him, curling his lips in disdain. So you wanted to spare him just to keep his dog alive for you to vent your anger on? The shadow leopard soul Douluo was indeed a tough nut to crack. Even while continuously suffering injuries, he refused to divulge any information. But with every refusal, Davis's foot would rise half an inch and come down again. By the time both of his thigh bones were shattered, the will of the shadow leopard soul Douluo was on the brink of collapse. At this moment, two black and white sword shadows flashed in Davis's eyes, piercing directly into the eyes of the shadow leopard soul Douluo. Sword of the mind. This was a soul attack method that Davis had comprehended from the visualization diagram of Elzu. Currently, it could only be used against those whose souls were weaker than his own, or those whose will was on the verge of breaking. Using it on the shadow leopard soul Douluo at this moment was precisely appropriate. I said it was the Ghost Elder. Anyone who could be called the Ghost Elder by the Soul Master Hall's soul Douluo must be a ghostly figure. His martial soul is also called Ghost, and he is a loyal confidant of Pope Bibi Dong. A 95th level control-type title Douluo, he has a mole on his face and a close friend named Yuguan. The two could be considered Bibi Dong's two generals. Why is he one of Bibi Dong's people? She should be busy consolidating her power within the Spirit Hall right now and shouldn't have the time to deal with me. Davis frowned, feeling somewhat puzzled. Was the assassination in Star City a few years ago also carried out by your people? No, that was done by the previous Pope's people. This assassination was initiated after Ghost Douluo took full control of the intelligence department and discovered information from 7 years ago. Combined with the disturbance you caused in Dou City, they decided to restart this assassination plan. I see. During the process of assisting Bibi Dong in taking over the Spirit Hall, they discovered such a threat, so they decided to eliminate it in advance, right? It seems that the one who was secretly confronting Li Fu and was later repelled was this Ghost Douluo. Davis suddenly understood and no longer needed to ask questions. He stomped heavily on the heart of the shadow leopard Douluo, giving him a quick end. After completely defeating the shadow leopard Douluo, Davis finally had time to check the prompts in the system. He killed a soul sage with the strength of a soul emperor, completing the achievement over level kill 1. Reward: martial arts card, cold, ice, Dou Qi. He killed a Douluo with the strength of a soul emperor, completing the achievement over level kill 2. Reward: item card, great recovery pill. The rewards from completing the two achievements were just what Davis needed. He had just given the only great recovery pill in his inventory to Dou Qi, and unexpectedly, he received a replacement right away. He couldn't help but praise the system for its thoughtfulness. As for the martial arts card, Cold Ice Dou Qi, although it wasn't at the supreme level, it was still an excellent choice among the inner skills below that level. In Davis's camp, there's also the sniper Luo Jiwei, who lacks fundamental cultivation methods. This cold ice true energy, which combines control and attack, might allow her to undergo a transformation. After all, frost is a very suitable attribute for archers. After everything was over, Li Fu looked at Davis with a serious expression and said, "Your Highness, we cannot stay in Dou City." Davis nodded. It was time to leave. This time, Davis single-handedly killed 4 elite members of the Spirit Hall. That title Douluo would certainly report his true strength to Bibi Dong upon returning. Continuing to expose his whereabouts would inevitably lead to even more intense assassination attempts from the Spirit Hall. Even if Li Fu didn't say anything, Davis was already planning to return to Dou City to greet the Sword Douluo before leaving the Dou Empire. In this attack, apart from the immunity to control provided by the external soul bone, the golden dragon devouring heaven armor, Davis's other abilities had already been largely exposed. The Spirit Hall would definitely not allow a peerless genius from an enemy faction to rise. The next attack would undoubtedly come swiftly, and it would certainly involve more than one title Douluo. If Bibi Dong, who had only killed Qian Xuanji a few years ago, dared to go to the Hall of Worship, the old fossils there might also take action. Therefore, Davis had to enhance his strength in the shortest time possible. He needed the power to contend with the title Douluo. To achieve this, there was only one way on Douluo continent, the inheritance of the gods. Just like Davis had convinced the old man Li Fu, it wasn't entirely a deception. After all, he would absolutely not miss the god-level inheritance from the Slaughter City. He originally planned to wait until his cultivation of the pure young, true man's visualization diagram advanced further and his mental strength became stronger before going. By then, even if he had to face the blood-red, nine-headed Bat King's parasitic Slaughter King Tang San, he could still defeat him with superior soul cultivation. However, with the Spirit Hall's storm-like pursuit imminent, Davis's plan to head to the Slaughter City had to be expedited. But that was fine. The Slaughter City was indeed the best place to hone mental strength. And perhaps after experiencing trials here, Davis's mental cultivation would naturally improve. At the same time, it would allow Davis's Taoist inner strength to be on autopilot for 2 to 3 years, and by the time he emerged, he would surely have reached level 70. After becoming a soul sage, Davis's combat power would undoubtedly leap to the level of a title Douluo. Coupled with the slaughter domain, he would not be without the ability to fight back against the Spirit Hall's pursuit. Even with the change in plans, Davis still made thorough preparations. However, when he glanced down at the Dou Qi in his arms, a hint of reluctance inevitably arose in his heart. Unfortunately, Dou Qi was still too weak. If only she had the strength of a soul king, perhaps with the skills from the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, she could accompany him to the Slaughter City to gain a slaughter domain for free. Davis hesitated for a moment, but decided to be honest with Dou Qi. Yin, I might have to leave for a while. Dou Qi nodded understandingly. She was the one who understood the dangers of this assassination the most, and she didn't want to hold Davis back next time. I'll be training with my grandfather in the medicinal garden. When you come back, I will definitely be stronger. The purple-haired girl was so sensible that it was heart-wrenching. Davis reached out to stroke her face, thinking of the attributes of the Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword technique that involved life and death together and a mutual understanding, and suddenly had other thoughts. Perhaps the solitary goose of the 4 rings could also go to the City of Slaughter? Before long, the city guard spirit masters of Tiando City arrived. The leader was a soul sage who was considered to hold a high position in the city guard. However, the 9 soul rings of the old man Li Fu, which were intimidating, were still exposed, and the city guard learned from several onlookers that the 3 people still alive at the scene were all victims. Thus, the soul sage of the city guard did not dare to make things difficult for them and directly allowed them to leave. After all, such a major case involving the power of a title Douluo was not something the mere city guard could handle. Naturally, the Tiando royal family's offerings would intervene. As for whether the nobles on Emerald Street would have any objections, it was said that the one who was heavily injured to the brink of death was the granddaughter of the chief offering of the Tiando royal family, Douluo. If those foolish nobles had any issues, they could go find that lord to seek an explanation. At this moment, a terrifying pressure of soul power filled the sky. Yin, where's my yin? The soaring green soul power fluctuations obscured the sun, causing those below the level of soul sage present to feel dizzy, short of breath, and as if they were poisoned. This was Douluo, a master of poison on par with Bibi Dong. The soul power fluctuations emitted unconsciously when he was angry made the hundreds of people present feel as if they were poisoned. No wonder he was the strongest in slaying low-level soul masters on the Douluo continent. If it weren't for Li Fu fearing that those people wouldn't be able to withstand it and be poisoned to death, which would cause too severe an impact for Davis in another country's capital, perhaps no more than 10 of the hundreds present would survive to return today. Old Poison Master, don't go mad. Yin is here and is fine now. Li Fu waved his right hand, and a black soul power whirlwind suddenly appeared, sweeping away the poisonous gas around Douluo and drawing his gaze down to the ground. Chapter 69. The predicament of the 2 great empires and the upper 3 sects. Upon hearing this, Douluo immediately descended from the air, retracting the remaining soul power poison mist around him. He saw Dou Qi in Davis's arms, her breath steady and strong, seemingly much improved. As a grandfather, he couldn't help but ask with concern, "How is Yin?" Seeing her grandfather arrive, Dou Qi could no longer stay in Davis's arms. She gestured for Davis to set her down, walked in front of Douluo, twirled around, and even jumped a couple of times, casually saying, "All right, Grandpa, I'm fine now. Just suffered a little injury. Davis gave me some excellent healing medicine, and I'm completely healed now." Originally, Douluo was relieved to see that his granddaughter was indeed fine, not only with a rosy complexion and stable breath, but even her soul power fluctuations had significantly increased. It was simply wonderful, and his frost-like expression had eased. However, Dou Qi, in her cleverness, had turned around to show him. But she forgot that while the Jade Maiden pure heart sword technique and the great healing pill could heal her body, they couldn't fix her torn clothes. By turning around, seemingly proving her physical well-being, she inadvertently exposed 2 thin cuts on her chest and back. Douluo was a seasoned character, and he immediately recognized this as a fatal penetrating wound. Although he did not know why Dou Qi was still bouncing around, the anger in his heart began to rise again. Li Fu calmly reached out, grabbing Douluo's wrist, giving him a look, and said softly, "All right, old poison master. The one who harmed Yin is already dead. The internal situation is complex and inconvenient to discuss here. We can talk about it when we return." Although Douluo and Li Fu had a conflict that started with the spirit herb theft case, after truly getting to know each other, they found common ground due to their strength and similar ages, leading to mutual appreciation over time. Douluo could still listen to a few words of Li Fu's persuasion. Moreover, even though his granddaughter seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, she had been miraculously healed by this kid Davis. For a moment, Douluo ceased to be angry, and everyone returned to Davis's residence together. Once inside, Davis instructed the servants to tightly close the doors and refuse all visitors. However, he was informed that the sword law had heard about Davis's attack and safe return and was already waiting for him in the reception hall. Davis felt moved. His teacher must have known to rush to the scene the moment he was attacked, and only after confirming his safety did he return to the residence to wait for him. He even informed the servants in advance that he was unharmed during the attack, calming the hearts of everyone in the residence. He truly was a considerate and caring teacher. Since the sword Douluo was in the reception hall, Davis went directly there to find him. When the 4 of them arrived at the reception hall, they saw the sword Douluo sitting with his eyes closed, resting. Upon sensing Davis's arrival, the sword Douluo opened his eyes, and an overwhelming killing intent emanated from his gaze. The weakest among them, Dou Qi, was startled by this killing intent, her hair standing on end. Davis reached out to hold her hand, using his true heart method to channel a warm soul power into her, which helped her calm down. The 7-kill sword was known for its extreme killing nature, even surpassing the Hao Ian hammer in this regard. Now, with his beloved disciple being attacked right under his nose, the intense killing intent surged within him, momentarily escaping control and revealing a hint of it. Seeing that he had frightened the young girl, Chen Xian quickly suppressed his killing intent. He already knew that this young girl was his disciple's fiancée, so he couldn't scare her. Thus, Dou Qi was surprised to find that the stern elder, who had just a moment ago seemed like a hellish fiend, suddenly transformed into a kind old grandfather the next second. Chen Xian smiled apologetically at Dou Qi, nodded, and said, "I've cultivated my whole life, yet I didn't expect my temper to still frighten you. It's good that you are with Davis. If you ever need anything, you can come to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to find me." The old poison master Douluo felt a bit pained seeing his granddaughter suffer, but knowing that the sword law was angry because of Davis, and since he was apologizing as an elder, he found it hard to hold him accountable. Mainly, he really couldn't match him in strength. Therefore, the proud Douluo could only bow slightly in place of his granddaughter, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Sword Douluo." His tone was somewhat sour, as if he was forcing himself to say, "Although our side isn't as affluent as yours, we do have a title Douluo from a prominent family, and we won't trouble you for no reason." The sword Douluo smiled and returned the gesture, not minding the oddity in his tone. Dou Qi, however, was embarrassed by her grandfather's behavior and stomped her foot, not daring to say anything further. It was at this moment that she realized that this strongest figure of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, who had few rivals in the world, was actually Davis's teacher. Thinking back to how Davis's sword had obliterated the strongest soul skill of the soul Douluo, causing both the skill and its user to vanish into the afterlife, she realized that such swordsmanship was beyond the realm of ordinary people. Indeed, with such incredible swordsmanship, who else but the sword Douluo, the #1 swordsman in the world, could teach him? Considering this, Dou Qi looked at Davis, her phoenix eyes sparkling with wonder. Just how many treasures did her beloved have that she still didn't know about? Davis noticed the expression on Dou Qi's face, gently squeezed her delicate hand, signaling her not to worry, as everything would be revealed to her gradually. The little actions between the two could not escape the attention of the 3 titled Douluos present. However, the 3 old men combined were nearly 300 years old, And this kind of youthful affection from the younger generation was exactly the kind of show they enjoyed watching. Dou Yin, feeling like she had become the focus of the elder's observation, shyly pulled her hand away from Davis and quickly ran out of the reception room. In fact, she was quite understanding and knew that Davis needed to discuss serious matters with the elders, not wanting to distract him by staying there. After Dou Yin left, Davis bowed to the sword Douluo and said, Wes's actions were not discreet enough, which attracted the Soul Palace's assassination, causing concern for the teacher. The sword Douluo waved his hand, indicating it was nothing. When he heard the words Soul Palace, his gaze sharpened, and without any surprise, he said matter-of-factly, the Soul Palace. It must be them. Meanwhile, Dou Bo, who was beside him, asked in surprise, Soul Palace? What did you do to provoke them? Davis revealed his 6 soul rings, and I have never actively provoked the Spirit Hall. If I had to say there was any, it would be my future self, who blocked the Spirit Hall from destroying the 2 great empires and unifying the Douluo continent 20 years from now. The information contained in this statement was significant. Aside from Li Fu, who had been following Davis without any shock, both Dou Bo and Chen Xian were wide-eyed in astonishment. The Spirit Hall wants to destroy the 2 great empires and unify the Douluo continent? How dare they? But Davis told them that the Spirit Hall really dares to do so. On the surface, the Spirit Hall has Pope Bibi Dong and the 6 elders, which makes 7 titled Douluo. However, deep within the Spirit Hall, there is that mysterious offering hall, led by the 99th level ultimate Douluo, Douluo, with 7 offerings who represent the core strength of the Spirit Hall. Besides the top combat power, whether in high-end, middle-tier, or grassroots combat strength, the foundation of the Spirit Hall far exceeds the combined forces of the 2 great empires and the 3 sections. After all these years, the Spirit Hall has been profiting from the 2 great empires, awakening ordinary people's martial spirits, and providing subsidies to low-level soul masters. These foundational projects were not done for nothing. In the eyes of many ordinary soul masters, perhaps the Spirit Hall is the more suitable object of their loyalty. Once the Spirit Hall goes to war with the 2 great empires, it is likely that more than half of the ordinary soul masters will join the Spirit Hall's ranks. The reason is simple. Throughout their growth, while the Spirit Hall was issuing gold soul coins and establishing martial spirit academies to train them, what were the nobles of the 2 great empires doing? They were desperately squeezing the living space of ordinary soul masters, extracting their surplus value, and even killing ordinary soul masters they disliked for trivial reasons. Given the current situation, if Bibi Dong can truly consolidate all the strength of the Spirit Hall, even facing the 3 sects and the 2 great empires simultaneously, she would likely have a considerable chance of winning. This is the reality that Davis and the others are facing. Fortunately, the former Pope Qian Xuanji died at Bibi Dong's hands. Although Douluo did not forcibly kill Bibi Dong for the stability of the Spirit Hall, it would be impossible for her to command the power of the Offering Hall. That was the trump card prepared by Douluo for his granddaughter, Qianrenxue. In the future, it would be the trump card to overturn Bibi Dong and regain control of the Spirit Hall for the Qian family. Davis slowly shared his understanding of the Spirit Hall. Piece by piece. Shelf announcement this morning, I received a notification from the editor saying that my book can be published today, and I was still in a hospital on duty, feeling completely bewildered. The book has been out for a month, with nearly 200,000 words, and I have received support from many friends. Last night, on the book's 1-month anniversary, I just hit the milestone of 10,000 collections. As my first official novel, I am grateful to every friend who has collected, invested in, or followed my work. Since I'm not a full-time writer and my main job is as a doctor with a heavy workload, I have mostly been writing during my fragmented breaks. From the beginning, I never thought this book would be published for profit. When chatting with the editor earlier, I told her, if it can make money, I would be satisfied just to earn enough to buy my wife a bracelet. This was sincere because when I was hesitating about whether to write, my wife was always there encouraging me. She said, since you're not relying on this to support the family, just consider writing this book as fulfilling a dream. That's how this book came to be. Now that it's published, I still have some drafts saved. Today there will be 5 updates, but you'll have to wait for me to get off work, and I plan to update daily for the next couple of days. The editor mentioned that my follow-up readers are just over 1,000, and the initial subscription is based on 900, with 1 additional update for every 100 increase. To be fulfilled the day after the initial subscription results come out, please subscribe and support as much as you can. It would be even better if you could self-subscribe, as this data seems quite important. As for rewards, I don't dare to expect much as a new writer, but if there are any, I will consider adding more updates based on the situation. I want to say much more. I am grateful for your support. Respect. Chapter 70. The Layout Before Departure. First update. Seeking initial subscription. Qingxin always thought that Davis had the greatest ambition in the world. He was also relieved that Davis's ambition clearly did not lie in conquering the world or unifying the continent, but rather in reaching the pinnacle of strength in this world. It was because of this ambition that he wanted to take Davis as his disciple, hoping to cultivate a world-class powerhouse, an existence even greater than that ancient sword god. But it was only until now that he truly understood the origin of Davis's ambition. It was not that he had ambition for its own sake. Rather, he probably just accidentally learned about everything, which sparked a desperate desire to protect his family, friends, and himself, leading him to attempt to reach the pinnacle of strength to resist the invasion of the Spirit Hall. Qingxin furrowed his brow and asked, "So where do you plan to go next? Back to the Douluo Empire? Perhaps it would be best to immediately return to Douluo City, increase the city's defenses, and remain hidden in the palace. After all, the Spirit Hall was not prepared for war. After the failed assassination in Heavendou City, it was unlikely that they would attempt another assassination in Douluo City so soon. That would immediately provoke the sensitive nerves of the two empires and trigger a full-scale war, which was not what Bibi Dong currently wanted, nor would it gain the support of other factions within the Spirit Hall. But Qingxin knew that his disciple would definitely not choose this path. Given Davis's personality, he would surely go out to seek opportunities to turn the situation around. If Davis were to be confined within the Douluo Palace because of the threat from the Spirit Hall, his future cultivation would likely be greatly hindered. Sure enough, Davis's response did not exceed Qingxin's expectations. "Master, I'll go to a dangerous place called the City of Slaughter to train for a few years. As far as I know, there are no powerhouses above level 96 under Bibi Dong as command. In a few years, when I reach the Soul Saint level, it won't be so easy for the Spirit Hall to send a typical title Douluo to assassinate me." Qingxin nodded in agreement, but Douluo next to him was already stunned by this statement. What is this kid talking about? Can a Soul Saint contend with a title Douluo? And what does he mean by a typical title Douluo? Is he implying something about me? Li Fu lazily gave Douluo a comforting look, signaling him. When my lord referred to atypical title Douluo, he was including both you and me. Did you not hear him say that there are no titled Douluos above level 96 under Bibi Dong? That means only titled Douluos above level 96 could pose a threat to him. Although Li Fu's talent has been enhanced by the 9-tier purple ginseng and the Tiger Claw deadly hand, he is still only at level 94 today. And he has 2 major steps to go before reaching the threshold of a top powerhouse at level 96. By the time Davis advances to Soul Saint and gains the domain of the God of Slaughter, the current Li Fu may indeed not be his opponent. Li Fu's response only left Douluo feeling numb. Before Davis spoke, he was still the renowned Poison Douluo, the most esteemed chief worshipper of the Tiandou royal family, a rare top-tier powerhouse on the continent. However, after hearing Davis's words, a new term was added before his impressive titles, a regular title Douluo. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law of the kingdom? This regular title Douluo even had to work for Davis as a grass planter and the administrator of the planting grounds. Just thinking about it makes one's face turn green. But knowing that this infuriating little brat is his future grandson-in-law, Douluo had no way out. Sigh, let us just consider it a debt owed from past life. While Douluo was engaged in this inner struggle, Davis had already begun to outline the arrangements for some future matters. Given the current situation, the 3 sects and the 2 empires were essentially in the same boat. Therefore, Davis did not hesitate to assign tasks to the 3 titled Douluos. Douluo's task was to guard the Eye of Ice and Fire, and, with the assistance of Yang Wudi, timely harvest the mature purple core alfalfa and deliver it to the branch of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in the Tiandou Empire for transport back to Douluo City. Li Fu was to first go to Gongxin City to secretly recruit elite blacksmiths, the more the better. It would be best if he could come into contact with one of the 3 great craftsmen, Lu Gao, even if he couldn't recruit him. Getting some of Lu Gao's disciples would be good enough. Then he would quickly return to Douluo City to instruct the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to begin forging cavalry weapons and armor, and hand over the manual regarding the establishment of a Soul Master Cavalry Corps, which Davis had prepared, to Lu Qinfeng, the father of Lu Yunying, who would be responsible for the initial establishment of the Soul Master Cavalry Corps. These 2 matters were directly related to the success of Davis's plan for a Douluo Soul Master Cavalry Corps and were extremely important for breaking the Wuhuan Temple's advantages among grassroots and mid-level Soul Masters. Additionally, Li Fu would also bring the spirit herbs, personally selected by Davis, to intensify the training of the people in the Tiansong prefecture and urge them to grow as quickly as possible. Davis's parents, the Emperor and Empress of the Star Luo royal family, will each receive a spirit herb that is highly compatible with them, and it is likely that they will be able to enhance their talents through it. If, before the final battle with the Spirit Hall in the future, Dai Zhen can break through to the title Douluo and Zhu Zitong can break through to the soul Douluo, then the two of them, using their martial soul fusion technique, could at least defeat a 96th level title Douluo. If they want to defeat the Spirit Hall without waiting for Tang San to come, Davis needs to start accumulating more power from now on. As for the strongest sword Douluo, what he needs to do is the most important. Davis needs sword Douluo to take him to awaken Tang Hao, a man who has completely fallen into despair after the death of his wife. In this continent, apart from Bibi Dong, the only one who possesses the domain of the god of slaughter is Tang Hao. Only he can help him and Dou Qi safely escape from the city of slaughter without being harmed by the king of slaughter. As the most outstanding disciple of the Hao Ian sect after Tang Chun, Tang Hao's talent is absolutely top-notch. Even his brother, Tang Xiao, who has a soul power level of 97 among the Hao Ian twin stars, falls short of Tang Hao in terms of talent. He has only maintained his lead in soul power level because he is much older than Tang Hao. In the original timeline, if Tang Hao had not been in decline, he would have at least reached level 97 by the start. The hatred for his wife's murder is a matter of life and death. If Tang Hao can regain his fighting spirit, he will definitely be active on the front lines of the resistance against the Spirit Hall in the future. As for whether this will enhance Tang San's strength behind him, Davis doesn't mind at all. The fairy grass has already fallen into his hands, and the martial arts secrets he possesses are clearly superior to the Tang sect's ultimate techniques. Douluo Bo, the elder of the Tang sect, has already become relatives with the Xingluo royal family. Ning Rongrong will undoubtedly be closer to him in the future. The first food system innate full soul power in the history of Douluo continent, the destined inheritor of the food god, Uncle Oscar, has also arranged for Li Fu to secretly send people from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to search. Even 8 spider lances. He has a rough idea of how to obtain them. In Davis's eyes, this external soul bone has already become the possession of a certain member of the Demon King team. With so many advantages in hand, why would he still worry about a Tang San who hasn't awakened his martial soul yet? That would make Davis look down on himself. Therefore, Davis prepared a healing divine medicine, the small Huandan, and asked Sir Dou to take him to Holy Soul Village to meet this hastily appointed Hao Ian Dou. As for why he needed Sword Douluo to take him there, given Tang Hao's personality, if he didn't have a strong acquaintance who definitely wouldn't collude with the Spirit Hall, Davis would likely be treated as a spy for the Spirit Hall before he even finished speaking, getting hit by a chaotic cloak and sent flying to the sky. Only by leveraging Chun Xian's strength and identity can Davis achieve an equal status in negotiations with Tang Hao. After arranging these matters, Davis finally sought out Gu Shouqing. He felt a bit guilty towards him. During this time, while Davis was busy wandering around Heavendou City, Gu Shouqing, who came to Heavendou City with him, had been patiently cultivating. His soul power has broken through again, reaching level 42. In addition, he often practices his combat skills in the Grand Soul Arena of Heavendou City. Although he doesn't clear levels as directly as Davis, he has achieved a perfect record in matches at the Soul Sect level. Accomplishing this with a soul power level of 42 is not easy. It should be noted that in the original world line, after Dai Mubai had just been promoted to Soul Master, he had more losses than wins in the Grand Soul Arena. It was only after reaching level 37 that he gradually balanced his record to about 50-50. After this period of practical combat, Gu Shouqing's grappling techniques have improved. Now, when it comes to grappling, Davis can no longer provide him with more guidance. Davis is very satisfied with Gu Shouqing's progress, so he plans to give him another push. Chapter 71, Earth Dragon Golden Melon, Earth Dragon Turtle, Second Update. Seeking subscriptions. When Gu Shouqing arrived, he was sweating profusely, his skin was slightly red, and steam was rising from his head, indicating that he had just finished practicing the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. Davis was very satisfied with him. After all, he was a genius soul master who could cultivate to level 39 at just 15 years old. Besides talent, his perseverance was also among the top in his peers. However, a soul power level of 42 was still a bit low. As the future shield of the Demon King team, Davis required him to at least rank among the top 3 in the team, if not catch up to him, a player who cheats by grinding day and night. Otherwise, with such weak soul power, how could he qualify to shield his teammates from damage? But this requirement was not simple. Among the remaining members, except for the young Yi Lingling, Everyone had consumed immortal herbs and used martial arts cards years ago to continuously enhance their own qualifications. Although Gu Shouqing possessed the unparalleled martial arts of Dragon Elephant Prajna, this supreme skill was not known for its cultivation speed. Therefore, Davis planned to give him a boost. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon, which possesses the ability to turn over like the Earth Dragon, is most suitable for Earth attribute soul masters and is particularly compatible with sub-dragon species like the Earth Dragon, allowing for a combined efficacy of 200. Gu Shouqing's Rock Armor Dragon Tortoise Martial Soul also has dragon bloodline and is already a top-tier Earth attribute martial soul. Now, with the transformation from the Dragon Elephant Prajna, it was on the verge of evolution. If he could absorb the divine effects of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, perhaps the strongest defensive beast martial soul on the continent would be born. The moment Davis took out the Earth Dragon Golden Melon from the soul guide that stored the elixir, Gu Shouqing's nose suddenly twitched, and then saliva began to secrete wildly from his mouth, as if he had caught a whiff of an irresistible scent. When Davis smiled and placed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon in front of Gu Shouqing, he could hardly resist swallowing the sizable fruit in one bite. After receiving a nod of approval from Davis, he immediately opened his large mouth wide. In just a few bites, he devoured the palm-sized golden fruit completely, leaving no skin behind. Just after finishing, before he could even thank Davis, his expression changed, and he immediately sat cross-legged, fully focusing on operating the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill to absorb the medicinal power. Davis was not at all concerned about Gu Shouqing's rudeness. Instead, he felt quite pleased. The greater the attraction of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon to Gu Shouqing, the higher the compatibility between this immortal herb and Gu Shouqing, which meant the benefits he could obtain would also be more substantial. Sure enough, Gu Shouqing absorbed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon quickly, but Davis hardly sensed any dispersing energy from the immortal herb in the air. He had almost perfectly absorbed all the energy of this immortal herb. When Gu Shouqing stopped, the rock-armored dragon Tortoise Martial Soul behind him had changed dramatically compared to before. The dragon tortoise had grown larger, its limbs had become sturdier, and its head had grown more ferocious, increasingly resembling a giant dragon. Additionally, on its thick and solid shell, there was a mysterious soul guide formation diagram. Each node on the diagram was illuminated by a yellowish gemstone, appearing particularly mysterious and powerful. Even without testing, Davis could tell that this formation diagram had significantly enhanced the defensive capabilities of the rock-armored dragon Tortoise Martial Soul. Roar. The usually calm Gu Shouqing could not help but let out a low roar after absorbing the immortal herb, his muscles bulging and his skin turning red. Davis could tell at a glance that his Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had definitely received a significant boost. After Gu Shouqing fully regained consciousness, he began to count his gains alongside Davis. First, his soul power level had greatly increased. From the original level 42, he had jumped up 7 levels in one go, reaching a height of level 49. To be able to elevate his soul power by 7 levels at the soul sect level. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon truly proved to be the most suitable celestial herb for Gu Shouqing. It wouldn't be long before Gu Shouqing would be able to advance to Soul King. Second, Gu Shouqing's martial soul had evolved. From the Gu family's inherited rock armor dragon turtle, it had evolved into the legendary top-tier defensive martial soul, Earth Dragon Turtle. This not only comprehensively enhanced the power and defensive attributes of the martial soul, but also granted him the talent to manipulate the earth. All Earth-type soul skills would see a significant increase in power when in Gu Shouqing's hands, changing the terrain within a small to medium area, splitting the ground into trenches. And gathering soil into mounds would become as simple as eating and drinking for Gu Shouqing. Once he reached the realm of a high-level soul master, perhaps with a single stomp, the entire battlefield's terrain would change. Third, Gu Shouqing's Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had risen 2 levels in one breath. Although Gu Shouqing had not possessed the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill for long, and even though he was highly compatible with it, he had barely reached the 3rd level. This extraordinary skill had yet to shine brightly in his hands. However, after absorbing the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, Gu Shouqing's Dragon Elephant Prajna skill broke through twice in succession, reaching the 5th level, which could be considered a small achievement. At this point, within the Soul Sect and Soul King ranks, it was likely that no one could match Gu Shouqing in physical prowess. Davis had already advanced to Soul Emperor and was not part of the comparison. Moreover, after the transformative enhancement from the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, Gu Shouqing could clearly feel that his training speed for the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill had nearly doubled. This extraordinary skill might seem like a clumsy effort on the surface, but it relied heavily on talent. A fool might take 1 or 2 years to complete the first level, while a genius might only need a month. In fact, after Gu Shouqing followed Davis to Tiandou City, he had watched as Davis's strength continuously increased, later acquiring an 80,000-year soul ring and advancing to Soul Emperor, which made him somewhat anxious. Although his own training speed was also quite fast, it still paled in comparison to Davis, who was like a cheat player. He worried that if this continued, his strength would fall far behind Davis, losing the qualification to follow him. Now, after such an enhancement and transformation from the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, Gu Shouqing's strength and talent had significantly improved, and he no longer needed to worry about being left behind by Davis. After finishing the Celestial Herb, Davis handed him a small spatial soul guide device, which contained the right arm bone of an 80,000-year-old diamond monkey gifted to him by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He especially instructed Gu Shouqing to keep it safe and to absorb it after advancing to Soul King. Gu Shouqing was immensely grateful for receiving 2 precious items in succession. If Davis were to attempt to use the loyalty card on Gu Shouqing at that moment, he would find that Gu Shouqing's loyalty had skyrocketed to a full 100. After arranging the remaining matters, Davis immediately left Tiandou City with the sword Douluo. After all, his information had already been exposed, and staying any longer in Tiandou City only increased the danger. The two concealed their tracks and headed south, heading straight for the Holy Soul Village in the Fasno province. The sword Douluo was the second soul master in the history of Douluo continent to cultivate the sword path to its peak. With the sensitive intuition of a swordsman, his reconnaissance abilities were considered top-notch on the continent. Any intentional or unintentional gaze aimed at Davis and him would not escape the sword Douluo's perception. At first, there were spies from the Spirit Hall trailing the two from a distance, attempting to track Davis's movements and provide intelligence for the next wave of assassins from the Spirit Hall. However, after the sword Douluo took to the sky with Davis once, they never encountered those spies again. Chapter 72, The Haoqian Douluo Fall into Dust, third update, seeking initial subscription. After shaking off the spies from the Spirit Hall, the sword Douluo and Davis traveled day and night at full speed. It didn't take long for them to reach the Holy Soul Village at the border of the Fanos province from the capital of the Tiandou Empire. This was the place where the plot began in the original world line. When Davis and Jiandou arrived at Holy Soul Village, it was just dawn. This remote mountain village in the Empire was tranquil and peaceful. The villagers were busy working, and the children were playing, but there was one sight that caught the attention of both Davis and Jiandou. On a small hill not far from the village entrance, a small figure was sitting cross-legged, emanating a faint white light. Both Davis and Jiandou were remarkably perceptive, and they sensed the aura of soul power from that white light. However, the little boy was at most 3 or 4 years old, not yet old enough to awaken his martial soul. Such a remarkable occurrence truly captured Jiandou's attention, and he was just about to approach to see what was special about the child. Davis dissuaded him. Tang San was extremely sensitive and placed great importance on the secrets in his heart. In the original timeline, even when the master uncovered the secret of his twin martial souls, Tang San had once harbored thoughts of killing. His regard for the Tang sect's ultimate techniques was even greater than the secret of his twin martial souls. In a situation where he needed to ally with Tang Hao, it would be best not to provoke Tang San's sensitive nerves. Teacher, in this remote village at the border of the Dou Empire, the appearance of such a unique child can only be Tang Hao's son. It is said that this child was born from the union of Tang Hao and a 100,000-year soul beast, so it's not surprising that he has some extraordinary traits. The sword Douluo suddenly realized they actually broke the boundary between humans and soul beasts. Even though the sword Douluo was a swordsman devoted to the sword, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for Tang Hao. The information from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School only mentioned that Tang Hao and Qian Xuanji fought over a 100,000-year soul beast. And after Tang Hao successfully absorbed the soul ring, he killed Qian Xuanji with a great Sumeru hammer. However, he didn't know there was such a big secret behind it. No wonder Tang Ritian was known for doing extraordinary things. After hearing Davis's explanation, the sword Douluo lost interest in Tang San. What was so strange about a child of a 100,000-year soul beast having some extraordinary talent? It was better to go see Tang Hao. As core members of the top 3 sects, the sword Douluo and Tang Hao could be considered familiar with each other. Back when the Haoqian twin stars were renowned throughout the world, they even teamed up to challenge the sword Douluo. Of course, it was a competition of swordsmanship and hammer techniques, not actual combat. The rising Haotian twin stars tasted failure for the first time under the Sword Douluo's overwhelming killing intent. But even after winning, the Sword Douluo had to admit that those two young men from the Haotian sect had talents that surpassed his own, especially Tang Hao, who truly had some of his grandfather Tang Chen's charisma. Unexpectedly, after the battle with the Spirit Hall, where Tang Hao severely injured Qian Xuanji, leading to his death, the Haotian sect went into seclusion, and Tang Hao himself disappeared, not to be seen for many years. Before reaching the wooden house of the Tang father and son, the Sword Douluo still held great expectations. He wondered what had become of that exceptionally gifted young man who had once been unwilling to yield even in front of him. However, when he and Davis entered the wooden house, they were met with the pungent smell of cheap alcohol. Who is it? The atmosphere in the wooden house changed dramatically as a tall figure appeared at the door. But the Sword Douluo was extremely disappointed. Where was the once proud and outstanding young master he had known? All he saw was a coward who could no longer muster any fighting spirit, intoxicated by alcohol, and physically worn out, yet unwilling to take care of himself. How could it come to this? Could love really destroy such a remarkable talent? The Sword Douluo couldn't understand. Tang Hao initially thought that his hiding place had been discovered by the Spirit Hall, and he rushed out of the house with killing intent, only to find not the pursuers from the Spirit Hall, but the Sword Douluo, a senior who had once guided him and his brother. He was momentarily stunned. Looking at the Sword Douluo's incredibly disappointed expression, Tang Hao opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He knew that although the senior was not of the same sect and represented different interests, he had always valued him and his brother Tang Xiao, especially himself, who had been praised multiple times by the other party. 4 years after Yin's death, immersed in pain, Tang Hao felt a different emotion for the first time, shame. The atmosphere between the two was very awkward, and Davis had to step forward to break the silence. Senior Hao Yin, won't you invite us in for a sit? Only then did Tang Hao notice the younger Davis. Davis's soul power was not deliberately concealed, and Tang Hao was astonished by his assessment. At the age of 13 or 14, he had already become a soul emperor. I've been in seclusion with Xiao San for 4 years, and this world has undergone such a significant change. Tang Hao was stunned again. It turns out that alcohol is not a good thing. Long-term heavy drinkers not only have a lack of intelligence, poor reaction ability, but also tend to be dazed. Senior Hao Yin? Davis spoke up again to remind him, which made Tang Hao realize that his behavior was somewhat rude. Only then did he invite both Sword Douluo and Davis in a house. After Davis and Sword Douluo entered the cabin, they found the furniture and daily necessities inside to be severely lacking. Although the place was cleaned up nicely and a small bowl of porridge was still warm in the iron pot, it was clear that it wasn't made by Tang Hao, the drunken slob. It must have been made by that child born from the soul beast, right? Who knows which one is the father and which one is the son? Sighing, Sword Douluo said, I know you must have suffered a heavy blow, but I didn't expect you to lose your spirit as well. Even with your level 95 soul power, how much can you still exert now? Let's handle the matters with the Spirit Hall ourselves. There's no need to trouble others. As he spoke, he reached to pull Davis up to leave. When Tang Hao heard the first part of the sentence, he wore a face full of guilt. But upon hearing the latter part from Sword Douluo, his brow furrowed, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Deal with the Spirit Hall? Is the 7-treasure glazed tile school going to war with the Spirit Hall? From the moment the three met, it was the first time Davis heard Tang Hao speak. His voice, worn from the poor quality liquor, was deep and hoarse. Yet, Davis could clearly hear the hatred in his tone. Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Sword Douluo finally stopped, turned around to look at him again, and said lightly, What if we go to war? Can you still wield the Haotian hammer? Tang Hao, do you still have the courage to challenge the Spirit Hall like you did when you dared to challenge me? Tang Hao was stunned for a moment, then bitterly smiled and said helplessly, After that battle 4 years ago, my heart died. If it weren't for wanting to see Xiao San grow up with my own eyes, I would have gone with it long ago. Senior, you are right. I truly don't have the courage to challenge the Spirit Hall anymore. Hearing such cowardly words from the dignified Haotian infuriated Sword Douluo to the point that he almost left in a huff, but Davis held him back tightly. Teacher, please wait a moment. Let me ask him one last question. Sword Douluo stopped again, but this time he didn't turn around. He just waited for Davis to ask. He had already made up his mind that once Davis finished asking that question, he would leave immediately and no longer stay under the same roof as this useless guy. Then, Davis asked a question that completely broke Tang Hao's defenses. Senior Hao Yin, what if there is a chance of the Blue-Silver Emperor to resurrect? Chapter 73. The final assurance before heading to the City of Slaughter. 4th update. Seeking first subscription. Davis's words made Tang Hao's eyes widen. and he was about to rush forward to grab his hand. A dark, long sword blocked him. Sword Douluo, holding the 7-killing sword, stood between Davis and Tang Hao, staring at the disheveled Tang Hao and questioning, "Tang Hao, what do you want to do?" Tang Hao, suddenly hearing news related to his wife, was anxious and didn't want to fight Sword Douluo here, so he had to endure for the time being and hurriedly asked Davis, "How do you know about the Blue-Silver Emperor? Do you have a way to revive Ayin? Tell me, I could trade my life for it." Davis, unfazed by Tang Hao's anxiety and urgency, continued at a leisurely pace. Plant-type soul beasts are known for their powerful vitality, and blue-silver grass is precisely the most resilient among all plants on the continent, whether uprooted or scorched by wildfires. They often leave behind a seed in times of adversity, and come next spring, there will surely be a sea of blue-silver once again. Although the idea of resurrection sounds ethereal, when Davis mentioned the characteristics of blue-silver grass, Tang Hao had already believed him about 30%. By the time Davis spoke of the grass seeds, Tang Hao's belief had risen to 50%. He subtly glanced at the back mountain of Holy Soul Village and urged, "What next? Continue speaking." Davis nodded and continued. As the 100,000-year Blue-Silver Emperor, Ayin is the only supreme ruler among the blue-silver grass race, and her vitality must be something the senior has experienced. Tang Hao recalled the scene 4 years ago when Ayin sacrificed herself, causing his soul power to suddenly soar from level 90 to level 95, and could not help but nod. Even ordinary blue-silver grass knows to drop seeds to survive in the face of disaster. Such strong vitality must have a more reliable means of prolonging life. If I guess correctly, Ayin should have left you a seed before her death, right? Tang Hao's tiger-like eyes kept drooping, murmuring, "Ayin, my Ayin, I'm going to find you." Saying this, he was about to go out to dig up the blue-silver grass seed he had personally bought from the back mountain, but was once again stopped by the Sword Douluo's 7-killing sword. Senior, Tang Hao was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, not understanding why the Sword Douluo was still stopping him. The Sword Douluo glanced at him and said, "Listen to Weiss finish speaking before you go. It's not too late." Tang Hao had no choice but to return and continue listening. However, this seed, if left to root and sprout by itself, would probably take thousands or tens of thousands of years to grow back into the form of the Blue-Silver Emperor Ayin. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao completely calmed down. After all, Tang Hao was once a hero who shook the world, and after being easily stirred by Davis's words a few times, how could he not realize that this young boy who had become a soul emperor at such a young age was not simply a cultivation genius? From the moment he spoke his first sentence at the door, this boy had absolute initiative in the conversation. Tang Hao's reactions to each of his words were all within his expectations. This was very terrifying. Tang Hao, unwilling to continue sparring with Davis, directly asked, "What do you want?" No matter what Davis asked for, Tang Hao planned to give it to him first, prioritizing Ayin's resurrection. As for whether Davis could keep what he wanted afterward, that was his own business. Chun Xian couldn't possibly keep an eye on his precious disciple 24 hours a day, right? Tang Hao thought fiercely in his heart. Seeing Tang Hao's willingness, Davis happily quoted, "2 things, if you do them, I will help you resurrect Ayin. First, you and my teacher take me to the city of slaughter. I want to get the slaughter field. Second, I want you to kill someone." Tang Hao frowned upon hearing this. "I can take you to the city of slaughter, but how do you guarantee you'll come out alive?" Tang Hao certainly couldn't care less about Davis's life or death. He was afraid that if Davis died, no one would be able to help him resurrect Ayin. The Sword Douluo beside him spoke to dispel his concerns. "You don't have to worry. My disciple just faced and killed 2 soul Douluo and 2 soul saint from the Spear Hall in the last battle." Tang Hao fell silent. This record was more outrageous than when he entered the city of slaughter, and if he said Davis couldn't make it out alive, even Tang Hao wouldn't believe it. The only thing to worry about was whether the King of Slaughter would lay hands on him, but with Tang Hao as a backing, the King of Slaughter would never dare to personally target Davis. So he directly asked, "Who do you want me to kill?" Davis answered without hesitation, "Elder of the Spirit Hall, Yuguan." The Phantom designed an assassination attempt on him, nearly causing the death of Du Gongyan. Davis has always remembered this debt in his heart. However, he wanted to keep the life of the Phantom for himself. So he had Tang Hao kill his good friend Yuguan first. This was actually a 3-fold gain. It not only weakened the Spirit Hall's strength, but also allowed the Phantom to feel pain, and it could entice Tang Hao to attract the Spirit Hall's attention, reducing the possibility of the talented individuals from the star Luo Heavenly Strategy House being noticed. Tang Hao agreed without hesitation. If it were to kill other innocent people, he might have hesitated, but Yuguan was an old enemy, He was involved in the ambush on Ain back then. Unexpectedly, the condition Davis wanted was to kill Yu Guan. Was this even a condition for Tang Hao? To ensure Tang Hao's plan to kill Yu Guan succeeded in one go, Davis didn't hesitate to offer a small healing pill, hoping it would help him heal the internal injuries remaining in his body. Naturally, Tang Hao accepted it without refusal. After all, Yu Guan was also at level 95. Although his combat power was crushed by Tang Hao, his martial soul was the incredibly tough Qirong Tontian Chrysanthemum, excelling in both offense and defense. The dark injuries within Tang Hao also had a significant impact on his combat power. If not healed, he might not be able to kill his opponent in one strike. Thus, Tang Hao took the pill that Davis handed over without any guard and swallowed it directly. After the pill entered his stomach, it didn't cause much of a disturbance in Tang Hao's powerful soul power, but quietly nourished his meridians and internal organs. Tang Hao estimated that the medicinal power of this small healing pill was more than enough to heal his internal injuries, and it wouldn't take too much time. A night of meditation and recuperation would be sufficient. Tang Hao thanked Davis with a cupped fist, as this was an additional gift beyond what they had agreed upon. At this moment, he became genuinely curious about the identity of this mysterious young man before him. With extraordinary strength, monstrous talent, a powerful intelligence network, and astonishing wealth, he could even casually give away life-saving divine medicines like the small healing pill. However, he still did not ask too deeply. He was quite sure that a young man like Davis, once he emerged from the city of slaughter in a few years, would quickly make his name resonate throughout the entire continent. The momentum and reputation of such a person could not be concealed. It was just like he used to be. Chapter 74. The real reason for the assassination, 5th update, seeking initial subscription. Tang Hao spent an entire night absorbing the power of the small healing pill, completely eliminating his internal injuries. Coupled with the hope of resurrecting his beloved wife, Tang Hao's once dead heart began to revive. By the time Davis saw him again the next day, he seemed like a completely different person. According to Sword Douluo, at this moment, Tang Hao's mental state could be said to have regained 8/10 of its former glory. The healed Haoqian Douluo was truly the chaotic demon king who had once single-handedly smashed the spirit hall into pieces. The miraculous effects of the small healing pill left Tang Hao greatly astonished, and his perception of Davis improved significantly as well. After all, who wouldn't like a generous collaborator? Tang Hao left a letter for his son, Tang San, and then left with Davis and Sword Douluo. Although Tang San was young, he already had enough ability to take care of himself, and with Village Chief Jack also helping out, there was no need for Tang Hao to worry about him. The three of them first arrived in Nodding City, planning to change direction from there to head towards the city of slaughter. However, upon arriving in Nodding City, they suddenly found the atmosphere in the city to be very tense. The patrolling soldiers coming and going, along with the occasional flying soul masters, indicated that things were not simple. Could it be that my whereabouts have been exposed? Davis and Tang Hao both had the same doubt arise in their minds almost simultaneously. Then, the two top enemies of the Wuhuan Temple from different generations exchanged glances, both feeling puzzled, but unwilling to admit it was their own issue. Impossible. It must be because of you. The two wanted criminals of the Wuhuan Temple simultaneously shifted the blame onto each other in their hearts. In the end, it was the elderly Sword Douluo who went to investigate the news. The Wuhuan Temple had released information. A soul master claiming to be the Phantom Sword Master was causing trouble in Tiando City and had killed 4 high-ranking soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple. After verification by the Wuhuan Temple spies, it was confirmed that the true identity of this Phantom Sword Master was Tang Hao, the notorious figure who had attacked the former Pope Qiang Sunji 4 years ago, leaving him severely injured and ultimately leading to his death. He had used a soul guide that could change his appearance to conceal his identity and secretly targeted the soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple. According to reliable sources, after committing the crime, Tang Hao was very likely to seek refuge in the Star Luo Empire, as Nodding City was one of the areas closest to the border. It was one of the easiest places for Tang Hao to pass through. Therefore, the Wuhuan Temple specifically dispatched an elite team to help strengthen the defenses of Nodding City. This news left a few of them staring at each other in shock, speechless. They never expected that both Davis and Tang Hao would be included in the Wuhuan Temple's wanted notice. Sword Douluo and Davis were of course well aware of who the Wuhuan Temple was truly trying to find with such a grand search. They had thought that since Davis was the crown prince of the Star Luo Empire, after escaping the Wuhuan Temple site, the temple wouldn't make any major moves in a short time to avoid completely angering the Star Luo Empire. They never expected such a maneuver would occur. Tang Hao was also speechless. Although he was indeed a sworn enemy of the Wuhuan Temple, He had been in hiding for 4 years without being discovered. Now, to search for this kid, the Wuhuan Temple had pulled him out as a decoy, with their patrol teams almost running to his doorstep in Holy Soul Village. Seeing that they could no longer stay in Nodding City, the three had no choice but to exit the city and take a mountain path to the City of Slaughter. On the way, Tang Hao, who was also caught in the crossfire, shot Davis a glare and gritted his teeth, asking in a low voice, "Who the hell are you? That the Wuhuan Temple values you so much, willing to use my notorious name for you?" Davis, unable to conceal his identity any longer, shrugged helplessly and cupped his fists in salute to Tang Hao, formally introducing himself. "I am Davis, the eldest son of the Dai family from the Douluo Empire. I have met Senior Tang Hao." Tang Hao, having not interacted with the Spirit Master world for a long time, paused for a moment before reacting. "Dai family, you're that genius prince of the Douluo royal family." Tang Hao had always wondered why Davis was targeted for assassination, and now he finally understood. "I thought so. The Spirit Hall may be domineering in their actions, but they tend to underestimate other forces due to their arrogance and generally do not advocate for the elimination of other young talents. However, if you're the future heir of the Douluo Empire, then it makes sense. After all, the Spirit Hall is different from our sect. They place great importance on civilian Spirit Masters, as they are their largest source of military strength." Tang Hao's words were left unfinished, but both Davis and Douluo understood very well. Indeed, talents from sects like the Haotian Twin Stars and the Thunder Prison Dragon King, no matter how lively they are, the Spirit Hall would not care much and would not likely send someone to assassinate them. "You are strong, but I am stronger." This is the mindset of the higher-ups in the Spirit Hall. But the heirs of the two great empires are different. Strength determines character. If the future emperors of the two great empires are super Douluos above level 95, or even stronger, do you think they would restrict the development of the Spirit Hall within their borders? This point would be especially evident in the Douluo Empire, because every emperor they have had a queen with equally excellent talent, who can fuse with their martial spirits. If an emperor becomes too powerful, the development of the Spirit Hall within the two great empires will inevitably be severely restricted. The empire does not suppress sects because the requirements for bloodlines and martial spirits mean that they are inevitably medium-sized organizations that will not affect national stability. However, the core interests of the Spirit Hall and the two great empires are fundamentally in conflict. Davis is indeed a smart person. He just hadn't realized this while sitting in the position of the Douluo prince. Now, with a little prompt from Tang Hao, he immediately understands. No wonder both generations of popes attempted to assassinate him. As the most outstanding heir of the two royal families, the Douluo Dai family and the Heaven Dou Qi family, who else would they target if not him? Not to mention that, by now, the heir of the Heaven Dou Qi family has probably already been replaced by Qianren Xue. Once Davis is dealt with, the next generation of emperors from the two great empires will be at the mercy of the Spirit Hall. It seems that I've already become an important document in Bibi Dong's eyes. For the sake of my own safety, I can only trouble the great Haotian Douluo to attract some attention and firepower from the Spirit Hall. Davis glanced up at Tang Hao and suddenly felt a lot safer. Tang Hao didn't notice Davis's gaze and suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if he had been schemed against by someone. It's all that damn Wuhuan Hall's fault. Davis and the other two were sprinting through the mountains and quickly arrived at the last small town near the City of Slaughter, called Town. Upon seeing this name, both Davis and Douluo couldn't help but be taken aback. The closest town to such an evil place as the City of Slaughter was actually called Town. It was truly bizarre. However, it was also understandable. It was precisely because of the existence of the City of Slaughter that the people in other parts of Douluo continent could enjoy peace, as it restrained numerous evil soul masters. The three of them entered Town, planning to have a meal and rest before heading to the City of Slaughter the next day. But what was outrageous was that they found out this town was also wanted for Tang Hao Davis. This was already the 12th city they had encountered on their journey that was also issuing a warrant for Tang Hao Davis. The Spirit Hall, a religious force that covered the entire continent, truly acted like a net of heaven and earth when it came to targeting someone. Even though Tang Hao didn't mind such framing, he was still somewhat irritated by the Spirit Hall's pervasive tactics. At this moment, Davis noticed Tang Hao's impatience and tried to fan the flames. "Senior Haotian, since we are almost at the City of Slaughter, why don't we join forces and hit them hard?" Originally, Davis had just said this casually, but he didn't expect Tang Hao to take it seriously. After looking at Douluo and then at Davis, and considering for a moment, he suddenly clenched his right fist and struck it into his left palm, whispering, "Let's do it." He was genuinely contemplating the feasibility of this plan. Among the three, Sword Douluo had reached level 96 years ago. In his earlier display, when he blocked Tang Hao in Holy Soul Village, made Tang Hao very certain that this senior had quietly advanced to level 97. Tang Hao himself was at level 95, but with his superb hammer techniques and the 100,000-year soul ring left by Yin, he was not afraid even when facing a level 97 opponent. Even Davis, who he thought might be a hindrance, had the record of defeating and killing 2 Soul Douluo and 2 Soul Saints alone, which was enough to handle the miscellaneous troops below the title Douluo level. No matter how wealthy the Spirit Hall was, they couldn't possibly send 2 level 97 super strong individuals to hunt down a Davis. Tang Hao was still unaware that Sword Douluo had broken through to the ultimate realm of swordsmanship. Otherwise, his plan could have been even bolder. Chapter 75. The Demon Lord descends from the heavens, and the Tai Sui God in the mortal realm. 6th update. Please subscribe. Both Sword Douluo and Davis were shocked by Tang Hao's decisiveness. Davis casually made a suggestion, and unexpectedly, Tang Hao, upon hearing it was about the Spirit Hall, agreed without much thought. So, was the Haotian twin star's remarkable reputation back then all due to recklessness? However, the three analyzed it carefully and found that it indeed had great potential. Given Davis's current standing in the Spirit Hall, it's very likely that several title Douluo were dispatched to block his return to the Douluo Empire. But if he only revealed a slight trace, the title Douluo that could arrive in a hurry would definitely not exceed 2. Bibidon couldn't mobilize those old men from the offering hall. And with the forces under her command, no matter who the 2 were, they would have to kneel before the combination of Qinxin and Tang Hao. If Yueguan and Ghost Douluo came, that would be even better. Even if they had a martial soul fusion skill, they wouldn't be able to escape without leaving one behind. Without hesitation, they set the plan. Davis parted ways with Sword Douluo and Tang Hao, deliberately exposing his whereabouts in crowded places like taverns and markets. Soon, the spies from the Spirit Hall discovered Davis's figure. However, they did not act rashly, because according to the Spirit Hall's announcement, the true identity of the masked sword master was none other than Tang Hao, who assassinated the former pope years ago. They were merely spies and had no need to seek death. From the moment Davis actively exposed his whereabouts, the atmosphere in the entire small town suddenly became much tenser. Davis sensed the change in the environment, but didn't take it seriously. He found a restaurant, ordered a table full of delicious dishes, and even requested a small jar of the house-made fruit wine, eating while waiting for his pursuers to arrive. This made the Sword Douluo, Tang Hao, who were secretly following and protecting him, a bit annoyed. This brat we are hiding on the side, not daring to make a sound, and you, on the other hand, are enjoying a feast. The efficiency of the Spirit Hall's mobilization of personnel disappointed Davis a bit. By the time he was full and ready to settle the bill and leave, the people from the Spirit Hall had just hurriedly arrived and sealed off the entire restaurant. Davis had just set down his wine glass, the rich and aromatic drink perfectly suited to his taste. He wiped his mouth and looked toward the newcomer. 2 figures, one golden and one black, walked up the stairs. The golden one spoke up, with a strong hint of femininity in their voice. Ghost Face Swordmaster. You really are audacious. You assassinated the bishop of our Spirit Hall, and still dare to swagger around and eat in a tavern? Who gave you the courage? By the end of the person's statement, their voice had become sharp and somewhat grating. Davis was certain that this image and voice belonged to the pair of gay partners, Yueguan and Guemei. Judging by the color of their clothes, behind them were 4 soul Douluos, 7 soul sages, and more than 10 soul emperors. This level of power could easily destroy an ordinary small kingdom, yet it was only used to hunt down Davis. The Spirit Hall was really giving them face. Since the guests had arrived, and the leaders were exactly the ones Davis wanted to see the most, Yueguan and Guemei, he was very satisfied and decided not to waste any more time, diving straight into the main course. Who gave me the courage? Of course, it was the Haotian law. The content in Davis's words, along with his calm demeanor, made Yueguan and Guemei's pupils suddenly shrink, and their bodies instinctively retreated. This was a natural reaction to fleeing in the face of an overwhelmingly strong enemy. How heavy are the 2 words Tang Hao? No one knows this better than Yueguan and Guemei. For years ago, when they followed the former Pope Qinxuanji, who was also at level 95, to encircle and kill that 10,000-year soul beast, they had experienced it firsthand. The 3 titled Douluos at level 95 were led by Qinxuanji, who was directly struck and severely injured by a hammer, ultimately leading to his death. Even when Yueguan and Guemei used their martial soul fusion technique, The two instruments' stasis field, they could not withstand the subsequent two strikes from Tang Hao, resulting in serious injuries. If it weren't for that severe injury having such a significant impact, they might have had the hope of progressing further in this lifetime. But now all hope was gone. In Yue Guan and Gu Mei's eyes, the hammer in Tang Hao's hand was heavier than the highest peak in the Douluo continent. However, after a moment of hesitation, Yue Guan realized that this kid was bluffing them. We gave you the title of Tang, how to pursue you openly. You don't actually think you are the Hao Yin Douluo, do you, my Lord Davis? When saying the last sentence, Yue Guan deliberately lowered his voice, but his smug expression was difficult to suppress. This genius idea was a suggestion, and at that time, it received praise from the Pope. Just as Yue Guan was feeling proud, a sudden change occurred. A pitch-black hammer shot out from beside him, striking his side chest and sending him flying out of the tavern. Boom! It wasn't until Yue Guan flew out of the window that a deafening sound of collision echoed in everyone's ears. Dressed in a cloak, Tang Hao stepped out from a hidden corner, holding his big iron hammer. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his footsteps on the wooden floor of the tavern felt like a heartbeat pounding in the chests of the people from the Spirit Hall, making them feel suffocated. No one from the Spirit Hall expected that the rumored Hao Ye Douluo Tang Hao would actually appear on the scene. Upon seeing Tang Hao, Gu Mei didn't dare to utter a harsh word and immediately transformed into a cloud of black smoke flying toward the window. As he left, he shouted, "Stop him." Such a simple phrase determined the fate of all the soul masters present from the Spirit Hall, as Gu Mei's subordinate. If they disobeyed the order and caused Gu Mei to be killed by Tang Hao, even if they managed to return to the Spirit Hall alive, it would still be a dead end. Therefore, even facing certain death, those soul masters could only surround Tang Hao, using their lives to slow down his steps. This way, when Gu Mei returned to the Spirit Hall alive, at least their families would be treated well. However, could a group of soul emperors and soul saints really hold back Tang Hao? With a horizontal sweep of his hammer, several people flew out, including 2 soul emperors, while the rest were either slightly or severely injured by the hammer's wind. Upon witnessing this scene, Davis finally understood why the Sword Douluo was so disappointed upon seeing Tang Hao. The revitalized Tang Hao felt like a fierce wind, growing stronger with each strike, akin to a celestial demon descending upon the world, truly a divine being. This phrase from Water Margin used to describe Wu Song was perfectly apt for the Hao Yin Douluo at this moment. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to chase Gu Mei. Tang Hao said this and jumped out the window after Gu Mei. As for why he didn't pursue Yue Guan, after being caught off guard by Tang Hao's full-strength hammer, even though Yue Guan's martial soul, the strange chrysanthemum, was known for its toughness, his body must have been severely damaged at this point. Moreover, on his escape route, there was an unidentified masked old swordsman waiting for him. The sword duel represented the position of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and before the two sides had officially turned hostile, it wasn't convenient to strike against the Spirit Hall people in front of everyone. However, waiting to deliver a sword strike on Yue Guan's escape route was something he could do. This was also why Tang Hao immediately pursued Gu Mei. Gu Mei's flying speed was not slow, and his survival ability was strong, making it inconvenient for the Sword Douluo to act if he caught up with Yue Guan. In an instant, all title Douluo-level combatants had left the tavern, leaving only Davis and a group of defeated remnants from the Spear Hall. Although the Spear Hall had many people, after Tang Hao's hammer strike, they had all lost their morale, and even when facing Davis alone, they found themselves in a difficult position. However, Davis was currently filled with fighting spirit. A group of demoralized high-ranking soul masters from the Spear Hall. Was there a better training partner than this? Chapter 76, Slay Yue Guan. Insert a spy. First update. Please subscribe. When Davis stabbed down the last opponent, the Sword Douluo and Tang Hao returned to the tavern one after the other. The Sword Douluo was holding the barely alive Yue Guan, while Tang Hao was empty-handed. Davis sighed inwardly. It turned out to be not so simple to keep that half-alive, half-dead guy ghostly. Tang Hao glanced at the heavily wounded Spirit Hall soldiers on the ground, and then at the moonlight that the Sword Douluo was holding, realizing that he was the only one without any achievements. This made the imposing Hao Yin Douluo feel quite embarrassed. Tang Hao could only explain a bit awkwardly that Ghostly's martial soul lies between the real and the illusory. Once he activates his true martial soul, the effect of the Hao Yin hammer, which is an extreme physical attack martial soul, is greatly reduced against him. However, after taking a hit from my great Sumra hammer, he will surely suffer broken bones and shattered organs. Even if he escapes back to the Spear Hall, he won't be able to fight anyone for at least a year or two. Davis was somewhat surprised after hearing Tang Hao's words. Today's match was a guaranteed victory. Whether or not they let the Spectre escape, it would still be a great win for their side. In this situation, Tang Hao actually used the self-harming and damaging Great Samurai Hammer. It seems that he truly harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Spectre and Moonlight, those who participated in the encirclement of the Blue-Silver Emperor back in the day. The sword Douluo threw Moonlight at Davis's feet and said, "You specifically asked Tang how to kill Moonlight. It seems you have some unresolved grudges with him. He has already been heavily injured and is unconscious from your master's strike. Now, I'll leave him to you." Davis bowed to the sword Douluo in thanks, then pointed his right hand, activating his sixth soul skill, the White Tiger Divine Sword. The soul power flying sword swept past the throat of Yuguan. This renowned title Douluo, the loyal dog of Pope Bibi Dong, thus returned to the underworld. With the strength of a soul emperor, he killed a title Douluo, completing the achievement of slaying above his level final. He received the reward, martial arts card, Tian Shan's 6 Yang Palm. Unexpectedly, the consecutive assassination attempts by the Spirit Hall directly allowed Davis to complete the final task of the Slaying Above His Level Achievement series. This newly acquired Tian Shan 6 Yang Palm sparked some new ideas in Davis. The sole masters of the Spirit Hall lying on the ground, apart from those who were killed by Davis in a single blow, were mostly seriously injured and unconscious. Originally, Davis intended to kill them all to weaken the Spirit Hall's strength as much as possible. However, the Tian Shan 6 Yang Palm, besides being a supreme skill that harmonizes yin and yang, also came with a hidden weapon technique called the Life and Death Talisman. Once this Life and Death Talisman is planted in someone, it truly makes them unable to seek life or death, being a top-notch martial art for manipulating enemies. There were about 10 soul masters on the ground, seriously injured and unconscious, and with this Life and Death Talisman, Davis was confident he could sow discord among some of them and turn them to his advantage. Davis directly used the Tian Shan Luoyang Palm martial arts card and quickly grasped some of its tricks. Next, using the technique of the Life and Death symbol, he condensed the clear water on the table into ice and injected it into the bodies of those spirit masters from the Spirit Hall, then activated the Life and Death symbol in turn. First, he let them experience the effects of the Life and Death symbol before discussing anything else. The pain and itchiness that felt like 10,000 ants gnawing at their hearts instantly awakened all the unconscious spirit masters, causing them to roll on the ground in agony, tumble, and scratch themselves. There were also loyal individuals within the Spirit Hall. A few managed to muster enough strength to commit suicide under the torment of the Life and Death symbol, while 2 others succumbed to their injuries and died from vomiting blood due to the unbearable pain. In the end, only 5 remained, unable to withstand the excruciating pain, and chose to surrender. Among them were 2 soul Douluos and 3 soul saints. As for whether their surrender was genuine or feigned, there is no need for doubt. No one in a severely injured state could endure the pressure from Sword Douluo and Hao Ian Douluo, while simultaneously concealing their intentions and deceiving Davis's keen intuition under the torment of the Life and Death symbol. Davis ordered them to return to the Spirit Hall and fabricated a perfect excuse for their survival. After Tang Hao heavily injured Yuguan, he immediately went after the Ghost Shadow, leaving Davis to deal with them. The Ghost Shadow was indeed no match for Tang Hao, but he wasted a lot of time pursuing him. Originally, it would have been very difficult for those Spirit Douluo and below to kill Davis, but during the standoff, Yuguan returned. A severely injured title Douluo is still a title Douluo, and Davis was no match for him. Being chased by Yuguan to the edge of cliff, with no way to escape, he had no choice but to jump off the cliff. Before he fell, he was struck by Yuguan's full-force attack. It was likely he wouldn't survive. However, just after Yuguan knocked Davis off the cliff, he ran into Tang Hao, who was returning after failing to catch the Ghost Shadow. Seeing Davis knocked off the cliff by Yuguan, Tang Hao was furious and, with all his power, killed Yuguan in just a few moves, throwing his body off the cliff as a tribute to Davis's spirit in heaven. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals, seeing the death of the chrysanthemum Douluo, immediately scattered and fled, but during their escape, the enraged Tang Hao killed most of them. According to this narrative, it makes sense that neither Davis' nor Yuguan's bodies were seen on the battlefield. Otherwise, anyone with keen eyes would see that the injury was caused by the Sword Douluo's strike, and the fatal wound was from Davis's beheading, making the story difficult to fabricate. In the version of the story involving Davis, the Sword Douluo did not appear in this battle at all. Davis had the 5 soul masters collude with each other until they were all very familiar with the story, ensuring that there were no loopholes in their accounts before feeling at ease. Davis will tell the formula for the antidote to the life and death talisman to the sword Douluo, who will then pass it on to Yang Wudi, who will come to Tiandou later, for him to produce the antidote and hand it over to his trusted subordinates in the Wanjin Merchant Association. As long as they follow Davis's requirements and provide intelligence from the Spirit Hall for the Wanjin Merchant Association, they will be able to obtain the antidote for the life and death talisman from any branch of the Wanjin Merchant Association every year. Additionally, Davis swore in the name of the Star Luo royal family that as long as they remain loyal and serve him for 20 years, he would completely lift the life and death talisman from them and return their freedom. This also served as a reassurance for these internal traitors. After arranging these matters, Davis let the 5 of them leave in different directions, creating the illusion that they had scattered in a panic. Tang Hao and the sword Douluo beside him were both confused. Previously, they had always been the ones dealing with spies planted by the Spirit Hall in the 3 major sects, with some they could find but not handle, and some they hadn't even found yet. However, they had never been successful in countering the infiltration of the Spirit Hall, because, unless they were soul masters cultivated from a young age by the Spirit Academy directly under the Spirit Hall, no matter how great their contributions, they would never be able to enter the true core organization of the Spirit Hall. Now, they watched as Davis casually inserted 5 spies into the Spirit Hall, all of whom were soul saints or higher-level experts. Tang Hao swallowed hard and asked, "Is that life and death talisman of yours reliable? The Spirit Hall has many powerful experts. You better not let anyone unravel it." Davis shook his head with a smile and confidently replied, "Once the life and death talisman enters the body, it immediately vanishes into the veins and blood vessels. Unless it is activated, there will be no signs of it. Unless the person with the talisman is a titled Douluo or a deity showing their power. Even the most mysterious high-ranking elder in the Spirit Hall won't be able to expel the life and death talisman I planted." This is the information Davis obtained when he acquired the Tianshan Luyang Palm martial arts card. Because of this characteristic, he was able to confidently send those 5 people back to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 77, Entering the City of Slaughter, Second Update. Please subscribe. The 3 had a fierce battle with the Spirit Hall members in Anning Town, completely breaking the tranquility of the small town. The Spirit Hall lost Elder Yueguan, a title Douluo-level elder, along with several other strong fighters, so they would definitely react even more fiercely, to avoid a greater conflict from arising. The 3 decided to leave immediately. They had agreed on a meeting place with Dou Qi and soon met him, along with Dou Qi, who was preparing to enter the city of Slaughter with Davis. Dou Qi was overjoyed to see Davis and unconsciously reached out to hold his hand. However, Dou Qi's expression was not as pleasant. Although he had never heard of the city of Slaughter, just hearing the name made it clear that it was not a good place. How could this rascal Davis expect his precious granddaughter to venture into such a hellish place? After the 2 groups met, Dou Qi coldly snorted at Davis, expressing his dissatisfaction. Davis could only force a smile. Without being able to tell Dou Qi about the bond of shared life and death and their mutual understanding, he could not explain his decision to this close elder of Dou Qi. Dou Qi, on the other hand, was outgoing. She stared wide-eyed and tugged at Dou Qi's arm, not allowing him to give Davis a hard time. When Tang Hao heard that Dou Qi, this little soul master, was also going to the city of Slaughter, he couldn't help but glance at Davis in surprise and confirmed, "Davis, since you came to ask for my help, you must have some understanding of that place. Are you sure you want to bring this little girl with you? That hellish place is not meant for kids to play house." Upon hearing Tang Hao's words, Dou Qi became even more anxious. If even the world-renowned Hao Yanguo referred to the city of Slaughter as a hellish place, it seemed that it was even more dangerous than he had imagined. Davis secretly thought it was bad. With Tang Hao saying that, Dou Qi would definitely be unwilling to let him take Dou Qi along to the city of Slaughter. Before Dou Qi could open his mouth to refuse, Davis and Dou Qi exchanged a glance, and the 2, who understood each other's intentions, immediately decided to prove it through action. They simultaneously pointed their right hands to form a sword. "Grandpa, be careful," Dou Qi warned, and 2 streams of sword energy shot out from the hands of Davis and Dou Qi, respectively. Under the mutual attraction of their soul power, they quickly merged into a new sword energy, shooting towards Dou Qi. Dou Qi waved his hand to block the sword energy, but felt a sharp pain in his palm. Although Dou Qi hadn't used his full strength just now, Davis had also only used the same soul rank as Dou Qi, and such a sword strike was able to cause pain to this titled Douluo, which surprised everyone. "Is this a martial soul fusion skill?" Sword Douluo asked with confusion. This sword did indeed look like a martial soul fusion, but just now, Davis activated the White Tiger martial soul, while Dou Emperor had the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor martial soul. No matter how they fused, they shouldn't be able to unleash a sword-type skill, right? Davis and Dou Emperor smiled without explaining, just looking at Dou Emperor, hoping he would speak up. Tang Hao hesitated to say anything. Only he knew that the hell-killing field in the City of Slaughter was a one-on-one competition, where only one participant could survive. He didn't believe Davis was completely unaware of this. Clearly, he was using this martial soul fusion skill to deceive the unsuspecting Dou Emperor. However, the hint of threat in Davis's unintentional glance towards him forced the constrained Tang Hao to choose silence. Dou Emperor pondered for a moment. He didn't expect that his granddaughter, having only known Davis for such a short time, would already have a martial soul fusion skill with him. The existence of a martial soul fusion skill indicated that Davis was sincere towards Dou Emperor. This kid was consistently mature and had ideas. He shouldn't harm his own lover. Coupled with Yan's own feelings, Dou Emperor finally nodded with difficulty. Yay! Long live Grandpa! Dou Emperor excitedly hugged Dou Emperor, who was enjoying his granddaughter's affection while glaring at Davis with the eyes of a venomous snake, warning him that he would never allow his granddaughter to suffer even the slightest harm. Davis nodded seriously. In a place where Dou Emperor couldn't see, two men who cared about her the most in the world reached some kind of agreement. The entrance to the City of Slaughter was also in a small town, less than 100 miles from Anningtown. The moment Davis stepped into the small town, he felt a chilling atmosphere. The people in the town were strange, each wearing a stern expression and not engaging in any conversation with others. Tang Hao led the group straight to the center of the town, where instead of a lord's mansion, there was a small tavern. As the five entered the tavern, a murky, foul smell hit them. Here, Davis felt a sense of eeriness that was 10 times stronger than outside. There were not many people sitting in the tavern, and several pairs of eyes brazenly stared at them as they walked in. But no one spoke until Tang Hao let out a cold snort, prompting them to divert their gaze. The three took a seat, and a waiter in a black uniform approached, seemingly to take their order. Tang Hao ignored him and directly addressed Davis and Dou Emperor. Kill them all. The voice was not loud, but it was enough to resonate throughout the tavern. The most terrifying words in the world were spoken so casually by Tang Hao, as if the others in the tavern were merely sheep waiting to be slaughtered, which ignited anger in everyone present. The waiter's expression also changed drastically, about to open his mouth to curse. In an instant, a dozen people summoned their martial souls simultaneously and surrounded the group. Davis knew that what Tang Hao said was the correct way to enter the City of Slaughter. With the visualization map of El Zhu in hand, he didn't need to drink that disgusting Bloody Mary to maintain his sanity. Moreover, the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra practiced by Dou Emperor also had the effect of clearing the mind and isolating the heart's demons. Their connection of mutual understanding meant that even if she fell into an abnormal state, he could awaken her at any time with his soul. Therefore, Dou Emperor also did not need to drink that nauseating Bloody Mary. Davis directly activated his martial soul. Sixth soul skill, White Tiger Divine Sword. Two unmatched sharp golden flying swords flew out from Davis's back, quickly circling around the tavern a few times. By the time the flying swords returned to Davis's front, the only people standing in the entire tavern were Davis and his few companions. Including the waiter, there were a total of 15 people. And in the blink of an eye, they all perished under Davis's flying swords. The system's voice perfectly chimed in. Achievement mowing grass completed. Reward. Item card, Dou Qi Earth Spirit Pill. The Dou Qi Earth Spirit Pill is a miraculous antidote in the gold-type world. Wearing it will cause the wearer to feel a chill if poison is nearby, alerting them. If held under the tongue, it can make one immune to all poisons. With this miraculous item, apart from some rare and formidable poisons, others cannot harm Davis in the slightest. Originally, Davis was considering that he needed to guard against others using poison after entering the City of Slaughter. After all, he wasn't like Tang San, a grandmaster of poison. But unexpectedly, he managed to obtain this miraculous item before entering the City of Slaughter. The system truly is his good teacher and helpful son. Watching Davis casually kill everyone in the tavern without asking any questions, Tang Hao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid is truly born for the City of Slaughter. Tang Hao admired him in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. He simply pointed to a glass of fresh red wine poured for someone else on the counter, which was the Bloody Mary essential for anyone in the City of Slaughter, and said to Davis, "Drink this, and you'll be able to enter the City of Slaughter." Davis glanced at the Bloody Mary with disdain and shook his head, saying, "We don't need this." Then, without waiting for Tang Hao to speak, the flying sword in front of Davis shot out again. sweeping gently across the bar of the tavern and shattering it into pieces. The glasses and bottles on the bar were naturally crushed along with it by the sword light. As the bar broke apart, a dark hole appeared in the ground. That was the entrance to the city of slaughter. Looking at the hole that was continuously emitting a cold wind, Davis turned to Tang Hao and said, "As for the king of slaughter, I'll trouble you to escort us. Once I come out, I will help you resurrect the blue-silver emperor right away." Tang Hao nodded in agreement. This was something they had already agreed upon. Davis turned to the sword Douluo, bowed, and said, "Teacher, I'm leaving. Tell Rong Rong not to think too much about me. When I return, I will bring her a gift." The sword Douluo nodded with a smile. He never doubted that his nearly perfect disciple would be able to leave this city of slaughter, and naturally, he did not need to worry or feel sad. It was just a short few years. He believed that when they met again, this kid would definitely give him a huge surprise. After saying goodbye to the sword Douluo, Tang Hao and Douluo Davis leaped into the black hole. As Davis and Dou Yin entered the city of slaughter, a massive earthquake struck both the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Empire. Chapter 78. Bad News Arrives. Third update, please subscribe. In the Spirit Hall, Pope Bibi Dong was furious upon seeing the group of defeated soldiers return. However, when she heard their description of the situation, realizing that their true number one enemy, Tang Hao, had appeared, she felt that the development of events was not surprising. After all, the 95th level, six-winged angel spirit, Qinshuanjie's strength could not be considered weak, especially with Yueguan and Dou Mei by his side. Yet, they were still completely defeated by Tang Hao, which gave Bibi Dong the opportunity to absorb him. Moreover, the information provided by the five matched with what Dou Mei, who had returned earlier, reported. Therefore, Bibi Dong not only did not punish them, but also ordered Dou Mei to reward them generously. Dou Mei felt indebted to them for having delayed Tang Hao's progress, allowing him to escape safely, and thus was more than willing to carry out the Pope's order. Davis never expected that the 5 internal traitors he sent to the Spirit Hall would all be promoted on their very first day back. Subsequently, the Spirit Hall issued a notice. After investigation, it was confirmed that the Ghost-Faced Swordmaster and Tang Hao were not the same person, but rather accomplices. During the pursuit by the Spirit Hall, the two were extremely ruthless, killing Elder Yueguan and more than a dozen of his elite followers. In the end, the Ghost-Faced Swordmaster was killed by Ghost Douluo and fell off a cliff, while Tang Hao escaped with serious injuries. In the process of the pursuit, the military of the Dou Empire and the strong guardians at the borders contributed greatly, and thus a soul sage who made the biggest contribution was awarded the honor badge of the Spirit Hall. Once this announcement was made, those who were unaware of the details could only lament Tang Hao's brutality. After disappearing for 4 years, he once again killed a titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall and managed to escape under heavy encirclement. Meanwhile, those who knew the inside story were greatly shaken. The Ghost-Faced Swordmaster was killed by the Spirit Hall. When this news reached the Douluo Imperial Palace, Emperor Dai Wei almost summoned various generals to gather the army to attack the Dou Empire. His most favored son had been assassinated twice in the Dou Empire. The identity of the Ghost-Faced Swordmaster was a disguise that Davis used while mingling in the Douluo City Great Spirit Arena, although this was a secret. With the strength of the Spirit Hall, it was very likely they could uncover it. The vengeance for killing a son is a matter that cannot be shared with the heavens. The news coming from the Dou Empire forced Dai Wei to take some drastic actions, such as threatening military mobilization along the borders. Fortunately, before Dai Wei could take action, the Empress intervened to stop him. In the White Tiger Hall of the Douluo Imperial Palace, Dai Wei was furiously angry, smashing palace utensils into pieces, and all the palace servants dared not approach. At this moment, Empress Zhu Zitong entered the palace with a mysterious woman cloaked in a cape. After they entered the palace, the woman removed the hood of her cloak, revealing none other than concubine Lian, who had supposedly committed suicide years ago. She had not died and had entered the palace with her arch-rival, the Empress. If others were to witness this scene, they would likely be too shocked to speak. Dai Wei had just smashed a porcelain vase. Seeing 2 people enter, he had to suppress his anger a bit and sat back on the dragon throne. Asking, "What brings you here?" The Empress walked to the back of the dragon throne and gently massaged Dai Wei's temples. Comforting him, "We come to ask your majesty to ease your thunderous wrath." The Empress slowly leaned closer to Dai Wei's ear and softly said, "Your majesty, if the performance goes too far, it won't be real anymore." Dai Wei furrowed his brows, slammed the table, and said angrily in a low voice, "How can the queen look down on me like this? If we don't exaggerate a bit, how can we make the envoys from Dou loosen their stance in negotiations?" How can we make the Wuhuan Hall believe that our two countries have truly fallen out? Moreover, although my son is fine, he has indeed been assassinated twice. Don't you feel heartbroken? Upon hearing this, the queen's brows also flashed a hint of anger. As the mother of a nation, her son had been brazenly assassinated twice by the Wuhuan Hall, not to mention the incident in Xinglua City a few years ago. This makes it 3 times. Not only that, but the Wuhuan Hall also fabricated stories and twisted facts, placing the blame on her son. Thinking of this, Queen Zhu Zitong felt a desire to smash something. Her gaze fell on the table in front of Daizhan, but she found that most of the things that could be smashed had already been destroyed by him, except for the square jade seal. Daizhan noticed that the Empress's gaze seemed to be fixated on something she shouldn't be focusing on, so he quickly got up to restrain her, smiling apologetically. You are right, Empress. My son is fine. I shouldn't be too angry. It was my impulsiveness. At this moment, the concubine Lien also stepped in to advise. Sister, didn't you say you have gifts from His Highness the Crown Prince to share with His Majesty? Why are you still hiding them? Concubine Lien truly was the most considerate of the concubines in Daizhan's harem, as her single remark interrupted the Empress's anger. The Empress slapped her forehead, secretly realizing that she had let her anger confuse her. She then took out 2 spiritual herbs from herbal box and placed them in front of Daizhan. Inside the herbal box was also a piece of paper and a letter. The paper contained the uses and methods of the 2 spiritual herbs, handwritten by Davis himself. One of the white, rice-like spiritual herbs was called Aurora Ear, which could enhance the potential of light attribute soul masters. The other was a black spiritual flower named Dark Flower, which could enhance the potential of dark attribute soul masters. These 2 spiritual herbs needed to be consumed simultaneously by 2 soul masters of light and dark attributes, respectively, to maximize their effects. They were perfectly suited for Daizhan and Zhu Zitong as a couple. Aside from Davis, the other members of the Dai family all possessed the White Tiger martial soul, which primarily focuses on the light attribute. Daizhan and Zhu Zitong are both under 50 years old, although their potential has somewhat declined compared to their younger years. They are still in their prime. With these 2 rare herbs to enhance their potential, along with the continuous flow of training resources from the Xinglua royal family, both Daizhan and Zhu Zitong have a good chance of becoming titled Douluos. Daizhan asked the Empress to put away the 2 spiritual herbs, planning to find a time to take them together with her, and then turned his gaze to the letter. Davis opened the letter and flipped through it with the Queen and Consort Lien. In the letter, Davis mentioned that he had received guidance from the divine and possessed a legacy from the gods. This time, he intended to officially compete for that legacy due to the assassination incident involving the Spirit Hall. Regarding the situation on the continent, Davis urged his father, Daizhan, to maintain tacit understanding with the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heaven Dou Empire. The 2 countries should maintain a facade of tense confrontation while secretly initiating cooperation. They could use the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce as a link, starting from commerce and gradually shifting towards political and military alliances. Davis suggested to Daizhan, while both Jiandeluo and Ningfengji would also advise Shuiyi to station troops at the border between the 2 countries. The concern is not the opposing empire, but rather the affiliated kingdoms and provinces of the 2 major empires. Under the instigation of the Spirit Hall, these local tyrants who have grown accustomed to their power may very well choose to seek independence. In the original timeline, the Spirit Empire was established through this method. Additionally, Davis's plan for a cavalry regiment requires the full support of Emperor Daizhan. He hopes that Daizhan will secretly recruit assault type